Abyss Domination Chapter 62 to Chapter 120. Lizard Men. They were one of the most annoying creatures in the swamp. Their numbers were huge, and although they were not as strong as the gnolls, they outnumbered the gnolls by more than 10 times. Basically, a small group of lizard men would have 100 or 200 of them. Once a battle broke out, they would send out dozens or even hundreds of warriors. Most adventurers would not provoke them. There was at least one spellcaster in a lizard man group, either a warlock or a droll. These spellcasters were proficient in taming and enslaving monsters. They could not cast many spells, but they could bring some swamp beasts with them. For example, the swamp lizard. It was a monster with a challenge rating of 6. It was 5 meters long and weighed about 1,500 pounds. "Can you help us?" The girl from last night came over with red eyes. She looked at Soren with hope and said, "You're an adventurer. They all said that you're very strong. You must have a way to deal with these lizard men, right?" Soren shook his head and said seriously, "I'm sorry. I don't have a way. There are a lot of them, and there are many archers. The warriors can't stop them. If we don't leave, they'll kill everyone in the village." Lizard men were similar to humans. They grew some food, and hunting was their main source of meat. Their settlements were a bit like villages, and they were either dug-out caves or simple huts. Human villages in the wilderness had at least a few hundred people, and these lizard men also had a few hundred people. However, there were not many warriors among the humans, but more than 50% of the lizard men were warriors. They also had a lot of archers. Dealing with these creatures was not something that could be done alone. At the very least, there was no one with a high enough profession level to be unparalleled in the crowd. If there was a warrior with a profession level of 15 or above, or a spellcaster with a profession level of 12 or above, let him deal with 50 to 100 lizard men alone, and leave the rest to the others. It should be possible to repel these lizard men. The lizard men were forced to move out of the Black Swamp. Any place near the water could become their new target. This was a battle for survival, and the process was very cruel. Peaceful coexistence was an extravagant hope. In the end, there would inevitably be a winner who would divide the territory. Human villages would fight over water sources for irrigation, and there would even be deaths, not to mention this kind of interracial territorial competition. Originally, there were tens of millions of Indians living in America, but in the end, less than 1/10 of them were slaughtered. Tens of millions of people were slaughtered in the process. This was only a battle between humans. If the differences between different races were taken into account, the process would be even more bloody. The lizard men would kill all humans, including women and children. This world was very bloody and dark. There was no need to have too many illusions about the level of civilization. Humans had also walked this path step by step. Soren wouldn't risk his life for them. He didn't have the ability, and it wasn't worth it. He could only give his own suggestions. It was up to them whether they wanted to leave or not. They had to bear the consequences themselves. Perhaps because of the lizardman's attack, the militia captain forgot to arrange a place for him to stay. Soren didn't care. He went to the woodshed to rest. Outside, double the number of patrols were arranged. The militia captain was discussing with the village elders whether they should move or not. Leaving home was a very difficult choice. There was a debate between them, but Soren wasn't interested in getting involved. There was a limit to his personal strength if he wasn't at the legendary level. He could deal with a few lizard men, but he couldn't do anything more. So he planned to leave tomorrow and continue to observe the situation. Out of vigilance against the lizard men, Soren didn't fall asleep. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. They might attack at night. The night was getting darker. Soren didn't fall asleep. He was only in a half-awake state. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something falling to the ground. He instantly opened his eyes and climbed up from the haystack. Clang! Soren unsheathed his curved sword, and then walked out of the house. There were torches outside. Because of the attack during the day, the militia was on high alert. He could also hear the sound of night patrols. In this situation, even he didn't have much confidence in sneaking in, so he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. However, because of his constant vigilance, Soren still walked along the house to the fence. He didn't see any traces of the lizard men. There were also torches on the side. There were always people guarding the watchtower. It was very difficult to sneak in. What is this? Just as Soren was about to go back to sleep, he suddenly stopped. He bent down and looked at the ground. There was a little wet mark on it. It was relatively dry these 2 days, and there was no rain. The ground nearby was dry, but this area was a little wet. He carefully picked up the soil and smelled it. There was a faint fishy smell. It seemed to be left behind by something. Lizard men. Soren's hair stood on end. He rolled over and leaned his back against the wall. He held his curved sword in front of his chest and said, "Lurker?" Lizardman lurker. Only advanced lurkers could sneak in without anyone noticing. When they reached 100 points in sneak, they could cast invisibility in the shadows. It was very difficult to see them with the naked eye. Not good. Soren ran towards the watchtower. He was afraid that some lizardman lurkers had already sneaked in. Bang. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from behind him. Then, a woman shouted, "Not good. The warehouse is on fire." Her voice spread throughout the entire village. The patrolling guards and the militia near the watchtower were stunned. Immediately, someone ran over to put out the fire. Shit. Soren didn't think that the lizard men would know to set the fire first. He almost didn't think about it and shouted, "Enemy attack. There are lizard men outside." In the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard in the night. Then, the guard on the watchtower trembled and fell to the ground. An arrow shot out from the darkness and directly pierced through his leather armor. It went through his chest and into his heart, killing him on the spot. Longbowman. Soren immediately hid in the shadows. The lizard men had trained longbowmen. The leather armor of the militia was like paper in front of a longbow. The ordinary militia was obviously a little panicked. However, the retired adventurers quickly reacted and began to gather others to defend. They had a lot of combat experience. Although they had said goodbye to their adventuring careers, they were not at a loss. Bang! 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 A muffled sound came from outside the door. Then, a young man shouted in horror, "Ogre! Ogre!" Soren's mood suddenly sank to the bottom. He held his curved sword tightly and took a deep breath. Then, he sneaked behind him. The village might not be able to hold on. If necessary, he had to think of a way to break out. The most important thing now was not to deal with the lizard men and ogres outside, but to kill the lurkers that had sneaked in. These enemies that could hide in the shadows were the most dangerous things. If they were allowed to sneak up on him, he wouldn't even need to wait for the outside to break out. The inside would be completely chaotic. I didn't expect to meet my peer so soon. Soren's expression was serious. He quietly moved along the corner of the wall. His figure was blurry in the shadows. He held his curved sword tightly and moved forward slowly. At the same time, he was paying attention to the ground around him. The lurkers couldn't be seen clearly with the naked eye. When they were in stealth mode, they had the effect of invisibility. One could only determine their position through some special signs, such as the footprints on the ground and the slight movements they made when they moved. Soren had fought with his peers more than once or twice. As long as they left a trace, he would be able to find out where they were. The whole village was in a panic. There were screams of women and children, and there were also shouts of adult men. The long-term training of the militia finally had some effect. Many adult men picked up their weapons and gathered together. The fire in the warehouse was getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the light in front of the burning fire was distorted. It was as if a hazy figure had appeared and disappeared. Soren instantly rushed out like a cheetah. The curved sword in his hand directly slashed at the empty air in front of him. Blood splattered everywhere. Some kind of creature that looked like a hybrid of a lizard and a human showed its trace. Die. Soren retracted his sword and thrust forward. Relying on the explosive power of his body, he directly pounced on the lizard-man lurker's body. A fishy smell assaulted his nostrils, but Soren's expression did not change as he thrust his sword into the lizard-man lurker's body, nailing it to the ground. The lizard-man lurker's body lost its balance in an instant, rendering it powerless to resist. The moment it fell to the ground, Soren struck the lizard man lurker's heart. It was only when the lizard man lurker's body stopped twitching that Soren slowly got up. The battle here had attracted a lot of attention. Soren pulled out his curved sword and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go and defend the front. There should be another lizard man lurker." There were quite a few creatures that could become rogues, but becoming a lurker required a lot of talent. There shouldn't be too many lizard men who had such talent. However, as soon as he heard the commotion, there was a huge fire. There were probably about 2 enemies that had snuck in. They needed someone to help them to set the warehouse on fire. The fire spread quickly, and there were at least 2 or 3 places where the fire was set. Soren once again hid in the shadows. Lizard men had a natural bonus to strength and dexterity. Although their intelligence was not high, their average stats were higher than humans. If the average strength and dexterity of a human was 10, then the average strength and dexterity of a lizard man was 12. The lurkers of the lizard men were quite talented. He had just caught the enemy off guard, and now the enemy should be prepared. It would not be so easy to launch a surprise attack again. What would a lurker do in a situation like this? Soren looked at the fire around him and did not find any signs of lurkers. He thought for a moment and then approached the door. A lurker's assassination ability was very strong. The purpose of setting the fire to disturb the enemy had been achieved. The crying women and children had obviously interfered with the militia's battle. Assassinating the weak women and children was meaningless. In this case, the most likely target of a lurker was the leader of the village, who was the commander of the militia. As long as the commander was lost, the enemy would fight on their own. There was even a possibility that they would directly collapse and assassinate the commander of the militia. The village would be completely finished. Some lizard men had already climbed over the fence. They were so agile that the wooden fence could not stop them. After landing on the ground, the lizard men began to attack the militia guards. Some of them directly rushed to the rear and slaughtered the old, weak, women, and children. This made many of the militia guards so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Some even wanted to rush to the rear to protect their wives and children. "Bastard!" Soren kicked down a militia that was charging at him and roared, "Do you want everyone to die here? Hurry up and fight at the front. Leave these monsters to me." He quickly took out his crossbow and fired. The arrow hit the lizardman warrior's back, and then he jumped forward and chopped off the lizardman's head. The hideous head fell to the ground, and the woman holding the child in her arms screamed in fear. "Shut up!" With a slap in the face, Soren slapped the woman directly, and her cheek swelled up on the spot. He kicked a long sword in front of the woman, picked her up from the ground, and roared, "Don't cry. If you don't want your son to be disemboweled and eaten by the lizard men, pick up your weapon and fight now. Do you know how to cut people?" The woman was stunned by Soren's slap. She looked at Soren's ferocious expression and was so scared that her legs almost gave out. But when she heard Soren's vicious words, her expression quickly changed. She looked down at the crying child. Her hands trembled as she gripped the long sword tightly. Her expression was twisted, and she directly cut the lizardman's corpse. Blood splattered everywhere, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Yes. Go and gather the others." Soren quickly reloaded the crossbow, then looked at the trembling woman in front of him and roared, "Get them to find weapons. Use your swords to cut, use your hands to grab, and use your teeth to bite. There's a group of hungry ogres outside, and they like to eat the tender children first. If you don't want to watch them eat your children, go and fight now." The vicious words caused the woman's expression to become even more twisted. Her maternal instincts were awakened by the cruel words, and her expression became resolute. She was like a warrior who had already decided to die. She gripped the long sword in her hand tightly. Her long years of working in the fields had given her strength that was not weaker than a man's. The woman pulled her child up and shouted to the people nearby. At the same time, she asked the others to gather around her. Very good. Sometimes, vicious words were more effective than heroic encouragement. Soren's expression also became ferocious. The lizardmen warriors that rushed in were slashing and killing, and in just a short while, more than 10 people had fallen to the ground. Most of them were old, weak, women, and children who had no ability to resist. He suddenly jumped onto the roof, determined the position of a lizardman warrior, and then jumped down from the sky. Die! With an angry roar, Soren held the sword with both hands and slashed diagonally at the lizardman's neck. Due to the inertia of the fall, the lizardman's head and half of its shoulder were cut off. He breathed heavily as he kicked the weapon in front of a woman he met during the day. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, and he said in a deep voice, "If you don't want to die, then pick up your weapons and fight." Soren didn't have time to lecture them one by one. He had already used all his strength to shout at the beginning. Everyone nearby could hear him. If this still didn't awaken their desire to fight, then they could only wait for the merciless slaughter. The woman with freckles on her face trembled as she picked up her sword. She opened her mouth to say something, but Soren's figure had already left. He rushed towards another lizard man that rushed in. The young woman took a deep breath, then gripped her weapon tightly and rushed towards the others who had gathered. There were no men or women in this battle. There were only the living and the dead. Soren didn't care about saving ammunition. He loaded his poisoned crossbow and shot 5 or 6 lizard men in succession. The wyvern's venom paralyzed their bodies. They were killed by the women who had no chance of defeating them. The crazy women tore the lizard men into pieces. The enemies they killed awakened their courage and made them realize that they could also fight. There were still lizardmen warriors that were left behind. However, Soren didn't have the energy to care about them. He ran forward, looking for traces of the lurkers. These invisible enemies were like daggers on his back. Soren couldn't fight in peace if he didn't kill them. Everyone in the village was mobilized. The people who lived in the wilderness often encountered monsters. Although they lacked training, they were not completely defenseless. As long as they had the courage to fight, they would be able to kill these lizard men even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Over there. Soren's body that was rushing forward paused, and he threw out the curved sword in his hand. Behind the militia captain, the air suddenly distorted. A lizardman lurker appeared and stabbed at his back with a pitch-black dagger. The blade could pierce through the heart from the back, killing the target in an instant. However, the lizardman's body suddenly stiffened, and its attack was diverted. It only managed to scratch the militia captain's back. The militia captain's battle instincts made him quickly turn around and cut off the lizardman's head with his long sword. Soren jumped up and pulled out his scimitar. He didn't even wait for the militia captain to thank him before he shouted, "The village gate can't hold. Archers! Archers, aim at the ogres!" The ogres were born with 18 points of strength. They could use weapons that weighed more than 100 pounds. Almost no one in the village could take their attacks head-on. If the ogres were to rush in, the militia's defensive formation would collapse in an instant. Ogres rarely wore heavy armor. The best way to kill them was to use the archers. Bang! The gate of the village was smashed open in the next moment. 3 ferocious-looking ogres, each standing 3 meters tall and weighing over 500 pounds, rushed in. They held spiked maces that were as thick as an adult's thigh in their hands. The moment they rushed in, they smashed out. One of the militiamen used his shield to block the attack. The powerful force shattered the wooden shield and sent him flying 3 to 4 meters away. He fell to the ground and twitched a little. Soon, he stopped breathing. His chest was completely caved in. Supernatural power. Soren's expression was ugly as he held something in his hand. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Swoosh! The militia reacted quickly and fired a volley of arrows at the ogres. There were many hunters in the villages near the wilderness, and hunting was their main source of meat. But the problem was that hunters mostly used short bows and hard bows, and their damage was far less than longbowmen. Even if they were shooting at close range, the arrows still couldn't deal any fatal damage to the ogres. On the contrary, they even provoked the ogres to go berserk. The ogres used their thick arms to shield their heads. 2 arrows hit their arms, and a few more hit their bodies. They wore simple leather armor and had a thick layer of fat on their bodies. It wouldn't be a problem even if they were hit 10 more times. On the contrary, their skin turned slightly red after they went berserk, and their attacks became even fiercer. A Tier 2 ogre warrior would automatically learn a spell-like ability, and that was the bloodlust that many people were familiar with. Or perhaps it should be called bloodlust rage. Although these ogres weren't Tier 2 yet, they already had the ability to go berserk. Ogres had a monster level of 5, and when a warrior reached tier 2, they would reach a total level of 15. They could turn into a berserk killing machine. Get out of the way! The militia captain roared and shouted at a middle-aged man beside him, Kalat. Milos. White Raven formation. Following the militia captain's roar, 2 militia members who were obviously stronger rushed over. At the same time, with their roars, their muscles expanded as if they were inflated. Their temples bulged slightly, and the veins and blood vessels on their arms could be seen. Whether it was the strength or speed of their attacks, both increased by a lot. It was almost as fast as Soren's heavy slash. Or a raising slash. This was the ability of a tier 2 warrior. It could stimulate one's potential and maximize one's strength for a short period of time. Although it could only last for 1 or 2 minutes, the damage it could deal was several times more than usual. This ability was usually used by tier 2 warriors when they were desperate. They could only activate it once a day, and the duration was determined by their physique. However, it wouldn't last more than 2 minutes. White Raven formation? Soren was surprised for a moment, but he quickly grabbed his scimitar and wandered around. He was very familiar with the famous White Raven tactic. The White Raven sword art was a high-level combat skill. If 2 people were to use it together, they would be able to form a web of attacks. If 3 or more people were to use it together, they would be able to form a small team formation. Such combat skills were rarely seen among ordinary adventurers. The 3 people in front of him seemed to have participated in wars. Only the army would train in the White Raven formation. The White Raven sword style consumed a lot of stamina. The 3 middle-aged militiamen formed an inverted triangle as they moved forward. The long swords in their hands glinted coldly as they coordinated their attacks. In just 30 seconds, they had killed 5 to 6 lizard men. This sudden burst of lethality greatly boosted the courage of the others, and at the same time, it also attracted the attention of the lizard men. Just as they were about to concentrate on killing the ogres, the sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard. Longbowman. A cold glint flashed in Soren's eyes as he leaped into the air. He kicked off the railing with the tip of his foot and leaped 6 or 7 meters into the air. His 20 points of extraordinary dexterity exploded at this moment. In a flash, he took out his crossbow and fired blindly at the longbowman. The short time he was in midair didn't allow him to lock onto the target's position. He could only rely on his vision and intuition to make a counterattack. 2 screams could be heard. One of them was a middle-aged man who was in the White Raven formation. One of them was shot in the abdomen, and his reflexes were slowed by half a beat. His head was smashed by an ogre, and white brain matter splattered everywhere. The scene was so shocking that it made the surroundings quiet down. Then, a young man's heart-wrenching scream could be heard. The dead middle-aged man was his father. The other scream came from outside. Soren had successfully shot the lizardman longbowman. Although he didn't know if it was a vital point, the poison on the arrow was enough to make it lose its ability to fight. The longbow required a lot of strength from the human body. Although its lethality was top-notch, its power would plummet after being injured. At most, the enemy could only rely on their will to shoot once or twice. Longbowmen were a very precious fighting profession, and the lizard men had never exposed them to the battlefield. Bang, a dull thud could be heard from the ground. The militia captain cooperated with the White Raven formation to kill an ogre, but as the time to activate Chi/Slash ran out, his explosive power began to plummet. When he used his longsword to cut open an ogre's abdomen, his reflexes were half a beat too slow, and he was hit in the arm. His arm was instantly twisted, and he didn't even need to look to know that the bones were completely broken. Without a priest to cast divine spells, he would be crippled after he recovered, and he would never be able to lift heavy objects again. Thump. Thump, thump. The morale that had just recovered quickly fell. Half of the militia had died, and although there were still many adult men and hunters in the village, they didn't have much of an advantage against the lizard men. If there were no accidents, the village would be breached in a short period of time. Then, the lizard men would charge in and start a massacre. The ogres would also eat their fill and pack up the food to bring back. The lizard men must have paid a certain price to make these ogres attack. The young men in the village tried their best to save the militia captain, but everyone's eyes were filled with despair. The scales of victory were tilted towards the enemy. Soren's face was also very ugly. There were many lizard men, and there were also some archers outside. If he tried to break through, he might be trapped outside. The militia had already begun to shrink their formation. Many of them were trembling as they held their weapons and retreated bit by bit. It was already very difficult to defend the village gate, and if they continued to stay here, they would only be surrounded by the lizard men. At that time, as long as they occupied the high ground, the archers would be able to kill them all. Heavy footsteps could be heard. The lizard men temporarily slowed down their attack, and then a dark green lizard that weighed about half a ton appeared. On its back was a shriveled and wrinkled lizard mandrill. It was holding a withered cane made of vines, and there was even a young leaf growing out of it. Among all the droll, only the lizard men could easily recruit a swamp lizard as their animal companion. Entangle. The lizard mandrill threw out something that looked like a dandelion seed. In an instant, vines grew out of the ground in a 15-meter radius. These vines wrapped around the legs of the others, and in an instant, they were trapped in place. Some of the weaker ones were directly tied up by the vines, and couldn't even move their arms that were holding weapons. However, there were still some people who were lucky enough to avoid it. Or rather, they were prepared in advance. Soren had already jumped out of the way before the droll cast his spell, and at the same time, he swung his curved sword to cut off the vines. Entangle was the droll's most common starting spell, so there was no way he wouldn't be prepared for it. But what they didn't expect was that although Soren had successfully dodged the vines, he had become the main target of the lizard mandrill. It raised its hand and threw out a dark green powder, and quickly cast a spell. Plague. Soren's arm instantly became red and swollen, and then the exposed skin on his body bulged with pus within a few seconds. The wound began to fester, and pus dripped down along his wrist. He almost couldn't hold the curved sword anymore. A row of data appeared. You've been affected by plague. Plague test of death activated. Enhanced vitality is in effect. You've successfully passed the test of death. You've received 18 plague damage, and will be affected by plague for the next 15 minutes. The fallen withered of the droll. Soren looked at the pustules on his arm with a ferocious expression. He was about to break out of the encirclement, but he suddenly stopped. Even if he had to leave, he had to kill the lizard mandrill in front of him first. If it didn't die, the militia here would quickly collapse, and it would be difficult for him to break out of the encirclement. You think you're the only one who can cast spells? Soren roared and took out a spell scroll, and immediately said, "Pay 2500 slaughter EXP. Profession wizard." A wave of elemental energy appeared, and Soren instantly felt as if there was a magic network in the dark. He tore open the spell scroll, and immediately, a burst of shadow energy burst out. Rogues couldn't use high-grade scrolls without enough skill, but wizards didn't have such restrictions. As long as they used mana to activate the spell model on the scroll, they could directly use spell scrolls that exceeded their own profession level. Shadow tentacles, 4th. Circle, 3 pitch-black tentacles broke out of the ground. They were about the size of a baby's arm, but they were about 30 feet long. The tentacles were made entirely out of shadow energy and wrapped around the monsters in an instant. The first monster to be wrapped around was the ogre. The moment the tentacles touched it, the ogre froze on the spot like a wooden puppet. The power of a level 3 fireball was equivalent to a howitzer, so a level 4 shadow tentacle wasn't as simple as it looked. The highly condensed shadow energy had a paralyzing effect. Any creature touched by the tentacles would have to undergo a test of endurance, or else they would be paralyzed for a few seconds. Although the ogre's strength was high, their vitality wasn't much higher than a human's. Normally, it was around 15 points, so they only had a 50% chance of passing the test of endurance. The tentacles wrapped around the ogre under Soren's control. The 30 feet long tentacles wrapped around the ogre's neck and slowly tightened. Shadow tentacles, spellcasting, circle 4 summon 3 to 6 energy tentacles within 100 feet. You can use your mind to control them to attack enemies. The energy tentacles can be up to 50 feet long. Any target that comes into contact with them must undergo a test of endurance. Otherwise, they will be paralyzed for a few seconds by the shadow energy. The tentacles have a base strength of 15. Every point of spell power increases the caster's strength by 1, up to a maximum of 25 points of strength. Each point of spell power increases the caster's duration by 6 seconds. Soren's intelligence was 18 points. After his subclass, he had a wizard level 1 spell power of 1 point, and his 18 points of intelligence gave him 4 spell power. In other words, the shadow tentacles had 20 points of strength and could last for 30 seconds. Although 30 seconds wasn't a long time, it was enough to decide the life and death of both sides. Crack! The first ogre that was entangled had its neck snapped. The other 2 energy tentacles wrapped around the swamp lizard and wrapped around its limbs in the blink of an eye. At the same time, they wrapped around the waist of the lizard druid and lifted it up. The swamp monitor lizard let out a furious roar, but even if it had successfully passed the endurance immunity test, it could not break free from the energy tentacle's shackles. At the same time, Lizard Man Droll's neck was strangled by an energy tentacle, directly interrupting his casting process. Die. Soren's expression was ferocious. The pain brought about by the plague had completely ignited his murderous intent. The energy tentacles that he directly controlled began to tighten. The lizard man Droll let out a shrill cry as his spine and neck were snapped. His entire body was twisted into a Z shape. An energy tentacle with 20 points of strength was enough to crush it. If there was a difference of more than 5 points of strength, the damage caused would be greatly increased. Sometimes, it could even cause fatal damage. When an ordinary person with 10 strength fought against a professional boxer with 15 strength, the damage would be completely different. This was also the reason why no one could take the ogre's direct attack head-on. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Only half of the 30 seconds had passed. Before the others could react, Soren quickly controlled the energy tentacles to shoot out. One energy tentacle continued to bind the swamp monitor lizard, while the other 2 energy tentacles began to mercilessly slaughter the nearby lizard men. The energy tentacles whipped at the nearby lizard men warriors, sending them flying 5 or 6 meters away. When they fell to the ground, their bones were broken in half. A lizard man archer wanted to take advantage of the distance between them and Soren, but the energy tentacles immediately wrapped around him and dragged him down from the 5 or 6 meter tall fence. With a bang, the lizard man archer smashed into the ground. His entire body was almost turned into a meat patty. 30 feet in length meant that the attack range was 20 meters in diameter. It was comparable to many long-range weapons. What are you waiting for? Soren let out a roar. Counterattack. Now, chase them away. 30 seconds wasn't a long time, but the damage done was shocking. The ogre was killed by Soren, and the lizard man Droll was instantly killed. The nearby enemies were all cleaned up in just 15 seconds. After the death of the lizard man Droll, his animal companion, the swamp monitor lizard, began to flee. Soren attacked again and again. With the 3 energy tentacles as the center, there was not a single lizard man warrior left alive within 20 meters. The 3 energy tentacles crisscrossed and attacked. None of the lizard men present could last more than a second. Wizard! The surviving militia members cried out in fear and surprise. They then began to circle around the energy tentacles to launch a counterattack. On the other hand, the lizard men were terrified. The terrifying and unknown magic had greatly damaged their morale, especially after their leader, the Droll, was killed. Some of the nearby lizardmen warriors had already fled out of fear. Spellcasters were the nightmare of all intelligent creatures. They were powerful and mysterious, and their fear of magic had long seeped into their bones. Otherwise, the monsters in the wilderness wouldn't have avoided those who obviously knew how to use magic. The situation was reversed in just 30 seconds. Soren released the shadow tentacles to kill the remaining ogre, and then killed the lizard man Droll, the withered. More than 10 lizard men who had rushed into the village were killed in a short time. The continuous deaths of their own made them feel terrified. The wizard's terrifying power caused many lizard men to scatter. Some of them directly fled into the night. Victory? The surviving militia members murmured in disbelief, "We won." The enemy ran away. The lizard men ran away. A burst of cheers sounded. Even Soren had underestimated the enemy's fear of magic. Even though the energy tentacles dissipated after 30 seconds, the fear in the hearts of the lizard men had already suppressed their desire to fight. The initial casualties had already reached 20%, but Soren's burst of power had directly raised the casualties to 40%. The death of their leader had completely destroyed their courage to continue fighting. More and more lizardmen began to flee into the night. Cheers spread throughout the village. However, after the cheers, there were mournful cries. The militia members looked for their loved ones with bloodshot eyes. A soldier with a broken arm endured the pain and called out the names of his wife and children with a choked voice. There were also some seriously injured people lying on the ground and wailing. Some of them couldn't be saved. Their companions held back their grief and sent them into the arms of the Grim Reaper. If they weren't given a quick death, they would even wail for an entire day before dying in endless pain. More and more cries sounded. Everyone's face was filled with sorrow because they had lost many people. Their wives, children, parents, and many familiar friends. The merciless slaughter of the lizard men had caused a lot of casualties. The death toll in the village exceeded 100 people. The fire was still burning. Some places that were completely burned could no longer be extinguished. The survivors were busy treating the wounded and trying to salvage as much as they could from the fire. The cold winter was coming, and this year's winter would be extremely difficult for them. The cries of women and children could be heard everywhere. Although the men who had experienced a difficult battle tried their best to suppress their emotions, when they saw the bodies of their children's parents, they couldn't help but cry. They even let out extremely suppressed howls like a lone wolf. A young man stood in front of the fire. He was holding the body of a young girl in his arms. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She wasn't beautiful, but at most, she could only be described as delicate. Her skin was slightly dark, and her hands were rough. Because of long-term labor, her actual age might be younger than she looked. The young man held the body in his arms and stood there blankly. Although he didn't cry at all, one could feel his sorrow. He stood there like a fool until a house collapsed under the fire. When the others rushed over to pull him over, he seemed to have woken up and let out a desolate wail. Ah! He frantically pulled out his weapon and slashed at the body of the lizard men, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. No one stopped him. Soren didn't know who the dead girl was to him. She could have been his lover, or his family, but he could feel the pain in her heart. Yet, there was nothing he could do. Sometimes, the world was just so cruel. He had already seen too many deaths and parting. Clang. Soren looked at the body of the lizard man droll. For the first time, he didn't rush to loot. He tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and bit it in his mouth. Then, with trembling hands, he slowly cut off the rotten flesh and abscesses on his arm. The power of the plague spell hadn't dissipated yet. If he didn't cut off the rotten flesh and abscesses, it would continue to harm him. A suppressed howl of pain. Soren's whole body was trembling. He cut off the rotten flesh bit by bit, and applied the potion on it with a twisted expression. The first rays of the morning sun shone down on the village. The entire village had turned into ruins. Although they managed to salvage a lot of things from the fire, many of the houses had been destroyed. From time to time, there were muffled sounds of sobbing. People with faces full of dust were collecting the bodies of the dead. From time to time, relatives and friends could be heard crying. This night brought them too much pain, but it also made them a lot stronger. The surviving militia looked like real warriors. They were still guarding the surroundings, guarding against a possible second attack from the lizard men. As long as they were given some time, they would grow into qualified warriors. Soren sat on the watchtower and smoked. The pipe was given to him by the militia captain. It wasn't some high-end tobacco, just a small bag of cheap shredded tobacco that cost 1 silver dural. He put the shredded tobacco into the pipe, lit it, and took a deep puff. Then he looked into the distance, a little lost in thought. The cruel battle last night reminded him of the turbulent years that were about to come. In the future, such battles would be very common, and there would even be more cruel and merciless killings. His arm was still in pain. The rotten flesh that was cut off was regenerating. The combination of numbness and pain made his expression a little twisted. He trembled slightly as he took a deep puff from the pipe. There were no painkillers in this world. Although he had a digitized template, he couldn't reduce the pain. The nerves that he had trained to be very tough were not that good in front of the pain of cutting flesh. He needed to numb himself a little and temporarily forget about the wound on his arm. Here. The militia captain came over. His eyes were red as if he had cried for someone. Perhaps his family had also died last night. Humans in the wastelands were resilient, just like the men in the north. Living in a harsh environment could temper a person's will. They wouldn't fall so easily, or at least they wouldn't fall so easily. Soren shook his head and refused the liquor that was offered. He took a deep puff from the pipe and slowly said, "I don't drink." He didn't drink. Even if he was seriously injured, he didn't drink. The militia captain's arm was broken. He sat down with some difficulty and took a sip of the liquor with his good hand. Then he said, "Thank you. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to survive last night." Soren didn't say anything. The militia captain reached out and took out a package. There was a clanking sound inside. It seemed to be filled with coins. He handed it over with difficulty and said in a deep voice, "I know you are an adventurer. I'm afraid that the scroll you used last night was your trump card. We've already lost too much, so we can only use this to express our sincerity. This is the White Raven sword style that I obtained years ago. I've been to the battlefield in the south. Even though I only have the first half of it, it should be useful to you. The rest of the money is a token of our appreciation. Although it's not much, I hope you can accept it." Soren's arm trembled as he put down the pipe. His injuries wouldn't heal that quickly, even if he had the gift of regeneration. He picked up the book on the White Raven sword style. It was a handwritten copy of the book. There were some unclear drawings on the book, but he could still roughly understand the moves. Soren pushed back the small bag of coins and took another puff from his pipe. He then slowly said, "I'll take this book, but you can keep the money for yourselves. I'm afraid you'll have a hard time this winter. If you collect some items from the lizard men, you should be able to get by." He turned around and looked at the people behind him. He picked up a withered cane and supported his body. A green leaf was swaying in the wind. He slowly said, "You better leave today. The lizard men won't give up so easily. Something big might have happened in the wilderness. Leave this place and find a place to live. As long as you're alive, there's hope for the future." Soren sighed softly. He waved the pipe in his hand, squeezed out a smile, and said, "This pipe is the reward you gave me. I'm leaving now. You should make a decision soon." He left just like that. Most people didn't even notice him. Only a few people watched Soren's tired figure disappear into the distance. He was a rogue, and rogues were such a group of people. It wasn't strange for him to leave quietly like that. He didn't need flowers or thanks. He just did what he wanted to do and started the next part of his journey. Soren went back along the main road. The route was getting more and more dangerous. The lizard men had just attacked the humans near the Black Swamp before he left, but now they were approaching the outer territory of White Run. If the lizard men did not stop fighting for territory, a war would break out soon. White Run did not pay much attention to the villages in the wilderness, but if the villages that provided tax revenue to the city were attacked, the city guards and garrison troops would be dispatched to deal with them. His injuries wouldn't heal in a short time. He couldn't do any strenuous activities for at least a day or two. Soren prepared to go back along the main road. He had gained nearly 5,000 slaughter EXP from last night's battle. It was enough for him to level up as a rogue or wizard. He needed time to memorize spells. This was a relatively safe place. He wasn't interested in staying to help those people because they were just strangers. Soren didn't even know their names, and they didn't know Soren's name either. They only knew that he was a rogue who could use spells. The lizard men gave a lot of slaughter EXP. The two lurkers gave nearly 1,200 slaughter EXP, the ordinary fighters gave about 200, and the ogre and droll gave Soren almost 2,000 slaughter EXP. Killing spellcasters gave more soul energy than killing spellcasters, but they were also much harder to deal with. Finally, there was the reward after the battle. You defeated the lizard men that attacked at night. After a difficult battle, your skills have improved by quite a bit. Use of magic devices +10, concentration +5, listen +5, search +3, sneak +3, dodge, roll, +2, dodge, shift, +1, negotiate +2, parry +2, heal +2, spell identification +2. You have some understanding of the ability, spell control. The improvement from this battle was very obvious. Not to mention the improvement of many basic skills, just the last ability prompt had already exceeded Soren's expectations. Ability prompt. This was the sign of mastering and training a certain ability. Under some special circumstances, you may directly get the information of a certain ability. Then, after a period of training, you can slowly master this ability. Although spell control was only the most basic casting ability, for Soren, it meant that he could save a necessary ability point. This was a great help for him to level up as a wizard, because there was no ability reward for his part-time job as a wizard. Only when he reached level 3 as a wizard would he be able to get his first ability point. Soren's strength didn't increase by much as a part-time wizard. He only got 4 rank 0 spell slots and 1 rank 1 spell slot. From now on, he would get an increase in the number of spell slots for every wizard level, and at the same time, he would get an extra rank 0 spell slot. High-grade wizards and warlocks had a lot of rank 0 spell slots, sometimes so many that they couldn't even use them all. However, rank 0 spells were very weak because they were called cantrips, which were considered unorthodox spells. Unless you were a talented caster like Vivian, you would rarely use rank 0 spells in a battle. There were no rank 0 spells in the spellbook. This was because wizards rarely copied down cantrips. Their spell models were relatively simple, and some of them didn't even require casting time. For example, the most commonly used Magician's Hand. That was why Soren hadn't mastered any rank 0 spells yet. He needed to go to the city's spellbook shop to buy rank 0 spell copying scrolls. These scrolls were very cheap, only 1/3 of the price of a rank 1 spell. Most of them were things that only wizard apprentices would need. Soren was lucky enough to not encounter any enemies after a day of traveling. His talent of regeneration was very powerful, and he could already move his arms. However, it was still a little inconvenient for him to fight. He found an inn in the nearest town to rest. Since the roads to Whiterun were blocked, this small town that relied on trade to make a living was a little depressed. He could hear the complaints of the residents. They were all complaining about the high taxes they collected every year, and they couldn't even solve this little problem. They didn't know how long it would take. Soren entered the room that was arranged for him and told the innkeeper not to disturb him. He needed to level up as a wizard and start memorizing his first spell model. This would take a long time, and he couldn't be disturbed. If he didn't tell the innkeeper in advance, who knew if the innkeeper would come knocking on his door? After all, Soren was a half-elf with 16 points of charm. Judging from his appearance, he could be considered a handsome human if it wasn't for his cold expression. In a quiet guest room, Soren slowly closed his eyes and began to sense the magic network, which was also known as the weave by spellcasters. The weave was a formless energy field that existed in many parts of the universe. Its greatest use was to help spellcasters construct spell models, and then condense the energy of nature to form spell slots and store them. Once the spell slots were stored, all one needed to do was to activate them with words and actions, and they would be able to quickly draw energy from the surroundings to cast spells. The energy of nature itself was very violent and not easy to control. Without the weave, it would be much more difficult to cast spells. Another use of the weave was to limit the abilities of spellcasters, and prevent powerful spellcasters that even the gods feared from destroying the balance of order. It was a tool that helped spellcasters with insufficient talent to cast spells more easily, and it also prevented spellcasters with extraordinary talent from threatening the domain of the gods. All in all, the weave was a very important thing. Without it, the number of spellcasters in the world would decrease by 90%. The faith network of the gods was also connected to the weave, but it was located at the highest level of the weave. Divine spells were fed back from the power of faith. The weave helped spellcasters control energy, and normal spellcasters could access the surface of the weave. Meditation. This was the simplest way for a magus to sense the weave. It was no different from sitting in meditation, and there was no need for any particular posture. The key was to let go of one's body and mind, gradually forgetting about one's senses, and then extend one's consciousness to the energy in the outside world. Soren had directly skipped the initial accumulation period of meditation, which meant that he did not need to meditate for a long period of time like an acolyte before being able to access the surface of the weave. As his senses gradually expanded, Soren faintly touched a layer of formless energy field. It looked like a spider web formed by countless invisible lines, and the squares in between were the spell slots used by magi. These were the spell slots on the surface, and could be used to cast rank 0 spells. The weave was only a channel to help with casting spells. The real power was in the mind of a magus, which was the spell model constructed in the mind. After successfully connecting to the weave, Soren stopped meditating. Meditation was not the main method for magi to increase their strength. Their true strength lay in the development of their brains. The greatest use of meditation was to help them understand the weave and then extend it to the most external energy. Upgrade wizard profession rank. Soren wasn't in a hurry to analyze the spell model. Instead, he began to level up his profession. A higher wizard's level would allow him to interact with the magic net, which would speed up his analysis of spell models. Wizards needed 50% more slaughter EXP to level up compared to other professions, and there was a 20% EXP penalty if it was a subclass. Leveling up to level 2 rogue only required 200 slaughter EXP, but leveling up to level 2 wizard required 300 EXP. Wizard profession raised to level 2. Received 22, INT 18 plus, INT 18 to 10, asterisk 0, 5, skill points, HP increased by 9, profession HP 4 plus, con 20 to 10, asterisk 0, 5. Obtained 1 free attribute point. The biggest advantage of subclasses was that they could receive additional free attribute points. The disadvantage was that it was very difficult to raise a profession to a higher level. In the beginning, many people liked to subclass 4 professions at the same time, but the result was that unless they succeeded in slaying a god, their profession's levels would not be high. This was because the first subclass had a 20% slaughter EXP penalty, and the second had a 40% slaughter EXP penalty. At the same time, the subclass required 5,000 slaughter EXP. The third subclass was even more ridiculous. Not only did it have a 60% slaughter EXP penalty, but it also required 10,000 slaughter EXP. This subclass penalty was applied to all professions levels. In other words, Soren would have to pay an additional 20% slaughter EXP to level up his rogue profession. Under normal circumstances, there were very few people who could subclass that many professions. This was because subclasses had attribute requirements and required a lot of time. Even the talented NPCs in the storyline, or the sons of God with extremely high attributes, could only subclass around 2 professions. Only a few gods could subclass multiple professions at the same time. Subclasses required more time and energy, and converting them into slaughter EXP required more soul energy. Before reaching level 5, the amount of slaughter EXP required to level up was not much. However, from level 2 onwards, the amount of slaughter EXP required to level up would increase exponentially. At level 3, the amount of slaughter EXP required would be astonishing. The higher the level of subclasses, the harder it would be to level up. At that time, there would not be enough enemies in the mortal world. It would be impossible to level up without exploring the underworld and the outer planes. For example, if one wanted to reach the realm of legends, they would have to go to the abyss. Assign free attribute points to intelligence. Although Soren wanted to increase his dexterity, considering the impending collapse of the weave, he decided to increase his intelligence to 20 points first. This way, he would not lose his spellcasting ability in the future. The skill points gained from leveling up as a wizard were allocated to knowledge. One of the most important factors for a wizard's mastery of spells was the amount of knowledge and skill points he had. Wizard profession leveled up to level 3. Received 24, INT 19 plus, INT 19 to 10, asterisk 0, 5, skill points, HP increased by 9, profession HP 4 plus, con 20 to 10, asterisk 0, 5. Received an ability point. Level 3 wizards could receive an additional ability point, but it could only be chosen from the wizard profession. Soren was not very familiar with the wizard profession's leveling up, so he first looked at the spellcasting abilities that wizards could master. Battle spellcasting, proficiency. Wizards gradually increase their abilities through long-term training. Even if they are attacked in battle, their spellcasting will not be easily interrupted. With the increase of this ability, even if a wizard is directly attacked, they can still successfully cast spells. Once this ability reached a certain level, some sorcerers would be able to cast spells while they were fighting. However, this may require the combination of silent spell release and instant spell release. Focus +10. Mobile spellcasting, mastery. Wizards can cast spells while moving under special training. They won't interrupt their own spellcasting process while moving and dodging. At the same time, as the level of this ability increases, wizards can cast spells while flying and moving at high speed. This is one of the abilities that high-grade wizards must master. Otherwise, when flying, it will cause the spellcasting to fail. Focus +5. Spell control, proficiency. Wizards can use their spirit to control the spells they cast, strengthen the energy of the spells, or weaken the effects of the spells. Some summoning spells require the ability to control in order to have a strong effect. This ability is the prerequisite for Empower Spell and Maximize Spell. Only after mastering spell control can the power of the spells be further increased. Encyclopedic memory, talent. Wizards often have amazing memory abilities. This ability can further increase their memory ability, and at the same time, strengthen their understanding of various knowledge, gradually reaching the realm of understanding by analogy. This ability can strengthen the training effect of other abilities. If they master eidetic memory, at the same time, they can further increase the speed of mastery. Knowledge +10. Maybe it was because of the personal ability, eidetic memory, this time there was an additional ability, encyclopedic memory, to choose from. Soren looked at the abilities that could be obtained and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. First of all, spell control was an ability that could be given up because he had already received the information about it. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to master it very quickly. Then there was the ability, spellcasting in battle. This ability was very powerful because wizards couldn't always cast spells from a distance. If they were attacked while casting spells, the chances of the spell being interrupted were very high. However, with this ability, the spell wouldn't be interrupted, and it could also passively increase the focus of one's basic skills by 10 points. Then there was the ability, mobile spellcasting. As the name suggested, it strengthened the ability to cast spells while moving. When casting a spell, it could be interrupted by an attack, and it could also fail while moving. This was especially true in the future when wizards learned high-speed movement spells, as well as higher-grade flying spells. Without this ability, the chances of failure were as high as 50%. Both of these were very important abilities. However, Soren's heart was obviously a little hesitant because he was more inclined towards encyclopedic memory. First of all, it could increase knowledge. Second, it could further strengthen memory and comprehension. The additional 10 points of knowledge were also very helpful in mastering spells. More importantly, it was a natural ability. This ability couldn't be learned through training, and Soren also knew that with this ability, as his knowledge increased, he could learn an additional ability. Encyclopedic ability, your knowledge has become more and more astonishing. You have an understanding of almost every field. As you accumulate more knowledge, you can comprehend most things by analogy. Your learning speed is several times faster than others. This is not only limited to knowledge, but also a variety of combat skills. You know how to calculate the axis of a weapon's weight and use it to maximize its power. However, you don't only know these. With the accumulation of knowledge to your current level, you can directly transform it into real power. Knowledge +10, prerequisite, have encyclopedic memory, ability, 250 knowledge. Focus, basic skills, your focus ability can be used in many ways. For example, the success rate of casting spells, the speed of entering the state of meditation, the effect of meditation, the success rate of copying scrolls, the success rate of making magic staffs and rare items, etc. More often than not, a focused person will gain more insight when they focus on something, even if it's learning combat skills. P.S. Focus also has a bonus effect on the warrior's training. In the end, Soren decided to take the encyclopedic knowledge ability. The other 3 abilities could be learned through training, but the innate ability was very difficult to obtain through conventional means. Encyclopedic knowledge was a very useful ability. If it wasn't for the eidetic memory ability, many people would have taken it from the very beginning. When Soren chose the new ability, the slaughter EXP cost had reached nearly 3,000 points. Wizards already needed a lot of EXP to level up, and now there was an additional penalty for taking a subclass. The slaughter EXP that was enough to raise a rogue to level 5 was only enough to raise a wizard to level 4. Wizard has leveled up to level 4. Received 24, INT 19 plus, INT 19 to 10, *0, 5, skill points, HP increased by 9, profession HP 4 plus, con 20 to 10, *0, 5. Received 1 free attribute point. Without a doubt. Soren continued to increase his intelligence, which had just reached 20 points. Even if the weave collapsed in the future, he wouldn't completely lose his spellcasting ability. Now that he had an extra subclass, he had an additional 20% EXP penalty when leveling up as a rogue. The slaughter EXP required to level up to level 7 had increased from 4,500 to 5,400. The more subclasses he took, the slower his speed of leveling up. Even though there's an additional 20% EXP penalty, I also received 2 extra attribute points. Soren looked at his stats and murmured, overall, it's not a loss. At least after mastering spells, the increase in combat strength is very obvious. The 20% EXP penalty was already very serious, especially after leveling up later on. So Soren basically gave up on the idea of taking another class. If possible, he would try to level up to one of the classes. The most obvious benefit of taking a subclass in the early stages was the extra attribute points. He could use slaughter EXP to exchange for more attribute points. If he took 4 classes at the same time, he could even get an extra 6 free attribute points. However, the downside was that leveling up was very slow. The 60% EXP penalty was torturous, and it wouldn't be so easy to become a high-grade class in the future. The skill points were mainly allocated to literacy. Soren raised it to 90 points, and then allocated 5 points to spell identification. There wasn't much slaughter EXP left. After Soren distributed all the abilities, the current data page had become name, Soren. Race, half-elf attributes, strength 14, plus 2, dexterity 20, plus 1, constitution 20, intelligence 20, plus 1, wisdom 15, charm 16. Alignment, lawful evil profession, level 10 commoner / level 6 rogue, 05400, / level 4 wizard, 125, 2750, grade 2, HP, 9090 experience, 1875, slaughter EXP, 150, profession EXP, unassigned. Skill points, 0 attribute points, none status, normal basic skills, sneak 113, literacy 90, steal 35, pick lock 45, snare 55, focus 8, negotiate 5, appraise 3, deception 3, intimidation 10, taunt 5, performance 1, listen 9, evasion 15, parry 5, block 1, heal 11, search 8, spellcraft 10, survival 2, use magic device 10. Legendary skill, omnipotent hands, sealed, weakened state, personal abilities, nimble left hand, eidetic memory, perseverance, encyclopedic knowledge, regeneration, beginner, profession abilities, grasp of shadows, military weapon, proficiency, curved sword, master, combat skills, shadow strike, sword form, heavy hack. I already have 8 abilities. Soren carefully looked at his data page and murmured, I have 2 more abilities than when I was at the same level. If I can become a legendary, I should be much stronger than before. He gently opened the spellbook and tried to use his power of the will to analyze the structure of the first spell. Arcane Missile. It was the most commonly used level 1 spell by spellcasters. Its advantage was that its power was not bad and its casting time was very short. It only had 1 second of casting time. Arcane Missile, level 1 spell. The spellcaster condenses arcane energy into a ball at the fingertip and shoots it at a specific target. It has a base spell power of 5. Every 2 profession levels can add an additional arcane missile. A profession level 9 spellcaster can shoot up to 5 arcane missiles at the same time. Although it was only a level 1 spell, there were more than 10 pages of spell models and incantations recorded in it. Soren roughly flipped through it and memorized the basic words and patterns in his mind. Then he began to meditate and connect to the magic net. At the same time, he tried to construct the spell model according to the knowledge in the spellbook. Midnight quickly passed by. When Soren opened his eyes and closed the spellbook, his face was slightly pale and he looked unusually tired. Even though it was only a first circle spell, it was still very difficult for him to construct the spell model. The main problem was that Arcane Missile actually had more than 300 spell nodes and about 50 spell circuits. If it wasn't for his excellent memory, it would have taken him a few days to memorize the basic structure. This is like a magical version of the energy gun. Soren frowned and rubbed his head. He flipped open the spellbook again and felt dizzy after just one glance. He knew that his mind was reaching its limit. The spell nodes of Arcane Missile consisted of 3 parts: extracting energy, compressing energy, and guiding the spell circuits. If it was explained using the energy guns of the Galactic Era as the standard, then the energy bullets were formed by the wizard's mana, while the gun itself was formed by the wizard's mind. The target was guided by the spell circuits. It was a bit like an infrared ray aiming device. I've only completed less than a fifth of it. Soren roughly flipped through the spellbook and closed his eyes. If I want to master this level 1 spell, I'll need at least 5 more days. Even with my 20 points of intelligence, eidetic memory, and 90 points of knowledge, it still took me such a long time. Wouldn't other wizards need 1 or 2 months to master this level 1 spell? Actually, Soren was wrong. A normal wizard would need 3 months to master a level 1 spell. After graduating as an apprentice, it would take about 3 months to master the first level 1 spell. There were very few wizards, and even fewer of them would choose to venture out into the outside world. A large number of wizards would be stuck at the door of grade 3 for their entire lives. They would never be able to cross the threshold and become a high-grade spellcaster. The night was getting darker. Soren was resting on his bed. Maybe it was because his mind was overdrawn, but he couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. It was like trying to memorize a super long academic paper. Although he tried his best to memorize a lot of it, he still felt dizzy and sleepy when he laid on his bed. Overuse of the brain. This was Soren's first reaction. He tried to meditate to alleviate this situation, but the effect was not obvious. On the contrary, he couldn't meditate because of his exhaustion. In the end, he could only close his eyes and wait. After a long time, he finally fell asleep. The next day. By the time Soren woke up, it was already noon. For the first time, his biological clock didn't wake him up. It wasn't until the owner of the inn knocked on his door that Soren got up in a daze. He had overslept today. Fortunately, his mind had recovered well, and he didn't feel as dizzy as he did yesterday. The speed of a spellcaster's improvement couldn't be compared to that of a melee wizard. Although Soren had used Slaughter EXP to become a level 4 wizard, he still hadn't mastered a single spell yet. He hurriedly ate something in the inn, then rushed back to Whiterun. The lizard men in the Black Swamp had already spread to the outskirts of the wilderness, and the road would be blocked for the time being. He might need to stay in Whiterun for a while. Fortunately, although there were many wars and massacres before the time of Troubles, Whiterun still existed until he reached the realm of legends. In other words, even if Whiterun was involved in a war, it wouldn't be destroyed like Amber City. It shouldn't be a problem for him to stay here for a while. It had been a few days since Soren left Whiterun. He planned to go back and see how Vivian was doing, and then copy some level 0 spell scrolls. Although he had decided to let Vivian learn from the mistress of the caravan, he was still a little worried. There were very few people in this world that he could trust. It wasn't until noon on the 3rd day that Soren finally returned to Whiterun. Due to the recent incidents, the city didn't focus on the investigation of the fire. Now, the entire city was talking about something else. Amber City had been reduced to rubble. In this era, information spread very slowly. It had been a long time since the news of Amber City's destruction had spread. Although Soren had already guessed it, when he heard the news, he was still speechless for a long time. A city had been destroyed, just like that. The number of casualties couldn't be calculated, but it was likely to be more than 10,000 people. This news shocked many places, and many churches even sent out high-grade professions to investigate. Some of them even had legendary realm professions. Some churches sought answers from the righteous gods, but surprisingly, they didn't receive any response or oracle. Although priests could still receive divine spells, it seemed that all the gods had suddenly disappeared. They no longer responded to the prayers of their believers, and some rituals couldn't even summon their will. It was as if the prayers of the gods had sunk into the ocean, and there were no waves. This news was tightly sealed, but many people still sensed it. Something big seemed to have happened in the kingdom of the gods. All the gods had recently fallen into silence. Priests could still receive divine spells through prayers, but they could no longer contact the gods that they believed in. There was a sense of panic in Whiterun. After the news of Amber City's destruction spread, there was another piece of news that was spreading around. That was, the elite survey corps sent by Whiterun were directly killed by the two-headed ogre, and it was a merciless slaughter. Only a few people escaped back alive. News said that the two-headed ogre was a high-grade wizard, and its power was enough to threaten the safety of Whiterun. The strength of a class holder would not be written on their face. If the ogre did not use its full power, it would be a test of one's eyesight. The two-headed ogre had the ability, multicasting. This was the most powerful innate spellcasting ability. Even the gods couldn't easily obtain it. As the name suggested, it could be used multiple times. A two-headed ogre's head could use 2 types of spells. Even though the number of spells it knew was not as many as a human adept, the damage it could unleash was several times more than a human adept. If it was really a high-grade wizard, then with its own creature level, the challenge level of a two-headed ogre would be legendary. It had more than 18 points of strength, far better constitution than ordinary people, and the spellcasting ability of a high-grade wizard. It could fight, cast spells, and take hits. To deal with such an existence, it would take at least half of a legendary team to ensure that there would be no major casualties. The challenge level was not much different from that of an adult dragon. Soren carefully entered the arcane shop. The security of Whiterun was much tighter than before. It was already evening, and he wasted some time trying to avoid the patrolling guards. So, he didn't go to the caravan to see Vivian. Instead, he went to copy a level 0 spell scroll and found a place to stay for the night. Whiterun had completely implemented a curfew, and no one was allowed to move around after dark. If anyone was found out, they would be questioned or even arrested. Although he was not strictly investigated, Soren did not want to deal with the guards at all. He was a wanderer. These guys naturally did not like wanderers, and they might find trouble and lock you up. The arcane shop sold most of the spell scrolls. However, the highest level of spell scrolls was level 5. Spell scrolls above level 5 were very difficult to purchase through conventional means. They had to be obtained from special organizations. The wizards still maintained their monopoly on ancient knowledge. Many wizard organizations had to join them in order to learn more advanced spells. As for spells above the 8th circle, certain conditions had to be met before they could be learned. This was because these spells all possessed astonishing destructive power. Level 0 spells were very cheap, only requiring a dozen Kindler coins. However, level 1 spells were several times more expensive, requiring dozens of Kindler coins. Some may exceed 100 Kindlers. Most level 2 spells started at 150 Kindler coins, and many of them were close to 300 Kindler coins. Most level 3 spells were worth 500 Kindler coins, and a few of them were worth 800 Kindler coins. Level 4 spells basically cost more than 1,000 Kindler coins, and a few spell scrolls were worth as much as 300 to 500 Kindler coins. So when Soren looked at the price, he immediately understood how the wizards felt. As a spellcaster, you were always short of money. Although you were really rich, Soren only bought the lowest level 0 spells. He could not afford anything more expensive, and even if he bought them, he would not be able to use them for the time being. Although spell scrolls were very powerful, they were extremely expensive and difficult to make. If they were not copied into the spellbook, but used as a one-time use item, a slightly more intense battle could make you bankrupt. Sometimes, after a battle, the Kindler coins earned was not even a fraction of the cost of making spell scrolls. The sky darkened. Soren found an inn to rest and began to read the spellbook. The period before the ancient red dragon appeared was relatively peaceful. There were not many earth-shattering events. The only serious event was a huge explosion. Other than that, everything was relatively peaceful. This was because the gods also fell into silence. They began to fight against a terrible energy storm until they were stripped of their divine power and fell to the mortal world. Soren did not remember very clearly about the explosion. He only vaguely remembered some information. Not long after, a huge explosion occurred in a place called Stannard in the polar region. The power of the explosion was equivalent to the tonnage of 100 atomic bombs. It covered an area of nearly 1,000 kilometers, and at the same time, forced many people near the polar region to migrate on a large scale. A year later, it further intensified the war in the southern region. The number of explosions was calculated by some researchers at the time because they had a lot of advantages as wizards. There were no clues about the explosion. There were legendary beings who sought answers from the gods, but the gods fell into silence. They did not find any signs of human activity, nor were there any obvious traces of magic. It was very likely a natural explosion. Finally, this incident was classified as nature's mystery, and was listed as one of the 3 major explosions on Earth. Because of this, many people gave up on exploring the legendary missions that might exist later. There were 3 bizarre explosions on Earth. They were the Tianqi explosion in China, the Death Hill incident in India, and the Tunguska explosion in Russia. The Tunguska explosion occurred at about 7 a.m. on June 30, 1908. The power of the explosion was equivalent to 500 atomic bombs or dozens of bombs exploding at the same time. More than 60 million trees within 2,150 square kilometers were burned down. There was no clear answer to this incident. In the end, it was inferred that there was an explosion of antimatter annihilation. Knowledge, in this world. The explosion that was about to happen in the polar region of Stannard was the same. Although it was only 1/5 of the power of the Tunguska explosion, there were still many spellcasters who went in to investigate. Some even used legendary prophecy, but there were still no clues. The gods happened to lose their perception of the mortal world during this period of time, so they did not know the cause of the big explosion. They could only be sure that this explosion had caused a mutation in the area, and some special creatures that even the demons felt were dangerous had appeared. Those creatures would not leave the range of the explosion, so they were not very threatening. Soren had also gone there to take a look, but because he was not a spellcaster, he could not find many clues at all. Soon, he left that place. Until the gods returned to heaven, that place was still unknown. There were still no clues about the explosion, but the consequences affected the whole world. Many creatures near the polar region saw the horrible mushroom cloud rising. The shamans and priests prophesied that a terrible disaster would come. So this forced the creatures near the polar region to migrate on a large scale. Many races that had disappeared appeared in the eyes of the world. But it was still early because it would take about a year for them to migrate. About this explosion, the most reliable inference was that it was related to the antimatter annihilation spell during the Arcane Empire. Most wizards thought that only something from that era could cause such a terrible explosion. Unfortunately, no one could find the real answer. In the hotel, Soren temporarily gave up on the study of arcane missile and began to memorize the most basic level 0 spell model. Maybe it was because he had studied level 1 spells first, but when he constructed the level 0 spell model, he suddenly felt that it was a lot easier. Especially the simplest spell, Illuminate, which only had less than 30 spell nodes and 1 spell circuit that wasn't too difficult to cast. Soren actually used less than 2 hours to complete the model of light spell. However, at this time, a row of data appeared, successfully learned. You have successfully constructed the spell model of the level 0 spell, Light. Do you want to spend 30 slaughter EXP to permanently store it in the data template? After permanently storing it, you will not need a spellbook to memorize it again. That works. Soren's face showed a hint of surprise, and then he chose to confirm. Then a stream of data appeared, and the data in his brain automatically formed the light spell model. ORZ, Soren tried to cast the spell, and a flash of light appeared on his fingertips. As the spell slots were consumed, the spell model that was originally successfully constructed disappeared. He slowly closed his eyes and found that his brain had indeed memorized the original spell model. He did not need to memorize it in the spellbook. He could reconstruct the spell model by himself. What if I can store it all? Soren looked at his fingertips in surprise and murmured, "Then I won't need a spellbook in the future?" A wizard's spellbook was very important. Because some high-level spells were too complicated, there was no way to memorize them without a spellbook, and there was even a possibility of losing the ability to cast them. It was just like how it was impossible to always remember a very long and complicated academic paper, and this paper could not be wrong when recalling it. Once you made a mistake, your brain might explode. So if it could be stored, Soren could still memorize spells in the future without a spellbook, which was equivalent to forming an invisible spellbook in his brain. However, this kind of memorization required additional slaughter EXP. Soren was a fast learner. Perhaps it was because level 0 spells were much easier to learn. In just one night, he had already learned 8 level 0 spells: Lightning Intimidate, Magic Trick, Magician's Hand, Repair, Read, Flash, and so on. The further he progressed, the faster his learning speed became. Eventually, he only needed half an hour to complete the construction of a spell model for a basic level 0 spell. However, Soren spent about 300 slaughter EXP to permanently memorize these level 0 spells. When he was about to memorize the 9th level 0 spell, the familiar feeling of dizziness returned. Soren knew that it was because he had exhausted too much of his spirit, and his brain couldn't take it anymore. He put down the spellbook and went to sleep. Before he went to sleep, he tried to meditate again. This time, he successfully entered a state of meditation, but it was not a deep meditation that allowed him to sense the magic net. It was just a light meditation that allowed him to sense the elements around him. By the time he woke up from his deep sleep, it was already the morning of the next day. "I can't believe I can fall asleep while meditating." Soren got up and rubbed his head. He then stood up and packed his things. Meditation was a state similar to sleep. High-grade wizards could use it to replace sleep. In the end, Soren's mind was empty, and he felt like he had fallen asleep. However, at the same time, he was also able to sense the outside world. It was a very interesting feeling. He went downstairs to grab something to eat, then headed back to the caravan's base. White Run was heavily guarded, but there were not many problems moving around during the day. At the very least, he would not be questioned by the guards. If he moved around at night, the guards would interrogate anyone who looked suspicious. Recently, the guards had put a lot of people in the prison, and it was impossible for them to get out without paying a certain amount of money. Soren heard people complaining yesterday that the guards were planning to use this method to raise money. The Northland caravan was still in the city. No one could leave, and they would be stuck there for at least a month or two. If White Run didn't do anything, they might have to spend the winter in the south. Even the mistress of the caravan, a high-grade northern witch, might not be a match for the two-headed ogre. She would have no problem passing through the ogre alone, but it would be impossible for her to lead such a large group of people. The leader of the guards was training the others. When he saw Soren, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. As a Tier 3 Northern Barbarian, the guard captain's job level was roughly level 10. Although Northern Barbarians could go berserk, they were still considered an advanced class for warriors. Berserk wouldn't affect one's mind, but there was no way for them to gain as much power as barbarians. He took a deep look at Soren and seemed to have sensed the increase in his strength. He slowly said, "Master said that you can come and go as you please." Soren nodded slightly and glanced at the others who were training. He had trained for a period of time before, but the amount of class EXP he gained from training was too little. Each training session didn't even give him 10 or so points, and the most he could gain in a day was a little over 100 points. Therefore, there were almost no people who trained to improve their strength. Most of the professionals chose to improve through killing. However, for the natives, training was the main way to improve their strength. Class EXP wasn't as useful as killing EXP. Soren pushed the door open and walked in. There was a maid cleaning the hall. She glanced at him and brought him to the living room on the side. Obviously, the mistress of the caravan had already told her to come. The waitress brought him a cup of milk tea. This kind of drink was very popular among nobles, but it was made using tea bricks with milk and powdered sugar inside. Soren was not very used to this kind of thing. After all, this was a witch's house. He just sat on the sofa and waited quietly. Creak, the door to the living room slowly opened. However, it wasn't the mistress of the caravan who walked in. Instead, it was a woman with long hair that reached her waist. She wore a long dress and a diamond necklace around her neck. There were 3 rings on her fingers, an agate ring, an emerald ring, and a strange ring with runes engraved on it. There was a pink scarf tied in front of her chest. He could vaguely see the curves of her curves. There was also an unusual accessory on the scarf. The woman looked very young, but Soren knew that she wasn't as young as she looked. Not to mention other features, just the aura of a mature noblewoman was not something a young woman could possess. She wore an exquisite dress with lace, and there were strange patterns on her red high heels. Her black stockings were embroidered with rose patterns, but the patterns made Soren cautious. Stockings were an invention of the witches. They were one of the achievements of alchemy, and they were very expensive. Normal stockings could cost 10 Kindler coins. The woman in front of him was wearing spider silk. If Soren wasn't mistaken, the material came from the Underdark. Haha. The woman chuckled and walked over with her cat-like steps. She looked at Soren with great interest. Her lips curled into a playful smile. You're Vivian's brother? That little guy named Soren? Just as I thought, you're a handsome young man. Her eyes were full of seduction, and her expression seemed to be teasing him. She raised her finger and beckoned him over. Come here, little guy. Let me take a good look at you. I'll help you check your body. Haha. Amidst her flirtatious laughter, she approached bit by bit. Her sparkling and translucent eyes seemed to emit a faint light, and the corner of her mouth hung a sweet smile, making people want to rush over and kiss her. Her slender waist swayed, and her plump buttocks swayed slightly. That curve seemed to tug at people's heartstrings, and just a glance was enough to make people feel thirsty. Sauron was the same. There was a trace of greed and desire in his eyes, and he looked slightly confused. He stood up and approached the coquettish woman in front of him, but his hand moved slightly and was just above the hilt of his sword. That's more like it. The woman didn't notice Soren's finger moving slightly. The light in her eyes became brighter and brighter, and there was an unconcerned smile on her face. She playfully said, Come here. Handsome little guy, I have something to ask you. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Soren's eyes suddenly became clear. He pulled out his scimitar and slashed at the woman's head. Clang, when the scimitar was less than a foot away from the woman, it was blocked by an invisible force field. Soren withdrew his scimitar and instantly broke through the force field. At the same time, he held his scimitar horizontally at the woman's neck. Tsk tisk. The woman was a little surprised, but she didn't think much of it. She flicked her finger, and a faint light appeared. An invisible force field suddenly spread out, and a force of impact acted on Soren's body, sending him flying. Bang! Soren crashed into the sofa, and with a twist of his body, he stabbed his scimitar into the floor. There was an ear-piercing sound of friction, and sparks flew everywhere. He only stopped after being pushed back 3 meters. Who are you? Soren held his scimitar horizontally in front of his chest, and his eyes were full of vigilance. The woman had just met him, and she had already used a charm spell on him. This wasn't a friendly sign. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't break the force field, his scimitar would have already been on her neck. She was not a weak witch. The spells she had just used were Charm Person and Elastic Energy Ring. The woman looked at him curiously, then curled her lips and said, You're quite strong-willed. I'm just not sure if you can withstand Berserk Charm. The light of a spell appeared. The woman continued to cast spells with great interest, while Soren took a deep breath. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he instantly rushed out like a cheetah. A dim light appeared on the scimitar in his hand. Stop! The mistress of the trade caravan shouted angrily. She suddenly appeared out of thin air and pointed a finger at the beautiful woman in front of her. Dimension Step. Counterspell. The beautiful woman's face paled. Her spell was interrupted in an instant. Her flushed face turned red and her eyes became watery. Her appearance was indescribably strange. She looked like a resentful woman who was about to explode with lust. Hold human body spell. Soren cast another spell, and the ring on the mistress' hand glowed brightly. Soren's body stiffened as he levitated in the air, and the inertia from his jump caused him to slam into the beautiful woman in front of him. At the same time, his scimitar hit a protective force field and fell to the ground. Enough! The mistress of the caravan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She shouted, "Mother! You really need to restrain your actions. This is my territory, and I'm sure you still remember how to show respect to a high-grade witch. Good girl." The woman's voice was so sweet that it sounded like she was about to drip water. The blush on her face faded a little, and she said like a little girl who had been wronged, "I was just saying hello to him." The mistress of the caravan's face turned pale, and she shouted, "Do you need to use a charm spell to say hello? Mother! Your behavior is getting more and more out of line with your position. I think you should really reflect on it. Otherwise, the council will definitely imprison you." Labyrinth. The woman's expression changed drastically, and she said in shock, "Good girl. Are you serious?" Ah. Echo was still in the same place, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. She had been teleported into a different dimension of the labyrinth. The mistress of the caravan took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She then looked at Soren and waved her hand to dispel the spell. "I'm sorry. Vivian is in the lab at the back. Come with me." Without giving Soren a chance to ask questions or explain herself, the mistress of the caravan waved her hand, and the broken things in the room floated into the air. She then snapped her fingers, and everything began to repair itself. Soon, the messy living room was restored to its original tidy state. Mage hand. Repair. Soren was silent for a moment, then he picked up his scimitar and followed the mistress of the caravan. His face was expressionless. The mistress of the caravan was much more powerful than he had expected. If she could cast 2 level 0 spells with such ease, she must have mastered at least 5 metamagic abilities. It was only a matter of time before she became a legendary witch. Not long after Soren left the room. About a minute or two later, a teleportation gate opened in the living room. Then, the seductive woman's slightly disheveled figure walked out. She tidied up her dress and tucked her long hair behind her ears. Then, she touched the necklace on her neck and complained, "You brat. You're serious? I'm your mother. How dare you use a maze spell on me?" The beautiful woman seemed to be in a bad mood. She looked around the living room and opened a portal with a wave of her hand. "I'll teach you a lesson once I figure out the secret behind the cards of fate." Inside the room, the mistress of the caravan stopped in her tracks. She knew that the beautiful woman had broken her maze spell. She let out a sigh and tapped her finger on the wall. As if some mechanism had been activated, the bricks on the wall separated on their own, revealing many intricate alchemy parts. A winding staircase led to the bottom of the room, and there were lamps on both sides of the staircase. As they walked down the stairs, they saw a huge laboratory. It seemed to be even bigger than the house. There were rows of bookshelves at the side of the room. They were 5 to 6 meters tall and 10 meters wide. There were hundreds of books on each shelf. There was also a small ladder at the side. It seemed like it was specially prepared for someone. After all, wizards didn't need ladders. A simple magician's hand was enough to get the books they wanted. Vivian is reading. I cast a soundproof spell to prevent her from disturbing her. Gloria turned around and looked at Soren. She tapped on the wall and an invisible energy screen disappeared. She then pushed the door open and entered the room. Soren looked around curiously. In addition to a large number of books, there were also many alchemy instruments and various bottles and jars. There were many powdered materials that he could not recognize at all. The only thing he was familiar with was the distillation and purification device. He used it a lot when he was a thief, mainly to purify the toxins of potions. Vivian's small figure was sitting in front of a desk. There were all kinds of books piled up at her feet, almost as tall as her. The little girl held a quill in her hand and was drawing something on a piece of white paper. There was a large paper basket below, which was already filled with many densely written balls of paper. The little girl's expression was so serious that she did not hear the footsteps of the two people. She tilted her head and flipped through the book quickly. From time to time, she would jot down something, as if she found it difficult to understand. She unconsciously put the quill in her mouth and bit it. When she came back to her senses, she quickly spat it out. Vivian. A rare smile appeared on Gloria's face. She raised her hand and waved. Soren is back. If there's anything you don't understand, you can think about it tomorrow. Big brother? The little girl turned around with a surprised expression on her face. She then jumped onto Soren's body. Soren, who was usually expressionless, smiled. He reached out his hand and stroked the little girl's long hair. He then lifted her up and kissed her on the forehead. Perhaps it was because he had been living a good life, but Soren felt that the little girl was heavier than before. She didn't feel so light when he carried her. He couldn't help but look at the mistress of the caravan with gratitude. It was hard to let an 8-year-old girl wander around with him. If he didn't know what was going to happen in the future, he would have let Vivian learn from her. Unfortunately, even if she were to become a legend, she would only be able to protect herself. Vivian was wearing a beautiful princess dress. Her silky hair was tied up with a pink ribbon, and there was an exquisite needle pinned to her chest. It didn't seem to be an ordinary accessory. Magic research could be dangerous sometimes, so it was necessary to prepare a protective item for emergencies. Vivian was still wearing the moccasins Soren bought for her. She kissed Soren on the cheek and giggled. She hugged Soren's neck and hung onto him like a cute koala bear. Go. Gloria smiled and said softly, she seems to have a lot to say to you. It's quiet in the backyard. No one will disturb you. The little girl jumped down from Soren's body, then grabbed his hand and walked out. As she walked, she said, Brother. Where have you been for the past few days? I was worried about you. Soren let the little girl lead him to the backyard. It was a spacious yard. Beautiful maple trees were planted on all sides. There were benches and swings under the shade of the trees. The swings seemed to have been installed recently. The walls were covered with creepers, and there was a flower bed in the corner. Beautiful violets were planted there, and the leaves were falling in the wind. It looked like a bleak autumn wind. The little girl sat on the swing, and Soren took the initiative to swing it. Haha. Vivian laughed happily. She sat a little further inside and pointed at the seat next to her, indicating that Soren should sit there as well. The two sat on the swing for a while and talked for a while. Then the little girl pulled Soren to the bench. She first let him sit down, then her whole body curled up in his arms. She rested her little head on Soren's knee and whispered, Big brother, I've learned a lot of spells. But some of them are very difficult. I used to think that all I needed to do was to chant the incantation. But I didn't expect to learn so many things. Sister Gloria taught me magic in the morning, geography in the afternoon, alchemy in the afternoon, religion in addition to alchemy in the afternoon. At first, I fell asleep while reading, but I got used to it. Some of the things are quite interesting. Sister Gloria said that I would become very powerful if I learned them. Vivian also wants to become powerful. Sister Gloria is a very nice person. She would tell me stories at night before I go to bed. But sometimes the stories are very complicated, and I don't understand some of them. Recently, she told me the story of the princess and the dragon. The etiquette of the nobles in the story is very complicated. Sometimes I would fall asleep while listening to the story. But the princess still hasn't been taken away by the dragon. Sometimes she would teach me poetry. Oh right, she also bought me a 7-stringed zither. Music is really hard to learn. Sister Gloria's music is very nice, but mine isn't. The little girl seemed a little dejected. She snuggled into Soren's arms and continued, I really don't understand. I didn't know that wizards had to learn so many things. I always thought that all a wizard had to do was chant an incantation and point a finger in front of them to release a spell. Sister Gloria has been teaching me how to memorize spell models quickly. I don't know what spell models are, but those little dots of light are easier to remember. Sure enough, it's easier to memorize with pictures. Those words are so troublesome. Vivian laid on Soren's knees and continued to mumble. She started off by talking about things she had learned, such as astronomy, geography, astrology, religion, and so on. Soren couldn't help but frown. Then she started to talk about all kinds of terms that even Soren didn't understand. God knows how many things the mistress of the caravan had taught her. Some of the terms used by wizards were something that even Soren didn't understand. but Vivian must have learned how to read. Her learning speed was much faster than normal people. He didn't interrupt her and just kept patting Vivian's back gently. The little girl closed her eyes comfortably, and her voice was much softer, as if she was mumbling in a daze. She talked about what had happened recently, what she had eaten, what new things she had seen, and so on. In the end, the little girl's breathing became even, and her mumbling turned into mindless murmurs. Then, she really did fall asleep, and it was a very sweet sleep. Saliva dripped down from the corner of her mouth onto Soren's knees. Silly girl. Soren gently patted her back and covered the little girl with his jacket. Autumn was already in full swing. Although the afternoon sun was very warm, there was still a hint of coolness when the breeze blew. If he didn't take the initiative to talk about it, Vivian rarely asked him what he was doing. She just liked to tell him about her life. Time passed quietly. Soren also felt a little sleepy. He put his hand on the little girl's back and slowly closed his eyes. The autumn sun was very nice. It was very warm to lie on the bench and bask in the sun. Soren closed his eyes and pretended to take a nap. The little girl would unconsciously snuggle into his arms from time to time, and she even wiped her saliva on his clothes. Next to the window on the second floor, a slim figure was lying on the bench. She was reading a book and looking down from time to time. Perhaps she was affected by the atmosphere, and she also closed her eyes gently. It was a peaceful little world down there, and no one should disturb it. In a small, inconspicuous courtyard, Soren was practicing with his curved sword. It had been 2 days since he returned to Whiterun, and it was a peaceful time. During the day, he would read books and practice the White Raven sword style, and at night, he would study spell models. Currently, he had mastered 10 level 0 spells. There were hundreds of low-level cantrips, and he could only pick the ones that were useful to him. His research on the level 1 spell, Arcane Missile, had also reached 80%. If all went well, he would be able to master his first official spell by tonight. As his research progressed faster and faster, his understanding of spell models also gradually increased. Many spell models were similar. High-level spells often contained lower-level spell models. For example, the level 2 spell, Acid Arrow, had a complicated spell model with hundreds of thousands of spell nodes. However, many of its internal structures overlapped with the level 0 spell, Acid Splash. The same was true for Soren's Arcane Missile. In the future, if he were to learn the level 4 spell, Secondary Missile Storm, he would be able to transfer the spell model of Arcane Missile into it and greatly reduce the learning time. Arcane Missile could fire up to 5 energy missiles at once, and Secondary Missile Storm could fire up to 15 to 25 energy missiles at once. The more he studied, the easier it became to understand the structure of spell models. However, learning the White Raven sword style was not fast enough. It would take a long time for him to master a mid-level combat skill like this. Normally, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for one to master the White Raven sword style. Thus, even though Soren was talented, he had only learned a few techniques in the past few days. He was far from being proficient in it. There were not many shortcuts in combat skill training. Back then, it took him a long time to learn sword form, cross slash. At noon, he would go to the caravan's base to accompany Vivian. The autumn afternoon sun was very warm. The two of them would lean against each other and bask in the sun. The little girl would often fall asleep on top of him. She was still growing, and because of the heavy workload, she was quite sleepy. If there was something new, the little girl would lie on his lap and talk to him about what she had learned and what had happened today. In the end, she would unknowingly fall asleep. Learning spells was actually a very boring thing. Gloria obviously wanted to cultivate the little girl into a versatile spellcaster. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taught her so much knowledge outside of spells. As for Vivian's innate talent, Soren finally understood a little. She was even better than him. She only needed to read and memorize something once to understand most of it. He could be said to be a true genius. If it wasn't for the fact that Soren didn't have any special bloodline talent, he would have suspected that Vivian was the child of God. Or rather, they were the descendants of the Son of God. However, this thought was quickly rejected by him. Most of the children of God had divine power, and Vivian did not have even a trace of divine power. Therefore, she should be a 1 in a million spellcasting genius. Moreover, the two of them had the same mother but different fathers. He had a vague impression of Vivian's father in his memory, and it seemed that he was just a slightly more powerful adventurer. If there was any bloodline, it should be the biological father of Sauron's body. After all, in his memory, the father was a godly thief. Spellcasters with wizard towers were at least high grade. Those who dared to go in and steal things were basically thieves with a profession level of 15 or above. This was because who knew how many traps and golems there were in there. Any wizard tower in operation had a challenge level of 15 or above. The difficulty was similar to killing an adult red dragon. The construction cost of a wizard tower was basically 1 million kindler. If one had a certain amount of money, the tower could transform and even fly. In its final form, a wizard tower could evolve into an extra-dimensional fortress or a floating fortress. It was one of the few things that could leave a shadow in the hearts of legendary thieves. It was also one of the few special constructions in the world that could fight head-on with a divine kingdom. There were ancient records of a great arcanist teleporting a floating fortress to a divine kingdom, and then forcibly knocking down a divine kingdom. After dilly-dallying for so long, Whiterun finally started to make a move. Soren despised the efficiency of this world's ruling class. During the Battle of the Southern Islands, he was killed by the noble parliament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped caring about the kingdom's war and turned his focus to adventuring with small groups. Basically, Soren didn't have much of a sense of belonging to any country in this world. During his time as a vagabond, he had taken jobs in more than half of the countries. Whoever paid him the most money, he would kill their enemy. The Whiterun guards were finally ready to set off. The assembled army included a small group of knights and a large number of adventurers. After being blocked for almost a week, the city hall finally came up with a feasible plan. They asked the wizards stationed in the city to gather an army of 2,000 people and began to clear out the monsters on the main road. In this world, large-scale battles involving more than 100,000 people rarely happened. Even kingdoms only had a few tens of thousands of people at war. It wasn't because the population was small, but because the soldiers trained by ordinary people were not very useful. This was an elite army, and the real warriors were all soldiers who were out of work. The population of Whiterun was more than 500,000, but only about 5,000 people were stationed in the city. These people were all regular soldiers who spent more than half of their time training every year. Most of the soldiers in the army were advanced warriors, but most of them were below level 5. Only those who had been on the battlefield could break through to level 5 and above. Soren also prepared to move with them. Slaughter EXP was never enough. With such an opportunity to move with the team, he naturally wanted to find a way to get more EXP midnight. Soren finally learned his first level 1 spell and gained an extra 100 profession EXP. Wizards could gain profession EXP by learning official spells, but the amount was not much. Level 1 spells only gave 100 EXP, level 2 spells gave 200 EXP, level 3 spells gave 400 EXP, and level 4 spells gave 800 EXP. Starting from level 5 spells, the amount of profession EXP gained was considerable. A level 5 spell gave 1600 EXP, level 6 spells gave 3200 EXP, level 7 spells gave 6400 EXP, and level 8 spells gave 12800 EXP. He did not know how many level 9 spells he could get, but it should be quite a lot. From this point of view, it seemed like it would not be difficult for wizards to level up, but the problem was that wizards were very slow at learning spells. High-level spells could easily take 1 or 2 months to learn, which meant that the amount of EXP they could get was not as much as other wizards. Moreover, these spells were not cheap. The higher the level of the spell, the harder it was to obtain them. Finally, it's done. After successfully constructing the spell model of Arcane Missile, Soren immediately began to memorize the spell. He was now a level 4 wizard with 3 level 1 spell slots. At the same time, he also had a low-grade wizard ring that could give him an additional level 1 spell slot. This meant that he could now memorize 4 level 1 spells, although the only spell he could remember was Arcane Missile. It did not take long for him to memorize the spell. It only took Soren about 2 hours to memorize the spell and construct the spell model of Arcane Missile from the 4 spell slots formed after contacting the magic net. Item type, low-level wizard ring. Item grade, rare, grade 1, item description, a wizard ring enchanted with special materials. It can help the caster store additional spell slots. Requirements, none. Effect, increases 1 level 1 spell slot. The most expensive rare grade rings were the wizard rings that increased spell slots. This was because they could flexibly store different types of spells. The second most expensive was the single-type enchanted ring, which could be charged with a corresponding spell. For example, Soren's Withered Wood Staff +1 had a level 1 divine spell entanglement that could be charged up 3 times. After it was used up, it would need a corresponding profession to repair it. High-level items could be charged by themselves and could only be used a certain number of times per day. However, the price and materials needed to make them were very expensive. Item type, Withered Wood Staff +1 item grade, rare, grade 1, item description, a special wooden staff enchanted with divine spells. It can cast additional droll spells. The green leaf on it is full of vitality. Requirements, none. Effect, can cast level 1 divine spell entanglement 23 times. The memorization was complete. Soren stood up impatiently and walked out of the room. He needed to test the power of the arcane missile. He first took out a wooden board about 3 centimeters thick, then a piece of iron about 0.5 centimeters thick. It was his habit to test his strength before a battle. OZR, the casting time of the arcane missile was very short, only 1 second. The incantation was 3 interlaced syllables. As Soren pointed forward, 2 arcane missiles the size of ping-pong balls appeared and landed on the wooden board in front of him. The speed of the spells was very fast. Although it was possible to successfully dodge the spells, one needed to predict the position of the enemy before they could shoot. It was like dodging a bullet. One needed to predict the direction of the enemy's shooting. The speed of the arcane missile was similar to that of a normal bullet. The possibility of dodging the spell after it was cast was very low. If one wanted to dodge it, one had to prepare before the enemy started casting the spell. This was because the arcane missile would only hit the first target it touched. Many spells were like this. Even the famous Disintegrate and Finger of Death would only be used on the first target it touched. Soren had a hamster with him for a while. He usually kept it as a pet. When he saw the red light of Finger of Death, he would directly throw it out. If he was lucky, he could block the spell. If he was unlucky, he could only rely on his constitution to resist the instant death test. Since he didn't master spell control, the arcane missile flew in a straight line. The 3 centimeters thick wooden board was directly hit by the missile. The 2 missiles hit the same spot. However, when Soren released the second spell, the arcane missile only made a dent in the iron board. With the strength of his spell, he couldn't penetrate the 0.5 centimeter thick iron board. It's good against enemies who aren't wearing armor. Soren picked up the iron board and carefully observed it. He thought to himself, it's a lot weaker against enemies who are wearing armor. Fortunately, the casting time is very short. If I use it well, it can be very effective. If he learned Missile Storm in the future, he could even turn a plate shield into a sieve with one spell. The Whiterun army would depart the next morning. Therefore, Soren went to the magic shop early in the morning and bought himself a few magic scrolls. He had already sold most of his loot, and he had almost 1,000 Kindler coins. It seemed like a lot of money, but it would be gone in the blink of an eye. Spellcasters spent money faster than you could imagine. Soren spent 300 Kindler coins on a scroll for the level 2 spell Invisibility. It was the most expensive level 2 spell scroll. It could make the caster invisible for a period of time. If the spell model was broken down, a wizard could copy it into a spellbook. A rogue's stealth ability could be stacked with invisibility. This was because invisibility could only make the caster disappear. It would not cover the sound of the caster's footsteps, nor would it erase the traces of the caster's movements. Only when a rogue used invisibility would they be able to avoid detection. Of course, Soren did not use it as a one-time consumable. After casting Reading Spell, he disassembled the scroll and recorded a total of 15 pieces of paper according to the model on the scroll. Only then did he have the complete data of invisibility. Invisibility had more than 1,200 spell nodes and almost 100 spell circuits. In the state of reading, Soren directly read 10 lines at a glance, and then relied on his powerful eidetic memory to memorize it. Although it took Soren less than 10 minutes to memorize the contents of more than 10 sheets of paper, it would take a few days to complete the construction of the spell model of invisibility. It was like memorizing an academic paper was easy, but experimenting according to the content of the paper was very troublesome and complicated. Other level 1 spells could be put aside for the time being. Invisibility was currently the most useful spell for Soren. After mastering the technique of spell model construction, Soren skipped the other spells and learned invisibility first. Level 4 wizards had 2 level 2 spell slots, so they could memorize invisibility twice a day. If used well, it could be a trump card that could turn the tables. A rogue's 150 points of sneak could only achieve the effect of invisibility in the shadows, but a level 2 invisibility could make a person invisible in the daytime. The two could not be compared at all. If it weren't for the fact that rogues could use stealth at any time, they would have been easily defeated by a level 2 invisibility spell. Deploying the army required logistics, and assigning tasks to the adventurers also took time. Soren's task was scouting, which was the most common task for rogues. The Whiterun army was mainly responsible for the frontal battle. After leaving the magic shop, he entered the gray area. A lot of equipment needed to be replenished, especially the poisoned crossbow bolts and wyvern venom. These items cost him nearly 200 gold dirhams, and with the addition of the spell scrolls, he spent half of his savings. If he was not careful with his equipment, he might not be able to make ends meet. Before leaving, Soren went to the caravan's encampment. Unexpectedly, he met that flirtatious woman again. But this time, she didn't use any magic on him. She only raised her eyebrows and revealed a playful smile. She was playing with a card between her fair fingers. "Little guy." The seductive woman chuckled and teased, "You were scared by me last time, right? Actually, I was just teasing you. If I really wanted to deal with you, a disintegrate spell would be enough." Soren silently placed his hand on his curved sword. His expression did not betray any emotions, but he was ready to fight. The seductive woman in front of him was the mother of the caravan's mistress. Although Soren was smart enough not to ask, it was not difficult to see that the relationship between mother and daughter was very tense. When in a disadvantageous position, one should never be too curious. Soren looked down and focused on the woman's fingers. It was a card of many things, but it could also be a higher-level arcane spell card, or even the legendary card of fate. She could also be a high-grade witch, a northern witch with a profession level of 15 or higher and powerful spellcasting abilities. Mother. The mistress of the caravan quickly appeared. She glanced at Soren and nodded slightly. She then turned to the seductive woman and said, "You should go back now. According to the rules set by the council, you can't leave your residence for more than 2 hours a day." An exiled witch, Soren's eyebrows twitched, but he quickly hid his expression. His basic skill, acting, and deceit were not that good either. In other words, Soren did not know how to act, so he could not hide his true emotions from his opponent. Most of the time, he would try his best to maintain a cold and expressionless face. This way, his opponent would not be able to tell what he was thinking from his expression. Acting and deceit were also very useful basic skills. It was said that beautiful women were naturally good at acting. They had 10 points of acting, and they were also very good at deceit. They had 20 points of deceit as well. Of course, this might just be a joke. However, there was no doubt that the seductive woman in front of him was very good at acting. She stood up as if nothing had happened, clapped her hands, and was about to leave. Before she left, she gave Soren a strange look. It felt like he was being stared at by a beautiful snake. Even though she was extremely beautiful, Soren still felt goosebumps all over his back. It was completely an instinctive reaction. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the scimitar, and all the muscles in his body tightened. "Haha." The seductive woman chuckled. She looked at Soren from head to toe and said playfully, "It seems like you're very afraid of me." She gently walked past Soren. There was a unique fragrance on her body. Soren unconsciously took a deep breath, as if the fragrance was very attractive. This action made the flirtatious woman reveal a charming smile, and her expression seemed to have a trace of pleasure. Women always liked men to bow down to their charm. However, Soren's expression remained calm. He had already memorized this fragrance. If he smelled it again, he would be able to quickly identify it. Smell was something that could easily expose a target. Rogues would do their best to erase their body odor. Soren had killed many women in the past, including many high-grade witches. More than once, he had relied on the fragrance to determine the enemy's position after casting greater invisibility. A woman's fragrance was very obvious. The more pleasant a woman's fragrance was, the easier it was to kill them. "I'm very sorry." After the seductive woman left, the mistress of the caravan apologized again. However, she did not explain why she left. Soren followed behind her and entered the laboratory. He wanted to meet with Vivian before leaving. The relationship between the mother and daughter was very strange. The daughter was obviously a kind person who valued order, but the mother was obviously someone who did whatever she wanted. If the players in his previous life were to divide the factions, the mistress of the caravan would be a neutral one, leaning towards the kind, while the mother would be a chaotic one, leaning towards the evil one. In his previous life, it was very common for players to shift their factions. This was because every faction had a statistical value of 50 points. For example, a neutral faction with 1 point would lean towards the kind, while a neutral faction with 50 points would lean towards the evil faction. However, as long as it was within this range, it was still considered a neutral faction. If a player did something good or bad, it was very likely that they would shift their faction to the kind or evil faction. Of course, it was very rare for the NPCs to shift their factions. Most of the time, it was the players who shifted their factions. This shift was not only about the kind and evil faction, but also the way a player behaved. It could shift from the kind of faction to the kind of neutral faction, or vice versa. Human behavior was very changeable. There was probably no other race in the world that shifted their factions more often than the human race. It was not one's thoughts that determined one's faction. This was because everyone had evil thoughts in their minds, even the noble paladins. The key was whether or not you put these thoughts into action. People who were in the evil faction always carried a lot of evil thoughts and resentment. In this world where supernatural abilities were very common, these things could be seen through spells. Similarly, people who were kind would be appreciated. This was also a weak power of faith that could be used on certain spells. This was why paladins liked to use detect evil on people, even though it was the most annoying thing to do. Soren hated them. Sometimes, he really wanted to chop these blockheads to death when he met them. Evening. Soren left the caravan's base. The Whiterun army would depart tomorrow, and he still needed to prepare. This was because the upcoming battle would not be easy. P.S. Lawyers are the most likely profession to shift to the side of evil. This is because if they help a bad person escape the punishment of the law, the consequences will affect the entire order. They can use loopholes in the law to do evil, which is much more serious than simply killing 1 or 2 people. Just like the first old woman who no one dared to help, although she only blackmailed a kind-hearted young man, the impact of her actions would affect the entire world. Of course, in the real world, she would not be punished with death. However, in this supernatural world, resentment and evil thoughts would cause her to shift to the side of evil. This was because she caused the morality of the entire world to drop. Even if such a person did not commit murder or arson, a paladin would still kill her if they saw her. The saying that one's faction should do what one's faction should do was laughable. This was because how could you judge a child's faction? The faction aura that appeared from spells was a reflection of one's actions toward the world. Did one's actions make the world more kind and beautiful, or did they make the world more evil and depraved? Were one maintaining the order of the world, or spreading chaos? Demons were the representatives of evil. They had all kinds of evil purposes, but they would not kill or set fires for no reason. They liked to enslave but did not like to slaughter. This was why senior demons ruled hell with an iron fist and cruel means. They also attached great importance to contracts. A demon's contract was the most trustworthy thing in the multiverse. This was the representative of extreme order. Whether it was order or good or evil, there was a degree of severity. Good and evil, order and chaos, one's faction would change with one's actions. A good person might have been evil in the past, and an evil person might have been a noble paladin in the past. You might follow the rules and order today, and do whatever you want tomorrow. Whether it was order or chaos depended on your most common behavior. If you did too much, you would be chaos. If it was half and half, you would be neutral. Most of the time, you would pay more attention to the rules and order. Extreme chaos would be lunatics, and their actions would be completely unreasonable. Extreme order would be paranoia, and even more unreasonable. However, the more powerful an existence was, the more firm their beliefs and standpoint would be. Basically, it was very rare for there to be a shift in faction. The camp aura detected by the spell was the world's feedback on one's past actions, not what one would do in the future. Ordinary detection magic could only detect good and evil, but not behavior. In other words, whether the other party was order or chaos depended on your own judgment. So those students who searched for order and evil on Baidu and thought that people should kill, set fires, and destroy villages should reflect on themselves. One look and you can tell that you belong to the chaos faction. Today, I just finished writing 3,000 words of the main storyline, so I'll explain the necessary things here. Otherwise, if I write about demons, there will be arguments. After all, this type of book is very unpopular. If I don't explain, it will affect the book's grade. I may not be good at writing, but I'm still very serious about what I write. Out of boredom, I summarized my past life and found that my faction shift was really great. From order and good to order and neutral, I'm now a little bit evil. What faction do you think you'll be in? I think many people are neutral and good, right? Hehe. The order of good and evil in the world actually depends on which kind of people there are more. If there are more people to maintain order, then everyone will follow the rules. If there are more good people, then the positive energy will spread more widely. So in the Underdark, evil actions will be praised, and good actions will be seen as weak, unless someone re-establishes the rules of this area. Soren was a law-abiding thief for the past 18 years. He killed, set fires, stole, and extorted. Although his evil points didn't exceed 50 points, which was extremely evil, he wouldn't easily shift to other factions. Sometimes, devils will find a conscience and help their own kind, but overall, it can't change their evil nature. Yes. This chapter has a lot of digressions, so I won't explain it in the future. After all, it's going to be published soon. It's okay to add a free chapter, but if I add a paid chapter, I'll be cursed to death. As for why I didn't put it in the book, don't you know that people in the Order faction are more stubborn? I spent 6 hours to write a summary, so naturally, I want to let you all see it. Love you Fadoozy. Hehe. Order good, neutral good, chaotic good, order neutral, absolute neutral, chaotic neutral, order evil, neutral evil, chaotic evil. Adventurers acted separately from the army. Their fighting styles were completely different. The army's training focused on attack and defense, while the adventurers' fighting style focused on agility and dodging. Even the berserk barbarians were better at dodging than the soldiers trained by the army, because the latter were used to fighting in large groups. Adventurers' teams generally did not have more than 10 people, and the most common way of fighting was to fight in groups of 5, which included frontal attacks, guerrilla warfare, sneak attacks, and magic healing. The army's fighting style was a row of heavy infantry with steel shields in their hands, and a small number of defensive warriors equipped with super strong tower shields. A wise adventurer could tell if someone was from the army or had received military training by just looking at their fighting style. Soren's task was to scout the enemy's situation. The adventurers were divided into 3 teams. The first was a scouting team consisting of 13 rogues and 5 rangers, all of whom were grade 2 or above. The second was a combat team consisting of warriors, rangers, barbarians, priests, and so on. Their task was to clear out small groups of enemies after the army defeated the enemy, and at the same time, to support and cover the army's flanks. The last was a small number of wizards, warlocks, and droll. They were the key targets of protection and moved together with the army. Wizards rarely joined the army. Whatever they did, they could earn more than the army, and their lives were more comfortable than the army's. If the army wanted to pay wizards, it would definitely cause the collapse of a prosperous city. Therefore, the most common relationship was this kind of employment relationship. When necessary, they would be paid a large sum of money. Before they set off, everyone received a reward. Soren received 30 Kindler, which was 10 kindler more than the other warriors. According to the unspoken rules of this world, anyone who acted as a sentry, scout, or infiltrator could get 50% of the reward in advance. This was because they would encounter more danger, and at the same time, they could get more loot after the battle. Scouts were not just simple scouts. They were the vanguard of the battle, and those who dared to act as scouts were all veterans. Soren's reward was 60 kindler. The spoils of war would be tallied after the battle was over. The loot from the previous battles would belong to the individual. As the saying goes, one shot of a cannon costs 10,000 taels of gold. Mobilizing an army was not something that could be done with just a transfer order. After mobilizing an army, all the soldiers' salaries would be doubled. Adding up all the food for the soldiers and horses, it would cost a large sum of money. If there were casualties in battle, a large amount of compensation would be required. Although it was not like adventurers who had to pay dozens or hundreds of gold dirhams at once, the total cost was still quite shocking. On the day of the army's departure, the citizens of Whiterun were in high spirits. Many merchants volunteered to donate some goods to the army, and some even asked the guards to tag along. The 2,000-strong army was even more imposing than the 10,000-strong army that Soren remembered. The 1,000-strong city guards were all equipped with iron scale armor, shields, short swords, helmets, and crossbows. The 500 heavy infantrymen were fully equipped with chainmail and half-body armor. They were all equipped with steel shields, iron helmets, refined weapons, and heavy crossbows that could fire 2 shots consecutively. The last 500 soldiers were the best of the best. Among them were the heavy infantrymen who were fully covered in plate armor. Only their eyes were exposed, and their arms were equipped with fish-scale gauntlets. These heavy infantrymen were equipped with complicated equipment. Some of them had two-handed épées, some had sword and shield combinations, and some even carried crossbows with them. Then there were the noble citizen warriors, honorary citizens, and knights. They were equipped with armored horses, knight armor, knight pikes, small steel shields, and refined crossbows. Every knight was accompanied by 1 or 2 knight squires. They were equipped with the same equipment as the heavy infantrymen. Usually, they would fight alongside the knights, and when the enemy was charging, they would follow behind the knights and deal the final blow. To be honest, in this world, even the light infantrymen were equipped according to the standards of heavy infantrymen in the Middle Ages. Furthermore, the chances of the army being equipped with crossbows were very high. They were all specially trained to use crossbows. A regular army squad's equipment and firepower were shocking. Against modern firearms, as long as they did not have heavy firepower, they would have a high chance of winning. As a scout, Soren naturally had to set off first. The army's speed was not fast. The south lacked good horses, so the heavy infantrymen were all carrying more than 20 kilograms of weight. Advanced warriors had great endurance. Even though they could not fight for a long time, it was easy for them to carry heavy loads. People who had never practiced martial arts would not know how much energy it took to fight. They would often think that it was easy for them to fight for half an hour or even an hour. This was a very speechless way of thinking. There was a saying among martial artists called F.A.G.N. Without F.A.G.N, one could fight for 1 or 2 hours without a problem. But once F.A.G.N was used, one's stamina would drop rapidly within 3 moves. If the F.A.G.N was used too much, the muscles would directly enter a state of excessive fatigue, or even severe damage. There was no way to quickly recover from this state. When Soren used sword form, heavy hack, he was in a state of extreme F.A.G.N. The strength of his whole body was completely unleashed in an instant, and the stamina consumed in that instant was more than an hour or 2 of exercise. This was not the legendary true chi, but a technique to mobilize the strength of the whole body, and even the strength of the internal organs. P.S. Since the beginning of the book, the problem of stamina has been criticized for more than half a month. For those who have questions, please bend forward and twist your waist, and remember to take a deep breath before punching. Even though it is not at the level of F.A.G.N, but if you punch with all your strength, it is almost equivalent to stamina outburst. Please test your stamina consumption rate, the number of punches, and the feeling of your internal organs. If one's arm would ache and his internal organs would suffer from discomfort after a single punch, then he shouldn't hold on to a question so tightly in the future. Instead, he should learn more about it. Not only do you have to search on Baidu, but you also have to test it yourself. Stupa. Marching and camping. The first day was no different from what Soren remembered. On the second day, all the scouts spread out in a net, the army continued to advance along the road, and the adventurers who accepted the mission were divided into small groups and entered the forest. Soren's figure moved forward in the dense forest. Behind him was a half-elf ranger who believed in the goddess of the forest. The other party was a veteran of wilderness survival, and he had good stealth and detection skills. Because of his profession, although he could not hide, his footsteps were light and agile, and his movements were not inferior to a rogue. It was hard to tell his age because half-elves had a lifespan of 100 to 200 years, but he looked quite young. He was wearing hard leather armor and had a longbow on his back. His weapon was a machete, which was a boning knife. "It's a gnoll." The half-elf ranger named Yas squatted down and judged the footprints on the ground, then pulled the grass to look at other traces, and said in a deep voice, "There should be some gnomes and kobolds. We can solve this small problem by ourselves. There is no need to send a signal to the rest of the army." Since they were clearing the monsters, they naturally had to plow the whole area. The scouts in the army also spread out. Rogues were not common in the army, and most of the scouts in the army were rangers. Soren nodded gently, looked at the other party and said, "Can you track their position?" Tracking traces. This was the rangers' specialty. They were very good at tracking enemies in the wilderness, and they could distinguish the direction by the smell of footprints. "It's no big deal." Yas chuckled and said, "Follow me. They are not far away." The half-elf ranger pulled out his boning knife, and then moved forward. After tracking for a few hundred meters, he would stop and check the traces on the ground. Some of the footprints had become very faint, but he was still able to determine the direction. Their innate perception made them very intuitive. Sometimes, they could rely on their intuition and experience to track even when there were no traces. Soon, they found the first group of enemies. It was a small group of gnolls. There were about 10 of them, and they had tamed 3 aardwolves. They also captured more than 10 gnomes and kobolds as slaves and food reserves. The half-elf ranger made a gesture to both sides, and Soren nodded gently, slipped into the shadows, and began to approach from the side. The opponents were experienced adventurers, and this kind of battle was just a practice for them. Soren's figure gradually approached along the shadows without making any sound. He slowly pulled out his curved sword and approached the gathering place of the gnolls from the side. This small group of gnolls seemed to be a bit special. They were probably survivors of a battle. There were no gnoll cubs among them, and all of them were adults of the same kind. The half-elf ranger waited until Soren gradually approached before he came to the side of a large tree. He lightly jumped onto the tree trunk, and in a second or two, he was on the branch of the tree. The leaves made a slight rustling sound. Yas took out a longbow and a wolf-fang arrow from his back. A ranger's quiver was custom-made. There weren't many arrows in it, usually only 6 to 12. However, all of them were fixed so that they wouldn't fall out when moving. The location of the arrows was also fixed so that it was guaranteed that one would be able to reach out and grab the arrows in an instant. Backstab. Soren's figure appeared in the shadows, and in an instant, he jumped 3 to 5 meters and stabbed his curved sword into the back of a gnoll's heart. A one-hit kill, the curved sword directly pierced through the heart and came out from the front. Swoosh. An arrow flew out, and the gnolls in the gathering place who were alarmed rushed over. The gnolls at the front had just raised their bone crusher hammers when an arrow pierced through their chest. The arrow was almost completely buried in their bodies. Longbow shot, Soren twisted his body and slashed horizontally, forcing a gnoll to retreat and at the same time opening a wound on its arm. Swoosh. A second arrow was shot, and a bloody hole appeared in the thigh of a gnoll. The half-elf ranger put the longbow back on his back. His equipment was specially made, so he could change weapons very quickly. He jumped down from the big tree that was 4 or 5 meters tall. He knelt down on one knee to reduce the force of the fall. Then, he pulled out the boning knife from his waist and took a deep breath. His chest puffed up. Rangers were also melee professions. Yas inhaled a large amount of oxygen in an instant. His pupils slightly dilated, and from kneeling on one knee, he changed into a half-squat and sprinted forward like an arrow. His sudden burst of speed was even faster than the Olympic 100-meter sprint champion in Xianxia's previous life. Charge, the half-elf ranger's burst of momentum was mixed with inertia. He jumped over the simple wooden fence and slashed horizontally with his boning knife, cutting a gnoll in half at the waist. The two halves of the gnoll's corpse fell to the ground. He paused for a moment to catch his breath, then rushed into the battle and blocked a gnoll's sneak attack. These trash aren't worth my arrows. One arrow costs 5 kindler. The half-elf ranger laughed. He slashed open a gnoll's chest and kicked the gnoll's Adam's apple. At the same time, he explained to Soren why he didn't continue shooting. The arrows he used were of the highest quality. They were all custom-made and wouldn't deviate too much from the direction of the wind. The two figures crisscrossed through the gnolls and killed 6 gnolls and 3 aardwolves in just a minute or two. The other gnolls finally felt fear and began to flee. Soren pulled out his crossbow and fired, while the half-elf ranger grabbed a sharp wooden stick. He took a deep breath and threw it like a javelin at the gnolls that were running away. Screams of agony rang out. The gnolls that were running away were nailed to the ground. By the time he pulled out the wooden stick, Soren had already finished off the rest of the gnolls with his crossbow. The half-elf ranger picked up the wooden stick and swung it in a circle, then smashed it into the gnoll's head. A section of the wooden stick broke off, and white brain matter splattered everywhere. A piece of the gnoll's skull was even torn off. He turned around and smiled at Soren, then threw away the wooden stick and said, "Let's just clean up a little. These are just appetizers. The real meat is still on the ogres. They've been robbing a lot of caravans lately." It wasn't a difficult battle at all. The relationship between the two was undoubtedly much closer now. At the very least, they now had a better understanding of each other's strength. He was a Tier 3 ranger. The loot wasn't plentiful. Soren and the ranger split the loot, and each of them got about 30 kindlers worth of loot. And this was just the two of them working together. If it were a group of 5, they would only get about 10 kindlers worth of loot. Monsters in the wild didn't gather together, and it would take at least half a day to find a gnoll's gathering place. That was why grade 4 was the limit for adventuring in the wild. No matter how strong the adventurers were, they wouldn't choose to challenge monsters in the wild. Instead, they would go to the Underdark or directly enter the Abyss. After the battle, Soren got 1200 slaughter EXP. There weren't many gnolls in this group that had evolved, and each of them only gave about 200 slaughter EXP. The ranger in front of him killed half of them, and he killed the other half himself. Because the difficulty of the battle had decreased, Soren's skills didn't improve much. He only got 1 point in sneak, probably because he had just completed a fatal backstab. Backstab wasn't a casual stab. It had to be aimed at the heart, and at the same time, it had to be explosive. The moment backstab was used, it had to be done with all of one's strength. There was a saying, put 70% of your strength into a punch. The main reason was to save 30% of your strength to ensure that you could pull it back. Normally, a slash would use 70% of your strength, but in the explosive state, it would be 120% of your strength. If a normal warrior's unity of the waist and horse was 100% of their strength, then when using backstab and sword form, heavy hack, Soren would need to use all of his internal organs together to exert 120% of his strength. That was why he would take a deep breath before the explosive state. The other warriors would also take a deep breath before using chi slash. This breath was the source of the explosive state's power. It increased the amount of oxygen inhaled in an instant, and provided the foundation for the explosive state. High-grade melee professions all had their own unique skills. These skills weren't in the supernatural realm, but they weren't something normal people could master. It was a bit like training one's chi internally, and one's muscles, bones, and skin externally. Before the appearance of the monk profession, most high-grade warriors didn't learn how to meditate. Instead, they used meditation to train themselves. Of course, it wasn't to train their chi, but to refine their own potential. This was because under certain conditions, the reflexes could reach the millisecond level. Extreme relaxation, extreme tranquility, etc. 1 second was equivalent to 1000 milliseconds. After entering a specific state and reaching millisecond reaction time, even high-level melee professions would have no problem dodging bullets. The most representative classes were the warrior monk and the sword saint. These two classes had their own special training methods. Soren had seen a sword saint training before. Their innate ability to dodge attacks was much higher than other classes. A legendary sword saint could even use a straight blade to block a bullet from a high-speed machine gun, Battle of the Golem. Among the thieves, there was also an advanced class that could dodge bullets, which was the very rare Shadow Dancer. Their reflexes were simply beyond imagination. There were actually many such abilities. They belonged to the category of extraordinary abilities, but they were not supernatural abilities. There were some things that ordinary people in the real world could do. For example, suddenly waking up while sleeping. Although the person was still sleeping with their eyes closed, their consciousness was very clear. In this state, their perception of the outside world was strengthened by more than 10 times. Some slight sounds could even be heard. High-grade professionals would gradually develop these abilities through extremely difficult and extreme training. Otherwise, the ascetics would not be the strongest among the warrior monks. Soren had not reached the point where he needed such extreme training yet. However, the ranger's charge just now reminded him of a way to train his extraordinary ability. Extreme sprint. Most thieves liked to call this ability sprint. It was an ability that forced one's potential to burst forward. After training to a certain extent, one could even run on water. It was a very cool and powerful combat skill. The two continued their investigation and followed the tracks along the forest. The sounds of battle could be heard in the distance. It was the sound of the scouts fighting with the scattered monsters in the wilderness. The ogres and lizard men had not yet entered the border area of Whiterun. The real battle had yet to come. This was actually just an appetizer to let everyone practice their skills. When they encountered the most dangerous creatures in the wilderness later, they would not make mistakes due to unfamiliarity. Evening. The army had advanced to the edge of human activity. The scouts and adventurers in the vanguard had also spread out into the dense forest. Battles broke out from time to time. There were also some casualties on this side. One of them died at the hands of the ogres. He was smashed in the waist by a mace, his kidney was ruptured, and he died before the army's priests and apothecaries could treat him. Soren sat on a rock and ate some dry rations. They had completed their assigned mission ahead of time and had returned to the camp. It seems that Whiterun is planning to wipe out all the monsters in one go. The half-elf ranger leaped onto a 4-meter-high rock and handed a bag of liquor to Soren. He then said in a deep voice, "It's almost time for the cleanup period that happens once every 5 years. These nobles are really wishful thinking. I reckon they'll be able to deduct a lot of money from them." The army would regularly clean up the area around human settlements to prevent the sudden increase in the number of monsters in the wilderness. These monsters were like weeds that could grow in large numbers every year. Gnolls were born in a litter, and if they had enough food, they could expand into a large pack in 2 or 3 years. Although the other intelligent races were not as good, they grew faster than humans regardless of whether it was reproduction or reproduction. The fertility of humans was not as strong as they thought. Soren waved his hand and said, "I don't drink." The ranger didn't mind. He opened the bottle and took a sip. Someone encountered a troll up ahead. "I just heard that 3 of them died. The army has sent reinforcements." "Troll?" Soren paused for a moment. "The trolls are near the outskirts?" "Yeah." Yas frowned and stood up. He took out the arrows and wiped them one by one. True adventurers cherished their equipment very much. He even used one finger to hold an arrow to test if the 2 wolf-fang arrows he used today had broken the balance bar. He was a brilliant longbow archer, and there weren't many people like him among the half-elves. This is not a good sign. He used a boning knife to cut the arrow a little and then carefully put it back into the quiver. Those things are very annoying. They can't be killed. If we don't prepare in advance, we can't do anything about them. I hope we won't encounter a tribe migration this time. Have you heard of the Battle of Grey Hill in Autumnfall? Soren gently shook his head and said, "I don't know." Yas carefully wiped off the blood on the boning knife and said as if he was reminiscing, "It was a battle 5 years ago. The hill giants chased away the dark iron ogre tribe, and these fellows migrated to Autumnfall. Those small monsters were easier to deal with, but the tribes were much more difficult. A lot of people died at that time. More than half of the half-elven guards were killed. Although these human troops were well equipped, they were not much stronger than the half-elven guards. At that time, a total of 500 elite longbowmen were almost killed by those ogres. He lifted his clothes and revealed a scar on his stomach that looked like a ferocious centipede. He slowly said, "I was lucky not to die, but I was hit by a flying axe here. Half of my intestines were gone. Later, I retired. These years I've been wandering outside, and before my ability declined, I wanted to earn more money for my retirement." The half-elven ranger laughed. It seemed that he was not young anymore. The ability of melee professions declined very early, unlike wizards who lived longer and became more powerful. If they could not break through the realm of legends, sooner or later they would enter the decline period. Humans began to decline after the age of 40, and it would be good if they could retain half of their abilities after the age of 50. Although they were getting more and more experienced, their physical strength and condition were not as good as before. There were some thresholds that could not be crossed, and they would still be mortals. Mortals would be born, grow old, get sick, and die. Aging was inevitable. The decline period of half-elves would be delayed a lot. The ranger in front of Yars had such concerns, so he was probably more than 40 or 50 years old. Although half-elves could live for more than 100 years, they would not be as agile after 50 or 60 years old. Although they still looked young, their strength had begun to decline. At this time, rangers would turn to the study of divine spells. High-level rangers would often use low-level divine spells. No wonder he had so much experience. He must have been through a lot of battles. Soren was silent. Yar's action was very simple. He wanted to deepen the communication between them. They were both solo adventurers, and in this kind of battle, they needed someone they could trust to protect them. However, Soren did not want to talk about himself, especially to a stranger. He just reached out his hand and slowly said, "The battle will be left to the army. We should be fine as long as we are careful." Yar smiled and shook his hand. He then took a sip of liquor and said, "Although you look like a human, I feel that you are actually a half-elf. My intuition has always been accurate." The two did not communicate much, and they did not even trust each other. However, the goodwill they expressed meant that they both needed someone to protect them. This was enough for them. With someone protecting them on the battlefield, their chances of survival were undoubtedly much higher. Woo woo woo, the sound of a horn came from the army camp, and then a group of fully armed soldiers came back carrying the corpse of a troll. These troublesome things had amazing regenerative abilities. It was very difficult to kill them without using fire and strong acid. Their strength was higher than the ogres, and their constitution was above 20. Most of them had 25 constitution. Even if their limbs were cut off, their heads would grow back. It was very difficult to kill them without preparation. Seeing the troll's corpse, the adventurers' expressions became much more serious. Trolls had already appeared in the wilderness. How many monsters had migrated out this time? It seemed that opening up a path was not as easy as they thought. They could only hope that the army could suppress the monsters. After all, their equipment had reached the standard of dragon slaying. Soren even saw some heavy war machines. The third day. The army had officially entered the wilderness. The scouts that were sent out brought back a lot of information, and the scattered adventurers had also more or less obtained some loot. Previously, many caravans had been attacked and robbed, and their belongings had fallen into the hands of the wild creatures. After a few battles, they were seized as spoils of war. Soren killed a few enemies one after another, and he had accumulated 3,000 slaughter EXP. However, the two of them didn't get much Kindler EXP. "There's a village up ahead." Soren looked at the familiar path and said to the half-elf ranger beside him, "I passed by here a while ago and it was attacked by the lizard men. I don't know if they moved, but it should have become a gathering place for the lizard men. If they didn't move, then the people in the village would probably all be dead, right?" He gestured to Yas, and the two of them bent down and walked along the grass. There was a small river next to the village, and the lizard men liked to be close to water sources. When they could see the wooden fence of the village in the distance, the half-elf ranger took out a cylinder from his pocket and spun it a bit, then put it in front of him to observe. A monocular? Soren stopped and waited for the other party to see the results. It seems to have been occupied by the lizard men. Yas handed the monocular to Soren and said casually, "This is an alchemy gadget, 10 kindler each." Glass was a relatively common material, but pure glass was very troublesome to make. The monocular was an alchemy gadget. If it wasn't enchanted with magic runes, then it would be worth around 10 kindler each. If it was enchanted with some special effects, then the price could be as high as several hundred kindler each. Soren picked up the monocular and observed for a while. He easily saw the figures of the lizard men guards on the watchtower. The village had been destroyed a lot, and the lizard men had built many simple huts on top of the burned houses. "There's a lot of them." Soren put down the monocular and handed it back to Yas, then said in a deep voice, "The two of us probably won't be able to eat all of them. Let's go back and submit the information." The ranger nodded, put away the binoculars, and walked back. When adventuring in the wilderness, one had to have at least a 50% chance of success before taking action. A seasoned adventurer like him would not easily attempt a difficult challenge. After all, he only had one life. If he died or was crippled, it would be useless even if he won. If you walk too much at night, you'll definitely encounter ghosts. If you take too many risks, you'll get yourself killed sooner or later. They couldn't run their corpses here. If they lost an arm or a leg in battle, they would have to pay a high price to recover. The two of them quickly returned to the rear and handed in the information they had obtained. Soon, a burly man who looked like a military officer came in front of them. He wore a full body armor, held a steel shield in his hand, and was equipped with a refined longsword, leather gloves, steel wrist guards, and a crossbow. Behind him was a group of 50 Whiterun city guards. They were all equipped with iron-plated armor, iron shields, short swords, and light crossbows. Whiterun did not have many archers, but they had a lot of crossbowmen. Even the light infantry could be used as crossbowmen. Other than that, there was also a grey-robed sorcerer. He couldn't tell what his profession level was, but it should be at least rank 2. Captain of the 37th Whiterun City Guards, Hanks. The bearded sorcerer nodded at Soren and said in a deep voice, "My superiors sent me to deal with those lizard men. Due to the frequent battles, the armies of this world could not afford to let their guard down. Perhaps their discipline would deteriorate, and many of them would fall to the evil faction, but their combat power would not be reduced by much." Hanks was a man of action. After gathering his men, he immediately asked Soren to lead the way. Most of the regular soldiers were advanced class holders, and most of them were at least rank 3. Hanks was probably at rank 2, but not higher than rank 3. As a soldier in the army, his equipment was better than most adventurers. Although he did not have any rare-grade equipment, his armor was better than most low-grade rare-grade equipment. About an hour or two later, the group returned to the village. Hanks ordered his men to take a rest, then turned to Soren and asked, "Can we take out their sentries?" Soren and Yas nodded and moved in from the sides. The half-elf ranger took out his longbow and made a gesture to the right. Then, he quietly climbed up a tree. The longbow had a long range, so he would be the one to deal with the sentries. Soren, on the other hand, hid in the shadows and snuck along the bushes. He also took out his crossbow as he needed to deal with the 2 lizard men at the entrance. The army was still hiding in the forest hundreds of meters away. Everyone was waiting quietly. Sob. Sob, the half-elf ranger killed the guards near the alarm bell, while Soren killed the sentries near the gate with his crossbow. Advance. When he saw the lizard men on the arrow tower fall, Hanks immediately put on his helmet and wrapped himself up tightly. He said in a deep voice, "Wizard. Break the door." The wizard in the grey robe was obviously dissatisfied. He didn't like the way Hanks gave orders. However, he still quickly chanted an incantation, and a half-ton golem appeared out of thin air. The golem moved forward with heavy steps. The Whiterun guards behind it spread out, raised their iron shields in front of them, and began to jog forward. The group moved quickly. When they were 150 meters away from the gate, the Whiterun guards covered their upper bodies with shields that were 1 meter long and half a meter wide. At the same time, they took out their light crossbows. Sounds of panic could be heard in the village. The lizard men quickly noticed the enemy's attack, and some of their archers immediately climbed up the arrow tower. Boom! 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 More than 10 arrows were fired, but the Whiterun guards didn't slow down at all. Their shields effectively blocked the enemy's attacks. The golem, which wasn't small, didn't care about this level of damage at all. It walked at the front and smashed the gate with great force. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the wooden gate of the stronghold was breached by the golems in less than a minute. Battle formation. Hanks raised his steel shield and slowed down his footsteps. He shouted, "White horse tactics." The 50-man guards were divided into 10 small square formations. 3 infantry soldiers raised their shields and drew their short swords, and began to charge forward. The 2 soldiers at the back continued to reload their crossbows and shoot at the lizard men in front of them. Hanks raised his shield and charged forward with a loud roar. Even though he was fully armored, he still reached the speed of a 100-meter dash. He rushed into the village and sent a lizardman warrior flying with his sword. The wizard stayed behind and didn't seem to have any intention of joining the fight. Even the golems remained where they were. The Whiterun guards quickly took down the gate. After killing 3 lizard men in a row, Hanks retreated back into the infantry formation and shouted, "Reorganize the formation." The lizard men fell one after another. The Whiterun guards raised their shields and steadily advanced, maintaining a tight square formation. They didn't chase after the enemy even though they were panicking or retreating. The light infantry with shields covered the flanks. They blocked with their shields and stabbed with their short swords. The soldiers at the back continued to shoot with their crossbows. Occasionally, someone would be hit, but they would be quickly dragged to the back by their comrades. Hanks was also hit by a few arrows, but it didn't have any effect on his armor. He picked up his crossbow and fired back, then raised his shield to protect his head. After the initial panic, the lizardmen warriors had already gathered. The archers were much less effective against the lizardmen, who were equipped with iron scale armor and shields. The advanced lizardmen warriors at the back roared and charged forward. Defensive formation. Hanks raised his steel shield and roared, "Charge! Shield bash!" The Whiterun guards on all sides began to gather. The light infantry also lowered their crossbows and raised their shields. They began to advance in a horizontal formation. When the lizard men were only 30 meters away, everyone let out a roar and charged forward. These warriors used their shields to protect their front and directly rammed into the lizard men that were charging at them. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds reverberated in the air. The warriors covering the flanks began to shrink their formation. They formed a shield formation of 10 men, and while they blocked the lizardmen's attacks, they stabbed the enemy with their short swords. The lizardmen warriors fell like wheat being cut down. The damage from the short swords wasn't enough to kill them. Many of the lizardmen were stabbed or knocked down. The shield warriors at the front continued to advance slowly. The light infantry at the back began to finish off the enemies who were still alive. The 50-man phalanx of warriors was like a city wall, blocking wave after wave of lizardmen's counterattacks. There were already dozens of lizardmen corpses on the ground, but the 50-man square formation still stood firm. Although 3 or 4 of them were injured and had to retreat, the formation didn't panic at all. They didn't retreat because of the enemy's fierce attacks, nor did they chase after the enemy. Like a wall, they slowly pushed the lizard men in front of them into a corner of the village. Soren's figure circled around from the side. The half-elf ranger quickly joined him. He pulled out his boning knife and looked behind him. The Whiterun guards have been trained to use shields and short swords since the beginning. The lizardmen's attacks won't be able to break through their square formation. We'll circle around from the side and find a way to kill the lizardmen's leader. Ha! A loud shout came from behind. The 50-man square formation roared at the same time. Every 30 steps forward, they would stop. Even though they only had 1/3 of the lizardmen's numbers, they were able to force the lizardmen back. Anyone who tried to attack them was either killed directly or shot to death by crossbow bolts. After every attack, the shield formation didn't waver at all. Only a dozen or so lizardmen corpses were left on the ground. The number of archers was getting smaller and smaller. The light infantry, who were fully clad in scale armor and equipped with helmets and shields, could easily kill the lizardmen archers. Hand axes. Perhaps it was because of the pressure, a very strong lizardman warrior roared and led a dozen or so of his kind to charge from the side. They wanted to break through the infantry square formation from the side where the defense was slightly weaker. Hanks also roared and took out a small, delicate handaxe from his waist. It was less than 12 centimeters long. He spun it in his hand and threw it forward. Among the infantry square formation, there were also 20 or so well-trained warriors. They also took out handaxes from their backs and threw them forward. Bang bang bang, half of the lizardmen charging at them fell to the ground. The lizardman warrior at the front was hit by 5 throwing axes and died without even making a sound. The lizardman's morale finally collapsed. Some of the warriors had already begun to flee out of fear. It had been less than 15 minutes since the Whiterun guards had broken through the gates. The Whiterun guards had advanced 500 paces and killed more than 100 lizardmen. Less than 7 of them had been injured, and most of them had been shot by arrows. Not a single enemy managed to break through their formation. Some of the foolish lizardmen who jumped into the square formation were instantly killed before they could even touch the ground. This was simply a massacre, a merciless massacre of a mob by a regular army. The lizardmen were completely dumbfounded. They were like the human villagers who were ambushed in the beginning. The warriors in the village were slaughtered one by one, and the elderly, women, and children screamed in terror. There were also some lizardmen who had their bestial instincts stimulated as they charged forward, but they were killed by crossbows before they could even get close. The Whiterun guards were a well-trained army. Their levels might not be high, and they were no match for adventurers of the same level in a one-on-one fight, but once they formed a battle formation, their strength would increase exponentially. Conservatively speaking, there were at least 100 warriors who used shields and short swords to defend and counterattack. They pushed forward bit by bit along the village, while the light infantry behind them took care of the survivors. No matter if they were old, weak, women, or children, they were all killed mercilessly. Just like how the lizard men didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for the women and children when they first ambushed them, they might let the elderly and children go when they were fighting among their own kind. However, when it came to interracial warfare, there was no mercy. If the lizard men children weren't killed, they would grow up with hatred in their hearts. If the women and children weren't killed, they would give birth to more children. Conflicts between different races were a competition for survival space. Humans weren't as strong as they thought, and they still kept their primitive ways of dealing with other races. That was to kill as many of them as possible, until they didn't dare to approach human settlements, and until they remembered the consequences of their own kind's retaliation when they ambushed ordinary people. Otherwise, the villages outside Whiterun wouldn't be able to survive for long. From time to time, other monsters would try to take advantage of them. After all, humans were the most intelligent creatures in the world when it came to farming. Soren and Yas took a detour to the back of the village. To their surprise, they didn't see the leader of the lizard men. Soren suddenly thought of the droll he killed. Could it be that he was the leader of the lizard men? It was very likely because spellcasters had a very high status. If the depraved droll was the leader, then the lizard men probably hadn't chosen a new leader yet. Without a powerful spellcaster to suppress them, the lizard men would compete with each other among their own kind, and only then would the strongest and smartest of them inherit the position of leader. Here, Yas's search skill seemed to be very high. Although there was no leader for them to ambush, they still found the leader's house. Soren quietly followed behind them and slit the throat of one of the lizard men with his scimitar. They found a box in the room, filled with various coins of varying value, as well as some emeralds and jewels. These were the spoils of war that the lizard men obtained from attacking other creatures. They rarely had the means to spend these things, so they would often store them. Occasionally, some daring merchants would trade with them if they were not afraid of being swallowed whole. Yas opened the box and glanced inside. Then, he secretly gestured to Soren behind him and said in a low voice, "Half each." Soren nodded and took out the items. The two of them quickly split the loot and put the treasures into their own multidimensional bags. The battle was led by the Whiterun guards, so they didn't take everything. They only took the most valuable items and put in the less valuable ones. Adventurers were naturally greedy. They split the most valuable jewels with Kindler and kept some silver thalers for themselves, as well as some other random items. When the Whiterun guards cleaned up the battlefield, they would at most think that the lizard men were poor. Anyway, there were other places where they could find more valuable items. The two of them obtained quite a lot of good things. Although there were no rare items, each of them had about 300 to 500 Kindler coins. Perhaps it was because they had shared the loot together, but after taking the loot, they smiled at each other and felt closer to each other. They returned from the other side and pretended to hunt the lizard men, but they didn't join the main battle. Half of the White Horse Guards had mastered the defensive ability, Defend while attack, which was a high-level defensive skill that allowed them to block attacks with their shields and counterattack with their medium weapons at the same time. The White Horse Guards were able to use the defensive ability, Defend while attack, which was a high-level defensive and counterattack skill. If they mastered attack and defense, they could also use long weapons to counterattack. For example, Captain Hanks, who was fully armored. Soren killed the lizard men one by one. Ordinary lizard men didn't give much slaughter. EXP adults only gave about 100, and the elderly, women, and children didn't give more than 30. However, he didn't show any mercy. These lizard men had slaughtered human women and children in front of him. How could he show mercy to these monsters now? In just a short while, more than 10 lizard men had died at his hands. The battle at the front was about to end. Some of the lizard men surrendered out of despair, but the Whiterun guards had no intention of taking them as captives. They simply pierced their hearts with their short swords. In some places near the sea, such captives would be needed as part of the gladiator arena. However, Whiterun didn't have such a tradition. Instead, it was more common to kill foreign captives. Whiterun was considered an ancient human city. It was able to survive for so long under the influence of various races, and many important traditions had been preserved. It took less than half an hour to defeat the lizard men, but it took a lot of time to clean up the battlefield. Although most of the lizard men were killed, many of them managed to escape. There were more than 200 lizard men corpses on the ground, and about 1/3 of them had escaped from the village. After such a painful lesson, they wouldn't be able to recover for at least 3 to 5 years. Even if they attacked again in the future, it would only be small-scale attacks. Captain! A Whiterun guard kicked open the door and shouted, "There's a barn here." Hanks pulled out his bloodstained sword and walked over to take a look. It should be the human village that was attacked recently. These guys moved into the wilderness to avoid paying taxes, but they lost their lives here. How stupid. Obviously, he already believed that the original villagers had been slaughtered by the lizard men, and that they were already in their stomachs. There was still a lot of food in the barn, and if they had moved earlier, they wouldn't have left so much food behind. It seemed that after Soren left, the villagers either moved in a hurry or were killed by the lizard men. Hanks felt that the first possibility was more likely. After being attacked, they probably didn't stay any longer. Maybe they left in a hurry and couldn't take everything with them. If that was the case, the lizard men launched a second attack before they left. That night, the lizard men were scared away by spells, and most of their strength was still intact. Hanks could tell from the corpses on the ground that there were at least 100 or 200 lizard men who could still fight. There were still sounds of fighting coming from all directions. The Whiterun guards split up into groups of 3 to clean up the battlefield. Their tradition was to leave one person behind to cover them. It was unknown when the wizard had put away the golems. These alchemy golems consumed a lot of energy, and they were rarely used as a regular fighting force outside of the wizard tower. If moving an army would burn money, then moving a golem would burn gems. Their operating principle was the alchemy of equivalent exchange. Due to the loss of certain advanced magical energy techniques, the golems were in a static state most of the time. The soldiers found spoils of war from all over the place. According to the unspoken rules of the army, they would keep half of the spoils, and the other half would be given to them as a reward after the battle. Hanks divided the spoils of war among Soren, Yas, and the grey-robed wizard. The 3 of them didn't refuse and naturally accepted the spoils. After that, they distributed the spoils. Every warrior got a decent amount of loot, and these were their spoils of war. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. The battle is over. Your skills have improved during the battle. You have learned some skills from other people's battles. Block +5, parry +1. You have a slight understanding of the combat ability, defend and attack. He actually got a notification about the combat ability. Soren was quite surprised. Defend and attack was a relatively basic defensive ability, but it shouldn't be that easy to get a notification about it. Could it be because of his encyclopedic knowledge? Soren tried to recall and realized that he really did remember the defensive counterattack skills of those warriors. Defend, attack, was a relatively basic ability that could be trained through conventional means. Its function was to defend and counterattack. Using the moment of parrying and blocking, it could shift the opponent's attack in a similar way, and then launch a counterattack at the same time. This ability had a prerequisite of parry and block. If one didn't have more than 100 points in parry and block, they wouldn't be able to train it even if they got the notification. This was because even if one remembered the combat skill, they wouldn't be able to learn it if they didn't have the corresponding parry ability. A similar ability was dual-wielding defense. This ability had a higher requirement of parry and required more than 150 points in parry. I don't have time to train parry now. I'll have to find another opportunity in the future. Soren looked at the others and nodded at Yas, who wasn't far away. The two of them began to return as if nothing had happened. They should be able to get close to the ogre's territory by tomorrow. The battle on the plains was the key. Only by driving away the ogres could the trade route to Whiterun be reopened. A direct battle. These adventurers also had to provide cover for the army. There was an unspoken rule in nature. That was, if you wanted to gain ownership of a certain territory, you had to defend it from the attacks of other races. Only then would other races recognize your ownership of the land. Otherwise, they could attack you again at any time. In other words, if the ogres wanted other races to recognize their ownership of the new territory, they had to fight off the attack of humans and use blood and death to stabilize their rule of the land. Otherwise, the battle for the territory would last for a long time. There were many unclaimed lands in the wilderness. If it was a small group wandering, no one would care. However, once a large group migrated, the original balance would be destroyed. Humans would not allow large groups of ogres near the road unless they were scared and took the initiative to avoid the territory, clear the monsters in other areas, and open another road. Most of the roads between the cities were not populated because the large groups that originally occupied the roads were all cleared by humans generation after generation. This was how the bloody trade roads were opened in the wilderness. Wild creatures would remember a lesson. Even if there was a migration, they would avoid the roads. The ogres occupying this place was a challenge. They had to declare their ownership of the land to other races. There was nothing more powerful than defeating humans. After all, this was the wilderness, not a well-cultivated field. If the humans failed once, they would not endlessly throw themselves into the battle to expel them. This was because there was no benefit for them to fight. At most, they would set up a defense line at the border. If it was a land that had been cultivated for generations, then the battle would become endless. The determination of humans to protect and cultivate the land was stronger than any other race. This happened many times. Autumnfall was built by the half-elves to expel the ogres. They fought for hundreds of years to protect this land, dealing with the attacks of the ogres, orcs, and mountain dwarves. Until all the nearby races could not do anything to them, they forced the other races to recognize the half-elves' rule of hundreds of kilometers around Autumnfall. Only when the other races don't dare to provoke you will you truly own this piece of land. Only then can you declare your ownership to the other races. Otherwise, they would only laugh at you mercilessly and attack your territory when you were weak or not paying attention. The humans who lived in the wilderness, although they built villages, could only be said to be living in the wilderness. They couldn't be said to be the owners of the land in the wilderness. It was impossible to carve out a territory in this world without using blood to pave the way. Soren saw the ogre tribe's flag the next afternoon. Actually, it shouldn't be called a battle flag. It was just something built with a circle of stones. In the middle was a wooden pole with the skeleton of a humanoid creature stuck on it. This is a sign. This meant that this was the territory of the ogres from the very beginning. They had the right to hunt in this territory, and any other race that entered would be considered invading their territory. It was as if he had seen a huge stone sign before entering Whiterun's territory. The sign was engraved with the words Whiterun and the emblem of a warhorse. Looks like it really is an ogre tribe. Yas's expression was very solemn. Only the ethnic groups that formed tribes would enclose their land and use some signs to prove their ownership of the land. It was like a declaration of war to other races. You had to either fight them off, or you had to acknowledge their rule. From now on, this land belongs to them. If you enter their territory, they have the right to punish you. In other words, as far as the ogres were concerned, all human caravans that passed through their territory were food delivered to their doorstep. This was because this was their territory. It was the same for dragons before they built their lairs. They would leave their scent in their territory, and other creatures would not dare to approach them. Cut it down. A man who was obviously a Whiterun officer shouted. Although Whiterun did not have the strength to expand into the wilderness, they could not accept the ogre's behavior. It would not have mattered if it was anywhere else, but this close to Whiterun was tantamount to touching their reverse scale. Conquering the wilderness was not a matter of strength. It also required land for cultivation and warriors who could protect the civilians. Otherwise, if you recklessly expanded your territory, the population would decrease due to various reasons. It took Whiterun hundreds of years to expand its territory from tens of kilometers to hundreds of kilometers. Even so, there were still monster attacks at the borders of Whiterun. Gnolls and other creatures were still active in the forests, mountains, lakes, and other areas of the territory, and they would occasionally attack the established villages. As long as there was no land for cultivation, the creatures in the wilderness would always reproduce. If you killed this group, new ones would be born. If you drove away this group, other creatures would migrate. It took at least 20 years for humans to train a qualified warrior. Ordinary civilians had no advantage against monsters. Bang, the heavy flagpole fell to the ground, and the Whiterun army continued to advance. Since the ogre tribe had encroached on this land, it was inevitable that they would build a large-scale settlement. In other words, a fortress. Ogre tribes were different from wandering ogres. There were at least a few hundred of them. Although they didn't seem like a lot, they were all first-rate warriors. Ogre tribes also had their own heritage. They knew how to forge weapons, make leather armor, tame wild animals, and capture slaves on a large scale. Ogres would capture large numbers of kobolds and goblins as their slaves, and at the same time, mine, forge, serve, and store food for them. A tribe of 500 ogres had to occupy at least 50 kilometers of land to ensure that there was enough food. This was because their staple food was meat. The adventurers and army scouts spread out. Large-scale ogres would not wander around, and they would definitely build a settlement. It was best to deal with them before they were completed. Otherwise, Whiterun would have to face a siege. The adventurers' expressions became much more serious. The original two-man team expanded to 5 people. Soren worked with 3 other adventurers to form a 5-man team to explore the plains. Ogres were dangerous creatures. Their skin was as tough as ordinary leather armor, and they had a thick layer of fat on their bodies. Even crossbows could not hurt their internal organs. They could not fight the ogres head-on. The best way to deal with them was to drag them around and exhaust their stamina before finding an opportunity to kill them. The deeper they went, the more traces there were of ogres. When Soren and the others saw the traces of ogres, their expressions stiffened. There was a camp built halfway up the mountain, and it was already half completed. Tall ogres could be seen cutting down logs at the foot of the mountain. The strong ogre warriors carried hundreds of pounds of logs up the mountain, and with the cooperation of the other ogres, they nailed the logs into the ground. The ogres were literally cutting down the mountain. Groups of kobold slaves were cleaning up the rocks under their whips. There were also traces of furnaces in the distance. The kobolds were forging weapons for the ogres. Ogres did not need exquisite equipment. They only needed iron weapons, and they would become a terrifying threat. Look. Yas took out a telescope and said with an ugly expression, "Look at the ogre warriors on guard over there." Soren looked over, and his expression turned ugly as well. He saw an ogre warrior wearing full body armor, holding a 200-pound spiked club in his hand. There was heavy armor on his shoulders and chest, but it was not the kind of armor made by humans. It looked more like something forged by third-rate blacksmiths. Just the shoulder armor alone weighed 20 to 30 pounds. Normal humans would not be able to wear it, but it was nothing to the ogres. This is definitely the work of a 2-headed ogre wizard. Soren put down the telescope and said in a low voice, "Normal ogres don't have that much intelligence. It's good enough that they didn't eat the captives." Only ogres that have become wizards know how to tame and rule. The settlement was more than half completed. With the ogres as labor, the construction was done very quickly. Although the settlement looked a little crude, it was built with thick logs. It was very sturdy, and it was filled with a primitive and rough aura. There were wooden poles on the mountain walls, and corpses of goblins, kobolds, lizard men, and gnolls were stuck on them. Soren could almost see most of the intelligent creatures in the wilderness. They were captured as slaves in the village and worked hard under the cruel rule. If they were even a little slower, the ogres would laugh and wave their leather whips. Most of the time, the ogres would tear open their skin and take away half of their lives. After that, they would be thrown into huge cages by other ogres. The cages were filled with food. There was also a giant cage near the edge of the settlement, and it seemed like something was locked inside. There were a lot of ogres. There were 400 to 500 of them in front of him, and a conservative estimate of 800 ogres. This was a large tribe of ogres that had been around for hundreds of years. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many ogres. Ogres were an extremely xenophobic race. If it wasn't for the ogres that were born in the tribe, any ogres in the wasteland would become their food. Some ogres from different tribes were enemies, and they would often kill each other when they met. Retreat. Soren and the other adventurers looked at each other and retreated at the same time. Facing so many ogres was no joke. If the 5 of them were discovered, they wouldn't be able to escape. Ogres were very fast on the plains, not to mention that many ogres and tribes could activate bloodthirsty berserk. Although the ogres would enter a weakened state after going berserk, they would still be able to kill all the adventurers while they were still in berserk mode. I'm afraid this will be a tough battle. The half-elf ranger looked at the other adventurers and said in a low voice, "It won't be easy to expel these ogres, and with a 2-headed ogre wizard, the chances of success will be even lower." Another adventurer who looked like a warrior and a swordsman nodded and said seriously, "We can only rely on Wyvern's strength now. After all, it's impossible for them to not send out high-grade professions for a mission like this. If a high-grade wizard is involved, it's not impossible to expel these ogres." Advanced professions were Tier 1, Tier 2 after level 5, and Tier 3 after level 10. Usually, high-grade professions were those with a profession level of 15 and above. There weren't many of them in any place, and in a city, they were at least high-grade military officers. Most of the adventurers who came out this time were between Grade 2 and Grade 3. Those with a profession level of 15 and above rarely went out adventuring, and even if they did, they wouldn't do it in the wilderness because they had more choices. If they wanted to, they could easily enter the ruling class, become the leader of one of the few gangs in the city, or join some organizations and become a high-grade manager. Whether it was power or wealth, they were much better than ordinary adventuring. Soren didn't say anything. He thought that whether they succeeded or failed, the most important thing was to protect himself. Earning more slaughter EXP while ensuring his own safety was the way to go. After all, swords had no eyes on the battlefield, and he definitely wouldn't participate in the battle this time. This kind of battle depended on the strength of Wyvern's army. It seemed that Wyvern's previous failures had paid off. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought out the golems. The other adventurers brought back the news one step ahead of them. There was no lack of experts among them, so it was not strange for them to return earlier than them. The Whiterun army was separated from the adventurers, and the person in charge of this operation had yet to show up. Many adventurers were dissatisfied with this. After all, this was a war. Whether it was the generals of Whiterun or the nobles of the parliament, at the very least, the adventurers would have a better idea of their strength. Without the intervention of high-grade professions, the casualties in such a battle would be astonishing. Some adventurers had already begun to prepare for retreat. After all, no one would throw away their life for a few dozen kindlers' rewards. Wyvern's army continued to advance. Because of the intelligence they gathered, engineers had already begun to build war machines. Magic statues appeared in front of everyone's eyes one after another, and the sorcerers led their apprentices to adjust and recharge the magic power. Most of them were stone golems, and some of them were iron golems. The crafting of golems was widely spread among wizards, and it required a high level of alchemy. Normally, only Grade 3 wizards could craft them. These golems were very cumbersome and consumed a lot of energy, so they were rarely carried around by guards. They were only used on battlefields or guarding wizard towers. It was difficult for an army of 2,000 people to hide from the ogres. This was especially true in the plains. When Soren discovered the ogre fortress, the enslaved gnolls had already discovered the army's tracks. Ogre fortress. A two-headed ogre mage let out a muffled roar and bellowed, "Prepare for battle. You fools. All of you, pick up your weapons and lock the captives in the cages." The ogre looked behind it and saw a gnoll scout kneeling at its feet. "Very well. My slave. I grant you freedom. Continue to serve me, and I will help you become the new leader of the gnolls. I will grant you a piece of land in my territory and let you build your own tribe." The ogres had many vassals, and they knew how to enslave most of the creatures in the wilderness. One by one, the strong ogres gathered together. It was hard to tell the gender of the ogres, but they all looked the same. They could eat meat from birth and didn't need to be breastfed. Ogre cubs could weigh up to 30 pounds. Children that were not strong enough would be abandoned, or even killed and eaten directly. These creatures looked stupid, but they had powerful battle instincts. Most of the ogres only had 6 points of intelligence, and even wolves couldn't compare to them. From time to time, wizards and sorcerers with amazing intelligence would be born. Thick spiked maces were distributed to the ogres, and the enslaved goblins were busy helping them put on armor. These were all inferior products that were made in a hurry. Some kobolds had 50 points of smithing ability, and the ogre tribes had inherited the craftsmanship of weapons and armor. These equipment were heavy and cumbersome. Most of them were individual parts, such as spiked pauldrons, heavy gauntlets, and cast breastplates. The ogres couldn't make complete armor with their craftsmanship, so they were simply cast from molten iron. They relied on their weight in exchange for strong defense. "Gather the bone shatterer hunters." The two-headed ogre wizard roared, and the ogres gathered into a simple formation. They were completely different from the messy ogre tribes, and they had received strict training. Crack. The sound of a whip rang out. An ogre wearing full body armor and wielding a heavy battle axe walked out. It used a leather whip to whip the other ogres. The leather whip that would take away half of a gnoll's life only left a red mark on the ogres' bodies. The strong ogre warlord roared, "Idiots! Gather! Warriors of the Bone Shatterer tribe, come and take your weapons." Heavy battle axes, spiked armor, leather armor sewn from the skins of humanoids and beasts, and iron spears that were 2 meters long were all distributed to the ogre warriors. These ogres that looked even bigger had white ash smeared across their faces. Some even had horns on their foreheads that were only 10 centimeters long. They also had strange tattoos on their bodies. This was some kind of ancient ritual. Shamans used daggers to cut open their arms, smeared some medicine on them, and fed them a special potion. After this ritual, the ogres would become even stronger. Their skin would become as tough as cowhide, and they could also activate some kind of innate ability to enter a frenzied state of bloodlust. Iron weapons, iron armor, throwing spears, and heavy flying axes. About 1 to 200 ogres were armed. Some of the ogres wielding whips opened the cages and chased out some wild boars that weighed half a ton and had sharp spikes on their backs. These were ironback wild boars that lived in the depths of the wilderness. They were one of the few animals that the ogres knew how to tame. Ogres did not know how to grow their own food. They only knew how to tame and feed some special beasts. In times of war, these beasts were also part of their strength. They knew how to drive captives and wild beasts to attack the enemy and deplete their strength first. The plains had a wide field of vision. Not to mention, the ogre fortress was built halfway up the mountain. They could see Wyvern's army moving from afar. The two-headed ogre warlord led the army to the foot of the mountain. Ogres rarely relied on fortresses for defense. This was because once a battle started, the ogres would rush out on their own and kill everything in sight. Ogres with whips were driving the gnolls away from the rear. Inferior food like goblins and kobolds were not even qualified to be their cannon fodder. Dong. Dong, dong. Dull war drums sounded. An ogre that seemed to have advanced into a shaman beat a war drum made of mammoth skin and roared at the sky. "Humans!" The two-headed ogre's voice boomed like thunder. It cast a spell on itself and stood at the front of the ogre army. "The one standing before you is the demigod Hygel, the astral traveler, the descendant of Grondo the dragon slayer. The two-headed ogre roared at the approaching Whiterun guards. The leader of the two-headed ogres, Grisato, this land shall become the territory of the Bone Shatterer tribe. Tell your leader to come out and talk to me. The Whiterun guards were slightly disturbed. The ogres were far more intelligent than they had imagined. They could even speak in the common tongue. Formation! A fierce female voice rang out. Then, a vigorous figure walked out. She was wearing an exquisite leather armor with runes inscribed on it. She held a battle spear in her hand. Her long black hair was tied up with a ribbon. There was a scar on her heroic face. This was not the most eye-catching thing. What surprised the adventurers more than the fact that the Whiterun commander was a woman was that she only had one breast. The right breast had obviously been cut off. A breast-cutting ceremony, the adventurers were a little restless. From time to time, someone would exclaim in a low voice, a female warrior from the tropical forest. Why would Whiterun let that group of women lead the army? The heroic female warrior walked to the front. She rotated her war spear and stabbed it into the ground. A lightning arc jumped on her hand and weapon. She stood at the front of the army, holding the war spear tightly in her hands. She looked like a Valkyrie from the age of mythology, and the adventurers who were harassing her at first quickly cheered up. A legendary? A storm lord? Soren's pupils shrank slightly. The other adventurers were also shocked. Standing in front of them was a legendary class. She was a storm lord, a priest, a warrior, a droll, and a barbarian who believed in the god of storms. P.S. Thanks to Moneymaker for the tip. This will be published on December 1st. Tips on that day will give monthly votes. When the time comes, a leader will appear, and Futu will start to update. A legendary storm lord. This was Soren's first time seeing a legendary class holder in this world. Although the owner of the caravan was very powerful, she was only a high-grade wizard, and there was still a long way to go. The woman in front of him was a female warrior who lived near the tropical jungles. They generally believed in the god of storms. They were warlike, cruel, and bloodthirsty. They despised men and saw them as tools for mating, and reproduction. Some people called them Amazons. The Amazons were not only humans, but also all intelligent races that lived near the tropical forests. It was a place very similar to the Underdark. In the underground world, the female drows ruled the community with cruel means. In the tropical rainforest area, humans, centaurs, naga sirens, and so on also ruled the community with cruel means. They maintained the tradition of females being the core of their tribes. They were responsible for fighting, killing, and protecting their territory. Any males were treated as vassals. Because of the dangers in the area, the intelligent races there were very aggressive. Their population was less than 1/100th of the South's, but their combat power was much stronger. If it weren't for the fact that they were divided into countless tribes, it would be very easy for them to conquer the tropical forests and the coastal areas. The adventure level of that area was 12, which was only a little lower than the Underdark. Ogre. The female warrior held a battle spear in her hand. Her voice was cold and filled with anger, like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time. Take your tribe and leave this place. Or else. I'll kill you all. The two-headed ogre had no fear in its eyes, even if the opponent was a legendary storm lord. It took out a heavy battle flag and inserted it into the ground. The flagpole was at least a few 100 pounds, and there was a strange skull pattern on it. However, the ogre didn't seem to care about its weight at all, and it inserted its hand into the ground by a few centimeters. As the distance closed, the ogre warriors gathered in front of the others. Normal ogres were about 2.4 meters tall and weighed more than 500 pounds. Their bodies were covered with fat, but they weren't bloated. Instead, their muscles were covered with a layer of fat. Their stomachs were especially fat, but the outline of their abdominal muscles could still be seen. The two-headed ogre was over 3 meters tall and looked like a small giant. The one that spoke was the left head, while the right head was silent. Its face was smeared with dark blue paint that extended from its forehead to its chest. There were runes that looked like tattoos on its thick arms, and it was wearing an animal skin cloak. Human. The two-headed ogre raised the battle flag, and the roars of other ogres echoed behind it, as if they were on drugs. It clearly didn't cast any spells, but the eyes of the other ogres were bloodshot, and the veins on their bodies bulged as they waved their weapons and roared. The dull sounds of the war drums became louder and louder. The ogres stared at the war flag in front of them with great excitement, as though they would go berserk at any moment. The two-headed ogre looked at the Whiterun army in front of him and roared, "The flag of the bone-shattering tribe has been planted on this land, and I'm not going to let you get away with this. Let the battle tell us who has the right to decide the ownership of this land." Thud. Thud, these wild beasts, which weighed close to half a ton, ran with frightening momentum. They were almost the size of a rhinoceros, and their diet included rocks and minerals. The gnolls and lizardmen slaves were driven forward, and the ogre warriors behind them waved their maces and followed closely behind. Formation. Heavy crossbowman. The one who gave the order was a fully armored warrior. His whole body was covered in armor, and his head was covered by a steel mask. Only his powerful voice could be heard. Following his order, the Whiterun guards began to disperse. Rows of heavy infantrymen dressed in chainmail and half-body armor walked out of the encampment. Steel shields hung on their backs and longswords hung on their waists. They took out heavy crossbows from their backs and quickly reloaded them. 30 people lined up in a row, separated by about 5 meters. 5 rows intersected with a depth of 3 meters, forming a defensive line. The heavy crossbows required ordinary people to step on them to reload, but the heavy infantrymen easily loaded them with their hands. They then aimed the crossbows, but did not pull the trigger. They were waiting for the commander's order. Formation. Crossbowmen. The ogres drove the ironback boars and captives toward the Whiterun army. The Whiterun army's commander did not panic. Following his order, the light infantrymen at the back spread out on both sides and aimed their crossbows at the enemy. 3rd Night Squad, get ready. The heavy armored cavalrymen who were fully clad in night plate armor gathered together. They put down their night masks and used their hands to calm the warhorses under them. Then, they raised their 4-meter-long night spears and formed a standard formation of 10 people in a row with a 3-meter gap. These infantrymen were all at least grade 2 warriors, and some of them had even reached grade 3. They were the best of the best in the Whiterun army. Wizards, get ready. More than 30 golems gathered together and approached from the flanks with heavy footsteps. The whole formation formed a concave shape that looked like a pocket. The adventurers were in charge of covering the flanks. The wizards had already started casting spells to buff themselves with mage armor and shield. It was not yet time for them to make a move, and the enemies in front of them were just trash that had been driven to their deaths. Battle Hymn of Courage. Blessing. A high-spirited war song rang out, and a white-robed chanter appeared. This was the advanced class of the bards, which required the chanter to also be a priest. As his song echoed, everyone seemed to have their blood boiling. Streaks of white light appeared, and the priests began to bless the soldiers with the blessings of the gods. This would allow them to temporarily forget their fear, and even reduce their sense of pain. More than a dozen ballistae were pushed out, and the thick bolts were aimed at the enemies in front of them. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. When the distance between the two sides was less than 300 meters, the commander swung his sword and roared, "Fire!" Swoosh! Swoosh! The ballista instantly pierced through an ironback wild boar, creating a bloody hole in its body. The heavy infantry in the front pulled the trigger, and the heavy bolts in their hands flew out. The lizardmen and gnolls in front of them immediately fell to the ground. They calmly reloaded the bolts, and after the 3rd round of attacks, they put down the heavy ballistae, drew their swords and raised their shields. They reduced the distance to 3 meters and began to wait in formation. The light infantry in the rear continued to fire rapidly, and the captives driven by the ogres fell one after another. They were all dead before they could even reach 100 meters. However, the thick-skinned ironback boars were still lucky enough to survive. Even though their bodies were full of bolts, they still charged forward in a frenzy. The heavy infantrymen within 50 meters of the ironback boars began to spread out and widen the distance to 5 meters. When the ironback boars charged at them, the heavy infantrymen suddenly dodged to the side and stabbed their long swords at the ironback boars' necks. Blood splattered everywhere. These heavy infantry who were grade 2 and above ignored the ironback boars and once again formed a loose formation of about 5 meters. They held their shields and swords tightly in their hands and faced the ogres in a three-line battle formation. Supports. Kill those ironback boars. The adventurers began to attack the ironback boars that had broken through the first line of defense. These stupid beasts only knew how to move in a straight line. After the heavy infantry in the first line of defense dodged, they immediately charged back, ready to attack the light infantry in the rear. The adventurers covering the flanks had already begun to shoot. These beasts were not small in size. The second line of defense was 30 meters away, which was enough for the archers to fire a round of shots. Soren also took out his crossbow and shot a ironback boar in the head, directly receiving 500 slaughter exp. Golems, advance. The huge golems moved forward with heavy steps, facing the ogres that were charging at them from behind. After closing the distance to 70 or 80 meters, the charging ogre warriors pulled out their iron spears and threw them directly at the heavy infantry in front of them. Get out of the way! The commander roared. Protect against long-range weapons. Dozens of iron spears hit the energy field, but they instantly broke through the energy shield. 7 or 8 heavy infantry who couldn't dodge in time were hit. 5 of them died on the spot, and 3 of them were knocked down by the power of the spears. They quickly staggered back up. They were equipped with steel shields, so even if they were hit by iron spears, as long as they blocked the spears with their shields, it wouldn't be fatal. However, it was obviously inconvenient for them to fight. The ogres with hundreds of pounds of heavy weapons rushed over, and the distance between them was now only 50 meters. They roared as their skin turned red, and they swung their maces fiercely. Grease. Web. Haste. Strength. Stone to mud. The wizards and priests began to cast spells one after another, but they were not offensive spells. Instead, they continuously cast control spells. At the same time, they cast strength and haste on the heavy infantry in front of them. The duration of these spells was very short, and they were all calculated in minutes. A grade 3 wizard could only buff them for 10 minutes or so. Grease and Web were very ineffective against the ogres. The ogres took one step at a time, and Grease could only slightly cause them to slip, while Web was directly broken through by the ogres. It didn't slow down their charging speed at all. As the distance between them narrowed to about 30 meters, the ogres roared and began to speed up instantly. They suddenly reached the effective sprint, and they violently swung their maces at the enemy in front of them. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy infantry in the first row took a step back and steadily blocked the ogre's attacks. Strength, level 2 spell, temporarily increases the target's strength by 4 points, up to a maximum of 25 points. Duration is spell power x 1 minute. Wyvern's battle formation was a bit similar to the semi-loose formation of the Romans, with 3 to 5 lines of defense spaced at a certain distance from each other, unlike the tight formation of the Greeks. Their weapons were mainly short swords and long swords, paired with crossbows and shields. They basically didn't use long weapons such as spears. Ogres had a creature level of 5, and they were naturally grade 2 intelligent creatures. If they succeeded in evolving, their strength would be a combination of their creature level and their class level. Although the ogres were only grade 2 or grade 3 warriors, and their techniques were far inferior to humans, their overall strength was still higher than the Whiterun army. The ogres' innate strength allowed them to rampage as soon as they entered the front line. The heavy infantrymen who had been buffed with strength and brute strength were barely able to stop the ogres, but the same could not be said for the rest of the Whiterun army. The first line of defense was in a state of chaos. The ogres at the front line fell one after another. In just a few breaths, 30 of them had been killed by crossbow bolts. However, the Whiterun army also suffered heavy casualties. Most of the light infantrymen who were unlucky enough to be hit by the spiked clubs were killed on the spot, and the lucky ones had their limbs broken. There was a limit to how many spells the wizards could cast. Most of them were concentrated on the stronger heavy infantrymen, and the light infantrymen could not stop the ogre's charge at all. Steady! Steady! The commander in full plate armor roared. He pointed his sword forward and shouted, "Whiterun Elite Legion, attack!" Heavy footsteps were heard. The second line of heavy infantrymen began to advance. They were all wearing full plate armor, but they did not use shields. They were armed with a variety of weapons. Some used two-handed swords, some used long swords, and some used special weapons such as flails, spiked hammers, and giant scythes. They were all grade 3 warriors with a profession level of 10 and above. They did not need any spell buffs. They roared and charged at the ogres in front of them. Clang! 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 The heavy infantrymen easily blocked the ogres' attacks and fought them head-on without fear. Their armored figures were as agile as ever, dodging the ogres' ferocious attacks while looking for a chance to hit the ogres' weak points. 10 profession levels meant 5 free attribute points, so they were not much weaker than the ogres. The only downside was that there were only 70 or 80 of them. However, as they joined the battle, the first line of defense was quickly stabilized. Fatal attack? Soren continued to fire with his crossbow. He took some time to look at the battlefield. There were 3 to 5 people who were very conspicuous on the battlefield. Wherever they went, the ground was littered with ogre corpses. In just a few minutes, more than 10 ogres had fallen under their swords. These were the only class 3 warriors who weren't wearing armor. Their movements were abnormally nimble, and the straight blades in their hands cut through the ogre's vitals in an instant. Tier 3 Sword Saint, as an advanced profession that was extremely violent and even more dangerous than berserkers, these Sword Saint humans were simply killing machines. 5 or 6 heavy infantrymen guarded the sacred swordsman's left and right sides. When they attacked together, they blocked the enemies from the sides and behind them. Sword Saints were very weak, they didn't even have a single piece of leather armor on them. As long as they were hit by the enemy, they would die on the spot. Soren shot an ogre in the eye. The crossbow bolt pierced through the front and killed the enemy in an instant. Ogres gave a lot of slaughter EXP. This was just an ordinary ogre warrior, but he already received 800 points of slaughter express. If it was an advanced ogre warrior, the amount of slaughter EXP he received would be comparable to the snake demon from the abyss. Lightning Spear. An ogre warlord in full armor seemed to have discovered these dangerous enemies. It roared and threw an iron spear in the direction of the sacred swordsman. The ogre warriors rushed up from behind. They roared and threw their iron spears at the enemy. The iron spears pierced through the air with a sharp whistle, killing 5 warriors on the spot. One of them couldn't dodge in time and had his leg pierced by the spear. Before the others could help, the ogre warlord pounced over with a sinister smile and swung his heavy mace down. Like a watermelon, the sacred swordsman's head instantly shattered. Powerful, but also weak. A sacred swordsman who had almost completely given up on armor would easily become the focus of the enemy in a large-scale battle like this. They were simply too conspicuous. The ogre warlord had 3 iron spears in total. After 2 rounds of overdraft, most of their ammunition had been used up. As the distance between them and the ogre warlord got closer, it roared and led a group of warriors with strange paint to charge at the wizards in the rear. These weak spellcasters were just as dangerous. The iron spears they threw had a range of almost 100 meters. As long as they could break through the first line of defense, they could attack the wizards in the rear. Mage armor couldn't block these heavy weapons. As long as one of the iron spears hit them, it would break their mage armor and shield. These ogres were monsters that didn't play by the rules. Some of the ogres on the front line couldn't break through, so they gave up on the enemies in front of them and charged at the adventurers on the flanks. Curses could be heard everywhere. Many of the adventurers had no choice but to draw their weapons and block the ogres. After activating bloodthirsty rage, the ogres had completely lost their minds. Apart from not attacking their own kind, anyone else could become their target. As they fought, the ogres lost their sense of direction and rampaged through the crowd for a while. Some of them pounced on the light infantry, while others pounced on the adventurers. Boom, it was like a muffled thunder. The legendary Storm Lord finally couldn't take it anymore. She took out a short spear and threw it out. A flash of lightning appeared on it and instantly nailed an ogre warrior to death. A fierce figure flew out, completely beyond the range of a normal human. The Storm Lord's spear flashed with lightning, and the ogres in front of her fell like wheat being cut. Almost all of them were killed in one blow, and there were traces of lightning burns on their wounds. The strength of a legendary profession was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 ogres were killed. The frantic sound of war drums reverberated. The ogre shaman roared to the sky, pulled out a giant bone stick from behind, and stepped heavily into the battlefield. The two-headed ogre, who had not moved for a long time, finally began to move. Its two heads began to cast spells at the same time, and each of its hands was holding a heavy axe. It rushed toward the storm lord in front of it. The brilliance of spells emerged, and the skin of the two-headed ogre became like stone. Its speed doubled in an instant, and it waved its axe and split a heavy infantry on the spot. Fireball. Bursting flame. Dragon strength. Haste. The casting speed of the two-headed ogre was several times faster than the human wizards. A fireball exploded in the formation of the light infantry. Even if they scattered in advance to avoid it, more than a dozen people fell to the ground, and most of them were dead. After blessing itself with dragon strength, the two-headed ogre's strength broke through the sky. With a swing of its axe, even the steel shield was deformed. When the first round of spells was over, the other wizards barely managed to complete their spells and used counterspell to interrupt the greater haste. However, it was obvious that 2 or 3 wizards were pale, and traces of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. This was a sign that their counterspell had failed, and they were severely injured. Their intelligence was not as good as the two-headed ogre wizard in front of them. The Whiterun army fell to the ground like wheat being harvested. It took less than 2 minutes for the two-headed ogre to join the battle, and hundreds of people were killed or injured. It doesn't have many spell slots left. Soren's pupils shrank slightly. He pulled out his curved sword and slashed at the back of an ogre. Wizards had limited spell slots. The two-headed ogre's casting speed was very fast, but its spell slots were also very fast. The continuous casting of spells just now had consumed at least half of its spell slots. Fly. The ogre warrior was very fast. It broke through the defense line in front of it and rushed toward the wizards at the back. With a series of spells, the wizard's figure flew into the air. The duration of the flight spell was very short. 1 point of spell power could only last for 1 minute. If one didn't have a special spellcasting ability while flying, the flexibility and spellcasting ability would plummet. This was because they needed to maintain fly at the same time. Cavalry charge. The opportunity on the battlefield was fleeting. The ogres threw their iron spears, and the wizards either cast defensive spells, flew into the air, or teleported away. They used all sorts of methods to avoid the spears. Only 1 or 2 unlucky wizards were hit by the spears at the same time. One of them, who had offended the goddess of luck, was pierced through the chest by an iron spear after teleporting 50 feet away. The range of low-grade spells was not more than 500 feet, and the wizards were only 200 or 300 meters away from the battlefield. Hold monster. Charm monster. Invisibility. Flame arrow, acid arrow, frost spear, transformation. The wizards finally began to cast their spells. Based on their specializations, they used all sorts of methods to attack. Half of the ogres at the front fell to the ground with a whoosh. Their tenacious vitality allowed many ogres to resist the spells and charge forward. Their bodies had already been burnt black, but they could still furiously swing their spiked clubs. The heavy sound of the cavalry's hooves was heard. The Whiterun knights put down their spears and urged their horses to charge from the side. Accompanied by the dull sound of hooves, the heavy cavalry gradually scattered. When they rushed toward the enemy in front of them, they staggered about 2 meters away. The powerful force of the knight's spear pierced through the ogres. When the spear hit the enemy, it broke automatically, leaving half of the spear in the ogre's body. It was impossible to charge head-on because the horses would automatically dodge, and the knights would not be able to withstand the reaction force. In order to reduce the force of the recoil, most of the knights' spears were very brittle and would break at the same time. Otherwise, the recoil force would throw the knights off their horses. Asterisk clang. Asterisk they pulled out their longswords, turned their horses around, and charged. The moment they passed by the ogres, they swung their swords horizontally. The ogres' maces almost brushed past their armor, and then fell weakly to the ground because there was a shocking wound on their chest. The ogres' horses whined in pain. They were only grazed by the ogres, but the horses broke on the spot and threw the knights off. The knights on the horses turned over and jumped up, holding their shields and swords tightly, and blocked the second attack head-on. P.S. The spears used by infantry can only be used for stabbing in the hands of knights, and the recoil force of a head-on collision can throw them off. A real knight's spear is a one-time consumable. The front part is made of iron, and the middle part is made of brittle wood. The spear will break instantly after being hit, and at the same time, reduce the recoil force. A dense formation charging head-on is even more misleading. Knights' attacks are dislocated, slashing, and stabbing. Heavy cavalry rarely charge head-on, and they are more likely to charge from the side or from the rear because both the horses and the men are flesh and blood. Lance charge, this was the most lethal move in the era of cold weapons. If a Tier 2 knight successfully used Mount Rush to hit his target, he could directly kill a Tier 4 warrior. Even if it was a legendary warrior, if they did not have the protection of extraordinary equipment, they would still have a hole in their body. As for whether they would die or not, it would depend on their luck. If they were hit in the heart, they would certainly die. No one would be reckless enough to take a lance charge head-on. Even a grade 3 knight could create a bloody hole in a dragon's body. Lance charge was one of the most difficult combat skills to master. 3 to 5 prerequisites were required. Not only did it require a good grasp of the lance, but it also required an excellent horse and the ability to control it. Because if you didn't grasp the moment of misalignment, any bit of attack under the full speed of the warhorse would cause serious damage to you. It would be better if you were thrown off the warhorse, but if you were unlucky, you would die instantly. Lance charge, the number of knights was reduced by 6. 5 of them were thrown off their horses, 1 died on the spot, and only 3 of them were still able to fight. However, the damage dealt was 10 times more. All the ogres that were hit either died on the spot or had their bodies pierced through. Most of them had lost their ability to fight. It was just a round of attacks, but at the cost of 2 dead and 3 injured, they had taken out 40 to 50 ogres. Many of them were ogre warriors. The number of ogres that had died at the beginning was greatly reduced, and the pressure on the front line was greatly reduced. The light infantry had used up a lot of their ammunition. As the two sides entered a state of close combat, they put down their crossbows and took out their short swords to fight. The Whiterun army had suffered heavy casualties. Hundreds of people died on the spot, and many more were seriously injured. Almost 1/3 of the ogres had died. The main casualties were from the front line's attacks, the wizard's spells, and the knight's charge. The light infantry shot many times, but the arrows did not have much effect on the ogres, who had thick skin and some armor. If the arrows did not hit their vitals, they could just pull out their crossbows and continue fighting. On the other side, the two-headed ogre destroyed 3 golems in a row. Its fireball landed among the knights, and the violent explosion sent more than 10 people flying. One of the knights twisted his body and hid beside his horse. The warhorse was blown into a bloody mess on the spot, and the knight was also crushed by the warhorse's corpse. One of his arms was twisted, and it looked like the bones were broken. Clang, a war spear fell from the sky. The Storm Lord's vigorous figure landed on the ground and swept the spear towards the two-headed ogre in front of it. The two-headed ogre's heavy battle axe cracked. Its left head frowned and swung its left arm at the enemy in front of it. Its right head chanted a spell, and a flame fell on the Storm Lord's body. In less than a second, the casting of the spell was completed. The right head also controlled the body to swing the battle axe, directly slashing at the enemy's waist. Clang! Clang! The Storm Lord brandished her spear, creating a raging wind. However, every time she blocked, she would take a step back. The expression on her face became angrier and angrier. Her opponent's strength was clearly much higher than hers. After a series of attacks, her figure retreated more than 10 steps, and the hand holding the spear trembled slightly. However, the two-headed ogre in front of her wasn't having a good time either. Arcs of electricity were jumping around its body, and its weapon had been inflicted with lightning damage. A light of magic appeared. The ogre shaman waved the skull club and cast a spell on the two-headed ogre. At the same time, he quickly chanted a spell. Arcs of electricity began to jump in the air, and a faint light appeared. Summon lightning. The ogre warriors were also hit by the electric arcs, but they only paused for a moment before continuing to attack. However, the other human warriors were hit by the electric arcs, and their bodies were obviously paralyzed for a moment. In an instant, 5 or 6 warriors fell to the ground. Their whole body was covered in metal armor, so their resistance to lightning was very poor. The scattered electric arcs didn't cause fatal damage, but the effect brought about by the Whiterun guards was not small. Elemental resistance. The wizards and priests began to cast spells, shooting out a large number of fire arrows and acid arrows. Large-scale attacks ignored the enemy, and wizards rarely memorized a large number of turret-type spells. 1/3 of the spells they memorized were used to save their lives, 1/3 were used to assist in control, and the last 1/3 were the real killing spells. A wizard who memorized all the killing spells would definitely die faster than anyone else on the battlefield. Their precious spell slots continued to be depleted. Grade 2 wizards had already used up most of their spells. A level 5 wizard could only memorize one Circle 3 spell. Although they were 2 or 3 levels higher, they still had very few Circle 3 spells. In a one-on-one battle, their spells were obviously very lethal. However, on the battlefield, 1 or 2 fireballs wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Even if a small number of ogres were killed, there would still be more nearby. These wizards had memorized a large number of protection and control spells. SLR. The Storm Lord took 15 steps back in a row. The anger in her eyes was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, she let out a roar, and the muscles all over her body expanded as if they were inflated with air. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, her body grew to about 2 meters tall. Because she was a female, the outline of her muscles didn't look that exaggerated, but it was still full of deadly power. A barbarian? No one would have thought that the female warrior in front of them was actually a barbarian who had evolved into a storm lord. With a low roar, she blocked the two-headed ogre's attack head-on. At the same time, she twisted her battle spear and slashed a bloody wound on the ogre's chest. The ogre's tough skin was buffed with stone skin, and its protective energy was shattered. The 150 points of stone skin was broken by the Storm Lord's attack. Streaks of lightning danced on her palms and body, and a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Rumble, the dull sound of thunder echoed across the earth, and many people stopped in their tracks. The Storm Lord's eyes were filled with bloodlust. The desire to kill made her extremely fanatical. The Storm Lord's lightning storm was originally a chaotic energy, and it further strengthened her berserk effect. Her mind was obviously affected. The people around her began to retreat. Even the Whiterun army retreated dozens of meters away. When a legendary Storm Lord went berserk, everyone could be affected. "I'm going to cut off your head." The Storm Lord walked forward with heavy steps. Lightning danced around her body, and her vigorous body was like the embodiment of a storm. She stared at the enemy in front of her and said in a deep voice, "Your head will be my trophy. I'll marinate it and hang it in my room." The two-headed ogre roared and quickly buffed himself with a spell. Then, a bloodthirsty light appeared in its eyes. Its muscles bulged, and twisted veins appeared on its body. It roared, "The descendant of the Dragon Slayer is fearless. I'll kill you. Your flesh and blood can give me even more power." Bloodthirsty berserk. The two-headed ogre's momentum skyrocketed. At the same time, with the activation of the berserk ability, it temporarily lost the ability to cast spells. No class could cast spells while in the berserk state. Because the berserk power had interfered with their minds, their melee ability had increased exponentially, but they could no longer focus on casting any spells. The Storm Lord in front of them was a legendary class, but the two-headed ogre was also a legendary monster. In addition to its powerful spellcasting ability, it was also a terrifying berserk warrior, on the other side of the battlefield. The golems stepped with heavy steps to support the flanks, while the light infantry spread out to distract the enemies in front of them. The battle on the front was still ongoing, and the casualties of the adventurers were gradually increasing. Next to Soren, an unlucky rogue was smashed into a meat patty on the spot. He and Yar stood back to back and covered each other, relying on their agile movements to dodge the attacks of the ogre. Both sides had already killed 5 or 6 ogres, and Soren had obtained nearly 3,000 slaughter EXP. It was a taboo to show off too much in a large-scale battle like this. If he was attacked by 2 ogres at the same time, there was a 50% chance that he would die here. The sword saints who attracted the most attention at the beginning were all dead. They were the priority targets to become ogre warriors, and they disappeared like brilliant fireworks. Their deaths showed the powerful combat strength of the Sword Saints, but also their fragile survival ability. The outcome of the battle was not important. At the very least, it was not important to Soren. The commander of the Whiterun army should be the one who cared about the outcome of the battle. Right now, he was just a mercenary who was responsible for completing his mission and killing as many enemies as possible while minimizing the danger. Some ogres nearby rushed into the formation of the light infantry and began slaughtering them. Occasionally, more honest adventurers would come to their rescue. However, Soren and Yars did not move. The half-elf ranger circled around with a boning knife and occasionally shot the ogre's legs with his longbow. It was impossible to kill the armored ogres in one hit, so attacking their legs would affect their combat strength. The safest way was to cooperate with Soren to kill them. Perhaps it was because they were too good at cooperating. The heavily armored ogre warlord had killed one of the light infantry in the rear and was charging at them with bloodshot eyes. The ogre warlord, who had entered a berserk state, had listed them as targets to kill. Two-headed ogre wizard, Groll, level 8 two-headed ogre / level 11 wizard / level 4 berserker, strength 24, plus 6 dragon strength, agility 16, plus 4 haste, constitution 20, intelligence 21, wisdom 9, charm 14. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the heavy bone crusher mace whistled through the air. Soren rolled to the side to avoid it, but at the same time, he slashed at the back of the ogre warlord's leg with his curved sword. It felt as if he had slashed at a piece of tough leather. The ogre warlord's attack didn't stop at all, as if it hadn't been injured in the slightest. Its entire body was covered in heavy armor. Apart from its arms, legs, and the gaps in the armor, it was useless to hit any other part of its body. A whistling sound came from above, accompanied by a foul stench. The smell of an ogre was even worse than that of a gnoll. Soren didn't dare to stop for even a moment. After rolling to the side, he quickly retreated, putting 7 or 8 meters between himself and the ogre warlord. The half-elf ranger took advantage of this opportunity and quickly knocked an arrow on his bow. The arrow was aimed at the ogre warlord's head. The ogre warlord clenched its fist and held it in front of its eyes. The arrow hit its wrist guard and bounced off with a clang. Yas cursed under his breath. He pulled out another arrow and aimed, but the ogre warlord had already let out a furious roar and charged at him. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a crisp sound of something breaking could be heard. Yas didn't have time to pull out his weapon to block the attack. He quickly shot an arrow and tried to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only raise his longbow to block the attack. The bow broke in an instant, and the bone crusher mace landed on his chest. His ribs caved in, and blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, his chest was covered in blood. The arrow hit the ogre warlord's neck, but it didn't hit its throat. It went through the side of its body. Die. Soren growled, took a deep breath, and jumped up. The moment the ogre warlord hit the half-elf ranger, he swung his sword at the ogre warlord's neck. The tough skin was cut open by the curved sword, but when it hit the bone, it was stuck in the ground. The ogre warlord roared angrily and threw a punch at Soren. The ogre warlord was wearing a spiked wrist guard, and the heavy force sent Soren flying. Crack, Soren's right arm had been fractured. The spikes on his bracers had pierced through his shoulder, causing his right arm to bleed profusely. Soren's right arm was in pain and numbness. Perhaps it was because his tendons were injured, but he couldn't use any strength in his arm. He rolled back in a rather embarrassing manner, and when he stood up, he retreated into the distance. It was impossible for him to kill an ogre warlord with just one arm. The bones in his arm were most likely broken, and it would be very difficult for him to even fight. The ogre warlord roared as it pulled out its scimitar, but blood spurted out crazily. Its speed slowed down by half a beat, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Half of its body was covered in blood. It hit the artery. Soren's face lit up. He grabbed a short sword from the battlefield and threw it over. The enraged ogre warlord rushed over once more. As it moved, blood gushed out even faster. It was only a distance of 30 to 50 steps, but its speed was getting slower and slower. Blood splattered behind it. When it roared and wanted to swing its weapon, its huge body suddenly stiffened, and then it fell to the ground in a dispirited manner. It didn't die immediately due to the severe blood loss, but its grip on its weapon loosened. Soren staggered over. After confirming that the ogre warlord's breath was getting weaker, he pulled out his dagger and stabbed it into its eye socket. A row of data appeared, successfully hit a vital point. 21 piercing damage dealt to target. Target killed. Successfully killed ogre warlord. Extracting soul energy from target. Received 2400 slaughter EXP. It was a grade 3 ogre warlord that was close to grade 4. The slaughter EXP it gave was even higher than the snake demon from the abyss. Soren gasped for breath and looked around vigilantly. He then quickly took out a bandage and wrapped up his crippled right arm. If he continued to lose blood, even with his regenerative abilities, he would become extremely weak from the blood loss. He might even lose his life. He rested for a few dozen seconds before approaching the half-elf. Yas was already dead. His chest was completely caved in. Less than 10 seconds after he was hit, he was already dead. May your soul rest in peace. There was a hint of sadness in Sauron's expression. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they had fought side by side. He reached out and closed the half-elf's eyes. He then took out his multidimensional bag and put some useful items on himself. The battle wasn't over yet, but he had already lost the ability to fight. He looked at the battlefield, wiped the blood off his face, and quickly retreated. He didn't stop until he was more than 100 meters away. Soren took out a bottle of healing potion and poured it into his mouth. He then gritted his teeth and forced the broken bone back. With a groan, the broken bone reconnected to its original position, but he still couldn't exert any strength. Level up wizard. After so many battles, Soren had accumulated more than 9,000 slaughter EXP. As he allocated the EXP to his wizard level, a series of data appeared in front of his eyes. Wizard level up to level 5. Received 25, INT 20 plus, INT 20 to 10, *0, 5, skill points, HP increased by 9, profession HP 4 plus, con 20 to 10, *0, 5. Learned profession skill, counterspell. Received 1 talent point. The increase in his HP had significantly reduced his injuries. He could finally move his right arm a little. He stood up and looked in front of him. The ogres had already broken through the Wyvern's defensive line. Under their brute force, the battlefield had turned into a small skirmish. Fortunately, the long-term training was still effective. Although the formation of the army was disrupted, they still maintained a small circular formation of 5 to 10 people. The injuries of the ogres had accumulated to a certain extent, and even their strong vitality could not prevent their fates from gradually collapsing. On the other side of the battlefield, the wizard's concentrated firepower had already killed the ogre warriors. The acid arrows and flame arrows had a strong penetrating effect. With a small number of golems supporting the flanks, the ogres on both sides of the battlefield were gradually falling apart. The ogres' bloodthirsty and violent power gradually subsided, and the number of ogres began to decrease sharply. It seemed that some ogres had already fled the battlefield due to the collapse of morale. The Storm Lord gradually gained the upper hand in the battle against the two-headed ogres. The commander of the Whiterun army cooperated with the knights to attack the ogres from the rear. The dark clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower. Following the Storm Lord's roar, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. However, it wasn't aimed at the two-headed ogre in front of her. Instead, it landed directly on the Storm Lord's spear. Lightning weapon. The crackling lightning surrounded the Storm Lord's spear, and the burst of light almost blocked the vision. She looked like she was fighting with lightning in her hand. Mixed with wild roars, she attacked faster and faster, and her whole body was surrounded by lightning. Occasionally, there would be people nearby who approached her, but almost as soon as they were within 30 meters of her, they would immediately stand still and tremble strangely, as if their whole body had been electrocuted. Static field, legendary force field. Soren was very familiar with the scene in front of him. When he activated Shadow Field, it had the same effect. The two-headed ogre wizard's speed became slower and slower. With a momentary mistake, the Storm Lord's spear pierced through its chest, and a bloody wound with a diameter of 5 centimeters appeared. The flesh around the wound was burned by the lightning. With a miserable howl, the ogre wizard suddenly threw away its opponent in front of it. Its two heads madly cast spells, and in an instant, it disappeared and reappeared hundreds of meters away. It was a wizard's teleportation spell. It was ready to escape. Lightning spear. The jumping lightning condensed on the spear, and the Storm Lord roared angrily. She jumped to a height of hundreds of meters, and the storm lifted her figure. She held the spear tightly and threw it at the two-headed ogre in front of her. The spear was like a flash of lightning across the sky, and its speed was beyond human vision. The next moment, a big bloody hole was opened in the two-headed ogre's chest. Plop! The two-headed ogre's huge body fell to the ground, and the Storm Lord slowly landed. Her breathing was a little messy, and she looked very tired. Her hands seemed to be burned, and the skin on her arms was scorched black. The ogres finally collapsed on a large scale. When the two-headed ogre fell to the ground, many of them began to run away. The Storm Lord walked forward with heavy steps. He did not chase after the fleeing ogres. Instead, he arrived before the corpse of the two-headed ogre adept and drew a short knife from his waist. He then cut off the two slightly charred heads of the two-headed ogre adept. Streams of blood splattered everywhere. She put the two heads in a cloth bag, nodded with satisfaction, and then looked back at the battlefield. The ogres had completely collapsed. The cavalry pursued as much as they could, and many tired soldiers fell to the ground. The wails of the wounded could be heard everywhere. The priests were using their limited number of spells to heal the wounded. For those who were seriously injured, the others could only give them a quick death. Hundreds of ogre corpses were left on the battlefield, and the Whiterun army also suffered heavy losses. Some soldiers who were still in good condition pulled out their weapons and cut off the ogres' heads one by one. These were their most important trophies, and also the most important trophies for Whiterun. These heads and corpses would be sent back to the city, not only to show their achievements, but also to deter the surrounding enemies. The heads of the ogres would be pickled and hung in many places. In the coming days, they would serve as a warning to nearby enemies who intended to provoke Whiterun and what the consequences of challenging them would be. If there were no accidents, the nearby races would not easily set foot in Whiterun's territory, because they had to first consider whether they could defeat a powerful ogre tribe. This battle would soon be told by bards, and it would not be long before all kinds of stories were told in taverns. Of course, the main character of the story was not Soren. Perhaps one day, he would become the main character of a legendary story, but for now, he was just an insignificant adventurer. A row of data appeared. The battle is over. You have successfully assisted the Whiterun army in defeating the bone-crushing ogre tribe. Your skills have improved. Detect +5, Search +5, Sneak +2, Survival +2, Parry +2, Evasion, Roll +1, Evasion, Shift +1, Listen +1, Heal +1. You have obtained 1 legendary point, Folk Legendary, for participating in a legendary battle. Legendary rating? Soren looked at his status page and saw that there was indeed a new line of legendary rating. It showed that he had 1 legendary rating. Legendary rating had a special function and was very difficult to obtain. However, it did not increase one's strength by much. Its biggest use at the moment was its ability to influence negotiations, deceive, and intimidate. 1 legendary rating could be used as 1 basic skill point. Only after entering the legendary realm would legend points truly begin to take effect. It was a very important and decisive factor. Soren looked at the battlefield in front of him. Suddenly, a row of data appeared. Battle record unlocked. Battle record automatically calculated. Simulation data activated. Before Soren could react, a new row of data had been generated, which showed Battle of the Bone Crusher Ogres, Legendary Battle, September 1675, New Moon Era, Whiterun City, Southern Principality launched a battle to expel the Bone Crusher Ogres. You assisted the Whiterun army in defeating the Bone Crusher Ogres and killed an advanced ogre warlord, level 14, on the battlefield. The story of this battle will gradually spread. In time, the entire South will know about this legendary battle. Legendary rating +1, the soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Whiterun City had more than 600 casualties. War always came with a price, but these professional soldiers did not have time to grieve. After a short rest, they began to collect the corpses. The corpses of their comrades had to be brought back in one piece. Those who were missing an arm or a leg had to be recovered as much as possible. They had to give these brave soldiers a proper burial. The wounded had to be sent back for treatment. The priest's divine spells were limited, and the cost of casting high-grade divine spells was high. The lifespan of a legendary priest was far shorter than that of other spellcasters. Legendary wizards could easily live for hundreds or even thousands of years, but a legendary priest could only live for less than 100 or 200 years. Even Droll could easily live for hundreds of years. Both of them used divine spells, so there had to be a reason for the difference in lifespan. It was just that not many people pointed out the reason. After all, for a true priest, returning to the embrace of the god they believed in was also a path that they had to go through. The casualties of the adventurers were also not small. Most of the people who came were slightly injured. Those who had teammates would help them collect their corpses. Those who did not have teammates would be cremated on the spot and buried nearby. Cremation was the responsibility of adventurers. It didn't mean that they couldn't be buried. In fact, the people of this era also attached great importance to burials. However, there were too many scavengers in the wilderness. If they were buried in the wilderness today, they could be dug up and eaten clean the next day. Therefore, most of the people who died in the wilderness were cremated. After all, these corpses should not have been eaten by wild beasts. This was definitely an ending that they did not deserve. With the help of the others, Soren cremated the half-elf ranger's body, wrapped the ashes in a piece of cloth, and buried them in a hole. He didn't know what kind of epitaph he should write, but after all, the other party was a Tier 3 ranger. Such a person shouldn't die in obscurity. At the very least, there should be a tombstone. He chopped down a piece of wood and used his machete to carve some words on it. First, he carved his name, then he thought about what he should leave behind. Yes. A brave half-elf ranger. Defender of the Battle of Grey Hill. Slayer of the ogres. At the last moment of his life, he defeated an ogre warlord. May his soul rest in peace. Soren really couldn't think of anything to write. So, he simply left a few words on the tombstone, then put the broken longbow and machete into the grave. Weapons were a warrior's second life. These equipment should be buried with him. It might be a bit of a waste, but it was a tradition of this world. Sometimes, traditions should be respected. Just like the warriors of Whiterun, those who died in battle were buried with their weapons and armor. City Hall had disagreements with the army over this matter more than once. The politicians thought that it was a shameful waste, and that the equipment should be taken back and given to new soldiers. However, the army always stubbornly refused. Some people with bad tempers even fought over it. There was no reason to argue. They stubbornly believed that the equipment they used when they were alive should be buried with them. If they died in battle in the future, the weapons and armor buried with them would be better than any gold, silver, or jewelry. Perhaps this was the warrior's stubbornness. It took a long time to clean up the battlefield, and the injured were sent back to Whiterun. A lot of loot was found in the ogre fortress, but it didn't have much to do with Soren. At most, the adventurers would get another reward later. The unfinished fortress was covered in flames. In order to prevent other creatures from occupying it, the commander ordered everything to be torn down and burned to the ground. Soren returned with the rest of the team. The others also had some simple battles, such as the lizard men that migrated from the Black Swamp. If they knew that the ogre tribe had been destroyed, they might retreat to other places. If they didn't know, the Whiterun army would drive them away. It was obviously much easier to deal with the lizard men. About 500 to 600 soldiers were enough. The journey back was relatively quiet. After defeating the ogres, the rest was not a problem. Even if there were some scattered monsters, the guards of the other caravans could deal with them. On the way back to Whiterun, the army was greeted with cheers and cheers. From time to time, civilians would gather on the roads near the towns and villages to watch, pointing at the ogre corpses and exclaiming in amazement. These monsters with arms as thick as their thighs were not common. The civilians near the city rarely encountered gnolls, and at most, they would occasionally see goblins and kobolds. After all, gnolls were very dangerous. If they were found to be active near the territory, the garrison's militia and army would be dispatched very quickly. The soldiers who were less injured walked with their heads held high. This was their moment of glory. Their strength, their bravery, and their sacrifice had created a relatively safe living environment near Whiterun. This was the mission they had to accept. Since there were sacrifices in battle, there should be glory after victory. As the army gradually approached Whiterun, the cheering crowd also became more and more sorrowful. The soldiers were selected from the nearby towns and villages. With so many casualties, many people had lost their husbands and sons. Soren was silent throughout the journey. He just watched quietly as if he was a bystander. He watched as the surviving soldiers hugged their loved ones, and he also watched as the elderly parents hugged their sons' corpses and cried bitterly. This was a very common thing. War did not necessarily bring wealth, but it would definitely leave behind pain. Perhaps it was because he had seen too much in the past, but now he was not as emotional. Whiterun gave him an extra 50 Kindler coins as a reward. It seemed that there were a lot of valuable spoils in the ogre fortress this time. For cooperating with Whiterun, the city hall also gave him a medal. If he wanted to, he could become a citizen of Whiterun and settle down here. The medal was a bronze medal, and it was more of a symbol than anything else. After receiving his reward, Soren left and casually threw the medal into his multidimensional bag. He had received hundreds of such medals in the past, and there was no lack of noble medals among them. If he accepted, he could become an honorary lord. Although it would bring him benefits and power, he would also have to fulfill his mission. It was equivalent to joining a faction. After returning to Whiterun, Soren first handed over his mission. Due to the difficulty of defeating the ogres, his mercenary rank was raised to E, and he did not receive any additional rewards. The mercenary union only recognized his strength. After taking care of some miscellaneous matters, he went to find a doctor. The broken bone in his right arm needed to be properly reattached. After all, his medical skills were not high. After the bone was properly reattached, Soren went to the temple district and spent 30 Kindler coins to ask a priest to cast medium heal on him. Naturally reattached bones could leave behind hidden injuries, so it was best to heal them with a divine spell. This way, it would not affect his future battles. When he saw Vivian the next morning, a smile finally appeared on Soren's face. He picked up the little girl and spun her around in the air. As Vivian giggled, he kissed her pink cheeks. He did not know if it was an illusion or not. The little girl was slightly chubbier than before, and she no longer looked skinny and small. Her rosy cheeks had a hint of baby fat, which made her look very cute. The mistress of the caravan looked at him deeply. The news of Whiterun sending out an army had spread for many days, and many people were very concerned about the outcome of the battle. The Soren in front of her was clearly different from when she first met him. His aura seemed sharper and more stable, and he seemed to be much stronger than before. If he used to look like a violent gang member, he now looked like a warrior who had been on the battlefield and had experienced bloodshed. The more people he killed, the stronger his aura became. Soren looked at Gloria in front of him and nodded with a smile. Although he did not say anything, the mistress of the caravan knew that he wanted to leave with Vivian. She sighed. She did not know why Soren was so stubborn about leaving. During this period of time, she had learned a lot from Vivian. She knew that they were orphans. She really couldn't understand why a human with a little bit of half-elf blood would insist on going to the territory of those arrogant elves. After all, the elves were very xenophobic, and didn't like real half-elves. In the end, she decided to try again. However, it was not Soren in front of her. Instead, she looked at Vivian. This little girl was very smart. Although she looked innocent and cute, she was not ignorant. It was just that the chaos in the slums did not affect her pure heart. This was a very rare and precious quality. A pure heart represented a pure soul. The strength of her heart could help her go further. P.S. An epitaph or something like that, it won't be written very sentimentally. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Natalia ran as fast as she could, and the scenery around her flashed by quickly. When a rock appeared in front of her, she jumped onto it and sat down in a sorry state. Blood dripped down from her chest, from her collarbone all the way to her chest. A hideous cut had almost cut her right breast in half. There was a scar on her beautiful face that extended from her lips to her chin. It ruined her overall beauty, but also added a hint of valiance. Bastard! She took off the leather armor in front of her chest and cursed when she saw her breasts. Murderer. Lunatic. The cut almost reached her ribs. If the wound went any deeper, it would have hurt her heart. She gritted her teeth and took out a silver needle to sew up the wound. Then, she raised her hand and cast a faint light. The cut flesh quickly regenerated. On her back and arms, there were many small bloodstains. Her fair arms seemed to have been cut by extremely thin threads and were covered with dense bloodstains. There was a bloody wound on her plump buttocks, which seemed to have been pierced by some short weapon. Natalia groaned in pain. She wrapped the wound with a bandage and stood up again. Her tenacious vitality allowed her to keep fighting. She looked behind her with a slightly frightened gaze, then continued to run into the distance. As if she had been enchanted with some kind of spell, her running speed was extremely fast. She jumped over the slightest obstacles. Trees and rocks flew past her. She didn't know how far she had run. She only stopped when her stamina started to run out. Tsk tisk. A voice filled with an evil aura sounded. A figure appeared in the hazy shadows. It was impossible to see his face clearly. Only a pair of light red eyes could be seen. His figure was shrouded in darkness. He stood under a lush tree, his fingers playing with a small throwing knife. He said in a playful voice, "My dear sister. Why aren't you running anymore?" "That's it?" Natalia's charming face showed a trace of fear. She instantly drew her swords from her waist and said in a trembling voice, "Who's your sister?" "You pervert. Murderer. Lunatic." The figure in the darkness gradually walked out. He had a devilishly handsome face, and his skin was very pale, as if he was very disgusted by the sunlight. He walked to the shade of a tree and sighed. "It seems that you haven't fully awakened yet. What a pathetic talent. The divine blood that Father left in your body still hasn't given you true power?" Natalia stared at the man with extreme vigilance, her hands trembling as she gripped her swords. The previous battle had filled her with fear. Even though she was close to becoming a grade 4 ranger and bounty hunter, she was still no match for the man in front of her. Her teammates had all died at his hands, even though there was no grudge between them. What was even more frightening was his powerful tracking ability. Bounty hunters were originally good at tracking among rogues, not to mention that she was a ranger. But in front of him, she was like a plaything. Since he couldn't discover the other party's location, he couldn't escape the other party's pursuit either. Yes. That's the expression. The corner of the man's mouth curled up in a sinister arc. He raised his hand and threw the dagger in his hand. In the next moment, a bloody mark appeared on Natalia's charming face. The dagger returned to his hand in an instant. He stared at the prey in front of him and said slowly, "That's right. This is the taste of fear. You're afraid. You're afraid. My dear sister, could it be that you still can't wake up? What a lamentable talent. Where's the bloodline power flowing in your body? Hasn't the slaughter and fear awakened your hidden soul? Tremble." Natalia's body trembled slightly. She couldn't stand the pressure that her opponent was exerting on her. She let out a roar and pounced forward. The longsword in her hands drew a cold glint in the air, almost forming afterimages. The light from the sword fell on the man, but it was as if the air was distorted in an instant. The man's figure split into three, and then merged back into one in front of the tired Natalia. A trace of blood-red light appeared in the man's eyes. He pointed a finger at Natalia's forehead, and a strange light appeared. Abyssal fear. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Natalia's face was filled with fear. She looked left and right in horror, as if she had seen something even more terrifying. She trembled and cried, "No. No. Go away. You're a bunch of ugly monsters. Demons." Her expression became more and more twisted. Suddenly, the fear in her heart seemed to have reached a critical point. Natalia's eyes turned blood red, and the leather armor on her back shattered in an instant, revealing her slender and beautiful naked body. Strange tattoos appeared on her skin, and her skin turned dark green. A pair of demon horns appeared on her forehead, and a pair of 3-meter-long bat wings spread out from her back. Natalia raised her head and let out a shrill cry. The sound was like a wave of air that wreaked havoc. All the beasts within a few kilometers who heard the sound fled in panic. They seemed to be running crazily, as if there was a great fear behind them. Aura of fear. A pair of sharp fangs appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. A shadowy figure appeared behind him, and he sighed. You finally awakened. My dear sister, your will to resist fear is quite strong. Much stronger than the little brother from before. Then, the hunt should begin. A pair of black daggers appeared in the man's hands. He disappeared in an instant, and then reappeared in the air. The dagger slashed through the darkness and went straight for Natalia's heart. Clang! Clang! Natalia's swords turned into a series of afterimages. Her eyes were still blood-red, and she instinctively blocked the attack coming from behind. What powerful combat instincts! The bewitching man landed on the ground with slight bloodstains on his arm. He stuck out his tongue and licked the wound as if he was tasting the most delicious food. He slowly said, if you had woken up earlier then it would have been hard to say who would be the hunter in this game. Am I right? My dear sister? Natalia's expression was still blank. She looked at herself helplessly, then looked at the man in front of her. What the hell are you? She asked slowly. Why have I become like this? The man's figure disappeared into thin air, but his deep voice still came from all directions. He said playfully, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you give me the divinity in your body. A figure appeared in front of her, and the dagger turned into an afterimage and went straight for her heart. Natalia crossed her swords to parry the attack. Then, with a whirlwind dance, another dark figure appeared. The dagger glowed with a vicious light. The moment the dagger hit Natalia, her body stiffened, and she fell from the sky. The man twisted the dagger in his hand and crushed her heart. Then, he swung the dagger horizontally and cut off a beautiful head in an instant. Streaks of strange light appeared, as if they were distorted phantoms. Thud. The man's figure gently landed on the ground. He breathed as if he was intoxicated. Waves of invisible energy dissipated from Natalia's body and gradually merged into his body. When all the light disappeared, he looked coldly at the body on the ground and crushed Natalia's head with his foot. A dark flame appeared, and the headless body on the ground was burned to ashes. He looked coldly at the ground and whispered, so, who's the next target? The high priest. Why don't you know where my father's favorite daughter, my dearest sister, the Witch of Fear, Lillian, is? His figure gradually disappeared into the shadows, and soon, he disappeared. Without a trace. Whiterun City. A row of candles was lit in the spacious room, and there were many small trinkets on the exquisite mahogany furniture. Vivian was wearing pure white pajamas, and she was flipping through a thick book in her hand. She flipped through the pages very quickly, and after reading about a third of the book, she put it down in boredom and muttered to herself, the customs of the North are really strange. Big Brother said that he would go to the Frost Kingdom in the future. The nobles there seem to be very xenophobic, right? The book said that it's very cold there, and there are frost giants living in many places. I wonder what they look like. The mammoths they raise must be very big. I wonder if I can reach its knees. It must be very cool to ride such a big guy. The little girl put down the book and thought for a while. Then she pulled the soft velvet quilt over her body and curled up her petite body. She sniffed her little nose and murmured, although it's very soft and warm, it doesn't smell like Big Brother at all. It's more comfortable to sleep next to Big Brother. Why hasn't Sister Gloria come to tell me a story today? Her story is so slow. When will the princess be taken away by the dragon? Why don't I look forward to the night defeating the dragon at all? Why do I want to see the dragon take the princess away? Big Brother should be planning to leave, right? Sister Gloria is actually very nice. I'll definitely miss her after I leave. What do elves look like? Are their ears all pointy? The book says that you can't touch an elf's ears. It's a very special place, but it should be fine if I touch it, right? I'm so cute. If I find a good-tempered elf sister to touch my ears, she won't hit me, right? Hee hee. Creak. The door was gently pushed open. Gloria was wearing a light blue nightgown, like a beautiful elf in the night. She did not wear a veil in front of Vivian. Her delicate face was beautiful. She walked lightly to the corner of the bed and sat down. She leaned over and picked up the book that Vivian had thrown aside. She carefully folded a corner of the chapter that she was reading, and then gently placed it on the bookshelf beside the bed. She straightened the books that the little girl had messed up one by one. "Sister Gloria." Vivian got up and rested her head on Gloria's thighs. She blinked and asked, "Are we going to continue the story today?" Gloria patted the little girl's head and covered Vivian's arm with the blanket. She whispered, "Don't catch a cold. This year's autumn is much colder than before. Winter is coming soon." As a high-grade witch, Gloria was immune to both heat and cold. Her magic was constant, and she could adapt to almost any environment. However, Vivian was still a little girl, and she had just started learning magic. It would be easy for her to catch a cold. Gloria closed her legs and put the little girl in a more comfortable position. She then stroked Vivian's hair and whispered, "Take a break today. I have something to tell you." The little girl nodded obediently and asked, "Is it about my brother's plan to leave?" "Very smart." Gloria nodded slightly and looked into Vivian's eyes. She then said seriously, "You're much smarter and more mature than other children. I'm sure you know that you'll encounter a lot of dangers along the way. Do you really plan to go to Autumnfall with Soren?" The little girl didn't even think about it. She put on a serious expression and said, "Of course. I'll go wherever my brother goes. Besides, I have my brother to protect me. A little danger is nothing." Gloria's expression also became serious. She then said in a low voice, "Although Soren is a skilled rogue, there are still many dangers that he can't handle. This time, there are two-headed ogres in the south. Something big must have happened. It's too dangerous for the two of you to travel. Not to mention, you'll have to go into the forest when you reach Autumnfall. There are many monsters that ordinary people can't handle. If Soren accidentally encounters them, he won't be able to protect himself, let alone you." Vivian faltered slightly upon hearing this before a very solemn expression appeared on her little face, and she said in a serious voice, "It's all right. I can protect my brother. I feel like I'm much stronger than before." That's not the right answer. Also, what's with that solemn expression and the sense of mission? Gloria had rehearsed the words in her heart several times in the beginning, but she couldn't say them out loud. Vivian's answer was completely beyond her expectations. Hearing the little girl's incomparably serious words, she actually didn't know what to say for a moment. "Protect Soren, you're just an 8-year-old girl." She didn't know if Soren should feel relieved or ashamed after hearing this. "Silly girl." Gloria rubbed Vivian's little head fiercely with her hand and seemed to be a little helpless. "Then why can't you persuade Soren not to go there? You clearly know that the wilderness is dangerous, yet you still want to go so far away when you're not strong enough. Why don't you stay here or follow me to the north? You can stay by my side and continue to learn magic, and Soren won't have to take such a big risk. You don't have any relatives in the Elven Kingdom. If you go there recklessly, you'll suffer a lot. Soren cares a lot about you. If you persuade him, maybe he'll give up on the idea of going there." The little girl bit her finger with a hesitant expression. Gloria reached out and took the little girl's white finger. She patted the little girl's head and said sternly, "Don't suck your finger." Vivian giggled and stuck out her tongue. She then said seriously, "My brother must have a reason for going there, although he didn't tell me why. But my brother's decision is definitely right." Gloria was speechless. She even had the urge to beat Soren up. She said in a low voice, "No one's decision will always be right. Besides, Soren is only an adventurer. There are many things that he hasn't heard of. There are two-headed dragons, moonsaber panthers, and all kinds of strange creatures near the elven forest. It'll be very dangerous if you accidentally encounter them." The little girl turned her head away unhappily and pouted, "My brother's decision is definitely right. Even if he's wrong, he's doing it for my own good. Don't you dare say anything bad about him. My brother is the best brother in the world. He'll be the strongest brother in the future." Vivian had a solemn expression on her face. It seemed like she was even more confident than Soren that he would become a powerful person in the future. The mistress sighed helplessly again and said, "Sometimes I wonder if the two of you are biological siblings. But after seeing you like this, I really believe it. You two have the same temper." Vivian didn't say anything, but there was a hint of pride on her face. It was as if the mistress said that she and Soren were similar was something to be proud of. The mistress of the caravan didn't know how important Soren was to Vivian. He wasn't just an older brother. He was more like a father who held up the sky for her with his strong back. No one remembered what Soren used to be. In their eyes, Soren was just a taciturn rogue with a cold expression. Sometimes, he was even a ruthless person. However, there was one person in this world who remembered what Soren used to be. She had been remembering things since she was very young. In her earliest memories, her brother was a handsome young man with 2 dimples when he smiled. He would carry her, who was only 1 or 2 years old, to watch flowers and catch butterflies under the warm afternoon sun. He would make funny faces and make funny faces to make her laugh. At that time, their mother hadn't gone crazy. Although they lived a poor life, it wasn't too bad. Later on, they became orphans. When Soren was 14 or 15 years old, he brought her, who was only 3 years old, to wander the streets. Her brother did almost everything to support her. She still remembered the ferocious look on his face when he first got into a fight because of her, and how he had to comfort her when she was crying. She also remembered the first time her brother stole something, and how his hands trembled with joy and nervousness. She also remembered the first time her brother killed someone because of her. Even though her back was facing him, she could still feel his fear. He didn't dare to fall asleep, and she could only hug his arm tightly and curl up in his embrace. It was as if that could strengthen their courage. Her brother smiled less and less, and his expression became colder and colder. He would only smile when he was comforting her, and his dimples would make her heart feel warm. It was a good thing that both of them had dimples. Her brother was her brother, and her brother wasn't just her brother. There were some things that outsiders would never understand, and they didn't need outsiders to understand. Sister Gloria. Vivian timidly looked at the mistress of the caravan and whispered, "Why don't you come with us? If there's any danger that neither my brother nor Vivian can handle, you can protect us. You're so strong, so there won't be any problems. Plus, it's so boring to stay here all day. Don't you want to go to the Elven Kingdom?" The mistress of the caravan was amused. She patted the little girl's head and said, "I was the one who told you not to go to the Elven Kingdom. Why are you asking me to go with you?" The little girl sneaked a glance at the mistress of the caravan and whispered, "What if we meet a monster that neither my brother nor I can defeat? Then Vivian will be eaten by the monster. Then I won't be able to see you again." Sob, sob, sob. The little girl's acting skills were terrible. She was clearly pretending to cry, but she didn't shed any tears. She rubbed her eyes with her little hands and stole a glance at Gloria, but she was really cute and funny. The mistress of the caravan couldn't help but smile a little. Slap, the mistress of the caravan grabbed the little girl and placed her on her knees. She then slapped the little girl's butt and said, "That's what you get for pretending. You little imp." The mistress of the caravan sighed and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let me think about it." Charm successful. The mistress of the caravan felt that she had failed to achieve her goal and was even persuaded by the little girl's pitiful expression. She looked a little discouraged and got up to leave. But at this time, the little girl suddenly reached out and grabbed one of her fingers, whispering, "Sister Gloria, can you sleep with me tonight?" "Okay." The mistress of the caravan hesitated for a moment before nodding. She lifted the soft velvet blanket and lay down. Vivian snuggled into her arms like a kitten and rested her head on her chest. The little girl twitched her nose and sniffed. She arched her nose like a puppy and whispered, "Sister smells so good." Gloria didn't reply. She hugged the little girl and closed her eyes. Sometimes, she didn't know why she couldn't harden her heart toward Vivian. Perhaps she really liked the little girl. When she first saw the little girl's petite figure, she felt sorry for her. It was as if her maternal instincts had been awakened. As they got to know each other more, she was able to infect Gloria with her emotions. Gloria could feel the little girl's joy, seriousness, and persistence. It was hard to explain, but Gloria enjoyed having the little girl by her side. Perhaps they were similar in some ways. Big sister's chest is so soft. It feels so good to touch. The little girl didn't seem to be sleepy. She pinched the mistress of the caravan's chest curiously. At this age, curiosity was at its peak. Anything new could attract her attention. Vivian's memories of her mother were blurry. She couldn't even remember her mother's face. The mistress of the caravan before her filled in the gaps in her image of her mother. She was a gentle, beautiful, and elegant woman who cared for her. Smack, Gloria slapped her butt again. Vivian obediently retracted her hand even though she really wanted to touch her butt again. Gloria's cheeks flushed red. She glared at the little girl and said sternly, "Don't move and don't touch me. Go to sleep, or I'll cast a deep sleep spell on you." The little girl finally behaved herself. She hugged the mistress of the caravan's arm and buried her head in her bosom. Her breathing gradually evened out, and she fell asleep soon after. After all, children at this age were very sleepy. Soren almost stayed up all night. During this time, he was desperately trying to analyze invisibility, trying to build its spell model into his brain. Invisibility was the most difficult level 2 spell, but it was also the most useful level 2 spell. Not only could it make the caster invisible, but it could also be used on others, making them invisible. After invisibility, the target would be completely invisible to the naked eye, but the sound and traces left behind would be there, which could be relied on to determine the approximate location of the target. Invisibility, level 2 spell. After using invisibility, the target will disappear from sight, unless it is a creature with the ability to see through invisibility, or a spell that detects invisibility. Launching an attack after invisibility will cause the spell to fail. Invisibility can only confuse people's sight, it can't erase the sound made, nor can it eliminate the traces of movement. Under the effect of invisibility, picking up an item will also make it invisible, and putting it down will make it appear. Each point of spell power lasts for 10 minutes, which can be constant. Soren was now a level 5 wizard. He had 5 points of spell power brought by his profession level and 5 points of spell power brought by his intelligence. If he cast invisibility, it could last for 100 minutes, which was about an hour and a half. This was definitely a long time. If used well, it could have a great effect, and in case of danger, he could easily escape. Moreover, this time he took Vivian to Autumn Fall, and there might be monsters on the way. If there were too many monsters to deal with, he could also cast invisibility on Vivian and let her hide to avoid danger. There were no monsters in the wilderness that could see through invisibility, which was equivalent to adding a very safe insurance. Invisibility potions and invisibility scrolls were one of the most common tools used by rogues. In the case of sneaking, stealing, and backstabbing, whether it was to steal wealth or assassinate targets, it could play a great role. Especially in the case of stealing, it was even more successful. Soren had successfully made a fortune because he got a bottle of invisibility potion. He got out of the slums and directly entered the ranks of well-off adventurers. The invisibility potion lasted for an hour and cost around 200 Kindler coins. This kind of potion was relatively rare. If rogues got their hands on it, they would usually use it on important targets. Otherwise, they would sneak into the noble district in the middle of the night to steal. If they were lucky, they could steal thousands of Kindler coins in an hour. However, they had to be careful to avoid those who were obviously not to be trifled with. There were many alarms in the houses of the greater nobles. Most of them were used to steal the wealth of the lesser nobles. Occasionally, they could also steal precious treasures and artworks. At that time, the most famous person was a guy who stole 50,000 Kindler antiques. As a result, he was wanted by the entire South for a long time. Soren didn't mind stealing. If it was necessary, he would definitely go back to his old profession without any psychological barriers. Invisibility was the most useful spell. After so many days of research and analysis, he had completed about 60% of the spell's progress. The main reason was that he had increased his literacy to 115 points. Coupled with his experience and intelligence bonus, the speed at which he learned spells was obviously much faster than before. If there were no accidents, he could complete the analysis of invisibility in 2 days at most. At that time, he could memorize 2 invisibility spells. With more than 3 hours of invisibility every day, it was enough for him to do a lot of things. Low-grade wizards had very few spell slots. Because of the limitations of the magic net, most wizards had about the same number of spell slots. Intelligence could only affect the strength of spells, the highest level of spells used, and the speed and number of spells memorized. It was not until the collapse of the magic net that the talented wizards were completely liberated. They could greatly increase the power and number of spells. In the current situation, half of the power of all spells would be absorbed by the magic net and then turned into the power of the goddess of magic. Most of this power was used to maintain the operation of the magic net, and a small part was used to strengthen her divine power. Soren now had a total of 6 level 0 spell slots, 4 level 1 spell slots, Wizard Ring +1, 2 level 2 spell slots, and 1 level 3 spell slot. This meant that he could cast a total of 13 spells after memorizing them. Level 0 spells were equivalent to a wizard's level +1, and a level 10 wizard would have 11 level 0 spell slots. The other spell slots were more troublesome to calculate. He wasn't sure how the goddess of magic set up the magic net system, so Soren could only roughly calculate his highest number of spell slots. Many of the spells used by wizards needed to be stacked with equipment. Many high-grade rare items could add additional spells. As long as the magic net existed, the goddess of magic had the final say in casting spells. If she expanded the authority of the magic net, wizards would be able to cast more spells. If she tightened the authority of the magic net, wizards would be able to cast fewer spells. Therefore, after the time of troubles began, the goddess of magic received a lot of attacks. There was no lack of legendary wizards who took the initiative to attack her. Their goal was to destroy the magic net system and remove the restrictions on their abilities. However, the price they paid was heavy. Many wizards lost their ability to cast spells. Phew! Soren rubbed his forehead and washed his face with water. He then pulled out his curved sword and began practicing the White Raven battle tactic. As his profession level increased, so did his energy. It wasn't a big problem for him to not sleep for a few days straight. The progress of the White Raven sword tactic was very slow. These combat techniques required a lot of effort to hone. He still had more than 5,000 slaughter EXP. If he wanted to, he could directly level up his rogue or wizard class. However, Soren still wanted to see if he could trigger the profession advancement. The main thing was that profession advancement would greatly increase his abilities. Stealth would increase his stealth and detection by 10 points. Godly Thief would increase his pick, lock and trap by 10 points. Bounty Hunter would increase his search by 10 points and a tracking ability. Profession advancement was a strengthening of the original profession level. Usually, it would increase one's abilities in a certain area. However, the price to pay was that the slaughter EXP needed to level up the profession advancement. Just the profession advancement alone required 5,000 slaughter EXP. The subsequent profession advancement would basically increase the profession advancement's level by several folds. Profession advancement had a basic skill requirement, but there were also some special conditions. Currently, the easiest profession for Soren to level up was stealth. As long as he had 150 points in stealth, he would be able to meet the requirements. However, he still wanted to see if he could unlock other profession advancement. For example, Shadow Dancer, which required the ability to dodge, Bounty Hunter, which required the ability to track, and so on. These profession advancement's abilities would be very strong once they reached the legendary realm. The Bounty Hunter was the most outstanding profession advancement. After reaching the legendary realm, he could place a soul mark on his target. After that, he could use a special skill to travel through the shadow realm and appear behind the target out of thin air. His assassination ability was basically on par with a legendary assassin. If Soren didn't have a wizard class, he would undoubtedly be able to level up to stealth. However, with the buff of invisibility, the requirement to level up to stealth was greatly reduced. With the buff of invisibility and greater invisibility in the future, it could completely replace the additional abilities gained by stealth. Therefore, Soren's current plan was to further enhance his explosive power in battle. Currently, Assassin, Shadow Dancer, and Bounty Hunter were his top choices. These 3 profession advancements had powerful combat abilities. If an assassin wants to learn alchemy, I must have the ability to make poisons. Soren put away his curved sword and walked towards his room. He needed to buy some small items. The Shadow Dancer's evasion skill is very high. I'm afraid my own evasion skill is still lacking. Although Bounty Hunters have powerful tracking abilities in the future, they don't have much combat ability before reaching the legendary realm. There are still a lot of prerequisites. Now, I can only see which profession advancement's condition is met first. Wizards were always busy. Soren went to the secret shop to buy parchment paper, ink, quill pens, gem powder, and so on. These were all tools used by wizards, not ordinary people. He also bought himself some food for the night. Then, he began to copy the scrolls according to his memory. This was the most important ability of a wizard, and also the most powerful guarantee of combat ability. The only downside was that it was very expensive. In total, he spent more than 100 Kindler coins. After returning to his room, Soren began to copy the scrolls. He had memorized 4 arcane missile spells, so he could try to copy the scrolls 4 times. Basically, he would definitely fail at the beginning. However, he could improve his basic skills during the process. As his scroll copying skill improved, the success rate would also increase. Finally, he could try to copy a high-level spell scroll. As a spellcaster, it was impossible for him to not have a few scrolls to protect himself. 2 hours passed quickly. As expected, Soren failed. He failed to copy the first arcane missile spell scroll. He lost about 20 Kindler coins, but gained 2 points in the scroll copying skill. He was not surprised by the failure. After resting for a while, he continued to copy the scrolls. When he copied the 3rd scroll, he finally succeeded. More than 100 Kindler coins were exchanged for an arcane missile spell scroll. Then, he gained 12 points in the scroll copying skill. Failure only gave him 2 points, but success gave him 6 points. Looks like my focus skill is still not high enough. Soren put away the spell scroll that he succeeded in, and at the same time, he packed up his things and prepared to go see Vivian. Copying a level 1 spell could be upgraded to 50 points in the scroll copying skill. After that, he would have to copy higher level spells. Copying the level 9 spell scroll required more than 400 points in the scroll copying skill. He sighed, looked at the scrapped materials, and murmured, "Spellcasters are really expensive. I haven't even started to study alchemy yet. Looks like I'll have to do something after learning invisibility." As a rogue, stealing was a normal thing to do. Looking at the wealth he had left, Soren decided to go to the noble district and do something he used to do before he left. 2 days passed by in a flash. Soren was very busy during this period of time. He finished analyzing invisibility in the afternoon and finally managed to construct the complicated 2nd circle spell in his mind. Soren couldn't wait to memorize the spell model after he finished constructing it. After more than 2 hours of meditation, he finally completed the 2 spell models for invisibility. Since he didn't know many spells, he didn't spend much time memorizing them. For 1st circle arcane missiles, and 2 2nd circle invisibility. Although Soren had recorded a few 3rd circle spells, he didn't have much time to study them. He could only wait until he had more time to analyze them. After completing the spell model, Soren went to rest. On one hand, he wanted to recover his energy, and on the other, he wanted to wait for night to come. He was now spending money like water. Although copy scroll had increased to 36 points, he had spent 300 to 400 gold dirhams. The gold coins in his hands were a little tight. Night came. Soren woke up around 10 o'clock in the evening. He changed into the clothes he prepared in advance and put on a mask. There was no shortage of items in the gray area. As long as you could find them and know how to deal with them, you could buy all kinds of strange things from them. The curfew in Whiterun was still in effect, and the number of guards patrolling the streets had increased by half. Soren's figure hid in the shadows as he carefully sneaked toward the noble district. The social hierarchy in this world was very strict. The rich district and the poor district were separated, and the noble district was even more independent. The road to the noble district was specially guarded by guards. Ordinary civilians were not allowed to get close. If they saw them, they would be questioned and driven away. Only those who looked well-dressed would be slightly relaxed and allowed to pass. In any case, no homeless or poor people were allowed in the noble district. Otherwise, they would be punished. Compared to the other areas that were dirty and messy, the noble district was very clean and tidy. There was no excrement from humans or animals, nor was there any sewage or muddy ditches. The ground was paved with flat stone slabs, and there were underground drainage channels on both sides of the road. There were flower beds and big trees along the road, and there were small independent villas on both sides of the road. Most of the windows were made of stained glass, which was a symbol of wealth. Ordinary civilians mostly used paper. This kind of expensive alchemy material was not something they could afford. There were guards patrolling the roads and everywhere. The security of the noble district was the best. As there was no shortage of cheat fingers who wanted to come here to make a fortune, the security was also much tighter. However, if they were caught, they would be in trouble. Stealing from a noble was a heavier crime than stealing from a commoner. They could have an arm broken or be sent to the mines to do manual labor. As Soren chanted a spell in a low voice, he used invisibility in a dark alley. His figure gradually disappeared. The moonlight directly penetrated his position and sprinkled on the ground. It was as if he had completely disappeared. Soren's footsteps were very light when he was in stealth mode. He almost did not alert any targets. He walked directly in front of the two white horse guards. The distance between them was less than 3 meters, and the two guards did not notice him at all. They were still talking about how many waitresses in a tavern. After they finished talking, they even laughed in a way that only men would understand. There was nothing strange in front of him. Whether it was light or shadows, they did not even hear the faint sound of footsteps. If Soren wanted to, he could take the lives of these two guards in an instant. Inside the small villas, it was pitch black. At this time, most people were asleep. Behind the villas were the residences of the nobles, and that was Soren's forbidden area. Humans still maintained a relatively orderly society. They had not completely devolved into a society where only the strong were respected. Many of the nobles were ordinary people, or slightly stronger than ordinary people. Only the nobles who held more power would have strict requirements for strength. Otherwise, they would not have the ability to rule a city. Many of the nobles here inherited their titles. Some were permanent, while others could only last for 3 generations. If there were no outstanding talents, they would gradually be reduced to the status of commoners. Lesser nobles did not have many valuable things, while the greater nobles had powerful guards in their residences. Soren's target was the middle-class nobles. Most of these nobles had manors outside, but they would also have a villa in the city. They would spend most of the year in the city, mainly to maintain contact with other nobles. March to June was the time when the nobles socialized. They would frequently hold banquets, and would even invite the priests of the goddess of joy or the goddess of love and beauty to attend. These banquets often had many dirty deals, and some were just purely for pleasure. Their lifestyle was very similar to the nobles of the British Empire. Soren carefully observed his surroundings. He quickly chose a suitable target. It was a villa that was not small. It obviously did not seem to have any guards, and there was a large garden behind it. The servants' sleeping quarters had already turned off the lights, but the master's room on the 2nd floor had a faint light. Soren's figure walked out from the night. He calculated the time of the guards' patrol, then suddenly jumped onto the edge of the balcony and quietly climbed to the 2nd floor. "Brad. Is that you?" A languid voice came from the room. Then, a charming lady wearing a red nightgown tied with a silk ribbon climbed out of the bed. She softly said to the balcony, "Don't make a sound. Come in quickly." The candlelight in the room was very dim, and there was a fragrance in the air. It was as if it was full of lust. The beautiful lady heard a slight noise, but no one responded. She seemed to be a little nervous. She carefully looked outside and saw that she was wearing black silk stockings. This kind of alchemy silk was expensive. It seemed that the owner of this villa was not cheap. No one would wear silk stockings to sleep. The other party's dress was obviously arranged for something else. Soren's mouth showed a hint of playfulness. He did not expect to encounter something like this just as he was doing his old job. A tryst. The lady in front of him was obviously waiting for her lover. This kind of sneaky behavior was very popular among the nobles of the south, and everyone had a tacit understanding of it. The circle of nobles had always been very chaotic. This group of people who did not have to worry about food and clothing only had this hobby to satisfy their empty hearts. If they could not be satisfied with this, they would eventually fall into the realm of some evil gods. For example, there was an evil god who liked to appear in forbidden carnival ceremonies. There was a time when the goddess of joy fell into forbidden pleasure. If it was not for some kind gods who pulled her back, she would have deviated into the realm of chaotic good. Among the gods, the one who fell the most was the goddess of cat and dance. Now, she was in the chaotic neutral camp. It was said that she was almost ruined by the Lady of the Night. If she fell completely, there was no doubt that the Lady of the Night's camp would have one more god. There was a slight noise in the distance. Then, a rather vigorous figure flipped over the wall and entered. She lowered her voice and said, "Camellia. It's me, dear. I'm going up now." A guy who was good at fighting. Soren's night vision was very good. He could clearly see a handsome young man in the garden sneakily approaching. Judging from his face, he was at most in his 20s, and he was quite tall. On the other side, the noble woman seemed to be at least in her 30s. Her charming face couldn't hide the traces at the corners of her eyes and her thick waist. "Come up quickly, my dear," the noblewoman urged in a suppressed voice. Her breathing had become rapid. The young man below was obviously very excited. He jumped up and climbed along the wall to the balcony. As soon as he came up, he pounced on the lady in front of him and kissed her fiercely. At the same time, he used his hands to rub her full breasts. The two of them moved into the room, and their lips never parted. It seemed that they were both very hungry. Soren was not interested in watching a hand-to-hand fight. He quietly moved his feet, then suddenly appeared and knocked out the noblewoman with a slash. Then, his palm was as fast as lightning. In the next second, he grabbed the young man's neck and kicked him in the crotch. The young man didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. It seemed like something was broken. Soren's expression was very calm. He put the two people on the ground and then reached out to search their bodies. Rings, necklaces, earrings, bracelets, all the valuable things on their bodies were taken out by Soren. He also pinched the lady's chest and commented, "Your waist is too thick, and it's too soft here. It's almost a bit saggy. It's far worse than the drows." Among the females, he was most familiar with the drows. Maybe it was because he had stayed in the Underdark for too long. Soren peeled off a ring from the young man's finger and looked at it under the moonlight. In an instant, his whole body was covered in cold sweat. It was an energy ring. After activation, it could emit an energy ray with a strength of about 30. It was worth about 2,000 Kindler coins. It had the ability to kill low-grade professions in one shot. Fortunately, he was very fast and did not give the two people any time to react. Otherwise, if they were careless, there would be a hole in their bodies. "It seems like they're nobles with high status?" Soren looked at the blood on the man's crotch. This injury would not kill him. The other party was obviously a professions, and his vitality was relatively tenacious. The invisibility effect had disappeared. Soren dragged the two fainted guys into the room and then began to search for loot. "Damn it." Soren looked at a safe in the hidden compartment and cursed. With his 45 points of unlock skill, he could not open the safe. It seemed that some special device was used. Although he had a way to break the lock by force, it would probably cause a lot of noise. In desperation, he could only hold the safe in his multidimensional bag. It was just enough to fit the safe. He simply took out the things in the multidimensional bag and put them in another multidimensional bag, and then put them back together with the safe. Before he left, he looked at the two people on the floor and kindly took down the quilt to cover them. It was already bad luck that they met him on a date and got their balls knocked out. It would be bad if they caught a cold. Soren landed softly on the balcony. He quickly cast invisibility on himself and walked out of the noble district. He had gotten quite a lot from that trip. He had found over 100 Kindler coins in the hidden compartment. Including the jewelry and the ring, he could get about 300 Kindler coins worth of profit. Of course, that was not counting the value of the energy ring. Otherwise, the ring alone would be worth about 2,000 Kindler coins. He would have to wait until he opened the safe. As for the two unlucky fellows, Soren did not care about them at all. He was leaving Whiterun the next day. It was about time for the skinning incident to spread to Whiterun. The skinning incident had affected the entire southern region, which meant that skinning incidents had occurred in most of the cities in Whiterun. The purpose of the skinning incident was to spread fear and strengthen the power of a certain demon from the abyss. Soren did not know the specifics. He did not have access to such high-level missions at the time. The effect of invisibility was very powerful. Soren swaggered out of the noble district. When he passed by an alley, he suddenly saw a shadowy figure sneaking around. The Shadow Council? Or the Masked Walker? Soren suddenly stopped in his tracks and hid behind a wooden crate to observe the silhouette. Without night vision, Soren could not see the figure clearly. He looked around cautiously, then opened the cover of Whiterun's sewer, and quickly dived into the sewer. Soren did not follow them. This was a very dangerous thing to do. He was able to live until he reached the realm of legends because he was not overly curious and wanted to find out the truth of everything. He retreated from the alley and hurried back to his place. There were many disputes before the time of troubles. The most active ones were the Children of God, the Shadow Mask, the Droll Cult, and a mysterious organization called the Godslayer. There were many legendary existences among them. If he accidentally bumped into them, he would die at their hands. Soren did not want to see them now. After returning to his residence, Soren took out the safe and took out some tools to unlock it. After some effort, he still didn't succeed. He could only use a more violent method to break the lock from the gap. Fortunately, this wasn't a magic lock. Ordinary locks, no matter how precise they were, could still be broken by brute force. After opening the box, Soren couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression, because inside the box was a property deed. This kind of thing could be reissued through the city hall, and there was no way to exchange it for any money. However, when he flipped open the contract, what he saw made him hold his breath. It was a very familiar card. It was not the card Soren had once obtained, but a higher-level arcane card. Soren's expression suddenly became very disappointed. When he flipped open the card, he noticed that there was already an image on the front of the card. This meant that the card had been used before, and the mana on it had already disappeared. What appeared on the card was a mechanical arm. It looked a bit like the arm of a steel golem. There were hexagram runes on all four sides, and a mysterious black vortex behind it. It seemed like this card had been kept for a long time. There were some light scratches on it, and they didn't look like they were left there recently. A golem's arm? Soren picked up the arcane card and carefully examined it. He muttered to himself, "Is this one of the cards in the combination deck? That woman has no combat ability at all. How could she have something like this?" Arcane cards were very mysterious. Soren knew a little more about the card of many things, but he didn't know much about arcane cards. He only knew that arcane cards could be combined, allowing the user to summon a powerful creature, or temporarily gain a powerful ability. For example, 3 different wind elemental cards could summon a legendary Elder Wind Elemental. This was the only arcane card that he had collected, and it was very popular for a period of time. Even Soren was very tempted and wanted to assassinate that guy. A row of data suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Enchanted armor arm, arcane card, obtained. Do you want to repair it? Enchanted armor? Soren was stunned for a moment, and then he tried to repair it. A row of data appeared again. Enchanted armor arm, arcane card, required 80,000 soul points to repair. Insufficient slaughter experience points. Unable to repair. 80,000 slaughter experience points? Are you kidding me? That much slaughter experience points should be enough for me to level up to grade 3. Soren was speechless as he looked at the arcane card in his hand. He carefully observed the scratches on the card, which seemed to be made by a sword. The card's texture was very hard, so it took a lot of effort to leave a mark on it. He had heard of enchanted armor before. It was a product of the Arcane Empire, and it was one of the standard equipment in the floating city. It was a top-grade product in the golem domain. Golems were relatively common in this world. They were one of the standard equipment in the wizard tower. If you went to the wizard city, you could even see golem patrol guards. Golems were from clay golems, stone golems, iron golems, and even steel golems. Although they were not weak, there was a limit to their strength. Even the strongest diamond golems only had the combat strength of a tier 4 magic beast. The only legendary golem structure that was developed during the Arcane Empire was the enchanted armor in front of him, or it was called enchanted skeletal armor. There were some enchanted skeletal armor in the ruins at the bottom of the sea, and it almost destroyed the legendary team that Soren joined. What's the use of having only one arm? Soren put down the card in disappointment and continued to rummage through the contents of the safe. There were some jewels in it, which comforted him a little. He threw the arcane card into his multidimensional bag. It was useless to him for a short period of time. Soren could not spend so much slaughter experience points to repair it. Besides, what was the use of repairing an arm? Could he rely on an arm to fight for him? A full set of arcane cards would at least include the head, the limbs, and the power unit. No matter how strong the enchanted armor was, it was not worth wasting his precious slaughter experience on it. The sky was starting to brighten. Soren was in high spirits. He played with the energy ring in his hand and observed its properties. This was one of the most common rare-grade items, and it came with a ring of protection. The energy ring could shoot a ray of energy, and the ring of protection could create a 100-point defensive force field. They were the best life-saving items in the early stages of the game. Item type, energy ring +1. Item grade, rare, grade 1, item description, a ring enchanted with alchemy. After activation, it can shoot a 36-point spell power energy ray. It can be recharged with alchemy. Requirements, none. Effect, energy ray, January 1st. The recharging of the ring was very simple. He just needed to set up an alchemy circle and use alchemy to convert some gems into energy. Soren used to wear a +3 energy ring and a +3 ring of protection. They were the items that were second only to legendary. The ring of protection, in particular, had saved his life several times. After the sun rose, Soren walked back to the caravan's base as if nothing had happened. He did not leave any traces of what he did last night, and neither of them saw his face clearly, so he was not worried about being discovered. However, the security in Whiterun seemed to be a lot stricter than yesterday. He wondered if they had notified the guards, but being robbed in the middle of the night was probably not something to be proud of. When Soren arrived at the caravan's base, he was surprised to find that the place was also heavily guarded. Before Soren could say anything, the mistress of the caravan said with a serious expression, "Someone was skinned last night." What? Soren's expression changed slightly, and he said without hesitation, "Where's Vivian? I want to take her away from here." The mistress of the caravan stared at him and said slowly, "So you do know something. No wonder you left Whiterun with me that day. Did you already know what disaster was going to befall Whiterun? The skinning incident. It was the biggest chain of events in the south." Soren was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "I don't know much about it. I only know that it's a sacrificial ritual of some evil god. It might affect many places, and the fallen will bring a lot of slaughter and death. Fear will spread everywhere." "I knew it." The mistress of the caravan had a look of understanding on her face. "So that's why you want to take Vivian away? To the elf's territory? It's the territory of the forest goddess, and it's hard for the fallen to sneak in." Soren did not know how to answer, so he nodded slightly. He could not tell her about the upcoming time of troubles, so he could use the skinning incident as an answer. After all, it was just the beginning. The mistress of the caravan hesitated for a moment, then took out a file and handed it to Soren. She said seriously, "How much do you know?" "This is what the witch council told me. There was a mass suicide in Psalm City. There were thousands of people who watched a bard's performance, and hundreds of them committed suicide that night, including high-grade clerics. Does this have anything to do with the skinning incident? Helpheimer?" Soren looked at the file with a serious expression, then slowly said, "It shouldn't have anything to do with it. That bard might be one of the legendary characters. Have you heard of the Helpheimer before?" The mistress of the caravan trembled and murmured, "Helpheimer? Didn't he fall hundreds of years ago?" Sauron glanced at her and finally decided to tell her what he knew. He said in a deep voice, "It was only his body that died. At the moment of his death, he made a deal with the devil in hell." Helpheimer. One of the only 3 legendary bard in the world. The first winner has appeared. After deducting the 4 little troublemakers, the winner is, Don't Look at Trash S. His winning message is, I'm here, I want to tell you, looks determine your fate, ha 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 ha. Congratulations to this book friend for winning the prize. Please join the book friend group and contact the 8 cats to receive the prize. The prize is a small toy that you can choose from. Congratulations, your looks are really good. The second round of lucky draw is still the original post. Please leave a new message to calculate the lucky draw. There were 3 legendary bards. They were all monsters. They could cast legendary spells like wizards, master legendary battle skills like warriors, and escape into the shadow plane like thieves. These 3 legendary bards appeared in different times, but their abilities were all very terrible. As the most useless profession, they were the model of being good at everything, but there were some unreasonable monsters among the bards. The Hellpemer was one of them. Legend has it that he was a chanter before he fell, a believer favored by a god. Later, it was said that he was tempted by the Lord of Hell and finally became the incarnation of evil. There weren't many records about the Hellpemer, but his achievements were very glorious. He killed a total of 16 legendary professions, and he also created one of the 3 forbidden songs, Revelation, Prelude to Hell. It was said that this forbidden song had a total of 6 parts, and the power of each part was equivalent to an 8th level spell. If these 6 parts were combined, it would be the legendary, Hell's Descent, a very terrible legendary spell. He was one of the original legendary professions who was active during the time of troubles. He successfully killed 3 weak gods who had mastered music and used this as an opportunity to become an evil god who had mastered music. The Hellpemer was also a master of blasphemy. At that time, many people in the evil camp worked for him in exchange for power. If what was written in this file was true, then he should have performed the first part of Revelation, Prelude to Hell. He used despair as a spiritual imprint into the minds of the audience present. If their will couldn't resist this power, they would feel endless despair and commit suicide. Soren had heard of the name Chanter City. It seemed to be a city far away. As for whether this happened, he didn't remember. At that time, he had never been to such a remote place. There were many mysterious powers in this world. Some existences had mastered domains that were completely beyond the imagination of mortals. The mistress fell silent for a moment. She looked at Soren and asked, "Are you leaving today?" Soren gently nodded and replied, "Yes." The mistress had a complicated expression on her face, and she looked at Soren with a hint of disgust. "All right then. I'll go with you." "Ah?" Soren raised his head in surprise. "Why?" The mistress looked at him unhappily and said, "I'm worried about Vivian. You won't be able to protect her if she's in danger. I don't want to see her in danger because of your stupidity. If it wasn't for the fact that she really cares about you, I really want to teach you a lesson." Soren was speechless, but he could feel how much the mistress cared about Vivian. There were some things that Soren could not say, as it was not the right time yet. However, the mistress of the merchant caravan was much friendlier than before. Her concern for the little girl was enough to make Soren have a good impression of her. The mistress looked at him and said, "I'll send you all to the Elven Kingdom, then I'll teleport back to the north." For a moment, Soren wanted to tell her that the north was also the center of the chaos, but he swallowed his words in the end. Perhaps it would be better to reveal something to her when the time was right, when the believers of the other gods couldn't contact them. That would be the beginning of the time of troubles. It would take at least half a month to reach the Elven Kingdom, which would add up to a month. It was impossible for all the gods to not respond to the prayers of their believers for a month. By that time, many powerful organizations in the world would have realized that something had happened in the Elven Kingdom. The silence lasted for 2 years, and many of the believers of the other gods began to panic. Some of the priests of the evil gods even tried to hold evil rituals to attract the attention of the other gods, but it was to no avail. Many of the priests of the good gods also held large-scale celebrations. The Elven Kingdom even held a special ceremony to summon the consciousness of the oak tree, but it was to no avail. Soren clearly remembered the reason for this. This ceremony would summon the legendary queen of the Dryads, nature's incarnation, and allow a mortal to copulate with her. It was an ancient ceremony to heal the wounds of the forest. "Wait here." The mistress glanced at Soren and walked towards the secret room. She then said in a low voice, "I need to prepare some things. Vivian needs to get ready as well." We'll leave at noon. Soren nodded and didn't say anything. About half an hour later, the little girl's cute figure appeared in front of him. She was wearing her original clothes, and she was wearing a pair of clean moccasins. She walked up to Soren proudly and sat on his knees. She then raised her feet and said, "Look, big brother. Vivian has grown up a little. These shoes are just right for me." Soren didn't say anything and kissed her on the head. There were some small trinkets on the little girl's body, but they didn't look like simple decorations. They looked more like rare-grade items. Soren didn't doubt the wealth of a high-grade northern witch. She was definitely the typical rich and beautiful woman in this world, and she was even the ruler of a city. The Witch Council ruled most of the cities in the north, and the high-grade members among them owned a large amount of wealth. When the mistress of the caravan appeared again, Soren was stunned. It wasn't that there was anything special about her. In fact, the mistress of the caravan was only wearing an ordinary gray robe that almost covered her entire body. If he didn't look closely, he wouldn't even be able to tell if she was a man or a woman. However, the other party's attire gave him a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him before. Of course, he didn't mean when he was in Amber City or Whiterun. It was just an impression in his memory. He thought about it carefully, but he still couldn't remember, so he put it aside for the time being. Some things couldn't be remembered completely. After all, it was easy to forget a short impression. They set out at noon. The mistress of the caravan had prepared a carriage. Many caravans had already left, and the road to Autumnfall had been cleared. However, there were still some scattered monsters in the wilderness, which was unavoidable. The ancient red dragon was still building its nest, and it wouldn't cause any trouble for the next 1 or 2 months. For the time being, it was a relatively peaceful period. That is, if the skinning incident didn't spread. Whiterun was just like Amber City in the beginning. Panic was spreading in the city, and the Whiterun guards, who had just experienced a great battle, were flustered and exasperated. It seemed that they couldn't wait to hang the fallen. Thanks to the mistress of the caravan, they easily passed through the security check. Then, Soren started driving the carriage and brought them to Autumnfall. The carriage was specially custom-made. It was very stable and comfortable inside. One would not feel the slightest bump. The mistress of the caravan lay lazily in the carriage, and there was a special incense beside her that smelled very good. The little girl sat beside her, reading a book. She would ask the mistress if she didn't understand anything. Occasionally, she would look up at Soren in front of the carriage, and when she was bored, she would climb out and sit beside him, watching the scenery pass by. After watching for a while, she went back into the carriage and took out some exquisite snacks from her pocket. She put them into Sauron's mouth with a face of presenting a treasure. Perhaps it was because there was an extra high-grade mage. The journey this time was more like a vacation. The mistress of the caravan was always able to take out a lot of things out of thin air. She closed her eyes and dozed off while answering the little girl's endless questions. Moonlight shone on the plains. Soren leaned against the side of the carriage and closed his eyes to take a nap. They were at the edge of the area, and even though the area had been cleared, Soren did not dare to let his guard down. He knew that the reason he was able to reach the realm of legends was because of his vigilance. Amandina left the carriage and walked around the area. A faint glow of magic appeared around the carriage, and when she came back, she looked at Soren and said, "Take a rest. I've already set up a defensive spell." This was the benefit of being a spellcaster. Soren nodded slightly, looked into the distance, and said, "Thank you." The mistress paused for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Call me Gloria." My tone was a bit harsh at the beginning. You might have your own difficulties, but you're not willing to tell me. The northern witch in front of him was different. Soren had met many spellcasters, and most of them were eccentric and arrogant. Gloria's mother, for example, had the typical attitude of a spellcaster. They respected the strong and ignored the weak. However, Gloria was different. She was the polar opposite of her mother. Soren would have doubted if they were biological mother and daughter if not for the similarities in their facial features. Vivian breathed evenly in the carriage. The little girl was very tired after sitting in the carriage for a whole day. The horses were very quiet because of the spell. A simple charm spell was enough to make them obey. Gloria hesitated for a moment, then sat down beside Soren and whispered, "You're different from the others I've met. As a rogue, you're very knowledgeable. I'm afraid that some wizards can't compare to you. However, you can be very stubborn sometimes. You even remind me of the monks I've met. They're also very stubborn." Was he trying to ease the tension between them? Soren turned his head and looked at her. In fact, all he could see were her beautiful eyes. He played with a kindler in his hand, and a golden light danced on his fingertips. He slowly said, "You're also different from the other witches I've seen. From what I know, they're all arrogant women. You know what? The tavern once evaluated the 3 most difficult types of women to deal with. The first was the drows, the second was the Amazons, and the third was you northern witches." Gloria revealed a strange expression and said, "Is that so? So this is how people see the northern witches?" It was obvious that she rarely went to taverns. That was the place where information was the most up-to-date, but it was also too chaotic. Generally, noble spell casters would not go to such low-level places because they were really rich. Just like how nobles who believed themselves to be of noble blood would not mix with commoners, there was a clear difference between the ranks of professions. Yes. Soren looked at the bright stars in the night sky and said seriously, "But you're not the same. You're easier to get along with than them, and of course, you're more beautiful." The slight compliment made Gloria smile slightly. She shook her head and was about to say something when she suddenly stood up with a horrified expression and looked up in the direction of Whiterun. Unknowingly, the distant horizon had turned fiery red. That familiar scene caused the two of them to change their expressions greatly. Meteor burst? Soren looked at the distance in disbelief. He did not know if it was because of fear or something else, but his expression was very stiff. Just as they left Amber City, the city was turned into ruins by the meteor burst. Now, as soon as they left Whiterun, someone in Whiterun cast a legendary spell. Soren would not believe it if it was not a coincidence, but he was also full of doubts because he did not know why this happened. The spell failed. The fiery red clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Gloria's expression was very serious. She said in a deep voice, "Someone interrupted the spell." Whiterun was not Amber City. Amber City was a new city built by the river, so it wasn't very strong yet. However, Whiterun had been around for a long time, and its founder was even a legendary class who had successfully slain a dragon. It was impossible for such a powerful spell to go unnoticed by the Guardians. As long as a high-grade spellcaster or above teleported over to interrupt the spell would be stopped. The higher the grade of a spell, the longer it would take to cast it, especially large-scale spells with a large area of effect. "Are you still not going to tell me?" Gloria frowned and stared at Soren in front of her. Her expression was very serious. She said in a deep voice, "Is Vivian the child of God?" The child of God. Gloria had this thought in her mind a long time ago. After all, the little girl's talent was too outstanding. If a genius among mortals could have 18 points of innate attribute, then a genius among geniuses could only reach 20 points of innate attribute at most. However, Vivian's innate attribute was already more than 20 points. Soren had part of the half-elf bloodline, so he was born with high dexterity. His father was a high-grade thief, so he must have inherited some of his father's abilities. However, even with all these factors combined, his innate attribute was only 18 points. He could be considered a genius in this field. But what about Vivian's innate attribute? She had 21 points of charm when she had just awakened, which meant that she had broken through the innate attribute. Soren would be lying if he said that he did not suspect that she was the child of God. However, the problem was that they shared the same mother. Although Soren had some guesses, he could not be sure. However, the scene in front of him told him that if the probability of Vivian being the child of God was 25% at first, it had now increased to 50%. Could Vivian's father really be a god? Why would a god choose an ordinary human to give birth to a child? Judging by Soren's current ability, his mother was definitely a very ordinary human. This was because he did not have any innate attribute. Soren took a deep breath. His hand was already on the curved sword. He shook his head and said in a low voice, "I don't know. Vivian and I share the same mother but different fathers. If she really was the child of God, I would have noticed it long ago." However, she doesn't have any divine power in her body, so it's unlikely that she's the child of God. I've seen her father, and he was just a powerful adventurer. Gloria was still frowning, but her expression softened a little. She said, "Then why did you decide to leave at this time? Don't tell me that this is all a coincidence." She glanced at Soren's hand on the curved sword and said softly, "You still don't believe me? Whether or not Vivian is the child of God, I like this little girl very much. If anything happens, I'll stand by her side. Are you still not going to tell me anything?" Soren hesitated for a moment and said, "If I tell you this, can you keep it a secret?" Gloria nodded without hesitation and said in a serious voice, "I'll keep it a secret." "Good." Soren took a deep breath. His expression was very serious, but what he said was half true and half false. He said in a low voice, "I once found a secret underground cave built by a lich in Amber City. I even met a snake demon in it. I learned a terrible prophecy from it. The gods will lose their divine power and eventually fall to the mortal world. There will be endless slaughter in the abyss and hell, and the believers of the evil god will spread fear everywhere. The whole world will be plunged into war, and only the Frost Kingdom will be safe for the time being." While Soren was talking, Gloria had secretly cast lie detection. The effect of this spell wasn't absolute, but it could still detect the general truth and falsehood. She got the result that most of what Soren said was true. Although a small part of the answer was vague, most of the information was true. He didn't completely lie to her, and the feedback of the spell told her that he was probably telling the truth. There were more advanced spells that could predict the truth, but that required the help of the gods. Now that the gods had fallen into silence, the only spell that could be used was the enhanced lie detector version of the lie detector. How was this possible? The gods would lose their divine power and fall to the mortal world. What would the mortal world be like then? Would it be a chaotic battle between the gods? Gloria didn't have the energy to think about what Soren was vague about, because the news she heard had made her thoughts chaotic. She certainly knew a little about the gods losing contact. The believers all over the world couldn't contact the gods, and this had caused a lot of panic. So what Soren said was probably true. If the gods really fell to the mortal world, and the abyss and hell got involved, how chaotic would the whole world be? Liches were basically legendary. If this prophecy came from a lich, then it was very likely to be a legendary prophecy, and the probability of it being correct was at least above 50%. "So that's why you insisted on going to the elves, and then went to the Frost Kingdom?" Gloria was silent for a long time, then looked at Soren and said in disbelief, "Then why is it so coincidental? Just when you were about to leave, the skinning incident happened, and then Whiterun was attacked. There must be some connection, either it's related to you and me, or it's related to Vivian." Both of them couldn't help but look at the little girl who was sleeping soundly. Whether it was Soren or Gloria, they didn't think that they had much to do with these things, so the most likely person was Vivian. Was she really the child of God? But why didn't she have any divine power? Why didn't they find anything after so many years? Whiterun. There were already several places in the bustling city that were on fire. The figure of the grey-robed sorcerer flew up into the sky. There were continuous sounds of battle on the ground. At the same time, in the most central position of the city, there seemed to be a high-pitched roar of a dragon. A dazzling light soared into the sky. Following that, a majestic legendary warrior with a full body of blood-red heavy armor stepped out. He was holding a strange longsword in his hand, which was burning with raging flames. Dragon-slaying sword. The beautiful woman's figure appeared in a corner. She glanced over there and murmured, "Did that guy finally pull out the cursed weapon? Forget it, I don't care so much. I'll take this opportunity to leave this place. The droll who are monitoring me seems to be very busy recently. Hee hee. It seems that I really have to thank these troublemakers. Now I'm finally free." The light of a spell appeared, and the beautiful woman's figure disappeared into thin air. In a dark underground trench, a group of black-robed fallen ones gathered in the surroundings. This place had already been opened up into a not small space. In the center, there was a 10-meter-wide altar, surrounded by faint flames. Under the altar, there was a huge array. He could also vaguely see a strange shadow in the vicinity. It was blurry and did not seem to be a physical body, but a half-spirit form. A priest wearing a dark red robe was kneeling under the altar. Dark warriors in heavy armor were scattered around him, looking around with cold gazes. Your Excellency. The dark red figure under the altar spoke in a deep voice, we still haven't found the first son of God. The descendant of the dragon slayer has pulled out the cursed weapon. We have suffered heavy losses. This place is far more powerful than Amber City. The members of the Droll Order have also appeared. Recently, they have been very hostile to us. They think that we have broken the balance. What should we do next? The dark flames turned into a blurry figure, and the voice of the high priest was as cold as the bones of the dead. He said angrily, "Who is it? Who is it that has repeatedly interfered with the Lord's arrangements? You bunch of trash still haven't found the first son of God? I have already given you the location of the prophecy in advance. Why did you wait until now to hold the ritual? Whiterun is a very powerful city. There are many powerful beings here, including the members of the Northern Witches," the red-robed priest explained with a frightened expression. Whiterun is a very powerful city. There are many powerful beings here, including members of the Northern Witches. We waited until the Whiterun guards left to deal with the ogre tribe. After the Storm Lord left, we found the right time to hold the ritual. We have lost all our dread knights in Amber City. We are not very well staffed now. Your Excellency, I have tried my best. Trash. The shadow roared angrily. He raised his hand and pointed forward. The head of the priest in the dark red robe exploded like a watermelon. He glanced at the believers below and pointed at them. From today onwards, you are the new priest of fear. The Lord will grant you divine power to increase your strength. Now, get the others to prepare immediately. We will spread the sacred ritual throughout the south. The power of fear will awaken all the sons of God. You must find the whereabouts of the first son of God as soon as possible. The black-robed fallen one stood up in fear and trepidation, and said cautiously, Your Excellency High Priest. If the ceremony were to begin, then all of the sons of God would gradually awaken, and the power of our Lord would be distributed to them. At that time, the whereabouts of the first divine child would be even more difficult to find. Moreover, with the other sons of God awakening ahead of time, the power of the first Son of God will be greatly weakened. This is not conducive to our plan to resurrect Master. The high priest looked at him coldly and said, I know. But you useless trash have already missed the opportunity, and the prophecy has already deviated. Now, he could only awaken all the sons of God and strengthen the power of fear through the slaughter. Although the Lord's divine power will be scattered, the power of fear will still exist in this world. As long as all the other sons of God die, all the divine power will automatically converge on the first Son of God. Your task is to ensure that the first Son of God can survive until the end of the ceremony. He is the strongest, but also the weakest. Only then can the Lords will be resurrected in him. Whiterun. The Storm Lord's figure leaped on the street. Suddenly, she stopped and jumped on the roof. She stared at a warrior in blood-red heavy armor in the distance and asked in a deep voice, Why did you pull out the Dragon Slayer sword? The warrior in blood-red armor stopped and looked at her coldly. We have lost contact with the gods. The coming chaos can be foreseen. Whiterun needs the power of this sword. The Storm Lord's expression was very stiff. Don't you know the curse on it? I know. The heavy armor warrior clenched the long sword in his hand and said slowly, The owner of this sword will die in the hands of the giant dragon. It has killed 12 giant dragons, and the 5 previous owners also died in the hands of the giant dragon. But I am the guardian of Whiterun. You are just an outsider. This city should be protected by me. This is the mission that I was born with. Crackling lightning flashed violently. The Storm Lord's expression was very ugly. She seemed to be very angry. She took a deep breath and turned to leave. She coldly said, Stupid guy. The curse on this sword is more terrible than you think. You will regret this sooner or later. In the calm wilderness, Soren and Gloria looked at each other, speechless. The flames in the distance had dissipated, and it seemed that Whiterun was not hit by the meteor shower. At this moment, Vivian, who was in the carriage, suddenly trembled. Her cute little face revealed a trace of fear. Her white little hands randomly grabbed something, and the expression on her face became more and more terrified. She curled up in the corner of the carriage and muttered, Go away. You bunch of monsters. All of you, get out of my way. If you don't go away, my brother will kill you all. Why are you still not going away? If you don't go away, I'm going to call you brother. Soren's expression changed slightly. He quickly rushed into the carriage and reached out to hold Vivian's small hand. He said anxiously, Vivian. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Gloria's expression also changed slightly. She anxiously followed them into the carriage and bumped into Soren. She grabbed Vivian's hand and shook it gently. Wake up. Vivian, wake up. Did you have a nightmare? The little girl slowly opened her eyes. She first looked around timidly. When she saw Soren's figure, she rushed over and desperately drilled into his arms like a kitten. Her little hand was still holding on tightly to the corner of his clothes. When he heard the conversation between the two, he nodded with lingering fear and said in a low voice, yes. Vivian saw a lot of monsters, fire, and blood. Monsters? Soren and Gloria looked at each other. While comforting the frightened little girl, he asked, what kind of monsters? Vivian tried to recall what she saw, and her little face turned pale. She whispered, they were very, very big monsters. Their bodies were on fire, and they were very ugly. They had 2 horns on their heads, big wings on their backs, and a tail like a cow's. Their feet also seemed to be hooves. They surrounded me and said something, and they were very angry at me. I'm not afraid of them. I told them that if they came near me again, I'll call you brother. And then they disappeared. Demons? Soren's face turned pale. He looked at Gloria, and then nodded gently. He carefully comforted the little girl. When she gradually calmed down, Gloria signaled outside the carriage. Soren covered Vivian with a blanket, and looked at her little hand that was holding the corner of his clothes. He said softly, I'm just outside. I have something to tell Sister Gloria, and I'll come in to accompany you soon. Okay? Vivian nodded obediently. She let go of her little hand and sat on the side of the carriage. Soren walked out with a stiff expression. Gloria seemed to have set up a magic barrier. She looked at him and asked, you don't know about this either? Yes. Soren nodded seriously. Gloria looked inside the carriage, and then slowly said, Vivian might really be a god's child, and she might even be the child of the abyss demon god. Soren didn't answer, but his hand tightened on his curved sword. His muscles tensed up, as if he was going to attack in the next moment. You. Why are you so cautious? Gloria was so angry that she raised her eyebrows. She pointed at Soren and said angrily, do you think I'll harm you just because she's a god's child? I've done so much recently, and you still don't see me as a friend? Soren relaxed a little, but his hand was still on the hilt of his sword. He said softly, I'm sorry. I was too nervous. You know what Vivian and I went through in the past. I can't completely trust other people. Gloria's expression softened a little. She sighed and said, you must have had a hard time in the past. Soren didn't answer. He only said, I don't remember Vivian's birth father very well. If she really is a god's child, then things are very serious. Yes. Gloria looked inside the carriage with a hint of pity on her face. She said slowly, the demon gods of the deep abyss usually give birth to children for a certain purpose. The biggest possibility is that a demon god of the deep abyss foresaw his own death and left behind a god's child in the mortal world. After he died, he used the god's child's body to revive. 2 demon gods did this before. One was the god of massacre, and the other was the god of tyranny. The god of massacre failed. The god's child he left behind destroyed him. In the end, the god of massacre fell into the hands of another god. However, the god of tyranny succeeded. He revived in the body of his child. That pitiful god's child didn't even have time to react before he was stripped of his divinity and died. The god of tyranny revived from his broken body. Gloria sighed and said slowly, if Vivian really is a god's child, then her future is destined to be very difficult. Soren's palms were very pale because he used too much strength. He stared at Gloria and said with an unquestionable tone, I will kill her. I will completely destroy her. If I can't find her in the mortal world, I will go to the abyss and kill her. No one can hurt Vivian, not even a god. Gloria's gaze softened. She said softly, "This isn't just a battle of strength. It also requires willpower and faith. I think you need an ally." A white arm stretched out. This was the second time Soren held this hand, but the meaning was completely different. Yesterday's winner was SBJSN. His message was, "What is fan points? Please go to the book group and contact the 8 cats to receive the award. Are you here to be a bystander? How are those face warriors supposed to endure this? There's still one last day. It's still the original post. This is the last chance. The face warriors have to seize the opportunity." In a dark room, a young man suddenly woke up with a scream. His whole body was dripping with cold sweat. There were traces of tears on the bed. His palm was pierced by his fingertips because of excessive force. Drops of blood dripped down his fingers. Devil! He held his head in pain, knocked his forehead fiercely, and murmured, "Why would I dream of something like a devil?" There were sounds of insects all around. The young man pushed the door open and went out. This was a small manor. It seemed that his family was very well off. He stood in the moonlight wearing a thin shirt. The weather was a little cold at this time, but he didn't seem to care at all. The young man stood outside and took a deep breath to calm down. Only then did he calm down a little. Huh? He looked down at his palm. He didn't know when the wound on his palm had healed. The blood cut by his fingernails had now become very shallow. He seemed to be in disbelief. He raised his palm and observed it under the moonlight. Only then did he confirm that the wound was almost healed. If he looked carefully, he could even see the mark slowly disappearing little by little. How is this possible? He looked at himself with a face full of surprise. He suddenly found that he could see things in the night. Although he could see more or less before, it was definitely not as clear as now. He looked around in disbelief and murmured, "What's wrong with me? What happened?" In a secluded monastery, a woman's muffled scream came from the room, and the door was suddenly knocked open. Then, a middle-aged nun rushed in. She raised her hand and chanted a spell, and a faint light appeared on her fingertips. She looked at the girl in front of her with some worry. The girl was wearing very ordinary linen clothes and looked very delicate and pretty. At the moment, she was holding her head in pain, and her expression was somewhat distorted. "Ariana. What happened to you?" The old nun reached out and hugged the girl in front of her. She kept shaking her, trying to wake her up, but the girl still seemed to be in a nightmare. Her face was getting paler and paler. "Protect from evil." The old nun quickly cast a spell, and a holy light appeared and enveloped the young girl's body. The young girl's expression became calmer, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She cried out in fear and threw herself into the arms of the old nun, sobbing, "Mother Isolo. I just saw the demon again." The old nun held her hand tightly and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and pray to Lady Silvermoon. The goddess will protect her believers." The girl trembled as she stood up, kneeled on the bed and began to pray. As she prayed, little bits of holy light appeared, and the divine power of the monastery began to converge on her body. The girl's fearful expression became calmer and calmer. This was a monastery that worshipped the Lady of Silvermoon. Ever since the Lady of Silvermoon took control of a part of the priesthood to protect women, many of these monasteries, made up entirely of nuns, had thrown themselves into the embrace of the Lady of Silvermoon. The Church of the Lady of Silvermoon had undergone a lot of changes over the years. The number of female priests among the believers was increasing, and the Church gradually regarded women as a symbol of motherhood and the source of women's power. Women began to play a very important role in many rituals. This meant that the Lady of Silvermoon was likely to involve more priesthoods because there were many priesthoods that extended from women, and nursing. If the Lady of Silvermoon integrated these priesthoods, it was very likely that she would regain her divine power. The holy light gradually dissipated. The girl finally stood up calmly. She glanced at the old nun in front of her and whispered, "I can't get rid of the demons in my heart. They are making me more and more afraid. Mother Isolo. Is it because my faith in the Lady of Silvermoon is not firm enough?" The old nun reached out and hugged her, patted her back gently, and said slowly, "My dear Ariana, you are definitely the most devout believer of the goddess. Please believe me, the goddess will never allow the demons to hurt you. She has been watching you. She loves you as if you were her own daughter. In the dark basement, in the small village in the wilderness, in the silent castle, similar scenes kept happening. That night, many people woke up from their nightmares. When they opened their eyes, the whole world had changed. In a gloomy canyon, a bewitching man stood under the moonlight. He stared into the distance with a strange smile on his face as he murmured, "My dear brothers and sisters. You have finally woken up. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time." His figure flew out and directly jumped down from the cliff that was dozens of meters high. Then his figure gradually blurred and flew into the distance. In a place further north than the far north. There were glaciers and mountains all around, and the sea could be seen in the distance. However, it was completely frozen in this season. In this snowy country where there were few people, a tall tower stood in the middle of the sky. Its height was beyond the estimation of mortals. Even if Soren was here, he would have doubted that the technological civilization of the interstellar era could build such a strange yet stable tower that stood in the cold for thousands of years without any damage. Teacher. A handsome young man came to the top of the tower. This was an ancient astrology platform. He stood respectfully at the back and said softly, "The believers of the Dread Lord have begun to spread chaos and fear. They have awakened the Son of God in advance. Should we do something now?" An old man with white hair and a beard turned around. He was wearing a gray wizard robe, and his white beard almost touched the ground. He glanced at the apprentice behind him and slowly said, "My adored, you must always remember that we are observers. Our mission is to observe the changes in this world, not to interfere." The handsome young man seemed to be hesitant. He struggled for a while before refuting, "But teacher, if we don't interfere, the Dread Lord will use the bodies of his children to resurrect. Then the world will be shrouded in the shadow of fear again. This is a powerful demon god. If we miss this opportunity, I'm afraid it will be difficult to have another chance to make him fall in the future." The old man sighed softly and slowly said, "My adored, you must remember that we are neutral. We are neither righteous nor evil. Only then will the gods allow us to continue existing. Moreover, it is not that easy to resurrect a god." The handsome young man seemed to be unconvinced. He whispered, "Then why did the god of tyranny succeed?" The old man seemed to be helpless. He looked at the disciple in front of him and said slowly, "Many conditions have to be met for the gods to be resurrected. The bodies of mortals can't bear their power, even if these people are their descendants. Therefore, they will extract their divine power before they resurrect and gradually distribute it to their children. The stronger the divine power, the more children they need to share it with. After they die, this divine power will gradually gather. Many of the children they leave behind will fight and kill for the sake of power. In the end, the number of children with divine power will decrease, and the remaining children will become more and more powerful. Powerful children and the gathered divine power are only part of the resurrection of a god. The most important thing is the power of faith. All divine power is generated by the conversion of faith from the priesthood. The most important part is the control of the power of faith. The body of the Son of God has the divine power brought about by the priesthood, but they are not the gods that the believers believe in and pray to. If the believers are still praying to the original God, then the will of the Son of God can rely on the faith to gather the divine power in the body. He lurks in the body of the Son of God for a long time, using the power of faith to repair his soul, and finally completely take back the power that the Son of God inherited. Therefore, the resurrection of the God of massacre failed. Because his chief priest betrayed him, his believers stopped praying to him. But the God of tyranny was resurrected because his believers still maintained their faith. The handsome boy seemed to understand. He raised his head and said, "Teacher, does that mean that the Dread Lord will not be resurrected this time?" The old man was so angry that he knocked the boy's head with his wooden staff and said in a deep voice, "Always remember that we are neutral observers. No one can predict the future. But the churches of the gods will definitely not allow the believers of the Dread Lord to spread chaos everywhere. It will not be long before they suffer a serious blow. If the believers of the Dread Lord are greatly reduced, then he will lose the source of the power of faith. Without enough believers praying in his name, even if a child of God succeeds in meeting the conditions for his resurrection, he will never be resurrected." The handsome boy still did not understand. But he could roughly tell that the possibility of the Dreadlord's resurrection was not high, so he looked very happy and said cheerfully, "Teacher, I will make tea for you. I'll make tea for you with your favorite southern tea leaves." The old man sighed helplessly. He kept looking in the direction of the extreme north. His gaze seemed to pass through space and saw a gorgeous curtain of light. The curtain of light sprinkled down from the sky and looked so beautiful. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the plains. Soren drove the carriage forward. The road became a lot bumpy, so they didn't move very fast. Vivian sat in front of the long table in the carriage, sitting upright with her legs crossed. There was a mirror in front of her, and Gloria was behind her, combing her hair. Speaking of which, Soren wasn't a good brother. There were a lot of things that the little girl took care of herself, and he didn't have the energy to pay attention to so many trivial things. Gloria's appearance seemed to make up for this emptiness. She seemed to be playing the role of a mother. With a gentle smile on her face, she carefully combed the little girl's hair into a beautiful ponytail. "It's done." Gloria tied the long hair with a pink hairband, picked up the mirror and looked in front of Vivian. She smiled and said, "It's very beautiful. Our Vivian looks like a little princess." The little girl smiled sweetly. She looked in front of the mirror, stroked the hairband lovingly, and thanked Gloria behind her. "Thank you, Sister Gloria. It's really beautiful." After that, the little girl rolled her big eyes and whispered, "I don't want to be a princess, or I'll be taken away by the dragon." Pfft, Gloria couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and stroked the little girl's long hair, and said helplessly, "Naughty." Soren was chewing the jerky in his mouth. When he heard the sound behind him, he couldn't help but smile. He looked back at the two of them, and then continued to drive the carriage forward. Perhaps because of what happened yesterday, their relationship had become a lot closer. The northern witch in front of him was really different from the one Soren had seen before. The more he interacted with her, the more he found her shining points. She was beautiful, elegant, and gentle. When she spoke, her eyes could affect one's mood. She was really a good woman. Perhaps the arrogance at the beginning was just a disguise. After all, everyone wore a mask on their face. Take Soren for example. Most of the time, he appeared cold and distant. This was to prevent others from observing his emotions and thoughts. Another example would be Vivian. Most of the time, she was a well-behaved little girl in the eyes of others, but in fact, she was also a little mischievous. This was something that even the priestess who was close to her did not notice. Only Soren, who was closest to her, and Gloria, who was in front of her, could tell that the little girl could be very mischievous at times. This was a very good thing. The mischievous Vivian was better than the well-behaved Vivian, because Soren had always been worried that she was too well-behaved and would not be able to adapt. If she really was the divine child, then it would be a fatal thing. One's soul could remain pure, but one's thoughts could not be pure. Pure people would find it difficult to survive in this dangerous world. A large herd of wild goats could be seen in the distance. There were many wild beasts like this in the wilderness. They did not have powerful abilities, and could only rely on the herd to survive and protect themselves. Usually, a small number of ferocious leaders would be born from these goats. They were stronger than the rest of the herd, and had a creature level of 3 to 5. Sometimes, they would even dare to fight with wolves. This was very similar to humans. In humans, the strong protected the weak and maintained the space for them to survive. The leader of the goats discovered the carriage in the distance. It let out a low cry, and its thick horns nudged the lambs beside it, driving them into the plains. The leader of the goats enjoyed the most beautiful green grass. In order to ensure that the strongest offspring had the most mates, they were also responsible for protecting them when they encountered danger. When they could not fight back, they would find the most effective way to escape, and the rest of the herd would follow them. They were under the protection of the droll. If it was only a small-scale hunt for survival, the droll would not interfere. However, if it was a large-scale hunt, the droll would appear with their anger. They stubbornly maintained the balance of nature. If there were too many goats, they would also mercilessly kill some of them to ensure that the green grass would not be eaten clean. Paladins were annoying, and so were the droll. Vivian sat in the carriage and read. The little girl was more sensible than before. The speed at which she absorbed knowledge surprised both of them. Vivian had already read 1/3 of the books that Gloria carried with her. One had to know that there were hundreds of books as thick as bricks, and they were filled with dense professional knowledge. Although she had only memorized it for now, as long as she was given some time, she would definitely become a knowledgeable spellcaster. Knowledge was more important to a spellcaster than spell slots. The more powerful a spellcaster was, the more knowledge they needed. The wilderness was much calmer than before. Most of the monsters had voluntarily migrated to this area, and they would not dare to come close for a long time. However, there were still some scattered kobolds and goblins. These creatures were basically everywhere, and the Whiterun guards did not have the time to deal with them. At most, a new nest of them would be born next year. In the afternoon, Soren met a traveler. The traveler belonged to a race that was relatively rare in the south. It was also a very popular race. It was a halfling. He was very small, only about 1 meter tall. He wore child-sized clothes and had 2 short swords at his waist. Although they were swords, they looked more like daggers to Soren. The halfling did not have a lot of fur on his body, especially on his feet and the back of his hands. He probably weighed only about 30 to 40 pounds. He used a strong rope to hold the 2 goblins. From time to time, he would kick them a few times, driving the 2 little monsters in the wilderness forward. When he saw the carriage in the distance, he immediately jumped up in excitement and waved at Soren. "Hey! Can you give me a ride?" Gloria poked her head out to take a look, then naturally sat back down. The little girl looked at him and giggled as she gestured at his height. She then whispered into Soren's ear, "Big brother. Look. It's a halfling. He's really only a little taller than Vivian." It was a very small and inconspicuous halfling. If they were in a place with dense weeds, they would not have been able to see him if he did not jump up. "You guys are lucky." The halfling untied the rope and kicked the 2 goblins. They immediately ran away. He put away the rope and whispered, "How dare you steal my food? You won't be so lucky next time." Soren slowed down the carriage slightly, and the halfling jumped up. He was very agile. He stroked the horse's back with his hand, then stepped on the thin rope and sat next to Soren. He smiled and said, "Thank you so much. I've been walking in the wilderness alone for many days. Finally, I can take a break." Halflings were the best rogues. They were even more talented than Soren when it came to stealth. If they did not wear shoes, they would have an innate 20 points of stealth. They would not be able to hear any footsteps. "Hello, esteemed witch." "Hello, beautiful little girl." The halfling had good eyesight. He smiled and said hello, then looked at Soren who was sitting next to him and introduced himself. "Hello fellow traveler, my name is Aladdin. Aladdin, Tobacco, Noradom. I'm a rogue and a gourmet who has traveled around the world. Nice to meet you." Soren did not answer, but the corner of his mouth twitched when he heard the name. Vivian was very curious. She walked up to the halfling and pinched his baby face. Aladdin was not angry. He smiled and let her touch him. He blinked and said, "Little girl, is this the first time you've seen a halfling? This is what I look like. I'm about the same height as you." Halflings had good tempers. They were a race that was easy to produce good people. They were favored by many gods, and they were a race that greatly respected the gods. Even if the gods were weak, the halflings would still show their respect to them. They were the #1 foodies in the world. They were also the race with the most gourmets. Many of the curious halflings would try all the delicacies in the world before traveling. Most of the time, it was easy for them to gain the favor of other races. If they encountered bad people, they could easily escape with their skills. They were a race that was favored by the goddess of luck. Among all intelligent creatures, halflings were the only race with a natural bonus of luck. If a halfling was blessed by the gods, they would have an additional ability called Hero's Luck, which gave them a bonus of 1 point in any situation. This race was often seen in many epic legends. They were the best companions of epic protagonists and were very willing to help those they recognized. However, they were very weak and relied more on their agility in battle. Quite a large number of halflings did not even have 10 points of strength. The average strength of a halfling was only 8 points. A common halfling with 12 points of strength was already very high. There were not many halflings. Most of them were active in the Shire and Rotor area. The population was at most a few 100,000, and they had not expanded for thousands of years. They were protected by the halfling guardian goddess, Xianxia. She was an ancient powerful god, and the halflings had been living under her protection for countless years. They were very curious, but they had no intention of fighting for supremacy. If no one disturbed them, these little halflings were born to be optimistic. They liked to grow tobacco, brew liquor, and pursue good food. That's right. They also liked to brag. They especially liked to sit down with a pipe in their mouth, take a deep puff, and then start bragging to others. So when Aladdin took out his pipe and took out the special tobacco from his pocket, Soren knew that he was going to brag to Vivian. He had seen this scene more than once. That's right. Aladdin took a deep puff from his pipe and blew out a fist-shaped smoke ring. His expression was very rich as he said in a deep voice, "At that time, there were 20 terrifying ogres surrounding me. Their arms were as thick as my waist, and they were holding huge spiked maces in their hands. When they swung their maces, the sound of the wind was very frightening. If I was careless, my head would have been smashed by them." He held the pipe and gestured the size of the spiked maces. He even pretended to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said, "The situation at that time was very dangerous. I tried my best to dodge their attacks, and a few of them just brushed past my clothes. But thank Lady Luck, these slow guys didn't hit me at all. Instead, I used my short sword to cut their thighs. I found a wooden barrel in front of me. So I ran with all my might. This difficult battle lasted for a long time. Finally, these heavy guys couldn't take it anymore and I knocked them down one by one. Yes. After that, I calmly left the ogre's nest." It had to be said that his storytelling skills were very good. Although Soren knew that he was bragging, he couldn't help but feel that it was very interesting. Even Gloria, who was beside him, leaned over and listened with interest. With the thickness of the fat on the ogres' bodies, it was already good enough that the 2 short swords in his hands could cut through the fat layer. 20 ogres, after deducting the fat, were at most 4 or 5. Perhaps because of their small size, the halfling liked to use exaggerated metaphors to describe himself. Vivian, who was beside him, listened very seriously. The little girl liked to listen to stories, especially when the halfling was about the same height as her. It was very immersive to listen to stories. Stories about halflings were very popular among human children because they could imagine themselves as halflings in battle. Time passed quickly like this. Perhaps it was because of the lively halfling, the journey was much more cheerful. From time to time, he would tell stories of his adventures to Vivian. Although the content of the stories was exaggerated, it was obvious that he had been to a lot of places and encountered a lot of difficult characters. Soren couldn't determine his profession level, but it seemed that Aladdin should be a grade 3 rogue, and he seemed to be good at making mechanisms and alchemy. He also gave Vivian several exquisite gadgets. They were all made with alchemy and mechanical techniques. The little girl received more and more gifts. The guards of the caravan gave her quite a lot, and so did Gloria. Even Gloria's mother, who was mean and unscrupulous to Soren, also gave her some small gifts. Now, the little girl had a special multi-dimensional bag, which was filled with all the gifts she had received. In the evening, Soren untied the horses and let them graze while he began to prepare dinner. Aladdin volunteered to let them have a taste of the food made by a gourmet who traveled around the world. Soren missed the food made by the halfling. He looked at Vivian's longing expression and immediately nodded in agreement. There was a river next to the foothold. The halfling quickly took out a few sticks from the bag and assembled a fishing rod in the blink of an eye. He first set up a campfire, took out a small pot and put water in it. He also took out some mushrooms and spices. "I picked this up in the woods today. I've tasted it, and it's delicious." Aladdin poured some fine salt into the pot, then took the fishing rod and walked to the river. He said as he walked, "Wait for me for a while. When the soup is boiling, I'll catch the fish. I'm a fishing master in my hometown." Vivian curiously followed him, and Gloria also came to the side with great interest. Aladdin looked at the little girl beside him and smiled. "Do you want to give it a try? I have a fishing rod here." "Okay." Vivian quickly nodded her little head. So, the halfling took out a few more sticks, reassembled a fishing rod, and handed it to the little girl. Vivian held the fishing rod with her little white hands, and imitated Aladdin's action of throwing the bait into the river. The halfling looked back at the campfire, then sat by the river and continued to brag, "In my hometown, the Shire, there's a fishing competition every autumn. The first place gets a very good prize. Basically, as long as I'm in my hometown, I'll definitely be the champion of the fishing competition." So when those guys heard that I was going on a trip, they were immediately overjoyed. They were eager to win this year's fishing competition. Soren didn't know how many times the halfling bragged that he was the champion of the fishing competition. He probably won the fishing competition before, but it was hard to say whether he was the champion every year. Moreover, the fishing competition was part of the halflings' autumn celebration. Every halfling village would hold such a competition. The halfling Aladdin was still talking about his most glorious achievements and how many fish he had caught. Vivian's fishing float moved a little. The little girl excitedly held the fishing rod and whispered, "Sister Gloria, come here quickly." The fish took the bait. Gloria didn't seem to have fished much. She walked behind her with great interest and whispered, "Don't worry, wait for a while. It hasn't taken the bait yet." The noble northern witch naturally didn't prepare food by herself. If she needed to eat fish, someone would definitely send it to her immediately. "Don't worry." Aladdin looked over and was immediately surprised. "Lucky little girl, slow down. It looks like a big fish." Soren was preparing to roast the fish over the fire. Suddenly, Vivian's yelling came from the river. Her little body was dragged forward by the fishing rod. Gloria, who was next to her, immediately reached out and hugged her. Then, both of them began to yell. The halfling on the side also shouted, saying something like, "Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down." Soren looked over with a smile, then slowly walked over. Vivian's cute little face was flushed red, and her breathing was a little messy. She was holding a 30-centimeter long fish tightly with both hands. She raised the fish in front of Soren and said excitedly, "Brother, look. Vivian caught a big fish." The fish was probably close to 12 pounds. Such a big fish had a lot of strength in the water. It wasn't easy to catch it, and the fishing line would break if you didn't control it well. Soren glanced at Gloria next to him. After seeing the smile on her face, he immediately understood that she had used the magician's hand. Otherwise, it would be impossible to catch it without some skill. Generally, it was difficult to catch fish that weighed more than 5 pounds. Soren reached out and touched her little head. He took the fish and said, "Vivian, good job. It's up to you today." The little girl nodded happily. Her little face was full of joy. She was always easy to satisfy. As long as it was something interesting, it could make her happy for a long time. Soren pulled out his dagger and cut open the fish's belly. On the other side, Vivian was still fishing very seriously. She whispered softly, hoping that the fish would take the bait quickly. She didn't know if she was particularly lucky, but she actually caught a second fish immediately. On the other hand, Aladdin, who had been bragging for a long time, didn't even take the bait. When the little girl caught the third fish, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He put down the fishing rod and jumped into the river. After a while, there was no trace of him. Then his head popped out with a big fish in his hand. He raised it high towards Vivian and laughed, "I caught it. I caught it." The two people present were a little speechless. They didn't have much to eat. The halfling put away the fishing rod. Seeing the little girl's unsatisfied look, he simply gave her the other fishing rod. Then he began to prepare dinner, taking out bags of seasonings from his pocket. Some of them were used to make fish soup, and some were used to grill fish. Soren even smelled a fragrance similar to cumin. The halfling was a race that was best at cooking. Many rare seasonings were only available in their hands. It had to be said that his cooking was really good. This meal should be the most delicious meal Soren had ever eaten since he came to this world. Vivian's little belly was bulging, and Gloria also tasted a lot. It seemed that his title as a gourmet was not a bluff. His cooking skills were definitely at the level of a master. It was the third day of the trip. Soren met a halfling gourmet. His destination was the mountain fortress, and he was going to try the Iron Dwarf's blazing fire wine. They would travel together to autumn-fall, and then part ways. Next to a warm bonfire, Aladdin was preparing some snacks for supper. It was actually sliced meat, sprinkled with spices, and roasted. In the storyline, the original halflings were people who knew how to enjoy themselves. They would spend at least half of their wealth on making themselves more comfortable. Moreover, the halflings would not be adventuring for a long time. They would often choose to return home and retire after making a fortune. Vivian couldn't eat anymore, and Gloria also burped, which was a rare occurrence. She then entered the carriage with a slightly red face. Soren's appetite was very good. The stronger one's physique, the better their digestive ability. His appetite had doubled compared to before. For example, he now carried jerky with him, mainly in case he didn't have time to cook during a battle. He could just use jerky for a period of time, and it would be much better when he broke through to grade 4. At that time, his endurance would be greatly strengthened, and it wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't eat for 7 or 8 days. He knew a little about barbecue. The two sat by the bonfire and ate meat. Perhaps it was because there was a gourmet beside him, but Soren unexpectedly unlocked the cooking skill. Now, it was already 20 points. There were many types of basic skills. In addition to the ability to directly affect combat, there were also skills such as forging, cooking, tailoring, and so on. These skills weren't very useful, and very few people would specifically train in them. Weapon forging and armor forging had their limits, and if one wanted to create rare-grade equipment, they had to use alchemy. Among them, the most typical was the wizard robes. Many high-grade robes required special materials, such as the tough spider silk from the Underdark. Ordinary tailors would not be able to make clothes with this kind of spider silk. As for wizards themselves, you couldn't expect them to be proficient in the art of sewing when they already had so many things to learn. Therefore, high-grade rare-grade items had always been very rare. Aladdin leaned against the carriage and smoked his pipe. He also handed a small bag of tobacco to Soren and said with a smile, "Try the tobacco of the Noridotus family. This is the best tobacco in the north of the Shire." Soren didn't refuse. He reached out his hand and lit it up. He basically didn't drink. When necessary, he could use tobacco to ease his pain. Sometimes, he could use it to distract himself from his injuries. The tobacco grown by the halflings was hard to buy even if you had the money. It was something that many wizards were passionate about. When lit, it would have a faint fragrance that could help to refresh one's mind. The effect was similar to Gloria's incense, but tobacco was mostly a hobby of male wizards. The night gradually deepened. The halfling spread out a blanket, then rolled it up and went to sleep. No one knew if he was asleep or not. After all, it was difficult for rogues to fall asleep. Rogues had the most important tasks in the adventurer team. They had to be vigilant at all times. If they were ambushed, rogues would definitely be the first to be questioned. That was why for a long time, rogues liked to travel alone because their tasks were too difficult. When they encountered dangerous terrain, they had to walk at the front. They had to deal with the traps. At night, the mages were meditating, the warriors were sleeping, and the rogues had to be vigilant at all times. When it was safe, they had to take some time to rest. It was okay to have a high-level ranger to replace them. If there were not many dangerous places, the warriors would be useless. They wouldn't even know when the enemy had sneaked in. It was still a solo activity. They could leave and stay as they pleased. It was quite comfortable. There was a faint howl from a wolf in the distance. Soren sat in the carriage to rest. Vivian pulled the corner of his clothes with her small hand. Soren smiled and touched her little head, indicating that she didn't need to enter the carriage. Although the halfling was very friendly, he still wouldn't take it lightly. Even if there was a warning circle set up by the witches, he still thought that he would feel more at ease if he kept watch at night. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. The weather was getting colder and colder. Winter might come earlier this year. It seemed that it would be much colder than previous years. Aladdin gradually fell into a deep sleep. He probably didn't want to travel with them, but to be able to have a good sleep. He probably wouldn't dare to sleep peacefully in the wilderness. Soren sat upright with a blanket covering him. Occasionally, he would stand up and walk carefully, listening to the sounds in the distance. It was the sound of the wolves discovering the bonfire, but they were smart enough not to disturb it. If the wolves weren't very hungry, they would still eat wild animals as their staple food. Attacking travelers would reduce their population, and it would be difficult for them to reproduce. The next morning, Soren's body was covered with a layer of white frost. The weather was really cold. Soren, who had 20 points of constitution, didn't care much about it. However, when Vivian woke up and saw the frost on his eyebrows, her small face showed a distressed expression. She used her small hands to wipe the frost off his body. She opened her small mouth and blew on it. She held his hand and rubbed it hard. "Brother? Are you cold?" Soren kissed her forehead and smiled. "I'm not cold. This cold is nothing." The weather had really changed. When he woke up in the morning, there was a layer of white mist. Gloria frowned and whispered, "This year's winter came earlier than before." Soren nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. After Aladdin woke up, he first moved around a bit. Then he began to look for dry firewood to make porridge. He had everything he needed. After a simple meal, the group continued their journey. Perhaps because the road ahead was cleared by the caravan, they didn't encounter any monsters along the way. This journey lasted for 2 days, until the 5th day, they finally arrived at the city of Autumnfall. This was the territory of the half-elves. Half-elves were very common here. They had slightly pointed ears, slimmer and more flexible bodies than humans, and obviously more beautiful faces. However, most of the half-elves had been mixed many times. The proportion of human blood was very large, and the proportion of elf blood was reduced. The villages were similar to human villages, but there were many more arrow towers. There were many longbowmen here, more than the elves. This was because the elf's strength was not as good as humans. Although they were agile, they were easy to get tired when using a longbow. Humans had enough strength, but their skills were not good. It took too much time to train a longbowman. It was far less than crossbowmen and ordinary archers. The half-elves combined the advantages of both sides. They had good strength, but they also inherited the elves' talent in archery. Almost every village here had a longbowman, and some towns could even see longbowman guards. Among all the mixed races, the half-elves had the best life. The others, such as the half-orcs, were now either slaves or wandering around. It was very xenophobic here. The half-elves were more resistant to any creatures that were not half-elves. They would look at outsiders with vigilant eyes. This was because they had been ostracized in both human and elf societies. The so-called racial harmony was just a slogan promoted by idealists. Soren and the others did not stop and went straight to Autumnfall. Finally, they arrived at Autumnfall on the 6th day of their journey. "Okay. I'm going to the Iron Dwarves." The little halfling jumped down from the carriage, waved at Vivian, who was about the same height as him, and then left freely. "Goodbye. Lovely little girl. Goodbye. Your Excellency Witch. Goodbye, fellow travelers. If you have time to travel to the Shire, I'll treat you to grilled sturgeon." Parting was a very normal thing. Even adventurers who had been together for a long time would have a time to say goodbye. There was a hint of disappointment on Vivian's face, but she quickly recovered. She smiled as she sorted out the gifts she had received, and her little face was full of joy. She actually liked the halfling because he gave her a feeling of a little friend. Compared to other children, she was still too smart and mature. So only the halfling, who looked like an adult but was the size of a child, made the little girl feel the joy of meeting a little friend. Autumnfall had the style of the elves. Most of them believed in the elven gods, and a small number of them would join other faiths. The half-elves also had their own gods, but they were very weak. They were only weak gods and could not protect them at all. Autumnfall was full of sycamore trees. In autumn, the leaves would fall, which looked very poetic. They worshipped the legendary immortal bird, so they also liked sycamore trees very much. There were many names for the immortal bird. The monks liked to call it the phoenix, the priests called it the sunbird, and the wizards named it the arcane ashes. It existed during the Arcane Empire. After that, it was rare to see it. It was rarer than gods and more powerful than dragons. It was said that the fire elemental god, who had great divine power in the elemental plane, extended an olive branch to them. These beautiful and deadly creatures had long left the world. Legend said that they would leave behind gorgeous flames in the sky when they flew over, and when they landed, everything would turn into ashes. The flames on their bodies would only extinguish at the moment of death. This holy flame could cause hundreds of points of holy fire damage per second. So they were beautiful but could not be approached. There were two landmark buildings in Autumn Fall. One was the statue of the immortal bird in the central square, which was 30 meters high and more than 20 meters wide with its wings spread out. The other was a domed tower more than 300 meters high. It was the site of the Autumn Fall Council, which was the internal spellcaster council of the half-elves. These were not the most eye-catching things. What was more eye-catching was an iron pillar on the domed tower, which exuded a silver-white light. It was a bit dazzling under the sun. It was the brilliance of mithril. The pillar that looked like a lightning rod was actually the legendary magic crystal cannon. In the imagination of mortals, magic crystal cannons should be very heavy cannons on the city walls, just like the cannons used by dwarves and gnomes in the story. With their poor imagination, it was difficult for them to determine what the legendary magic crystal cannon looked like. They could only imagine that a wizard would fill it with something called a magic crystal and then use a spell to trigger it to fire. Then, with a loud rumbling sound, the magic crystal cannon would knock down a giant dragon. Yes, yes. That was the feeling. It was very exciting to think about. But in fact, it was not so. The attack of the magic crystal cannon was not a parabola, but a straight-line attack. It was simply a decoration on the city wall, and one shot could kill all of them. It was born in the Arcane Empire and was used with the floating city. The maximum attack range was 1,000 kilometers, and it could destroy the target from the air. That's right. Its full name was the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon. The name sounded very tricky. But in fact, this thing had only fired one shot so far. Although it directly killed an adult black dragon, it hadn't fired another shot since then. Because it had lost the magical power device from the Arcane Empire, this Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon was now just a decoration. In the future, in order to let it fire again, the Autumn Leaf Council even opened a portal to the bottom of the sea and issued a quasi-legendary mission. One shot could destroy half a month's energy consumption of a floating city. Relying on the magic power of a wizard to charge it, at most, it would make some sparks. Although it looked like a lightning rod, in fact, it was now a lightning rod. Ugh, this kind of magical weapon was very powerful, but its practicality was very poor. It could not attack across planes and could not penetrate the distorted space. The current records of its use were mainly in the Abyss battlefield. The Arcane Empire once used it to torture the demon army. One shot of the cannon could kill an entire demon army. Except for the high-grade demons who could cross planes and escape, the low-grade demons were directly vaporized. At present, the only functioning Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon could only be found in the Clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror. That was the world of the construct life. It was also the only plane left behind from the Arcane Empire that was relatively intact. There were a large number of construct life that maintained the normal operation of the entire plane and at the same time, fought against a kind of fierce and powerful underground ant race. The glory of the Arcane Empire had almost dissipated. If one wanted to experience the terrible power that they once had side by side with the gods, perhaps they would have to go to that plane to know. The challenge level there was 25, which was the level of demigods and divine creatures. Any flesh and blood life would be affected by the high-intensity energy radiation after entering the plane. There were no wild plants on the surface of the Clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror. Instead, there were huge gears and construct life that had guarded this place for countless years. In Droll's eyes, this place was worse than hell because the natural environment that they believed in had been completely distorted. There was no trace of green in the whole world, only endless steel and a gray sky that looked like the end of the world. Soren had been there. In the end, he was lucky to come back alive. You know about it? Gloria glanced at Soren and withdrew her gaze from the Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon. She sighed and said, "It's a weapon left behind by the Arcane Empire. It's almost as powerful as a divine artifact." Unfortunately, there are too many restrictions on its usage. Soren nodded and said slowly, I've heard of it. It was mentioned in the stories of the bards. It once killed an adult black dragon. Dragon clan. In this world, they were second only to the gods. They weren't beasts that could only spit out dragon breath. The dragons in this world could cast spells. While they had strong melee abilities, they were also equivalent to a warlock who was 2 or 3 levels lower. An adult dragon could release 8th circle spells, and a slightly stronger one could release 9th circle spells. They had the same number of spells as the wizards, however, the way they cast spells was similar to that of the warlocks. The types of spells they could cast were different because of the different types of dragon clan. The challenge of an adult dragon required a complete team of legendary adventurers to have a 50% chance of defeating it. Dragon disciple warlocks were the most typical profession among spellcasters. These guys had only inherited a third of the dragon's abilities. Perhaps they were influenced by the stories. There was once a person who went to slay a dragon in high spirits. As a result, the warrior was trapped by a maze spell. Then, an advanced roar spell shocked the whole party. An hour later, the warrior came out of the maze. Except for the wizard who escaped by triggering a teleportation spell, the rest of his teammates were all dead. Of course, it was easy to deal with the dragon clan. For example, many white dragons' attacks were predictable. However, when faced with the cunning adult dragons, you would instantly realize that they were cheating. Even experienced adventurers would feel ashamed of their tactical arrangements. There was once a professional who calculated that if an adult dragon spell was given to a top adventurer, it could kill at least 3 legendary adventurers. Transformation, sneak attack, assassination, maze, trap, exile, monster siege, and so on. After a set of spells was used up, it would be the dragon's breath, dragon's wing attack, dragon's bite, and so on. After withstanding this set of attacks, you would have to face an adult dragon that was equivalent to a legendary melee warrior. Before Soren joined the team to slay the dragon clan, he had deduced the tactics at least 20 times. 6 quasi-legendary adventurers worked together to deduce the dragon clan's attack method for a day and a night before they finally set out to slay the dragon clan. Without any tactical deduction, without understanding the battle environment, the terrain of the dragon's nest, the distribution of monsters, and the emergency measures, there was only one result in the end, and that was the team being wiped out. There was once a demigod lich. Its way of fighting was to cast imprisonment spells. Many people thought that this was a weakness. When a group of legendary-level adventurers was about to go and kill the demigod lich, everyone was dumbfounded. It turned out that the demigod lich was just casting a binding spell, which could bind souls, out of boredom. When he encountered real danger, the first thing he did was to cast the legendary-level spell, Time Stop. In an instant, the whole group was stunned. Demon Summon, Projection, Vivisection, Dimensional Lock, Big B's Draw Palm, Law's Command, Shock, and Blasphemy. After a set of spells, the whole team was wiped out. Even the wizard could not escape. Since then, everyone had learned a lesson. Attacking while standing still would only lead to death. The enemy was not a stupid puppet that only knew how to play by the rules. Since they did not have the support of the goddess of luck, it was best to be more prepared. The group was ready to stay in Autumnfall for a day. The Northern Witch obviously did not know that the super arcane crystal pulse cannon had become a decoration, but she still looked over there in awe. Soren had not slept for a few days in a row, and now he was a little tired. He first booked 2 rooms and settled Vivian in. Then he packed up and got ready to go to bed. The city was relatively safe. If Vivian was really the child of God, then it was very likely that she was the child of fear. There were some things he did not mention to Gloria, but the territory close to the elves was the forbidden area of the Dread Lord. It was difficult for his believers and followers to penetrate the elven territory. So, for the time being, they were still safe, and there should be plenty of time. Soren also came here for a very important purpose, that was, there was a special area near the Elven Kingdom. There was a legendary equipment there. And it was also a teleportation point connected to the Earth Elemental Plane. There, an Earth Elemental could bring nearly 3,000 Slaughter EXP. If he was lucky, he could accumulate more than 30,000 Slaughter EXP there. But he could not deal with it alone. There were a total of 4 such special areas, distributed in the Frost Kingdom, the Elven Forest, the Lava Land, and the Forbidden Cloud Sea. This was a legendary quest. The 4 places represented the elemental forces of water, fire, earth, and air. Each place had a legendary equipment, and when combined, it was a special item. It would summon the elders of the 4 elements, all of whom had a monster level of 24. Only by defeating them could he get the final item. A sealed shard of divinity, unknown. The descent of the gods not only brought destruction, but also endless opportunities. There were a lot of things in Soren's memory, but there were very few things that could be obtained. This was the easiest legendary equipment to obtain, and it was the easiest to obtain. Because the challenge rating of the Earth Elemental was only 9, it was about twice as strong as the Snake Demon from the Abyss. Because the Earth Elemental moved slowly, it was the type that Soren could easily deal with. So if he had a helper, it should not be difficult to kill them. If he encountered the Wind Elemental, he would be finished. He would not even have a chance to make a move. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Soren's door was knocked on. He almost jumped up, picked up the curved sword beside the bed, and rushed out. "What's wrong?" he asked in a deep voice. Gloria was outside the door with a serious face. She pointed outside and said, "Look." It was a snow-white world. He did not know when it started, but the outside was already covered in snow. The thickness of the snow was close to 15 centimeters. It was hard to believe that it fell overnight. How is this possible? Soren's face was also very serious. He murmured, "It's only the end of September, right? It's already snowing." Gloria raised her finger and pointed to the sky. She lowered her voice and said, "Could it be related to the sky?" The gods, Soren was not too sure. He replied, "It's possible." He had not been active in this area, so he was not very clear about whether it had snowed in advance. He estimated that no one would care too much if it had snowed. After all, too many things had happened at that time. However, snow in September was not a very good sign. Soren did not find out about many things until the gods came. If this heavy snow was really early for some reason, then it must be related to the gods who had mastered the ice and snow priesthood. Was it the Winter Maiden? Or the Ice Goddess? Didn't the chaos of the time of troubles not affect them? The events of the Frost Kingdom seemed to have started several years later. Could it be that this was already brewing? Some people were already busy sweeping the snow outside. From time to time, some people cursed the weather, especially the traveling caravans. They were almost stuck here. There was no way to leave with such heavy snow. They might have to stay here until next spring. In that case, all the money they earned along the way would be spent here. At the same time, many people were worried because it had started to snow so early. This winter would be very cold. If the monsters in the wilderness did not have enough food in advance, it was very likely that they would frequently launch attacks on other creatures. The sudden heavy snow would freeze a lot of animals to death. They might not be able to survive this winter. These small things did not seem to be serious, but the changes caused by them were very big. The natural world was always a chain reaction. P.S. It's cold. I was holding my notebook in bed and writing, but I fell asleep in the middle of the night. There are only 2 updates today. I will continue to update tomorrow. Let Photo catch up on his sleep. The natural world was always one of a kind. In the past, if there was not enough food in the wilderness during winter, they would attack other creatures nearby. Now that it was snowing more than a month earlier, the frequency of their attacks was probably higher. Although many of the natives did not have enough knowledge, their experience told them that this winter would not be too peaceful. Soren led Vivian downstairs and heard a familiar voice as soon as they reached the bottom of the inn. "Hey, hey, hey! I'm here, down there, I'm down there." Aladdin's small body could not be seen, only his voice could be heard. The innkeeper looked around and poked his head out with a smile. "Hello. Halfling. Is there anything I can help you with?" Aladdin was so angry that he almost jumped onto the table. He took a deep breath and said, "Did you see a man and a woman bringing a little girl to stay here? I saw their carriage from outside." Soren's mouth twitched. He walked down the stairs and said, "Aladdin. We're here. Aren't you going to the Iron Dwarfs?" Aladdin was happy to see them. He clapped his hands and said, "Thank you, Lady Luck, you're still here. How unlucky. I walked a lot yesterday and finally found a cave to sleep in. When I woke up after setting up the trap, the snow had already blocked the entrance of the cave. I dug for a long time with a small shovel. When I came out, I found out that the snow had collapsed and I was trapped under several meters of snow. I was going to continue to the iron dwarves, but the snow was too deep. When I stepped down, it reached my thighs. There was no way to continue. So I went back the way I came. I wanted to see if I could go to the Elven Kingdom with you. I heard that there are a lot of delicious food there." Soren looked at his legs. Sure enough, they were soaked from the soles of his feet to his thighs. Even his waist had traces of melted snow. This meant that the snow outside might be even bigger than here. The little halfling walked like a radish and a hole. The innkeeper's expression gradually turned serious. He glanced at Aladdin's height and calculated it in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "Not good. With this thickness of snow, winter has already begun." The expressions of the other people in the hotel also changed slightly. Even if the snow only reached Aladdin's knees, it was still nearly 30 centimeters thick. Looking at the snow in Luoya City, it wasn't that serious. But if the snow outside was really that thick, it would directly seal off the mountain. Winter and spring were common sayings here. During the winter season, the beasts would begin to hibernate. Many monsters in the wilderness would also rely on stored food to survive. Usually, the hungry monsters would only become active after the winter ended. Inside the tower of Luoya City, a group of strangely dressed droll gathered on a certain floor. There were elves, humans, and half-elves here. Among them, the number of half-elves was the largest, and the number of humans was the smallest. However, the leader was a tall elven droll with antlers. More than a dozen drolls sat around a rectangular table. Some of them had already quarreled because of different opinions. "Quiet." The tall staghorn droll slammed the table and said in a deep voice, "One by one, Thorn Walker, you first." The one who stood up was a pure-blooded elven droll. He looked around with his sharp eyes and said seriously, "The early arrival of the snow this year has proved that we have been too weak in the past. This is the punishment of the god of nature and the goddess of snow for endless destruction. We should have let the wrath of nature descend on those stupid humans long ago. The Grosso Plain in the southeast has been seriously desertified. The endless reclamation of farmland and destruction of the environment has caused the land there to lose its vitality. It won't be long before that place gradually becomes barren and becomes part of the desert. In the wild forest in the southwest, more than 1/3 of the trees have been cut down in the past 30 years. Nature is roaring. This is its punishment for the entire world. The early arrival of winter is a sign. If we don't do anything, there will be more terrible natural disasters in the future. I suggest that we send out the Thorn Walker patrol team to let those stupid and ignorant greedy humans who are blinded by the benefits in front of them experience the wrath of nature." "I object." An old human droll stood up and frowned. He looked at the other party and said slowly, "It's not only humans who are destroying the environment. Dwarves, gnomes, and elves are all destroying the environment to a certain extent. The world is developing with civilization, and civilization will inevitably conflict with nature. What we need to do is to find a new balance point between civilization and nature, instead of strictly adhering to the way of nature in the past and always using violence to solve all problems." A beautiful half-elf droll knocked on the table with her finger and said softly, "Recently, many people have been dissatisfied with us, especially because of the last attack. The attitude of the wizards towards us is very dangerous. The power of nature's wrath should not be abused. We should send people to warn them first. If there is no effect, we should send out patrols to drive them away. Unless it is necessary, I suggest that we don't start a large-scale war. We can arrange for apprentices to plant the trees that have been cut down as their new mission. It will take at most 10 years for the sower to turn that place into a new forest." The Thorn Walker looked at her and said in a deep voice, "Then what? Let those humans continue to cut down trees? Their demand for nature is endless. A tree needs more than 10 years to grow, but they can cut down thousands of trees in a day. In the civilization that they have developed, I only see endless destruction and disasters. Do you want to see the rise of another alchemy city? The leader of the Staghorn Droll knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, the disaster of the Arcane Empire cannot be repeated. Civilization can never be higher than nature. But we can't always use violence. Don't be blinded by anger. Thorn Walker. This may just be an accident. Perhaps we should do something to stop the destruction of nature by others. Not only humans, but also gnomes and dwarves. Many elves have also forgotten the ways of nature recently. Perhaps we should send people to remind them of their respect for nature. The sudden change of the season is definitely not a good phenomenon. I will send people to the Forest of Dreams to ask Sir Earthwalker. The problem now is that the sudden arrival of winter will lead to a great disaster. The animals should have stored as much fat as possible to survive the winter, but the heavy snow more. Then a month in advance has forced them into a state of hibernation. The monsters in the wilderness don't have enough food either. Once they run out of food, they'll attack other creatures. Animals are the first to be harmed, and then they'll attack other species. The food chain in the natural world will be unbalanced. We have to ensure that all species can continue to reproduce after winter. As long as we get through this winter, the power of nature will rebalance these creatures. The other droll nodded. The Thorn Walker also took a deep breath and said slowly, Sir Stag, I'm afraid we can't maintain the balance with our strength. The area covered by this snow is too large. I suggest we ask for help from other droll. The tall Staghorn Droll nodded and said in a deep voice, I know. You can start. Hawkeye Walker, go and see if the ogres in the Thorntooth Highland can survive the winter. Remember, don't let them leave the gathering place. This group of stupid guys will only cause more damage. Master Deadwood, go take a look at the situation in the northern forest. It would be best if you could count how many animals won't be able to survive this winter. We must help them when necessary to ensure that their species can continue to reproduce. Orders were given one by one. Finally, the leader of the Druids with Antlers looked at the beautiful half-elf druid beside him and slowly said, Your Excellency Nightingale, I hope you can take a trip to the Elven Forest. First, visit the Earthwalker and ask if there are any problems with the change of seasons this time. Then, go to the Earth Elemental Gate and see if the dragon is still sleeping. The handsome half-elf droll nodded and said, Okay. I'll go now. Be careful. The leader Staghorn Droll said again, There is an altar connected to the Earth Elemental Plane. Don't disturb the sleeping Earth Elemental Spirit, and don't disturb the dragon. They have bad tempers. The half-elf droll smiled and waved her hand. A beautiful nightingale landed on her shoulder. The nightingale used its beak to comb its feathers, then circled above her head and made a clear and pleasant chirping sound. Soon, only the leader Staghorn Droll was left in the hall. He looked into the distance with worried eyes and stood motionless on the balcony. Soon, snow and ice covered his body. There were migratory birds that froze to death outside. They didn't have time to migrate, so many of them froze to death overnight. The temperature became colder and colder. A few days ago, they could still wear a coat, but now many people had to wear winter clothes. This was only the beginning of winter. If the weather continued to be so cold, it would be a disaster for humans, half-elves, and dwarves. The Staghorn Droll looked through the white wind and snow. He saw the crops covered in snow. There were villagers whose lips were blue from the cold working in the fields, trying to dig through the ice and snow to bring back food and vegetables. Children in thin clothes didn't even dare to go out of their houses. They gathered around the fire pit in their houses to keep warm. Nature was balanced. Those beasts and monsters were part of nature. These humans and half-elves were also part of nature. Soren was also trapped in autumn fall. The snow outside was too thick, and the carriage could not move at all. Because of the cold weather, he customized a warm cotton-padded jacket for Vivian, which would take 3 days to complete. There were busy half-elves outside, and he could vaguely see Droll's figure. The snow had collapsed some simple huts, and autumn fall was rescuing ordinary civilians. Because Gloria was taking care of the little girl, he went outside the city to take a look. The snow outside was indeed thicker, and when he stepped on it, it sank up to his calf. Outside the city was a piece of farmland, but it was now a vast expanse of white. He could see men and women busy in the fields, digging through the snow to transport back the crops and vegetables that were about to be harvested. If they were not transported back as soon as possible, it would not take long for them to rot, and they would lose their source of food. It seemed that winter wheat could not be planted. The thickness of the snow was too high. In the past, winter wheat was only planted in October. Many half-elven farmers looked worried. Their talent was not very good. They were just a little more flexible than humans, but they were still just ordinary people. A peasant woman was carrying lettuce. Cabbage and lettuce were common vegetables in the south. Her fingers were cold and pale. Next to her, a girl with a cold nose was helping. Because her clothes were relatively thin, she hugged her hands from time to time and blew air into her palms. Farther away, a little boy of 10 years old was digging a snow pile. Soon he excitedly dug out a frozen bird from the snow pile, raised it high and shouted, "Sister, look. We have meat to eat tonight." The snow broke some tree trunks, and some birds' nests were directly hit. The branches were covered with ice, which looked like hanging crystals. This was the life of ordinary people. Some hunters entered the forest in groups. They were experienced enough to foresee the severe test of winter, and began to hunt some prey in advance. Maybe they were lucky enough to find some frozen animals. Farther away, some people were busy repairing houses. The poor ordinary people built thatched houses. The roof was not very strong, and it was easy to be damaged in the days of heavy snow. There were calls of birds in the sky. They had to seize the last opportunity to migrate, or they would all freeze to death here. The cold winter more than a month in advance changed a lot. It forced animals to enter hibernation in advance, and it also disrupted people's farming plans. Crackling sounds could be heard. Soren stopped in his tracks. He raised his hand and opened his palm. Hailstones the size of rice grains fell down. The noise became more and more intense. The farmer woman in the distance shouted, and the 2 children ran to her side. The little boy even fell on the snow. The falling hail was getting heavier and heavier. The farmer woman didn't even care about the vegetables she had dug out. She used her body to protect the 2 children and ran towards the house in the distance. Traces of pain could be felt. Soren raised his head and looked at the sky. The hailstones were getting bigger and bigger, from the size of soybeans to the size of pebbles. Someone cried out in pain in front of him. He dashed out and caught the 2 children in his arms. He said in a low voice, "Hurry up and find a place to hide." The farmer woman didn't have time to thank him. She staggered and followed him. Her forehead was hit by a pebble-sized hailstone. There were bruises on her head. The village was full of curses. Soren put the 2 children down. He frowned and looked at the hailstones outside. It sounded like someone was knocking on the roof. Some people's faces were bruised, and there was even a trace of blood on their forehead. The hailstones didn't last long. From the size of rice grains to the size of pebbles, it only took about 10 minutes. People walked out in fear. They looked up at the light in the sky, and then returned to the fields to harvest the crops. Soren left a bag of jerky for the 2 young children, and then followed the road into the forest. The familiar road was no longer in sight. The snow covered everything, and many weeds were covered under the snow. He saw Druid's figure, leaping through the forest with incomparable vigor. Although these droll were annoying, they weren't bad. Many droll had been working hard in the desert, trying to transform the desert left behind by the Arcane Empire into an oasis. This process had been going on for thousands of years. However, the efforts of several generations had only completed less than 1%. The thousands of kilometers of desert was still filled with yellow sand, and the ancient cities that had sunk under the quicksand were still emitting energy radiation. Only some plants with particularly strong vitality could still grow. It was easy to destroy the environment, but it would take countless years to repair it. Soren's attitude towards the droll was very complicated. Sometimes he wanted to kill them, but sometimes he felt that they were great. Especially when he saw the oasis built by the droll in the desert. The green color that represented the traces of life under the yellow sand was really shocking. They were very important in the eyes of the desert people. Soren saw more than once the desert people kneeling on the ground and kissing the ground where the tree shepherds walked. The snow had begun to eliminate the first batch of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Only the strongest creatures could survive the harsh winter. Soren frowned more and more as he walked forward. The road to the Elven Kingdom was completely covered in snow. Carriages were basically useless, and they had to walk all the way to get through. It was impossible to wait until the snow melted. They would have to wait until at least next year in such cold weather. Soren couldn't afford to waste so much time, so they had to hurry through the snow. Vivian's small body couldn't walk in the snow. She didn't have enough strength, and Soren's heart ached. It was the only way. He had to carry Vivian on his back. The snow path was more than 100 kilometers long, and it would take them a long time. He just didn't know if Gloria could handle it, but she should be fine as a high-grade witch. There were many spells that could be used. By the time Soren returned, it was already afternoon. Aladdin was standing at the bar, bragging. There were a lot of guests around him, and from time to time, people would laugh and ask him to have a drink. When he saw Soren, the halfling's face was already flushed. This guy must have been a storyteller before. It was a pity that he didn't work as a bard. Otherwise, he would have earned a lot of tips along the way. Many halflings liked to brag, and they wouldn't get angry after being exposed. At most, they would argue back. Their storytelling skills were very good, and they had interesting pastimes in their free time. Even the owner of the inn was listening with great interest. Aladdin was not completely bragging. He had more experience than many people. At the very least, he was able to accurately describe the height, characteristics, and habits of the hill giant. He even knew its habitual attacks. Of course, the main purpose was to prove how nimble he was and how he could escape from the hill giant's attacks. After that, he was able to make the hill giant run in circles. As for killing the mountain giant, there was no need to think about it. It was really difficult to kill them with those two small daggers. Under the tavern's guest cheers, the small Aladdin danced on the long table. It was a very cheerful clapping tap dance. It was said that if he danced well, he could hook up with cute baby-faced halfling girls. The people around couldn't help but clap their hands and follow the rhythm. The already lively atmosphere suddenly became a lot more lively, and the owner of the inn even wanted to hire him. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Soren was trying his best to memorize spells. Gloria seemed to know that he was learning spells, and she intentionally or unintentionally gave him some pointers. However, this mysterious northern witch obviously didn't know that Soren was already a rank 5 wizard. Soren didn't want to surprise her too much and cause unnecessary trouble. After all, a rank 5 wizard appeared in just half a month, which was even more frightening than Vivian's amazing talent. It was better to wait until the opportunity came. Soren successfully memorized a level 2 spell, Brute Force. This spell could temporarily increase his strength by 4 points. Together with the ogre bracers, it could increase his strength to 18 points, which could make up for his lack of attributes. Unfortunately, it could only last for about 10 minutes. However, a battle would last about 10 minutes. With the buff spell, he would have no problem facing the ogre head-on. Low-grade wizards had very few spell slots, so he could only calculate how to use them. He used invisibility to save his life, and brute force to fight. The number of spell slots for wizards above grade 3 began to increase substantially. On the day of their departure, the little halfling actually followed them. He had a good time in the inn. Every day, someone would treat him to a drink. Soren thought that he would stay in autumn-fall. "I'm a gourmet." Aladdin frowned as he moved forward in the snow. He then said, "How can a gourmet stay in one place? I've tasted all the delicious food here, so naturally, I have to go to the elf's place." Gloria seemed to be a little unaccustomed to it. Noble witches rarely traveled by themselves, let alone in a snowy environment. Soren wanted to help, but he couldn't. He was carrying a half-cloth bag on his back like a backpack. Inside it was little Vivian. The little girl wrapped her arms around Soren's neck with her little white hands and leaned her little head on Soren's shoulder. Her soft breathing was a little itchy, and from time to time, she would kick her little feet and spread her palms to catch the falling snowflakes. At first, she was very energetic, but later on, she became a little lazy because there was a vast expanse of white snow everywhere. After walking for a while, the northern witch was finally a little tired. She bit her lip, stubbornly looked at the others, and then gave herself a buff. After all, spellcasters were more delicate. Gloria, who had been blessed with lightness technique, immediately walked with light steps, leaving only shallow traces on the snow. It seemed that lightness technique was even better than lightness technique. The flying spell didn't last very long, so it wasn't suitable for long-distance travel. The cold wind in the sky was also troublesome. It must be combined with a protective spell, otherwise, the witch's body wouldn't be able to withstand it. The whistling cold wind blew. Leaving a row of footprints on the snow, the group gradually entered the forest. The wind and snow quickly erased the traces they left behind. Soren didn't walk very fast. It took them an entire day to travel 30 to 40 kilometers, especially after entering the forest. Their speed was greatly reduced, and it would probably take them 2 or 3 days to reach the Elven Kingdom. Vivian hid her little head behind Soren's back, but her face was still red from the cold wind. Aladdin didn't have the energy to talk, so he just silently followed behind them. The only ones who had it easy were Soren and Gloria. The former had 20 points of constitution, while the latter had the buff from her spells. Evening. They camped in a leeward valley. The little Vivian came down and stretched her arms and legs, then helped Soren set up the tent. However, she was small and weak, so she was basically just a bystander. The halfling sat down on a rock and took a while to catch his breath before starting to get busy. They used some dry firewood to make a fire. Some level 0 spells were very useful at this time, and soon there was a trace of warmth around them. Soren sat next to the fire and barbecued meat, while Gloria sat quietly and rested. The halfling seemed to have recovered some of his strength, but he was still a little quiet. He held a pan and fried mushrooms. Vivian stood behind Soren and massaged his shoulders. The little girl was very obedient, but unfortunately, she didn't have enough strength to feel anything. When she saw the tired Gloria, she immediately went over and massaged her. The halfling was very happy and thought that Vivian would also come over to give him a massage, but unfortunately, he was ignored by Vivian. The temperature dropped very quickly. It was now close to 0 degrees. Soren stretched his body and took off his clothes. The 2 people next to him were shocked, especially Gloria. She looked at him as if he was an idiot. Soren just smiled and waved at Vivian, indicating that he was fine. Then, he walked into the snow and covered his body with ice and snow. In the end, other than his head, his entire body was covered in ice and snow. Gloria and the halfling's mouths turned into the shape of the letter O. They almost wanted to say, "Are you crazy? This way, I can train my resistance to the cold." Soren's face was slightly pale, mainly because of the cold. 20 points of extraordinary constitution. He could already take the initiative to train some low-level resistance talents. In the future, when he went to higher-level places, especially some areas in the abyss, the degree of coldness there would be much higher than here. Right now, he was just training in advance. Extraordinary constitutions had adaptability, and under special circumstances, it was highly possible for them to grasp the corresponding additional specialties. Half an hour passed quickly. When Soren's lips turned slightly blue, a row of data appeared: successful training. You have received 12 points of frostbite. You have developed a slight resistance to the cold environment. You have obtained information about minor cold resistance. Hoo. Soren pulled away the ice and snow and ran to the fire to warm up. At the same time, he took out a bottle of healing potion and whispered, "You don't have to worry about me. I'm not crazy yet. This is just a special training method. I just met the training conditions. There are also some professions who will train in extreme environments. I just happened to meet this condition." 12 points of frostbite. An ordinary person would almost freeze to death. After all, being buried in ice and snow for half an hour was not a joke. "Do you want me to give you a resistance enhancement?" Gloria looked at Soren with a strange expression. She really didn't agree with his self-abuse behavior, but she had heard of some professions who trained in extreme environments. Most of them were professions like monks. She had never heard of rogues who needed to face extreme environments naked. Soren shook his head and slowly said, "No need. That way, it won't have the effect of training." After a while, Soren drank a bowl of hot soup to maintain the heat, then took off his underwear and covered his whole body in ice and snow again. The halfling's mouth couldn't help but twitch and murmured, "What a madman." Until night fell. Soren had covered his whole body 4 times in a row. The accumulated frostbite had made his face pale and looked quite weak. Vivian distressed him and told him not to do this, but he waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I can still bear it. It won't delay tomorrow's journey." What a madman. Gloria had a complicated expression, but Soren's self-abuse still made her feel a little shocked. This guy was really stubborn and crazy. Soren covered his whole body under ice and snow again. When the accumulated frostbite was close to 60 points, the prompt finally changed. Training successful. You have received 6 points of frostbite. You have developed a little resistance to cold environments. You have successfully mastered minor cold resistance. Success. As the data appeared, Soren suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his body, and his whole body seemed to have adapted to the cold. Even if his whole body was covered in ice and snow, he didn't feel as cold as before. Minor cold resistance, personal ability. In the process of resisting the cold, you gradually adapted to this environment. You will adapt to most cold climates, and your resistance to special cold environments has also increased. From now on, you are immune to any cold damage below 1 point. When you are attacked by spells or spell-like spells, any cold damage will be reduced by 1 point. Prerequisite: Constitution of at least 16 points. Soren's face quickly regained its color. He used a spell to dry his whole body and then put on his clothes. This change could be said to have happened in a short time, and the 2 people next to him were stunned. At first, Soren's whole body was stiff and pale, but now it was as if nothing had happened. The halfling's fingers trembled and murmured, "This works?" Aladdin's face showed an eager expression, but in the end, he gave up. He was afraid that he would freeze to death. In the past, Soren swam in the ice river, and it took him a few days to master minor cold resistance. Now that he had extraordinary constitution and the ability to regenerate, he could challenge more difficult training methods. This ability was harder to improve as he progressed. If he wanted to strengthen it to minor cold resistance, he would need to enter some special geographical environment. Conservatively speaking, minor cold resistance would accumulate more than a few hundred points of frostbite. Without the help of a priest, it would be difficult to succeed in a short time. Immunity to 1 point of cold damage, this effect didn't seem like much, but it could save his life in a critical moment. When it was upgraded to a higher level, it was also very effective against all kinds of spells. Many northern warriors had a weak resistance to the cold due to their natural living environment, which was why Gloria was more resistant to the cold. The most difficult thing to train was fire resistance, because it couldn't be trained directly by a fire. Only slow damage could produce the training effect, and it could also allow the body to gradually adapt and develop the corresponding resistance. Soren once trained his fire resistance in a volcanic environment for a long time, and he finally advanced after falling into the lava. The easiest thing to train was poison resistance, but the process was more painful and took more time. Soren didn't have time to train yet. The next day, Soren was obviously much more relaxed, and the bone-chilling wind's influence on him had completely disappeared. The halfling also tried to resist the cold, but he didn't dare to be as crazy as Soren. He just wore his clothes in the snow, and when he came out, his lips were trembling. But there was still some effect. At least his body gradually adapted to the cold climate, and it wasn't as difficult as it was at the beginning. If he wanted to learn the ability, minor cold resistance, it would take at least a long time, but the short-term training effect had already allowed him to adapt to the colder weather like the northerners. The group trekked for 3 days. Soren carried Vivian for more than 100 kilometers. When the surrounding trees began to become clear, and the traces of the road became more and more obvious, they knew that they were about to reach the elves' territory. This was a place blessed by the gods, just like the snow in autumn fall was thinner than outside. There would always be a trace of power in places where the gods were concerned. Otherwise, the gods who controlled other areas could casually send disasters, such as the goddess of pestilence and the goddess of disease. When they spread plagues and diseases, the fear of mortals could also strengthen their power. There was no shortage of believers in this world who prayed out of fear. The snow on the road was getting less and less, and there were more and more animals moving around. Soren saw some marks carved on the trees, which were left by the elves' patrol team. The elves were more repulsive to other creatures, but they were not obviously hostile. It was not easy to enter their territory, but it was also not very difficult. In the afternoon of the same day, they saw the elven village. In fact, it was not as beautiful as they imagined. It was just a relatively delicate treehouse. They also knew how to cut wood to build houses. The glory of the High Elves had passed. They were destroyed along with the Arcane Empire, and the remaining elves were just a little more elegant than other creatures. The elves' appearance was more beautiful and handsome, but not to the extent of being astonishingly beautiful. It was just that the overall level of the elves was a little higher than the humans. Vivian looked around curiously. The elven guards in the village warned them not to cause trouble, and then let them in. The elven villages in the outside world were more closely connected to other creatures. The deeper they went into the forest, the stricter the inspection was, especially near the elven capital. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. There were still humans and half-elves living here, but their numbers were relatively small. The elves also knew how to farm, and they could not feed so many people by relying on the supply of nature. The village was surrounded by a clear river, and there were also open farmlands nearby. Ordinary elves were not that elegant and noble. They were not born professionals. Their strength also needed to be improved through training. The most eye-catching thing was a big tree. Every elven village had such a big tree. It was the legendary ancient tree guard, challenge rating 12. However, it was still in a deep sleep. P.S. It's too cold to ride at night in winter. I've only just finished my morning update, so I didn't wake up as early as before. Today's update will be released before 5 a.m. Soren first settled down Vivian. The little girl looked around curiously. She was curious about everything in front of her. Aladdin was also a restless person. When he saw a fruit that he had never seen before, he would secretly take two. Most rogues were not very honest. The elves were the race that planted the most fruits. Basically, they had fruits all year round. Here, the fruits would be sliced and brought to the main table. Nearly a third of the elves were vegetarians. Occasionally, they would put some meat on the table. The other elves usually ate the same diet as humans. Gloria seemed to be in a good mood. She held a red fruit and played with it, but she didn't seem to want to take a bite. Soren first walked around the village, and then looked at the big tree from afar. The ancient tree guardian didn't allow others to get close to it. There was a circle of fences around it, and it would arouse the hostility of the elves. This was a supernatural creature with a challenge rating of 12. It gave more than 10,000 slaughter EXP, but it was quite difficult to kill. The ancient tree guardian was born with a bonus of 12 HP, and its basic HP was increased by 1 HP every year. This ancient tree guardian in front of him had at least 400 to 500 HP. Basically, it wouldn't be killed by fire, and it might even turn into a burning angry ancient tree. That was just too awesome. They were a life form similar to the air and fire elementals. This kind of life form was easy to mutate, advanced mutation. The elves sold high-quality bows, exquisite jewelry, and handicrafts to the outside world. These things were very popular with the nobles. They needed to import food, iron products, cloth, and so on. The way of living in isolation and self-sufficiency had long disappeared hundreds of years ago. Only some elves who adhered to traditional teachings would live in the depths of the forest. This place was not far from Soren's goal. The team was a little tired after 3 days of trekking. Today was definitely a day to rest. Tomorrow, he was going to talk to Gloria about his plan. The night passed quickly. The next day, everyone gathered in Soren's room. When they heard Soren's words, their eyes were obviously brighter. Wait. Aladdin clapped his hands excitedly and said in a low voice, "Are you saying that there is a hidden treasure somewhere nearby? But there are monsters guarding the area, so you need our help?" "No problem. Aladdin loves treasures the most. After we find them, I want a share of the spoils." Gloria also seemed to be very interested in the treasure hunt. She gently lifted the ends of her hair. Because she had been wearing a veil, her expression could not be seen. However, from her demeanor, it could be seen that she was quite interested in this matter. There were many treasures in this world, but the ones that were truly valuable were scattered and hidden. Even the high-grade witches would have a strong desire for those treasures. However, when she heard Soren's location, she frowned and asked, "Over there?" Legend has it that there is a dragon nearby. Aladdin's expression froze for a moment. Then, there was no worry on his face. Instead, he said excitedly, "Is it a dragon's den? Wouldn't that make his wealth even more shocking? Just like in the legends, are we going to steal the dragon's treasure?" Gloria frowned and said softly, "With our strength, going to the dragon's den is just suicide. There must be an adult dragon there." Soren gently shook his head and explained, "Of course it's not a dragon's den. That place is too dangerous. The location of the treasure is dozens of kilometers away from the dragon's den. That dragon is still sleeping and is not a threat to us. Moreover, it is a metal dragon, not a relatively evil chromatic dragon. My target is near a canyon. There are active earth elementals there. In the canyon, there is an elemental altar. Below it is the treasure we are looking for. There should be a lot of valuable things inside." There was a metal dragon on the elf side. It seemed to be an adult copper dragon. However, it would still sleep for 1 or 2 years. It would only wake up during the time of troubles. The Seal of the Four Elements was a legendary level quest. The reward was naturally not only legendary level equipment, but also extremely valuable gems and tools. The earth elementals would condense a kind of core. It was an important tool for making clay golems and stone golems. After digging it out, it could be easily sold at a high price of more than 500 kindler. Simply put, even if they deducted the very special legendary level equipment, the profit of this adventure would be more than 15,000 kindler. Divided among the 3 of them, there would be 5 or 6,000 kindler. It was more than 10 times more than an ordinary adventure. Very good. The halfling clapped his hands. He was quite enthusiastic about making money. He asked, "When do we leave?" "If we leave in the next 2 days, I'll need to prepare some gadgets. According to the old rules, we are now an adventurer team. Since you are the one who provided the location of the treasure, you should be responsible for leading the team. In the end, you get 10% more of the profits." No problem, right? During this period of contact, they had learned a lot about each other. However, the halfling was still very concerned about the distribution of the spoils. There was a universal old rule among adventurers. The person who provided the location of the treasure could get 10% more, and the other members had to get at least 10%. The amount of distribution was determined by their contribution in battle, but in most cases, it was balanced after making up for the consumption. Adventurers sometimes formed temporary teams. After all, there were very few fixed teams. There would always be people who retired and left. Sometimes, the difficulty of the mission would lead to too few people to complete it. Soren would occasionally find some temporary teammates. He used to deal with people from the evil faction. Although these people were quite bad, there were many who were trustworthy. Only a few would stab someone in the back. The halfling in front of him was undoubtedly more reliable than them. He came into contact with the drows the most. These guys were sinister, cunning, vicious, and cruel. However, Soren had fought side by side with them hundreds of times. It was common for them to be selfish, but there were not many cases of betrayal. There was even a time when he thought that the drows were easier to deal with than humans. As long as you understood their rules, you could even win their respect. Of course, it would be best if you showed enough evil and insidious. If you looked kind and easy to bully, they would be happy to plot on how to quietly kill you. The group was discussing when to leave. But at this time, Vivian's small figure stood up and said with a firm look, "Brother, I want to go too." Astonishment. Soren was obviously stunned for a moment, then he denied, "This mission is very dangerous." "What are you going to do?" "I'll put you in a very safe place." The little girl did not speak. She just looked at him with a firm look. He felt inexplicably guilty, as if he had done something wrong. "Hey!" Aladdin covered his forehead and muttered, "You're only 8 years old. You want to go on an adventure?" "This is too." Vivian glared at him and retorted, "Aren't you just a little taller than me? If you can go on an adventure, why can't I? Besides, I'm much stronger than before." The halfling was speechless for a moment. He compared the height of the two and found that they were indeed a little taller. Gloria was obviously stunned for a moment, then she frowned and fell into deep thought. She slowly said, "Maybe Vivian can go with us. After all, she has to choose her own path. We can guide her, but she has to walk the path herself. She will have to face too many things in the future. It's good for her to sharpen herself now. Besides, I can protect her." Gloria's words were obviously biased towards Vivian, which immediately attracted the little girl's grateful eyes. Soren frowned and glared at the northern witch, then continued with a pale face, "No. It's too dangerous. You have problems moving around in the forest by yourself. What can you do if I take you with me?" The little girl's eyes were obviously watery. She stubbornly turned her head and did not look at him. "That's right." Gloria suddenly said, "I forgot to tell you. Vivian is now a level 3 warlock and a level 2 wizard." "What?" Both of them showed a shocked expression. Soren's expression was a little better. After all, he knew about Vivian's amazing talent. However, the halfling's expression was quite exaggerated. He pointed at the little girl in front of him, showing a look of disbelief, and murmured, "She's a warlock? Or a wizard? Then wouldn't she have a lot of spell slots in the future?" In fact, he did not say this sentence because the little girl in front of him had subverted his previous worldview. The spell slots of wizards and warlocks were calculated separately. Wizards relied on their memory to obtain spell slots, while warlocks relied on their talent to obtain spell slots. Warlocks who were also wizards were quite rare. This was because the requirements for talent were extremely high. However, those who succeeded often had more spell slots than others, and could also help the warlock master the number of spells. To put it simply, after the collapse of the magic net, all spell-casting professions would be converted into mana. Wizards' mana was converted according to their intelligence and profession level, priests' mana was converted according to their wisdom and profession level, and warlocks' mana was converted according to their charm and profession level. Therefore, warlocks' and wizards' mana was converted directly from intelligence, charm, and profession level. It was much higher than wizards of the same level. However, because the two professions' levels were reduced, it would be more difficult to master high-level spells. For example, Vivian now had 2 level 1 spells and 1 level 2 spell slot from her warlock level. At the same time, she also had 2 level 1 spell slots from her wizard level. PS1, the last few paragraphs took a long time to find information, which caused the writing to be much slower. The third update will be at night. PS2, the magic net can be understood as a website. If wizards want to access it, they have to manually connect to the network and enter the URL. Warlocks, on the other hand, have automatic dialing. The front page of the browser is the magic net, and a few bookmarks will automatically appear with every upgrade. However, no matter who wants to access the page of legendary spells, they will be shown a 404 error. Magic net seal, this. Soren looked very hesitant. From his point of view, it was necessary for Vivian to familiarize herself with combat. Since the upcoming chaotic period was unprecedented, it was necessary for her to learn how to protect herself. However, from a personal point of view, Soren didn't want her to take risks. He also thought that it was too early for her to do so. After all, she was only 8 years old this year. Letting an 8-year-old girl go into combat, Gloria seemed to understand Soren's hesitation. She looked at the others and said softly, "Vivian. Let them see your spells." The little girl nodded and looked around. She then whispered, "Do I cast it here?" Gloria raised her hand and set up a spell barrier. She then pointed at the wall and said, "Cast it there." Vivian nodded. Then, under the shocked gazes of the others, she pointed at the wall and an arcane missile appeared at her fingertips. Without any incantations or gestures, the arcane missile instantly hit the wall and left a 3-centimeter deep dent. However, this was just the beginning. A series of BIU, BIU, BIU spells appeared. 8 arcane missiles appeared in a row. The first 4 directly hit the wall, and the last 4 hit the empty space outside the wall, leaving a dent more than 10 centimeters deep. Instant cast? Soren's expression was very interesting. He couldn't believe it. Vivian didn't chant any incantations, but she cast 4 spells in a row. The power of 8 arcane missiles was equivalent to the higher-level lesser missile storm. Soren silently calculated his own abilities. He was surprised to find that he didn't even have a chance to attack Vivian. He would be severely injured by her 4 instant-cast arcane missiles in a second. How is this possible? How did my sister suddenly become so strong that I can't even defeat her? Soren's expression was a little sluggish. The halfling's mouth was so wide open that an apple could fit in it. Gloria smiled proudly and said slowly, because there wasn't enough time, Vivian only learned 1 or 2 simple spells. However, with her talent, it's still very easy for her to deal with some ordinary enemies. When casting arcane missiles, even I can't compare to her. I have to say, she's a genius. Missile storm killing style. It was a very popular fighting style among the wizards because it only required the prerequisite ability, spellcasting. Arcane missile was the fastest spell to cast. No other spell could be faster than it because it only took 1 second to cast it. This fighting style required a long time to practice the ability, spellcasting. Basically, there were no other requirements. It was also commonly known as the brainless Bayubi fighting style. A level 9 adept could have 4 level 1 spell slots, and each arcane missile could generate 5 energy bullets. In other words, 20 energy bullets could be fired in 1 second, which was equivalent to the maximum effect of a level 4 spell, Lesser Missile Storm. If used together with the metamagic ability, Empower Spell, all the level 2 spell slots could be stored into level 1 arcane missile. At the same time, with the metamagic ability, Maximize Spell, all the level 3 spell slots could be stored into level 1 arcane missile. If there was also the ability, Instant Cast, the level 4 spell slots could also be used to store arcane missile. These 3 metamagic abilities were used to strengthen the power of spells. However, it required an additional increase in spellcasting ability and level. To strengthen the effect of a level 1 spell, a level 2 spell slot was needed. To expand the effect to the limit, a level 3 spell slot was needed. To make the spell instant cast, a level 4 spell slot was needed. The legendary Brainless Missile Storm style was such an extreme way of fighting. Wizards who used this fighting style were extremely violent and also extremely fragile. Their explosive lethality could frighten people to death, but their ability to fight for a long time was quite poor. They were once jokingly called men who only fight for 1 second. For a long time, wizards who used this fighting style would win in 1 second. They would either use the missile storm to completely kill the enemy, or they would be killed by the enemy and lose their spellcasting ability. It was very strong, but also very fragile. It was suitable for dealing with a single person. When faced with 2 people, it would be over in an instant. The lethality of arcane missile was relatively limited. It could be reduced by constitution. If the spell power was not high, 1 arcane missile would at most deal 5 damage. 20 arcane missiles would deal 100 damage. Warriors above level 10 basically had hundreds of HP. With armor and shield blocking, they could at least resist 5 to 10 arcane missiles. Therefore, if one wanted to use the missile storm to kill a high-grade warrior, they had to completely memorize the arcane missile spell slots. It was hard to say with this fighting style. Because there were spells that could neutralize the energy of the arcane missile, such as shield. There were also many equipment that could reduce the damage of the arcane missile by more than 50%. There were also some skills that could avoid the damage, such as the Thief's Shadow Jump. As long as they avoided the attack for a second, they would not be damaged at all. Soren could not evaluate the effectiveness of this fighting style, but it was excellent for a surprise attack. Of course, after the attack, there would be no fighting power. Oh. Vivian withdrew her white little finger, looked at Soren timidly, and whispered, "I've used up all my spells. There's only 1 level 2 spell left." That's right. It was just a matter of 1 second. Vivian used up all her level 1 spells, and then she punched a hole in the wall and left a 10-centimeter deep hole in the ground. Her powerful innate attribute gave her an extremely high spell power. If combined with the spellcasting genius ability, the power of her arcane missile was close to that of a grade 3 wizard, but there were not as many of them. In the future, when her profession level increased, the number of arcane missiles she could cast would also increase to 5, which was the maximum number of spells she could cast. Oh my god! The halfling reached out and touched the hole in the wall, then looked at the hole outside and murmured, "I can't even last a second against a little girl. Should I go back to farming?" It seemed that Soren was not the only one who was shocked. The halfling next to him was also shocked. Dodging the arcane missile was as difficult as dodging a bullet. It was very difficult for non-legendary level professions to do it. Although she used up most of her spell slots in one go, this kind of lethality was something that even Soren and the halfling next to him could not withstand. In just half a month, Vivian actually had the ability to seriously injure or even kill them in an instant. Soren was silent. He also did not know how to evaluate Vivian's combat power. He could say that she was strong. Her explosive power was indeed amazing, but it was a one-hit battle style. After casting the spell, it was useless. He could say that she was not strong. If she used it at the right time, she could directly injure or even kill an enemy. At a critical moment, she could even save the world. In the past, wizards who used this kind of fighting style were both loved and hated. Many people were hesitant to cooperate with them. When she used her explosive power, it was scary. After the fight, you had to protect her to memorize the spell. Restoration. Gloria gently waved her hand and repaired the damaged wall. Then she looked at Soren and slowly said, "With Vivian's ability, she should be able to help. After all, she is not an ordinary child. You should let her learn more. This can train her will, and it will be very helpful for her future." Soren continued to be silent. He was silent for a while, then he sighed and said, "All right. This time, I'll let Vivian go with me. But you must protect her." The little girl's face instantly showed a happy and excited smile. She suddenly jumped into Soren's arms and hung on him like a koala. She kissed him on the cheek and said with a smile, "Big brother is so good. Vivian will be very obedient. She will never run around." Gloria nodded solemnly, then waved her hand to let the little girl come over. She put an exquisite badge on her chest and whispered a few words in her ear. As a high-grade northern witch, Gloria obviously knew the drawbacks of this way of fighting, but it was undoubtedly the most suitable way of fighting for a little girl. After all, at her current age, she could not use many of the methods of wizards. The fighting style of a high-grade spellcaster required not only a lot of knowledge, but also a lot of experience. Now, she should first familiarize herself with some simple and violent fighting styles. The matter was settled. There was an extra little girl in Soren's battle lineup. Although she was not very eye-catching, she was not to be underestimated. Inside the dark forest, Soren carried Vivian on his back and moved forward. Gloria followed behind with light steps, and Aladdin was in front of him. The halfling didn't have much of an opinion about the addition of an 8-year-old girl to the adventurer team. After all, they had all seen Vivian's terrible explosive power. A round of arcane missiles could instantly kill a lot of enemies and could save lives at a critical moment. Even if the arcane missiles were used up, Vivian still had 9 level 0 spells and 1 level 2 spell, which could provide a lot of support. Soren didn't expect that the little Vivian could grow so fast. It seemed that she was most likely the child of God. This was because she learned and memorized spells faster than Soren. The group trekked in the forest for a day, and by noon the next day, they were close to the location of the elemental portal. This was a portal left behind many years ago. Its location was relatively hidden, in a canyon near the Emerald Mountains. From the moment they arrived near the portal, the number of trees and weeds gradually decreased. Too much elemental energy would also affect the growth of plants. This was because too much elemental energy of a single type would form an effect similar to a domain, gradually repelling other elements. The land here was a little dry, and there were weathered rocks everywhere. There were also some sculptures left from a long time ago. These were the sculptures of the spirit of the earth, a high-level earth element. It was also the spiritual incarnation of the legendary earth. They usually slept deep underground, and only some special methods could awaken them and summon them to the surface. After the group entered the canyon, their expressions became serious. Soren put Vivian down and let her walk behind with Gloria. At the same time, he pulled out his curved sword and looked around vigilantly. Aladdin held a short sword in his hand and walked lightly with his feet, always observing the movements around him. How powerful were spellcasters? Looking at the 2 spells that Gloria released, he understood. As she chanted a spell, a magic aura fell on everyone. Greater agility. Agility was also known as cat's grace. Its effect was to temporarily increase agility by 4 points, up to a maximum of 25 points. Ordinary Featherweight was a level 2 spell and belonged to the category of single-target buffs. However, Gloria's spell was a level 6 spell and could be used for group buffs. The duration of the spell was also twice as long as Ordinary Featherweight. Soren's agility was boosted to 24 points, while Aladdin's agility was boosted to 25 points. After all, he was a purebred rogue, and his profession level had reached above level 10. His agility would definitely not be lower than his. Haste. When the second ray of light fell, Soren's movement speed had doubled. His normal sprinting speed had completely surpassed that of an Olympic champion, reaching a speed of 4 to 5 seconds per 100 meters. At the same time, his attack speed was also much faster than before, and the number of times he could swing his sword in a second had increased by at least 1. This spell was also a group buff. The number of people affected was determined by the level of the caster, and the duration was determined by the strength of the spell. Gloria stopped after casting the 2 spells, and casually cast an energy barrier on herself and Vivian. After that, there was basically nothing for them to do. Spellcasters were just that cool. Only when they encountered a situation that they could not resist would they continue to cast spells to turn the tables. Aladdin was quite excited as he stretched his muscles and bones. Then, he jumped 4 or 5 meters away. After landing, he turned around and directly jumped onto the cliff. He ran 7 or 8 steps on the wall like acrobatics, and then lightly landed on the ground. He said happily, "It's really been a long time since I cooperated with a wizard. I really miss the days when I was buffed by spells." Soren was also stretching his muscles and bones to adapt to the speed and agility after the spell buff. It took time to adapt to the sudden increase in agility, otherwise, it would be easy to deviate in battle. However, they were all experienced rogues, and after a little exercise, they grasped the extent of the spell buff. These 2 spells were the most commonly used spells by wizards to buff rogues. They could greatly improve their agility and combat explosiveness. Gloria nodded gently, looked at them and said, "Let's finish this quickly. These 2 spells can only last for half an hour." Half an hour was enough. Soren made a gesture to Aladdin next to him, and then the 2 of them moved forward from the east and west. Experienced rogues could replace warriors. At their level, rogues' ability to fight head-on was not bad. Aladdin made a gesture, and then rushed into the valley. He raised his hand and threw out a hidden weapon. Elementals did not have any fatal weaknesses, and they did not have any vital organs. Undead could hit the spine and soul fire to achieve the effect of a fatal blow, but elementals could only exhaust the life energy in their bodies bit by bit. This group of creatures was immune to backstab. Of course, it was not absolute immunity. Just like when fighting against a lich, if you could hit the soul fire in its eye socket, you could also achieve the fatal damage of backstab, but the difficulty of achieving it was simply too high. To deal with these elementals, you had to accurately hit their elemental core, which was usually in a certain position in their body. The requirements for strength and weapons were extremely high. With the current equipment of Soren and Aladdin, it was basically impossible to penetrate the body of an elemental. Many supernatural creatures could only launch a fatal blow by hitting a certain point. Only the effect of fatal blow could be combined with backstab. This required the legendary ability, Insight into Weakness. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk with a dull sound, a 3-meter-tall monster was lured out. It looked like a human made of mud and stones. It had 4 limbs, a torso, and a head. However, its head was just a piece of rock, and the outline of its face could be vaguely seen. The weight of the earth elemental was more than half a ton. Every step it took left deep footprints on the ground. Its momentum was like a bulldozer, flattening all the stones in its way. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Soren raised his hand and threw out a throwing knife, but it was deflected by the solid rock in front of its chest. It only left a shallow mark on its body. It could not break through its defense. Fighting against elementals was such a disgusting thing. The earth elemental had a layer of natural elemental armor, which made it immune to all physical damage below 10 points. There was no doubt that it was like throwing rocks at them. The only difference was that this rock was bigger and fiercer. Earth Elemental, Grade 4, Challenge Rating, Level 9, Monster Level, 15, has spell-like abilities highest and lowest attributes, 22 and 10, total attribute points, 90-100 special abilities, Elemental Armor, Bash Elemental Trait, Earththrow Challenge Difficulty, A-. It was not a joke that it was twice as strong as the snake demon from the abyss. Just the A difficulty alone was enough to prove how difficult it was to deal with this kind of elemental creature. Soren and Aladdin pounced at the Earth Elemental from the left and right. They nimbly twisted their bodies and leaped, dodging the Earth Elemental's waving arms. The two jumped up at the same time and swung their weapons at the Earth Elemental's weak points. Part of its body was made of mud. Its limbs were made of rock, but its joints were made of mud. Clang! 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 Soren's curved sword flashed in a cold light as he dodged the Earth Elemental's waving arms. The enemy's reaction speed was slower. A row of battle data appeared. Target hit. You have attacked the Earth Elemental 3 times. Dealt 5, 4, 3 points of physical damage. You have successfully enraged the target. Soren's hand was slightly numb. After cutting through the mud, he hit a rock. The impact was not small. It was like fighting with a rock. There wasn't even the slightest bit of pleasure from cutting flesh and bones with a knife. Aladdin's nimble figure also landed on the ground from the side. He circled around the Earth Elemental and seized the opportunity to jump up and stab the enemy's arm joint. The two's weapons were still of high quality and did not bend. But after this battle, no one knew. Attack the joints of the left and right legs. Soren shouted in a low voice. He passed through the gap between the Earth Elemental's legs and swung his curved sword at the enemy's knees. It was made of soft mud. As long as a supernatural creature maintained a human form, it would follow the basic rules. Without legs, it would not be able to move. Clang! 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 A series of sparks appeared. The two were like butterflies flying through flowers. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the Earth Elemental's knees were hit more than 10 times. Finally, it reached a critical point and the Earth Elemental's legs broke. But what surprised Soren was that without its legs, it could still move with its legs. However, its balance and movement speed were greatly reduced. At least they had achieved their goal of attacking. Soren hit it a total of 12 times. The accumulated damage was about 60 points. Aladdin's attacks might be a little more, but his damage was not as high as Soren's. The Earth Elemental's level was 15, and a conservative estimate was that it had 150 basic HP. As a supernatural elemental, it also had an additional 100 or so HP. In other words, its HP could be close to 300 points, which was more than many high-grade warriors. The Earth Elemental did not pose much of a threat because of its reduced mobility. But the two of them surrounded it and hit it. It took them about 100 hits to finally disperse the elemental energy on its body. Soren signaled for the halfling to stop. In the end, he successfully finished off the Earth Elemental in front of him. Both of their weapons were bent, but the rewards were not small. Hit successful. You dealt 4 slash damage to the Earth Elemental. Target killed. Extracting soul energy. You received 2550 slaughter EXP. This feeling was just too unbearable. Without rare-grade weapons, fighting against supernatural beings was like cutting meat with a blunt knife. It was even more unbearable than this. Soren and Aladdin looked at each other. Both sides looked at each other's slightly curled weapons and showed a helpless expression. There were very few rare-grade equipment, especially suitable weapons. Most of the time, they had to find someone to customize them. Occasionally, the rare-grade weapons in the market were all common goods, which were not very useful for rogues like them who valued skills. Warriors had much lower requirements for weapons. Brother. When the battle was over, Gloria took Vivian's little hand and walked over. The little girl followed behind obediently. When she saw Soren's slightly curled weapons, she whispered, "Let me help you fix it." Repair. This was the most commonly used level 0 spell by wizards. As the little girl's white finger pointed, a very weak magic aura appeared, and then Soren's blade was repaired, almost returning to its original appearance. Repair was a very useful level 0 spell. It could be used to repair most non-rare grade equipment. Of course, it was the kind that was not completely damaged. If the wizard's strength was very high, they could also do things like Gloria and completely repair the messy room furniture with a snap of their fingers. Vivian had a lot of level 0 cantrips. She had twice as many spells as other low-grade adepts. The halfling had just taken out a whetstone from the bag and was about to sharpen his dagger, but after seeing Vivian cast a spell, he immediately handed over the weapon with a smile and said, "Little girl, can you fix it for me too?" "Okay." Vivian nodded gently, then stretched out her white finger. The dagger in the halfling's hand was quickly repaired, but in such a short time, Vivian had used 2 level 0 spell slots. The spell slots of low-grade spellcasters were never enough. As the elemental energy within the earth elemental's body was dispersed, the corpse of the earth elemental quickly weathered away. Its rocky body gradually collapsed and scattered on the ground like sand. At the same time, a pitch-black obsidian-like stone was revealed. Aladdin quickly pulled out the soil and sand, took the dark stone with a smooth surface, and directly handed it to Soren. He asked, "This thing is worth 500 Kindler coins?" "Yes." Soren nodded, reached out and took the elemental core, then put it in front of Gloria and said, "You should have studied golems. Can you see its quality?" The quality of such an elemental core was determined by the strength of the earth elemental. Most earth elementals were level 15, but there were also some level 16 and 17 earth elementals. The higher the level of the elemental core, the better the quality, which could be used to make better golems. Gloria took a look at it, and a faint magic light appeared on her fingertips. She then said, "The quality should be above average. In the north, it can be sold for 700 to 800 Kindler coins. The most common elemental cores in the north are water elemental cores and wind elemental cores. The demand for other elemental cores is higher. Naturally, the price was different in different regions. In the south, it was about 500 Kindler coins, but in the north, it could be as high as 700 to 800 Kindler coins. It's that valuable? A diamond is only about 500 to 600 Kindler coins, right?" The halfling's eyes immediately emitted a golden light, and the tired look he had after the battle disappeared without a trace. In an instant, he seemed to be full of energy. He said excitedly, "Then let's continue. I just saw that there were more than 10 earth elemental cores inside. Altogether, it's worth about 8,000 to 9,000 Kindler coins." Soren also stood up. The earth elemental just now gave him 2550 slaughter EXP, and the other earth elementals should be about the same. If he killed all of them, he should be able to get about 30,000 slaughter EXP. This was the only opportunity in the early stages where he could restrain the monsters. At the same time, he could challenge them without too much risk. In the future, there would be very few opportunities to farm slaughter EXP like this. After all, elementals rarely appeared in the material plane. Among the 4 major elementals, he could only suppress the slow earth elemental. The agility of the earth elemental was 10 to 12 points, and its strength and constitution were close to 20 points, or even above 20 points. Soren's extraordinary agility completely restrained it. As long as he was careful enough and did not rush for quick success, he would not be hit. This was just like how Soren did not dare to fight with the ogre in the beginning. The difference in a single attribute was too big, and it was easy to suppress the ogre in a certain aspect. Therefore, as long as it was a profession in the legendary realm, they would not allow themselves to have too obvious shortcomings in a certain attribute. Of course, charm was an exception. Recently, the beastly style was popular, and pure men did not care about their charm. Gloria slightly frowned. She looked at the two of them and slowly said, "You're too slow. The spell duration is not enough for you to kill these monsters. The spells I remember are rarely repeated. Without the spell buffs, you will be in danger when fighting the earth elemental." Spell slots. The biggest limitation of wizards, and also the tool to balance the gap between them. Although Gloria had a lot of spell slots, as a high-grade witch, she had twice as many spell slots as other wizards. However, she also had to retain her memory of life-saving spells, defensive spells, combat spells, and control spells. Like the buff spells just now, she must have only memorized 1 or 2. She would not waste a lot of spell slots on them. Without the buff spells, they would not be able to form an absolute suppression of attributes. If they were not careful, they might really be hit by the earth elemental once or twice. Just by looking at the size of the earth elemental, one would know that it would be very painful. What else? Aladdin looked at the others and whispered, "Let's kill some of them today, and then we'll kill some of them tomorrow after you've memorized the spells." Soren shook his head and said, "It's better to do it today. After all, this place is connected to the elemental plane. If we stay here for too long, it's easy to have accidents." He turned around and looked at Gloria next to him and said in a deep voice, "Do you have any enchanted weapons in your memory?" Gloria frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "This kind of spell is rarely used, so I basically can't remember it. However, I think I have a scroll for enchanted weapons." She was indeed a rich, and beautiful northern witch. She did not even have the intention to remember the enchanted weapons spell that was necessary for a group of losers. This spell was the most frequently used spell by low-grade wizards before they had rare-grade equipment. It was usually used to buff the top burst damage professions in a group. Soon, she took out an inconspicuous spell scroll, opened it and activated it with magic. Then, a magic light fell on Soren's curved sword. In an instant, Soren's originally normal curved sword had become like this. Item type, military curved sword +2, temporary enchanted, item grade, rare, grade 2, item description, a weapon made of folded forged steel. Whether its toughness or strength, it's far superior to ordinary weapons. Only blacksmiths with 150 points of weapon forging skill can forge such a weapon. Requirements, 10 points of strength. Effects, black steel, +2 sharpness, +2 penetration, +1 energy damage. A grade 2 rare weapon was born just like that. Gloria was a high-grade witch, so the effect of the enchantment was much stronger than other wizards. The enchantment directly broke through from grade 1 to grade 2, but the limit was still a grade 2 rare weapon. Only advanced enchanted weapons could be enchanted to a higher level. There were even spells like legendary enchanted weapons, but unfortunately, not many people learned them. Gloria looked at Soren and whispered, "It can only last for 20 minutes. You better hurry up." The enchantment was naturally a temporary enchantment. A real rare weapon was forged with special materials and alchemy. Soren looked at the attributes of the curved sword and suddenly felt a surge of confidence. "It's enough for me to kill them." Aladdin, who was next to him, was envious. He also walked over with 2 short swords and looked up at her with longing. Gloria looked down at the small halfling and said, "There's only 1 scroll. You'll have to make do with it for now." Aladdin was a little disappointed, but he quickly followed. Soren's weapon was enchanted with a grade 2 rare weapon, so he naturally had to be the main attacker. When the halfling attracted another earth elemental, he immediately rushed over and slashed at the earth elemental's neck. A row of data appeared. Target hit. You used a slash attack on the earth elemental. Dealt 7, +2, physical damage. Dealt 1 additional energy damage. You have successfully enraged the target. Although it only dealt 8 points of damage, Soren's damage was doubled after the enchantment. His first slash only dealt about 4 points of damage, and 2 slashes were comparable to 1 slash. As Xianxia twisted his body and swung his sword at the earth elemental rock, the 2 or 3 points of damage he had dealt to the earth elemental rock had now become 6 or 7 points of damage. The earth elemental rock was even left with a 2 to 3 centimeters deep mark. This was the penetration and sharpness effects of a Tier 2 extraordinary weapon. When used against enemies with natural armor, Xianxia could penetrate their armor to a certain extent. Unfortunately, it wasn't the most powerful armor break attribute, or else it could directly cut through the elemental armor like tofu. 6 slashes, each of Soren's slashes carried an additional 1 energy damage. He continuously slashed the earth elemental's arm 6 times, directly cutting off one of its arms from its shoulder. Soren's combat strength was off the charts with his rare weapon. He didn't even need Aladdin's help. As long as Soren covered him a little, Soren continuously cut off 2 of the earth elemental's arms and half of its legs. Finally, he cut off the earth elemental's head from its neck. P.S. That's all for today. I'll add more tomorrow. With 5,000 slaughter EXP in hand, Soren was a little excited. He now had more than 10,000 slaughter EXP, which was enough to level up both his wizard and rogue classes at the same time. However, he still forcibly suppressed this impulse. Leveling up his basic classes could be put aside for now. He didn't need to level up to deal with these earth elementals, so it was better to leave it for the future. With his current ability, triggering the advancement was only a matter of time. Even if there were no conditions, he could create them himself, such as advancing into an assassin. There were only 3 prerequisites to become an assassin. The first was 100 points of stealth, the second was Heart of Slaughter, 100 kills, and the last was 50 points of alchemy, poisons. Stealth was already enough, Slaughter Heart was a passive ability, and assassins were cold-blooded and ruthless. As long as the number of targets he assassinated reached 100, he would automatically acquire the ability, Slaughter Heart, which would increase his willpower by 1. Soren had assassinated quite a lot of targets. As long as he was given some time, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill 100 people. As for the last 50 points of alchemy, he would need to spend some time learning how to make poisons. Assassin was one of his priorities for advancing into an assassin, but in the end, he still chose Lurker, which was better at hiding. The NPCs in the storyline had the apprentice assassin class. They didn't need the ability, Slaughter Heart, but they had to complete a series of assassination missions to officially advance into an assassin. The battle ended. Just as Soren was about to find the elemental core from the corpse of the earth elemental, a row of data suddenly appeared. Battle ended. You dealt 7+2 damage to the earth elemental. Target killed. Extracting soul energy. You received 2550 slaughter EXP. After killing again and again, your combat skills have become more flexible. You received information about the ability, reflex evasion. You received information about the ability, agile movement. Information about the ability appeared. Soren couldn't help but be stunned. The halfling next to him reached out and patted him, then picked up the elemental core and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Hurry up and kill the next one, there are still a lot of them." Soren quickly came back to his senses and took a look at his own data. He didn't know if it was because of his accumulation or because of the battle just now, but he actually got 2 information prompts at once, both of which were advanced abilities for rogues. If he didn't spend ability points to obtain them, he could only comprehend them through battle. More often than not, the more experienced a person was. Even if they were of the same professional level, they would have more specialties than those who did not fight much. Therefore, even if the 2 of them were of the same level, the difference between them would be like heaven and earth when they fought. Reflex evasion, personal ability. After a long period of combat, your reflexes have been gradually trained. When you encounter a sneak attack, assassination, or surprise attack, you won't appear to be caught off guard, because your trained reflexes are enough to deal with such unexpected situations. You can also rely on your reflexes to avoid the core area of the attack when you are hit by some area of effect attacks or spells. Conditioned reflexes +1, evasion, roll, +5. Flexible movement, personal ability. After repeated battles, your footsteps have become more and more flexible, and you can easily avoid most of the attacks. Your footsteps are like dancing steps in battle. Flexible footsteps are suitable for people like you. When you face an enemy's attack, you can flexibly avoid a lot of damage. Evasion +1, evasion, shifting, +5. These were 2 abilities that Soren was very familiar with. However, he was still quite surprised to get the information of 2 abilities at once. He had fought so many times at the beginning, but he didn't get any information about abilities. Now that 2 abilities appeared at once, it was definitely not a coincidence. It was very likely that there were other reasons. For example, he was now blessed with greater lightness and haste, or he was not hit by the enemy when he was fighting against the earth elementals just now. The more Soren thought about it, the more he felt that the possibility was high. This was because when he was training the sprint ability, he also needed to train with spells. At that time, he was blessed with lightness and greater haste, and then ran on the river to the limit. He fell into the river more than 10 times in a row before he finally mastered the sprint combat ability. Although he had fought a lot in the past, he didn't have the feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife like now. Being hit by the earth elementals was not a joke. Soren was highly focused throughout the whole process. He glanced at the halfling next to him and said in a deep voice, "Let me deal with the next one alone. I feel like I'm about to have a breakthrough in my combat skills." "You can do that." The halfling was startled for a moment and then said, "Are you sure?" Soren nodded. There was a speculation in the past that when one's attributes were high, the speed of learning and mastering abilities would be increased. After all, 15 points of agility and 20 points of agility were two extremes. Many abilities required a corresponding physical condition to master. Soren now had 24 points of agility, which was higher than when he was training to master his abilities. After all, at that time, no spellcaster was willing to waste precious spells to train with his abilities. Wizards liked to buff themselves with ingenious wisdom when learning high-grade spells, because high intelligence would help with the efficiency of learning spells. He might have reached the critical point of a breakthrough in his ability. The current high attribute state was probably several times more effective than usual, which was why there were 2 ability prompts in a row. 4 points of agility was equivalent to all the free attribute points of an 8-level rogue allocated to agility. It was indeed a bit risky to fight against the earth elementals alone. When Soren lured an earth elemental, he immediately felt the pressure increase. Without the halfling to cover him and attract attention, the frequency of his attacks was greatly reduced. He had to divert more energy to dodge the attacks. In the past, he could seize the opportunity to slash 7 or 8 times in a minute, but now he could only slash 2 or 3 times at most. Gloria seemed to be a little puzzled. After asking the halfling, she understood a little, but she looked at Soren with a strange expression. A breakthrough in battle? This seemed to be something that only legendary figures could do, right? How could Soren be so sure that he could break through his original fighting skills in just a few minutes of battle? Was he also a son of God? It shouldn't be, his talent was only a little better than ordinary people. In some areas, he was close to the level of a genius, but there was still a big gap between him and the amazing talent of a son of God. Clang. Clang, clang. Soren attacked again and again. He didn't pursue a short burst of power. He just wanted to make sure that he wasn't hit by the enemy. He moved around the earth elemental. Only when the enemy attacked, would he seize the opportunity to counterattack. After the attack, the earth elemental would pull back its arm. At this moment, there was a 1-second gap between the attack. 1 second was enough for Soren to do a lot of things. He slashed the earth elemental's arm, then suddenly turned around and jumped onto its shoulder. Before landing, he slashed at the enemy's neck with all his strength. The battle was still going on. Soren's movements were obviously much more flexible. He seemed to have grasped the pattern of the earth elemental's attacks, and the rhythm of the battle gradually began to favor him. Clang! Clang, clang! When Soren slashed at the earth elemental's neck several times, the enemy's tall body suddenly collapsed. The stone structure of its body began to decay, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into sand and stones. After killing the earth elemental in front of him, he didn't rush to take out the elemental core. Instead, he closed his eyes and recalled the battle just now. Then, he let out a long breath. A notification popped up just now. Battle ended. You've dealt 8, +2, damage to the earth elemental. Target killed. Extracting soul energy. You've received 2600 slaughter EXP. In the battle just now, you've learned a lot about your own fighting skills. You've received information about the ability, reflex evasion. You've received information about the ability, agile movement. This was already the second notification. According to Soren's past experience, there was at most one more notification before he could master the corresponding ability. That was to say, the next earth elemental would likely allow him to master 2 abilities at the same time. Soren waved his hand again at the halfling beside him. The halfling's expression was obviously a little speechless. However, Soren didn't have the mood to care about this. He took a short breath and excitedly lured the second earth elemental. At the same time, according to the rhythm of the attacks just now, he calculated the interval between the earth elemental's attacks. Clang! Clang, clang! 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 Gloria's expression became a lot more dignified. Soren actually became skillful in just a few minutes. Although the efficiency of the battle wasn't high, he was able to predict and dodge the earth elemental's attacks in advance. In the end, he was even able to hit the earth elemental's joints before it attacked, thus interrupting the earth elemental's next attack. The halfling's expression was already stunned. As a rogue, of course, he knew how difficult it was to do this. Soren's skills actually improved a lot in just a few minutes. Even he was a little surprised. Finally, when Soren killed the earth elemental in front of him, the long-awaited notification appeared: the battle is over. You've successfully learned the ability, reflex evasion. You've successfully learned the ability, agile movement. You've received information about the advanced profession, Shadow Dancer. Advanced requirements, reflex evasion, agile movement, 100 points in sneak, 50 points in evasion. Did I trigger an advanced profession? I can't believe I actually triggered the advanced profession of Shadow Dancer. Soren glanced at the others with a hint of joy on his face and said slowly, I've broken through. I feel like I've comprehended some skills. The halfling looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. Gloria's expression was also very strange. In just a few minutes, Soren's combat skills could be said to have improved in a straight line. This was also very surprising for a knowledgeable witch. Only Vivian didn't care about anything. She clapped her white little hands and said with sparkling eyes, Brother is so powerful. Just now, I was completely playing with a monster. 2 abilities that increased the ability to dodge. Although they were not as good as the legendary dodge, legendary reflex dodge, and legendary intuition dodge that he once had, it also allowed Soren to find the feeling of being at ease in battle. Even if the process of the battle was very dangerous, he could still find the calm feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife. Abilities could be improved little by little. As long as you understood the most basic ability and had the attributes to master it, it was only a matter of time before you improved it. As the number of battles increased, the basic ability would gradually become a high-grade ability. Ordinary dodge was a comprehensive ability, which was an extension of the agility class such as the rogue. Reflex dodge was adjusted according to the agility value. The higher the agility, the faster the nerve reflex, and the stronger the ability to dodge in sudden situations. Finally, there was intuition dodge. This was the most difficult and the most effective evasion skill. It required a very strong perception ability to predict any dangerous attacks in advance. Monks were experts in intuition dodge. If ordinary dodge was the improvement of the basic skills, then reflex dodge was the instinctive reaction in sudden situations. As for intuition dodge, it was the intuition of the next danger before the enemy launched an attack or was about to launch an attack. Intuition dodge was one of the most difficult abilities to train. Except for the monks and their advanced professions, it would take a long time for other professions to train. Moreover, there was a relatively high perception requirement. In the later stages, one would need to accumulate extraordinary perception. Monks had many evasion skills, and they could also extend the ability, deflect flying arrows. The halfling stared at Soren and muttered, Do you want another one? Soren shook his head and said slowly, I can't. I'm almost at my limit. If I want to improve further, I'm afraid I'll have to accumulate more combat experience. Recently, I've been comprehending something, but I only found the opportunity to break through just now. To be able to comprehend 2 specialties in one go was already considered a good accumulation. Soren wasn't naive enough to think that he could level up again so quickly. There were strict requirements for his dodging techniques, and he had just reached the critical point of breaking through, which was why he was strengthened by the spell. The body's instinctive reaction was accumulated gradually. The more battles one fought, the stronger the instinctive reaction. In the end, it would develop the ability to dodge subconsciously. Then let's speed up. Gloria looked deeply at Soren, then whispered, There's only 10 minutes left for the spell. Soren nodded, picked up his curved sword, and entered the canyon. The halfling looked at him enviously, then followed with his short sword. This kind of breakthrough really needed talent. Not even 1 in 100 rogues could break through temporarily. They needed a long time to accumulate. A large altar could be seen in the canyon. It was surrounded by huge stone pillars that were about 10 meters high. The center was divided into 9 steps, and in the center was a stone platform that looked like a compass. The earth elementals on the periphery were a little better, but the earth elementals inside were obviously different. They were larger in size, and there were more rock structures all over their bodies. Even their appearance was closer to that of a human. Be careful. Soren clenched his curved sword and said in a deep voice, "These earth elementals may be advanced elites. Among them, there may be guys who have learned the skill, Earth Throw. If you see them grabbing rocks, run away immediately." Earth Throw. It was a spell-like ability. The earth elementals could condense energy and throw a boulder. The damage could reach up to 100 points. Being hit by the boulder would result in instant death. Most elementals had no intelligence, even lower than the undead. The intelligent elementals were legendary creatures, such as the Jinn, the Water Jinn, the Earth Jinn, and so on. Such elementals belonged to divine creatures. Many of them were born with the divinity of demigods. Occasionally, they could even summon powerful elemental gods. One of the more famous summoning spells was the legendary Wish. The Jinn would fulfill some of your wishes according to the principle of equivalent exchange, including resurrecting the dead. These were the oldest creatures. Most of them slept in the elemental plane. Most of the elementals that appeared in the material plane had low intelligence. They relied entirely on instinct to move in some areas. Occasionally, they would respond to the summoning of the spellcasters and serve them. The earth elementals in front of them were like this. They had been here for a long time and would not leave the canyon. Soren made a gesture to the halfling next to him. The two once again joined forces to attract the attention of the earth elementals. The halfling was responsible for restraining the enemy while Soren seized the opportunity to deal damage. Gloria glanced at the altar from afar. Her delicate eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if she was a little uneasy. She looked up at the sky. There seemed to be a falcon circling in the sky. Because the vision in the canyon was not good, she was not sure if it was a wild falcon flying over. Most wizards were very vigilant. Gloria once again cast a protective spell, and then approached the front. A pure-blooded spellcaster would never use up all their spells. They would always leave a few spells to deal with unexpected situations. 1, 2, 3. When Soren dealt with the 9th earth elemental, the situation in the battle suddenly changed. The earth elemental, which was obviously much taller, waved its hand. A huge rock that weighed about half a ton automatically flew into its hand. It suddenly threw the rock at the little mouse that had been harassing it. The huge rock with the whistling sound of the wind was like a black shadow falling from the sky. In an instant, it smashed a deep hole in the ground. "Aladdin!" Soren shouted, and the speed of his attack slowed down a little. A voice with lingering fear came from behind the rock. The small halfling came out from behind the rock, patted his chest and said, "You scared me to death. Just a little bit more and I would have turned into a meat patty." With the agility of a rogue, it was not difficult to dodge if they were prepared in advance. If it was a warrior, it would be more troublesome. The earth elemental's earth throw could only be used once or twice a day. Soren did not dare to be careless. At the same time, he activated the ability of Shadow Strike. When attacking the advanced earth elemental, there was an additional 6 shadow damage. The shadow energy could directly attack the energy core of the earth elemental. As long as it was successfully touched, it could erode the elemental energy it formed. The halfling seemed to be angered. At the same time, he also activated the energy attack of Shadow Strike. This was the most common spell-like attack for rogues below legend. The advanced earth elemental quickly fell to the ground. After Soren took out the elemental core, he rushed to the altar. The nearby earth elementals were almost killed. Their spell buffs were also about to expire. The scattered earth elementals were still wandering around. They had an alert range. If they did not get close, they would not be noticed. "Where's the treasure?" The halfling excitedly approached the altar and whispered, "It's empty here." "There's nothing here." Soren looked around vigilantly and slowly said, "There should be a secret compartment up there. Don't rush up there. Let me see if there are any traps nearby." After saying that, he walked around the altar a little. There were scattered earth elementals nearby, but it was very troublesome to deal with them without any spell buffs. Although Soren felt that it was a pity to lose the slaughter EXP, it was better not to kill them all. This kind of place connected to the portal was more special. There might be things from the elemental plane coming over. Killing them would easily alarm things like the spirit of the earth. He had suffered a loss because of this before. After killing all the young ones, an old one would suddenly pop up. He quietly made a gesture to the back. Gloria immediately prepared to cast a spell, and Vivian stood nervously next to her. When they passed by a stone pillar, Soren gently pressed on it. Then the altar made a loud rumbling sound, and a secret compartment appeared in front of the others. The portal needed energy to maintain, and most of the sacrifices offered to the elementals were gems. These things would not be exposed outside. Generally, they would be somewhere in the altar. He made a gesture to the halfling next to him. The halfling immediately walked up excitedly, then carefully took out several gems and quickly put them into his pocket. Soren walked slowly along the altar. His figure paused for a moment, then he took out a yellow stone from the left corner of the altar and put it into his pocket in the blink of an eye. It was not very eye-catching, and it did not have any obvious aura. If one did not look carefully, they would even think that it was an ordinary stone. The size of the stone was about the same as a pebble. The surface was quite smooth, but it was heavy when he picked it up. It weighed almost 3 pounds. He got it. Soren immediately looked at the halfling and said in a deep voice, "Take it and leave quickly. The portal here is no longer working. It may alarm the creatures from the elemental plane." The altar made a loud rumbling sound. It seemed that the whole ground had sunk a little. The halfling quickly put things into his multidimensional bag. Fortunately, Kindler did not have many things. Most of them were all kinds of gems. High-grade elementals would sometimes eat them directly, as if they were chewing beans. Dong dong dong, a loud sound came from under the altar. Soren did not care about the rest of the gems. He picked up the halfling and ran out of the altar. There was probably an elemental spirit sleeping below. He hoped that it was not something like the spirit of the earth. My gems. The sorrowful cry of the halfling was still echoing. Gloria had quickly cast a spell, and the 4 figures directly flew out of thin air. Group flight. The altar shook faster and faster, and the center even began to collapse. When Soren and the others flew to a height of about 300 meters, a huge rock arm suddenly stretched out from the ground, followed by a rock giant about 10 meters tall. It made a dull sound, and it looked like it was roaring, but there was no trace of anyone nearby. The huge figure circled around the canyon, and then returned to the bottom of the altar, which had turned into a sand-like ruin. That was close. The halfling wiped his cold sweat, looked at the huge elemental monster, and murmured, "We can't deal with this big guy." Soren's expression was relatively calm, but he could not help but curse in his heart. I knew they were hiding something. How can a legendary-level quest be announced so casually? It turns out that there is a guardian below. With more adventures came more experience. In fact, Soren did not believe that a legendary-level quest would only have a few earth elementals guarding it. That was why he had arranged for Gloria to walk behind and use flight to leave when necessary. The monster below was probably a rock giant, an advanced branch of the earth elementals. Its strength was only a little lower than the elemental elders, and its monster level was about 18 to 20. This was not something they could deal with. Soren glanced at the canyon from afar, calculating in his heart what kind of strength could safely kill it. This guy must give a lot of slaughter exp. Let's get out of here quickly. A gentle wind element made Soren's figure gently land on the ground. It took a lot of energy to maintain group flight. Gloria looked up at the sky and said, "Let's go into the forest first. There's something wrong with that eagle in the sky." The disadvantage of flight was obvious. Without a lot of abilities, it would be extremely weak when flying. Wizards who often flew liked to use feather wing or dragon wing. Directly relying on magic energy to fly was not advisable. Wizards who were not at the legendary level or above would not be able to withstand it. Also, the flexibility and mobility of flying were very poor, and it was easy to become a live target for long-range units. Melee wizards basically had no fighting power in the sky because there was a saying that power comes from the ground. When in the air, it was impossible to use power out of thin air. If the left foot can step on the right foot, then can't we fly to the astral plane? Ugh, Soren looked up at the sky and found a strong falcon hovering in the sky. It had circled around their heads once, but it did not leave. It was still hovering in the sky. This was very unusual. A wild falcon would not fly above their heads for no reason. Aladdin also looked at the sky and muttered, "There's still some time. Why are you in such a hurry? In a second or two at most, I would be able to pick up a dozen more gems. That's thousands of Kindler gems." Soren glanced at him and said coldly, "If you have money, you have to be alive to spend it." The rock giant that just appeared was close to the legendary level. Our attacks couldn't hurt it at all. Even Gloria could only protect herself in front of it. There's no way she could take care of us. This trip is not small. I saw that you just got at least dozens of gems. The halfling laughed and said awkwardly, "I just feel that it's a pity. After all, it's all money." He looked up at the falcon in the sky and followed Soren into the forest. He then opened his multidimensional bag and counted a little. I took about 40 or 50 gems, and there were some Kindler gems in there. But I didn't care about taking them. I first picked something that looked valuable and put it in. How much is it worth? The halfling's valuation ability did not seem to be high. He could not even calculate how much these gems were worth. Don't underestimate the appraise skill just because it wasn't that great. Sometimes, it was really useful. Soren still remembered the time when he teamed up with someone to steal something from a dragon's den, but they only managed to lure the dragon away for less than 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, his partner had stolen 3 treasures from the 5-meter-tall treasure mountain in the dragon's den, each of which was worth more than 10,000 Kindler coins. This was the effect of appraisal. Adventurers often encountered unexpected situations, and they might not have the time to slowly pick up the loot. Sometimes, they had to grab something and stuff it into their pockets. Whether or not it was worth anything depended on one's eyesight and luck. Soren took a look at the multidimensional bag. There were a lot of gems in it, but the total value was definitely more than 7 or 8,000 Kindler coins, because these were all relatively good quality gems. The elemental plane was rich in gems and minerals. Sometimes, if you were lucky, you could even find obsidian, bullhead gold, open-air ore, and so on the surface. Aladdin only got some high-end goods. In addition to the elemental cores he got at the beginning, the 3 of them still had a few thousand Kindler coins. The elemental plane rejected the outside world, and it was difficult for high-grade wizards to enter. It was not as easy to enter as other planes. The fire elemental plane had the most minerals, but the average temperature was about 100 degrees. Professionals with ordinary physiques would be roasted as soon as they entered, and they would be able to smell the fragrance of meat in a while. They could not move around freely without casting spells. Basically, the 4 elemental planes were similar. Although the earth elemental plane was not so harsh, it was a world with supergravity. A weak wizard like Gloria could not walk more than 1 or 2 kilometers. Among the 4 elemental planes, the earth elemental plane was the place where melee legendary professions entered the most. This was because they could use the supergravity of the space to train their strength. However, when they first entered, their combat power would be reduced by more than half. Supergravity field, Gloria glanced at the gems, and soon her eyes lit up. She took out 2 crystal-like gems and slowly said, "I want these 2 things. They are the materials I need. You can divide the rest." "Oh right. Vivian should also take a share. After all, she also contributed today." The little girl looked up at her, and her beautiful big eyes were shining. It seemed that she was also very interested in gems. Aladdin saw that the 2 women were staring at him, and he could not help but rub his forehead and said, "Of course. Of course. Since Vivian is also here, she can also take 10%. This is an old rule among adventurers. A good gem was worth hundreds of Kindler coins. This trip did not encounter too many risks, and he easily earned thousands of Kindler coins. It was enough for him to go back to his hometown and enjoy for a while. Halflings were standard hedonists. They spent at least half of the money they earned to make themselves more comfortable, especially their houses. If they had enough money, they would try their best to decorate their houses with the highest standards. Sometimes, they would even decorate their houses with some high-end art pieces. Soren had been to a lot of places. In terms of living environment, it was estimated that only the elven capital could be compared to the halflings. The elves were a bit of a morbid pursuit of aesthetics, while the halflings were practical and comfortable. That's right. They also had an advantage. When they were guests in the halfling's house, there would always be delicious food. It was quite popular among adventurers to go to the halfling's house to eat. After entering the forest, the falcon lost track of them. The dense forest greatly affected the line of sight. The lush trees were more than 10 meters tall. The group continued to move forward for a while before slowly walking out of the forest. Gloria suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. She frowned and said, "Not good. The falcon is following us again." Soren looked up. Sure enough, he saw a falcon circling above their heads at this moment. It turned out that the falcon did not leave this place. After they entered the forest, it expanded its range and had been patrolling the nearby forest. Now that it saw them, the falcon flew over again. From time to time, it would circle above their heads, making them feel inexplicably uneasy. Soren's face showed a trace of murderous intent. He said in a deep voice, "Can we shoot it down?" Gloria frowned slightly and thought for a moment. She said softly, "It's very difficult. It flies very high, beyond the range of my spells. Also, this falcon seems to be intelligent. Falcons are the overlords of the sky. Even if I use fly, it's very difficult for me to catch up with it. It seems to be a droll's animal companion." The halfling took out something similar to a ruler and measured it. He then said in surprise, "This falcon is not small. It's so far away from us, but we can still see its size. I'm afraid it's close to 4 or 5 meters in size when it falls. This must be a droll's animal companion. Ordinary falcons can't grow to this size." Aladdin had probably studied alchemy. In this world, only alchemists would be more sensitive to this kind of geometric calculation. Rogues would use some small and delicate tools, which could be traps or other traps. The more advanced this kind of thing was, the more delicate it was. Many times, there was no room for mistakes. Gloria stared at the falcon in the sky and said slowly, "Come closer." A group of people walked to her side. Then, she began to chant an incantation. A ray of magical light appeared, and everyone suddenly disappeared without a trace. 10 feet invisibility. Their figures gradually became hazy, and then they disappeared without a trace. The falcon circling in the sky suddenly lost its target and suddenly lowered its altitude a little, but it did not dare to fly low. It let out a loud and clear cry, then rose to its original height and flew in an elliptical trajectory. Soren looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "There must be a droll nearby. We'd better leave now." The others looked at each other and quickly left. Shortly after Soren left, a strong figure landed in the forest. It was a tall droll with oil paint on his body. He had not been in contact with people for a long time. The hair on his face was very long, and he did not take care of it. He looked like a savage. Behind him, another agile figure landed. It was a beautiful half-elf droll. A beautiful nightingale landed on her shoulder and carefully combed her feathers. The savage droll looked at the footprints on the ground, then frowned and said, "They escaped. These guys have disturbed the sleeping elements, and the spirit of the earth is also showing signs of awakening. Nightingale, you'd better tell this to the Earthwalker. Only he can appease these angry elements." There was a slight vibration inside the canyon. It was like a relatively weak earthquake. There was no obvious tremor, but the vibration was real, and it came from the ground at a stable frequency. It felt like a heartbeat, full of rhythm. The remaining earth elementals in the canyon seemed to be in a daze. After a while, they gathered together and drilled into the ground along the altar. No one knew where they went. About 10 kilometers away from the canyon, on the edge of the Emerald Mountains, there was a dragon's den built on a cliff. Most of the locations of the dragon's den were very steep. This was the dragon's first line of defense. It was difficult to reach by normal means because it was surrounded by cliffs. This point was very fake in the tavern stories because the heroes all walked all the way to the dragon's den. In fact, most of the time, to enter the dragon's den, one needed to climb cliffs hundreds of meters high. At this time, many tools were needed. Heavy armor warriors were the most miserable at this time. If there was no spellcasting profession to support flight, it would take a long time to climb up. The geographical factor was only the first trouble. There were many traps near the dragon's den, including very deadly spell traps. If you were unlucky, you would find that the dragon's den was a small maze with many monsters guarding it. These were the dragon's slaves, who worked and provided food for them. But most of the time, only the old dragons would be guarded by monsters. The young dragons were not so confident that they could control those slaves all the time. This was the den of a copper dragon. There were obvious signs of modification around the dragon's den. The dragon had flattened the stone walls near the mountain, making it a vertical 90-degree angle. It was difficult for creatures that could not fly to come up. In front of the den was a large platform. The dragons needed space to take off and land. It was more difficult to flap their wings to fly. When they hunted, they swooped down and then glided into the sky in an arc. A copper-colored dragon was crawling in its lair. It looked almost the same as the legendary dragons. The only special thing was that its forelimbs were thicker, and the color of its pupils was very light. It looked like turquoise. The physical characteristics of dragons were very important because physical characteristics represented their most ferocious physical attacks. Dragon breath was not the most deadly attack. Many spells could resist dragon breath, and so could shields. Experienced high-level adventurers knew that Dragon Wing Strike and Dragon Claw Tear were more dangerous than Dragon Breath. This was originally a sleeping dragon, but now it had woken up. It was lying on top of a pile of treasures that was almost half a story high. A dazzling golden light shone, and its ferocious dragon head looked in the direction of the canyon. Dragons would be very hungry after waking up from their deep slumber. At this time, they would be even more aggressive. It stretched out its long and narrow red tongue and rolled up a metal or the size of a wash basin from the side. Just like that, it crunched it as if it was eating chocolate. Its sharp fangs easily crushed the hard ore. It only took a few seconds for the red copper dragon to gnaw off a piece of ore. Then, it licked its teeth with its long and narrow tongue and said slowly, "Which idiot woke up the spirit of the earth? Are they not afraid of suffering the wrath of the earth?" After gnawing off a piece of ore, the red copper dragon recovered a little energy. It stretched its huge dragon wings and walked out of the nest. In front of the dragon's nest was a platform tens of meters wide, but after it walked out, it still felt that the space was too small. The red copper dragon stood at the top of a steep mountain wall hundreds of meters high and looked down at the land in front of it. This was its territory. The red copper metal scales refracted light in the sun. This ferocious and elegant creature raised its head, then jumped down from the cliff. After diving down for tens of meters, it flapped its dragon wings and rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to a height of thousands of meters in the air. An invisible pressure spread out, and the animals that migrated to the vicinity because of the dragon's sleep fled frantically. It didn't even look at the poor reptiles. It flapped its dragon wings and flew to the plains 100 kilometers away. There were strong cleft-hoofed bulls, a mutant of rhinoceros. They could weigh about 3 tons, which was enough for it to have a full meal. In the dark underground world. In a dark red cave, a ferocious creature that looked like a meatball slowly opened its eyes. The walls on all sides were dark red, which seemed to contain some kind of mineral. The creature woke up with a lot of eyes. First, it opened the huge eye in the middle of its head, then the eyes on the tentacles around its head opened. Its eye stalks were segmented like earthworms. Its body was about 5 meters in diameter. None of its body was touching the ground, but the whole sarcoma-like head was strangely floating in the air. There were dozens of tentacles with eyeballs. It was like a dense explosion that made one's scalp tingle. The spirit of the earth has awakened. Its huge mouth was full of sharp fangs. It glanced around with a cold and ruthless gaze, then flew out of the cave. It had been sleeping for more than 10 years. The newly awakened eye demon felt hungry. It had consumed too much energy in order to evolve further. Even its original servants had become food in its mouth. But it didn't matter. As long as it wanted to, it could quickly charm more servants in the underground world. An invisible perceptual web spread out. It wasn't known if it had evolved into an elder eye demon or a giant eye tyrant, but it was definitely a legendary level eye demon that flew out of its nest. Soon, a group of gray dwarves entered its perception range. It flew over quietly without any sound. One of the eyeballs on one of its tentacles shot out a ray of light, and instantly shot through the head of a gray dwarf. The rest of the gray dwarves screamed in horror. Those who tried to escape were instantly killed by the ray, and the rest kneeled on the ground, trembling. The huge eye demon opened its mouth and swallowed half of a grey dwarf's corpse. As it chewed with its bloody mouth, drops of blood and flesh spilled out. Its central eye coldly glanced at the survivors. With a flash of magic, the surviving grey dwarves were all stunned. They respectfully knelt in front of the eye demon and said, "Master." Their dull eyes gradually recovered. The soul imprint of the charm spell had begun to take effect. The grey dwarf's eyes became clear, but they respectfully carried the corpse of their companions and began to serve their new master. Soren and the others went back the way they came from. The halfling was still happily counting the gems. Gloria gently lifted her long hair and looked behind her. Her expression seemed a little strange. Before leaving, she seemed to have felt something. It was an energy wave from the underground. Soren carried Vivian on his back and walked at the back. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something. His whole body had goosebumps. His hand unconsciously held the curved sword, and at the same time, he looked up at the sky in the distance. The halfling also felt the same. The gems in Aladdin's hand fell to the ground, and in a flash, he pulled out his dagger. Gloria's body stiffened for a moment. She subconsciously cast an energy shield, and then looked into the distance with her eyebrows knitted. A ferocious and huge figure swept across the sky like a shadow. Soren's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Red copper dragon." It was an adult red copper dragon. It didn't even notice the tiny humans who had cast invisibility on the ground. It had just woken up and was very hungry. The thing it wanted to do the most now was to catch an adult male split-hoofed bull and have a good meal. The whole team was shocked by the flying dragon. All the creatures within the range of the dragon's aura were affected. The only one who was relatively normal was the little girl on Soren's back. She raised her little head and looked at the dragon in the sky and murmured, "It looks so majestic." He didn't know what was going on in Vivian's little head, but there was a longing expression on her cute little face. But at this time, no one paid attention to her. Until the dragon flew past, the others were slightly relieved. Soren couldn't help but quicken his pace. The halfling also put away the gems and trotted forward to catch up with them. It was an adult dragon. It had a legendary challenge rating. They didn't want to meet such a creature now. Behind them, Droll, who was chasing after the dragon, suddenly stopped. He pulled out a feather from his messy hair and quickly chanted a spell. His whole body turned into an eagle in an instant. The eagle spread its wings and soared hundreds of meters in the sky. After glancing at the direction the dragon left, it turned around and flew in the other direction. An adult red copper dragon that was sleeping near the Emerald Mountains had awakened. This matter must be reported to the Earthwalker. Even if the metallic dragons were relatively kind-hearted, they were still very dangerous. All dragons were somewhat temperamental. When they saw a living dragon flying past, no one had the intention to stay. They hurried through the night and finally returned to the original elven village the next day. The village was still very peaceful. No creature would attack the elves at will, because it would attract the revenge of the forest patrol. Not only did it require powerful force to deter the enemy, but it also required some cruel means. When the elves took revenge, there was no elegance to speak of. They were also incomparably bloody when dealing with foreign enemies. Otherwise, the nearby ogres, mixed-blood orcs, and wild monsters would not have migrated to other places one by one. The hands of the elven patrol were stained with blood. The creatures they hunted were definitely not less than Soren. Every race had a group of cold-blooded and ruthless warriors. They were different from the ordinary civilians. Their mission was to fight and kill. Soren and the others finally returned to the inn. The halfling couldn't wait to distribute the spoils of war. Soren got 40%, Aladdin got 30%, Gloria got the first 2 crystals, and only got 3 elemental cores. In the end, even Vivian got 10 gems. The little girl held the gems in front of Soren with a satisfied face. Because her hands were small, she couldn't hold so many gems. However, her face showed a cute expression as if she was presenting a treasure. Soren just gently patted her little head and let her put the gems away. So she smiled and put the gems into an exquisitely embroidered multidimensional bag with silver edges. It was already full of many things. After the distribution, Soren finally had the chance to take a look at the legendary item. Inside a dark room, Soren carefully took out the heavy stone. Vivian had been following Gloria all this time, and the Northern Witch had to teach her knowledge at night. Maybe she felt something, but the little girl was obviously working harder than before. She had almost finished reading all the books that Gloria brought with her. At this rate, she would soon become a qualified wizard. Soren also thought that it was good for the little girl to learn more. After all, it was not easy to find a senior witch to teach her. He held the heavy stone in his palm and tried to identify it at the same time. Soon, a row of data appeared: item type, elemental crystal stone, earth, item grade, grade 1 legendary item, item description, a special treasure from the earth elemental plane. It was formed by the spiritual energy of the earth. It was endowed with special magic. When activated, it can cast powerful spells. It doesn't seem to be a single item. From the patterns on the edge, it can be seen that it was once part of something. Requirements: none. Special effects: summon earth elemental, 7 days once, stone skin, 3 days once. Grade 1 legendary equipment. Soren's mouth revealed a smile. After such a long time, he finally got his first legendary equipment. In this world, equipment that could increase attributes was very rare. Most of the equipment could produce additional effects or cast certain spells. For example, the wizard's staff. Most of the staff could not increase the power of their spells. The most common effect was that it could store spells. Gloria had a staff that stored spells in her multidimensional bag. The staff could be used more often than the spell scroll, but it could not store more advanced spells. There was a relatively simple rule to determine whether an item was a legendary item or not. That was, legendary items could automatically restore the number of spells they could cast, and the requirements to use them were lower. The staff could not be activated without the corresponding ability. However, many legendary items could still activate their power even if they did not have the ability to cast spells. Soren also had a deadwood staff in his multidimensional bag. It was a weapon similar to a staff, and it was enchanted with a specific number of spells. However, legendary equipment did not have such a number of times. As long as it was a legendary item, many of them could automatically recover over time. Summon earth elemental. Soren gently stroked the smooth stone and murmured, "This seems to be a 6th circle spell. Although it can only be used once every 7 days, it should be enough to deal with many situations." Earth elementals had a monster level of around 15. Summoning an earth elemental to help him would have a huge effect. Just by looking at how Soren had been slashing at the iron golems for a long time, one could tell how strong they were as meat shields. They could even fight against the iron golems for a long time. The second spell he could use was the Stoneskin spell, which was one of the most important defensive spells for wizards. If a mage's armor could block 1 or 2 attacks, then Stoneskin would allow a wizard to stand in the middle of a crowd and let them attack him. A mage's armor could only provide a few dozen points of defense, and an advanced mage's armor could only provide 100 or so points of defense. However, Stoneskin could withstand more than 150 points of physical damage. According to Soren's current attack power of 30 points per slash, he would need at least 4 or 5 slashes to break through the protective energy of Stoneskin. However, Stoneskin also had a drawback. After casting Stoneskin, one's dexterity would decrease by around 2 points. Since it was not an energy field like a mage's armor, Stoneskin would also be broken after receiving high damage, but it could greatly reduce the damage received. Summon Earth Elemental, 6th circle spell. After casting the spell, a portal will be opened to the Earth Elemental plane. Summon an Earth Elemental with 12 basic HP, 10% chance to summon an advanced Earth Elemental with 16 basic HP, 5% chance to summon an elite Earth Elemental with 20 basic HP, and 1% chance to summon an Earth Elemental Lord or Earth Elemental Elder. After casting the spell, the Earth Elemental has a 10% chance to attack the caster. The caster must complete a will test to control the Earth Elemental's will. The Earth Elemental will then act according to the caster's will. The difficulty of the will test depends on the level of the Earth Elemental. The higher the level of the Earth Elemental, the more likely it is to trigger the will test. The basic HP was the minimum HP of each level. If the HP was 12, then 10 levels of creatures would have at least 120 HP. Soren's rogue class had a basic HP of 6, and the wizard class had a basic HP of 4. Therefore, if an earth elemental with a base HP of 20 was summoned, its meat shield ability could even resist the giant dragon for a period of time. But all supernatural creatures had a much higher basic HP, and this basic HP could be added with Constitution. That was to say, as long as the Constitution was higher than 10, every 2 points of Constitution would give an additional 1 point of HP. That was why supernatural creatures had such a strong vitality. They could not die even after being slashed so many times. Soren was the same. The higher the HP, the stronger the vitality. Ordinary people would start to feel dizzy after losing a little more blood, but as long as his blood loss did not exceed the critical point of death, his combat power would not be reduced too much. Vitality was not only reflected in this little bit, but also in many other aspects. For example, the reaction after being poisoned, the effect of resisting some deadly spells, and the influence of strength in a seriously injured state, etc. Stone Skin, level 4 spell. After casting the spell, the caster will be covered by a layer of Stone Skin energy, absorbing any physical damage below 10 points. Each point of spell energy can increase the absorption effect by 1 point. Attacks below the absorption effect of the protective energy will not cause any damage to the caster. The caster can withstand a maximum of 200 points of attack. After casting Stone Skin, the caster's dexterity will be reduced by 2 points. Stone Skin focused more on the casting level and the spell's power. Ordinary Stone Skin could only protect against attacks below 10 points of power. If an ordinary person slashed with a sword, it would take about 20 slashes to break through the protective energy. During this time, the caster would not suffer any damage. But if it was a profession, as long as the attack power exceeded 10 points, then the damage received would be offset by the protective energy. The slash might only cut through the muscle layer. 10 points of spell energy could increase the attack power of Stone Skin to 20 points. Therefore, Stone Skin was the most troublesome spell cast by a wizard close to the legendary level. Any physical attack below 40 points would not be able to break through their protective Stone Skin. Soren needed to cast Sword Form, Heavy Slash, at least 5 times to break through the protective energy of Stone Skin. Among all the protective spells, the most useful one was still the Mage Armor, at field, because it was a protective energy field. Unfortunately, the Mage Armor could only withstand a limited amount of damage, so it could be easily broken in 1 or 2 attacks. Therefore, in high-intensity battles, wizards would prioritize casting Stone Skin on themselves. This was because it could withstand more attacks and could last for a longer period of time. Soren solemnly put away the equipment. This was the best legendary equipment he could get before the time of troubles. As long as he had it, he could even try to slay a dragon. Of course, it was not the kind of dragon he encountered today, but the more common pterosaur, earth dragon, and wyvern. If a white dragon was willing to fight with him on the ground, Soren had about a 50% chance of killing an adult white dragon. Because white dragons were the lowest level of pentashade dragons, among the pentashade dragons such as black dragons, red dragons, and green dragons, the white dragon's spellcasting ability was the weakest. They were often seen at Soren's destination, which was the range of the Frost Kingdom. At the thought of slaying a dragon, Soren seriously considered the success rate of slaying a dragon. Because there was a very powerful profession in the warlock class called Dragon Disciple. There were only 2 ways for a Dragon Disciple to advance. The first way was to awaken the dragon's blood on their own. While retaining the warlock's spellcasting ability, they would continue to gain the attribute bonus of the dragon's blood. This method of advancement had very high requirements, and most of them were produced in dragons. It was difficult for a Dragon Disciple to advance into a Dragon Disciple if the dragon's blood was too diluted. The second way was to slay a dragon. The warlock's bloodline talent was relatively special. It had a very powerful fusion and absorption ability. Even if a warlock did not have the dragon's blood, after slaying a dragon, they could transfer the dragon's ability to themselves through a special advancement ceremony. After this ceremony, the warlock could advance into a Dragon Disciple. Their original spellcasting ability would not be weakened, but they could gain the dragon's strength, constitution, intelligence, and charm bonus. A dragon disciple with a profession level of about 10 could get a total of about 12 points of additional attribute bonus. 24 profession levels, and the basic HP would become the same as a warrior's, 10. After entering the legendary realm, the HP would be the same as a barbarian's, 12. It could be said that they were a boss-level character who could cast spells and fight hand-to-hand. In the past, there were many warlocks who died on the path of advancing into a dragon disciple, but those who succeeded became very powerful. They liked to call themselves dragon's descendants. The growth of a dragon disciple was undoubtedly very strong, but the disadvantage was that the slaughter EXP needed for the profession level was about 3 times that of other advanced professions. They would be punished by the growth of the dragon's EXP. Dragons needed hundreds of years to grow, and their strength would also be limited by the same. Among all the spellcasters, a dragon disciple was the only one who did not need to reach the high grade, profession level 15, and did not need any transformation ceremony to have a lifespan of more than 500 years. In theory, a level 10 dragon disciple could live for 2,000 years. If Soren felt that it was possible, he wanted to try to let Vivian advance into a dragon disciple, and the sooner the better. If she really was a deity, if she continued to advance in this way, when she reached the legendary realm, it would be hard to say who would win even if she were to fight against a deity who had fallen from the mortal world. P.S. There are 2 chapters today. Everyone, please vote for me. There will be more chapters tomorrow. It was getting late into the night. Soren kept the elemental stone close to his body and then checked his data display. He had accumulated more than 34,000 slaughter EXP, which was enough for him to level up several professions. However, the problem in front of him now was whether he should continue to level up as a wizard or level up as a rogue to prepare for his profession advancement. Wizards needed time to memorize spells, but they had great potential for growth. He estimated that he wouldn't have much time to memorize spells in the next half a month. Rogues could directly advance after leveling up. Assassins and shadow dancers were also very powerful professions. Spellcasters are really built with time and money. Soren frowned and looked out of the window. He seemed to hear something moving. It might be the village's elven patrol. After midnight, it was best not to move around outside. Even if you were just strolling around, others wouldn't believe that you were strolling. They would suspect you and even treat you as a thief or a robber with bad intentions. There was a faint cry of surprise, however, it wasn't very loud and disappeared after a while. Soren quietly looked outside and saw torches in the distance. It seemed that there were more than 10 elven guards gathered near the temple. Every village had a very small temple, where priests who served the elven god lived. Most of the temples were built in the cities, and the priests in the villages were apprentice priests with a profession level of about 5. The divine spells they could use were limited. Soren thought for a while and decided to level up as a rogue first. Compared to wizards, he was more familiar with rogues. Whether it was fighting or dealing with various situations, he could only use about half of the effect of leveling up as a wizard. However, Soren could use 120% of the effect of leveling up as a rogue. Moreover, rogues could also advance a second time if the conditions allowed, and it was even possible to advance to the limit for the 3rd time. Here, it was necessary to mention the rogue advancement. There were many branches to the rogue advancement. Godly thief, rogue swordsman, bounty hunter, assassin, stealth, and lurker, and shadow dancer, which was more inclined to the ability to steal and hide. In addition, there were semi-advanced professions, Ronin, dark guard, undead hunter, and so on. There were also legendary professions, shadow walker, night mask, treasure hunter, shadow assassin, and so on. The professions that advanced for the 3rd time were very special. They were already in the realm of the gods, and the types were quite rare. The most representative was the Shadow Master. The second job advancement depended on whether or not the requirements were met. If the job advancement was successful, the job advancement would be replaced. Soren once wanted to advance from Lurker to Shadow Lord, but he failed in the end. He couldn't get the Shadow Dancer's shard. In the Battle of the Ogres in Whiterun, the Storm Lord was a priest and a barbarian. At the same time, she advanced to the legendary profession, Storm Lord. According to Soren's estimation, her Storm Lord profession level was at most level 3. If he had gotten the Shadow Dancer's shard, then his level 5, Lurker, would have been replaced with a level 5, Shadow Walker, and finally become a level 1, Shadow Master. The overall profession level didn't change, but because of the advancement, there would be a great improvement in ability. If Soren remembered correctly, the god he was most familiar with was the Shadow Dancer. His profession level was level 10 Rogue, level 10 Night Mask, level 5 Shadow Dominator, level 5 Shadow Weaver. In addition, there was also the level 10 Shadow God given by the Shard of Divinity. The total profession level was 40. If you wanted to stand side by side with the gods, you must learn to restrain yourself. Restrain your desire to learn random abilities. Dividing your energy would never be better than focusing on one field, strictly speaking. Soren's path of improvement was still in the direction of Shadow Master, because the Shadow Master required a high rogue level and casting ability. Advancement had many requirements for attributes, skills, and abilities. Generally, the higher the attribute of a person's ability, the more advanced professions they could choose. Now, even if he didn't change his profession to Shadow Wizard, he could reach the casting level to advance to the Shadow Master. If there was no casting level, then the only way to advance was the Shard of Divinity. Soren sat at the table and thought about his future path of improvement. This was a very cautious decision because if he chose wrong, he would have to take a lot of detours. In the end, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. He wouldn't be able to integrate his abilities, and he would just be sloppy in everything. If he couldn't get the Shard of Divinity, the final result would be nothing more than a half-baked legendary profession. The saints could kill him with one hand. In the beginning, he dared to fight against a purebred legendary wizard because he was a purebred legendary rogue. When a certain ability was strengthened to the limit, the last thing he would touch was the power of the law. To advance to an assassin, I need to master more than 200 points of alchemy and poison to reach the maximum level. Then the second advancement will change the assassin into a spectre assassin. I can already release level 3 spells, so I can probably become a spectre assassin when I reach a higher level. In the future, if I can go to the orcs' territory, I can also learn the spell-like ability Mirror Image. My combat power will undoubtedly be much stronger than before. Soren took out a piece of paper and began to write densely packed symbols and words on it. These were the profession's levels in his past memory, as well as the abilities that could be mastered through training. Advanced professions all focused on one aspect. If a rogue could do everything, whether it was stealing, fighting, or sneaking, then other advanced professions focused on one aspect. That was, they specialized in one aspect. Soren wrote a lot of words on the paper, estimated to be thousands of words and symbols. When he finished listing all kinds of memory information, it was already close to dawn. From an assassin to a spectre assassin, there are a total of 3 abilities, all of which are very difficult to train. Soren looked at the ability data on the table, then drew a few lines, connected the spectre assassin's ability to the wizard level, and finally included it in the Shadow Lord's advancement requirements. He frowned and said, there are still 12 abilities, 5 free attribute points, more than 500 skill points, and a piece of Shard of Divinity. Sigh. Soren sighed and then said to himself, sure enough, my innate attributes are still not enough. Without the genius attributes of the hero mode, it's impossible to advance in a short time with my current talent. After listing the data, Soren took out another piece of paper and began to calculate the ability bonus of the Shadow Dancer. Advanced professions all had some innate abilities. The ultimate purpose of these abilities was to stack up to meet the requirements of advancing to some legendary professions. Just like the Dragon Disciple, if you didn't have the ability of a warlock, you would never be able to advance. Soren didn't finish the deduction of the Shadow Dancer's advancement until dawn. He looked at the dense symbols and murmured, the Shadow Dancer can advance to a Shadow Walker. It's enough for stealth, evasion, and shadow mastery. Basically, I don't need to spend extra time training my abilities, but I seem to be missing 2 or 3 abilities. Then there's the advancement to a Shadow Lord. There's still a big gap. Soren hit his forehead hard and drove the complicated calculations out of his head. He then walked to the window and took a deep breath. No matter how much he advanced, he couldn't reach the most basic requirements for Shadow Dominator. 450 points in Sneak, 300 points in Dodge, 300 points in Literacy, Plain, 150 points in Detect, 150 points in Search, 150 points in Spell Identification. Shadow Dominator, Talent, Shadow Jump, Legendary, Interdimensional Teleportation, Shadow Domain, Legendary, 30 points in Dexterity, 25 points in Wisdom, and so on. It's useless. Soren put away the paper on the table and murmured, no matter how I stack up my advancement, it's useless. In the end, there's still a big gap. The second advancement was a legendary profession. The Shadow Lord belonged to the third advancement, and its abilities were on the same level as the gods. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't find a way to advance as soon as possible. Most of the abilities required him to spend a long time to train and master, and this time could be as long as 10 or even dozens of years. Without divinity, unless I'm also a son of God, my attributes won't reach the required level. Soren sighed and tore the paper into pieces. Then a little flame appeared on his fingertips, and soon all the statistics were burned to ashes. He sat down again, picked up the pen and made a few strokes, connecting many complicated symbols and words together. He said to himself, if I can't advance to a Shadow Lord, then I can only look at what's in front of me. Assassin. Shadow Dancer. Bounty Hunter. Soren drew 3 symbols on the paper, and then listed the symbols of warrior, ranger, wizard, warlock, priest, and so on. He closed his eyes and thought for a long time, trying to deduce the combat abilities of each profession in his memory. This kind of feeling was a bit like a scientist deducing engineering methods in his mind, or a simulation of a tactical sand table in his mind. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and said, it seems that the Shadow Dancer's ability to deal with enemies is the strongest. No matter what profession the enemy is, there's no obvious shortcoming. So? Should I advance to a Shadow Dancer? Then find a way to advance to a Shadow Walker? The time of troubles. Damn it. How can mortals fight against the gods and saints who came to the mortal world without absolute talent? Now that there's no one to kill them, how can so many gods fight? If only I had the talent of a warlock, I could advance to a dragon disciple first, and then find the card of fate to advance to a destiny warlock. No matter what gods I encounter in the future, I can't not fight back at all. There was an insurmountable gap between the gods and mortals. Soren calculated for a whole night. The only advanced profession he knew that could fight against the gods was the Shadow Master. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not meet the basic conditions for advancement. The dragons had begun to appear. The legendary professions also appeared one after another. It would not be long before the Son of God and the demigod appeared. No one knew the pressure in his heart. Escape could only be temporary. Even if he escaped to the Frost Kingdom with Vivian, sooner or later he would still have to face these high and mighty gods. Not to mention that Vivian might also be the son of fear. Dang. There was a soft knock on the door under the morning sun. The knocking position was very low. When Soren opened the door, he was not surprised to see the little Vivian. She was holding a large tray with oatmeal and snacks on it. Because of her small size, she had a hard time holding it. But when Soren opened the door, she immediately raised her little head and smiled, "Brother. I brought you breakfast." Soren reached out and took the tray, picked up the little Vivian, and kissed her pink and tender cheek. At this moment, he made the worst decision in his heart. If there was really no other way, he would give up his life and advance to a Shadow Lich. It was a simple and heartwarming breakfast. When Soren brought little Vivian downstairs, Gloria also happened to come out at the same time. She glanced at the little girl next to her, and her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Only a sentence rang in Soren's ears: "Vivian had a nightmare last night again." Soren nodded silently, and his face was dignified, but he did not speak. This was already the third time. As time passed, the signs that Vivian was the child of God became more and more obvious. The frequency of her nightmares also increased, and the interval between the last 2 nightmares was even shorter. Although the little girl often smiled and did not say anything, Soren knew that she must have guessed something. Vivian had been very smart since she was a child. Although she did not like to show it, she was definitely not a simple and obedient little girl. Most of the time, she was smarter and sharper than Soren, but it was not obvious because of her age. After all, she was only 8 years old this year. When they went downstairs, the halfling's figure had just come in from outside the door. There were obvious wet marks on his feet, and it seemed that he had been outside. Aladdin quietly walked to Soren's side, found a stool, and sat down. Then he whispered, "Last night, the elven patrol was attacked. It seemed that it was done by work creatures who believed in the god of the hunt, but I couldn't find out what kind of work creatures did it. The elven patrol was very angry, and it seemed that they were going to contact the other patrol teams." Work creatures. They mainly referred to humanoid creatures, such as gnolls, taurens, lion-faced people, centaurs, tiger-headed monsters, half-shepherds, harpies, sirens, and so on. These creatures had some obvious human characteristics, and some obvious beast characteristics. It was said that they were the product of some taboo experiments during the Arcane Empire. Some of them were ancient life forms that had existed for a long time, and most of them were scattered around the world. There was also an intelligent life form, the orcs. They were the same kind of life form as humans, but they were not a type of work creatures. Mailer, the god of the hunt? Soren frowned and paused for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Are you sure it was its followers that attacked the elves?" Aladdin nodded with certainty. "I'm very sure. Looks like trouble." Soren raised his head and looked at Gloria. Suddenly, he said to the halfling beside him, "We're going to leave soon. Do you want to continue traveling with us, or do you have other plans?" "Leaving so suddenly?" The halfling looked at Soren with some astonishment. Gloria, who was next to him, also raised her head in surprise. Aladdin was still puzzled, but the northern witch took a deep look at Soren and nodded gently, "Yes. We'll continue our journey to the Frost Kingdom." The halfling showed a troubled expression and whispered, "Why are we going so far away? It's cold there, isn't it?" The door of the hotel was pushed open. A gloomy elven guard walked in. He glanced around the hotel, and his eyes stopped on Soren for a moment before he closed the door and left. There were no followers of the god of the hunt in this hotel. Soren quickly stood up, looked at Gloria and said, "Pack your things, we'll leave soon." The halfling was obviously in a dilemma. He stood in place and thought for a long time before he whispered, "I don't plan to go so far away. Let's part ways here. Come find me in the Shire when you have time. I'll treat you to a big meal." Soren smiled and replied, "Okay. You'd better not get involved in this matter. The followers of the god of the hunt are crazy. Obviously." Soren held back his curiosity and did not go down last night. However, the halfling could not hold back his curiosity and went to investigate. They soon decided to leave. Vivian followed them very quietly, and Gloria did not ask much. Only the halfling stayed in place, watching them leave with some pity. The halfling and the witch in front of him must have a story, and the little girl was not simple either. Her talent was undoubtedly very strong. Although rogues were not very clear about the talent of wizards, in the halfling's view, Vivian was undoubtedly an excellent talent for wizards. He hesitated and looked at the location of the temple. In the end, he remembered Soren's warning and did not get involved in this matter. Soren was right, the followers of the god of the hunt were indeed a little crazy. They walked all the way to a very far place. When Soren put Vivian down to rest, Gloria came over with a dignified expression and asked in a deep voice, "Why did you leave so suddenly?" It seemed that she trusted Soren a lot. She did not ask until now. Soren glanced at the village behind him, then slowly said, "The god of the hunt should also be asleep. As a relatively weak god, once he sleeps, it is possible that the followers and priests will not be able to obtain divine spells. I guess this attack is a hunting ritual." The northern witch's knowledge was undoubtedly very rich. She looked at Soren hesitantly and murmured, "You mean, this attack may be for the legendary blood?" Soren nodded silently and said in a deep voice, "The god of the hunt is only interested in legendary hunting rituals." The god of the hunt, Mailer. It was a primitive god with weak divine power. It was also known as the king of beasts, the beast of black blood. It was a chaotic and evil god. It liked bloody killings and ruthless hunting rituals. The more powerful the target was, the easier it was to attract its attention. His body was a creature that looked like an ape but had a ferocious face. He had black hair and blood-red skin. His face was somewhat like that of an orc, but his appearance was more ugly and ferocious. Many gods were not human or human-like creatures. Some were purely intelligent beasts. The god of the hunt, Mailer, was such a god. He was a rare monster that became a god for some reason. His followers were mainly evil war creatures, hunters who enjoyed hunting, people who liked blood, and some fallen rangers like Droll. This was the easiest god to awaken. He had a strong desire for legendary blood. As long as the target was legendary or above, it was possible to attract his avatar. There were many war creature groups nearby that believed in the god of the hunt. Soren estimated that there was at least a 50% chance that the war creatures were holding some kind of ritual. In the legendary blood hunting ritual, the war creatures would also hunt a large number of ordinary creatures to pave the way. Mailer was a very strange god. He liked to hunt powerful targets. The more powerful the prey, the easier it was to attract his attention. If it was just killing ordinary creatures, he would not even care at all. This kind of legendary hunting ritual could strengthen his divine power. In order to please this evil god, his followers would try to hunt legendary targets every once in a while. At first, it was wild beasts. Later, even intelligent creatures were included in the list. The northern witch took a deep look into the distance and said in a low voice, "There's a red copper dragon nearby. Could it be that it's the target?" Legendary creatures. Dragons were undoubtedly the most standard legendary creatures. Soren also thought for a moment. He looked at the other party and said, "It's not that easy to kill a dragon. If it's not necessary, Mailer's followers would not try to kill a dragon." Creatures of the chaotic evil alignment were more crazy. Mailer's followers were some very crazy guys. Soren could not determine their goal and did not want to have too much interaction with them. In the dense virgin forest, a dark gnoll was leaping between the trees. It was different from the gnoll Soren had seen before. This gnoll was more agile and more dangerous. Its pupils were green, and its figure was like a phantom shuttling through the forest. It often flew past in a flash, and it was difficult to catch its trace with the naked eye. It was wearing some kind of leather armor sewn from the skin of some kind of black beast. There were no weapons on its body, but at the position of its claws, one could see the cold light of steel. Its claws were actually replaced with metal by some kind of special method. Patter. The gnoll whose level could not be determined landed. It looked to the side with its green eyes and said in a deep voice, "The ritual is about to begin. We must awaken the attention of the god of the hunt. Without the protection of the gods, the tribe will become weaker and weaker, and our prey will become fewer and fewer." Heavy footsteps were heard. It was a mixed-blood orc with a very strong physique that looked like a little giant. Its face was ferocious and its fangs were exposed. It glanced at the gnoll in front of it and said, "The ritual requires legendary-level prey. I know there is a red copper dragon nearby, but it seems that we can't kill it with our strength." The gnoll showed a grim smile. There was a metal tooth on its right side. It said, "There is no need to kill the dragon. I know there is a son of fear nearby. The blood of these sons of fear will definitely attract the attention of the Lord more than the dragon." Son of fear? The mixed-blood orc looked around. There were many strange creatures around it. The followers of the god of the hunt were very complicated. There were humans, orcs, and even intelligent beasts, as well as dark creatures that enjoyed hunting. The black gnoll looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "I have seen him use his divine power. It seems that he has just awakened. Some of you go and prepare other sacrifices. The rest of you follow me to track the prey. I believe that using a son of fear as a sacrifice will definitely awaken Mailer's attention." Strong figures flew out. These hunters, whose strength was conservative and above grade 3, spread out. Accompanied by all kinds of strange howls, they quickly scattered into the dense forest. The gnoll raised its metal claws and scratched its face with the sharp claws. Drops of blood dripped down the side of its face. The other creatures that stayed behind did the same. The strong mixed-blood orc cut its forehead with a blade, then knelt down on one knee and began to pray. There was a devout and crazy smile on its face. The hunting ritual, at this moment, it really began. They were next to a clean rock. Soren was sitting next to them, chewing on dried meat. Gloria didn't seem to have a good appetite, so she only ate a little and put it down. The northern witches were of noble birth, so they didn't like this kind of inferior food. She would only eat some snacks and drink some water in the wild. Vivian wasn't picky at all. Whether it was a delicious meal or a tasteless dry food, the little girl could eat it with relish. She even raised her little white hand to wipe Soren's mouth. "Who is it?" Soren's hand that was holding the dry food suddenly paused. He jumped up in an instant, pulled out his curved sword, and shouted towards the distant woods, "Who is it? Come out quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Gloria also reacted very quickly. She instantly took out a staff from her multi-dimensional bag, and the gems that stored spells on it slightly glowed. Vivian's small body stood behind Soren, and there seemed to be some doubt on her face. She looked up at the woods not far away, and her expression was difficult to describe with words. She also seemed to be a little confused. "Sorry." A magnetic voice sounded, and then a very handsome elven ranger came out. He was so eye-catching just by standing there. If Soren's appearance with a trace of half-elf blood was relatively handsome, then compared to the elven ranger in front of them, he was even worse than an ordinary person. With just a glance, both men and women would be affected by his handsome appearance for a while. He was like the protagonist of a story in a tavern. Even if it was just a glance, he could make noble ladies blush and their hearts beat faster. This was an extremely handsome elven ranger. Even Soren couldn't describe his handsome appearance with words. He could only say that he was favored by the elven gods. Gloria's eyes lit up for a moment, and then she slightly frowned. The northern witches still retained the characteristics of the northerners. They appreciated the strong with perseverance. The elven ranger in front of them was too handsome, so handsome that it felt a little surreal. The elven ranger landed lightly on the ground and jumped down from the tree. He glanced at Soren's face, then glanced at Gloria, and finally stopped at Vivian, who was behind her. He said, "I don't mean any harm. I'm just passing by." Soren didn't relax at all. He said in a deep voice, "Then please leave." The elven ranger did not leave immediately. He smiled and looked very friendly. He took a step forward and said, "Don't be so nervous. I'm a ranger who believes in the god of nature." "Stop." Soren's expression was still serious as he said in a low voice, "We don't know you, please leave this place." The elven ranger's stiff eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He glanced at Soren, then turned his eyes to Gloria. He showed a charming smile and slowly said, "Dear lady, your companion doesn't seem to be very friendly to me. I think he may have misunderstood me. I just happened to pass by. It's very dangerous to travel alone in the wilderness. Maybe we can travel together." "Where are you going?" Gloria gently lifted her long hair. The veil on her face prevented him from seeing her expression. He only heard her slowly say, "Back off, stranger." At this moment, Vivian suddenly pulled Soren's clothes with her small hand and whispered, "Brother. This person looks very familiar, but I don't think I've seen him before." The little girl had a very good memory. She could remember most of the people she met. The elven ranger in front of her had very good hearing. He seemed to have heard Vivian's words. He grabbed his head and showed a kind smile, then said softly, "Hello. Lovely little girl. You also give me a familiar feeling. Maybe we've met before." Soren and Gloria looked at each other in an instant, and the alert look on their faces became more dignified. Although the elven ranger in front of them looked very handsome and had a harmless smile, the two of them didn't feel that he was friendly at all. When they first met the halfling, Aladdin was standing on the side of the road. When he saw them, he even jumped up and waved at them. At a glance, they knew that he didn't have any hostility. But the elven ranger in front of them was different. He had obviously snuck up on them. He only showed himself when Soren noticed him. His seemingly friendly smile was probably just a disguise. His acting skills must be very good. The elven ranger didn't seem to think that he would encounter such a situation. With his incomparably handsome appearance and friendly smile, he rarely attracted any hostility from others. However, the two people in front of him looked like they were ready to fight at any time. No matter how handsome or friendly his smile was, it couldn't change the other party's attitude. If he had directly walked over, Soren wouldn't be so hostile. However, the elven ranger was quietly hiding nearby and only showed up after being discovered. This was very strange. Vivian gently wrinkled her nose and whispered, "Brother, let him go." The three of them didn't like him very much. The Elven Ranger's expression was a little stiff, but he still forced a smile and then retreated into the forest. When he turned around, his face instantly became gloomy. He did pass by because he accidentally discovered them. He seemed to have sensed something and approached them. At first, he just wanted to observe them quietly. However, he didn't expect to be discovered by Soren as soon as he sneaked over. This was a very powerful rogue. The Elven Ranger's stealth ability was also very strong. The fact that he was discovered in an instant only proved that the other party was much more experienced in stealth than him. He didn't know how Soren discovered him, but to be able to discover him, he was definitely a first-class rogue. Soren held his curved sword tightly. After making sure that the Elven Ranger had really left, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Let's move on." There was something wrong with that Elven Ranger just now. Gloria looked into the distance and immediately cast Lighten. Soren carried Vivian on his back, and the three of them continued to move forward. Those who were proficient in stealth would naturally be able to discover signs of stealth. In order to hide from Soren's perception, one would need at least 150 points in stealth. Although the Elven Ranger was also proficient in stealth, he couldn't be compared to a professional rogue. If it was the halfling Aladdin, Soren wouldn't be able to discover him so easily. This was the territory of the elves. It was normal to encounter Elven Rangers here. Soren carried Vivian on his back and continued to move forward. Gloria seemed to have something on her mind along the way, and she would look back from time to time. "What's wrong?" Soren noticed her abnormality and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Gloria was silent for a moment. Then her lips moved slightly, and she used a level 0 communication spell and said, "That Elven Ranger just now looked a little like Vivian. He also seemed to have something different about him. And he was too handsome, he didn't look like an elf at all." These were the words that entered Soren's ears, but her voice was, "Nothing. I just wanted to see if that Elven Ranger was following us." Elves were very handsome. But the Elven Ranger just now was not only handsome, his appearance could even affect the attitude of others. It was like some creatures with the talent of charm. If you approached them, you would have to go through a test of will. Otherwise, you would be affected. Soren was about to say something, but suddenly there was a dull roar behind him. It sounded a little like the roar of an orc, which had a unique wild nature. Soren swallowed the words he wanted to say and prepared for battle in an instant. Gloria also cast a defensive spell with a dignified expression, and then pulled Vivian behind her. A woo, the howl of the gnolls was heard, and it was like a sign, and all kinds of howls could be heard from all directions. These sounds were very mixed, and Soren even heard the low roar of a cheetah. The sound was not far from where they were, and they could vaguely hear the roar of battle, and all kinds of howls that were gradually approaching. Not good. Soren's expression changed slightly, and he pulled Gloria up and said, "It seems to be a believer of the god of hunting, let's go." Howls and howls could be heard. A figure could be seen leaping through the trees in the distance, followed by a few other dark figures. The roars of the beastmen were getting closer and closer. Soren carried Vivian on his back and prepared to retreat. Gloria also quickly cast a spell, but the monsters in all directions seemed to have noticed them. They could vaguely see a few strong figures jumping down from the trees, planning to go around and block them. One of the figures was very eye-catching. It was a large black cheetah. A mutated beast. Some special beasts had mutated genes, possibly related to the forbidden experiments of the Arcane Empire. They had appeared in large numbers for a period of time, but many of them were hunted down and killed. The remaining ones escaped to the astral plane and the outer realms. Some of the beasts in the material plane had inherited these mutated genes. When a creature's level reached a certain level, it was possible for them to mutate. These beasts had spell-like abilities, but they were very rare. Most of them only had high intelligence and powerful hunting abilities. These beasts were said to be the failed products of the war creature experiment. Soren stopped and handed Vivian to Gloria. The black cheetah in front of them was very difficult to deal with. Its body was almost the size of a Siberian tiger, and its elegant body had obvious muscle contours. It was like a bodybuilding champion among beasts. This meant that the cheetah was very strong. It was even stronger than a brown bear, and its claws could tear through armor. The cheetah's speed was very scary. Soren didn't dare to continue running, because it would be exposing his back to the cheetah. In short distance sprinting, almost no creature could surpass this mutated cheetah. In the wilderness, cheetahs were more dangerous than tigers because it was basically impossible to outrun them on land. Against such creatures, if you tried to run away, they would only pounce on you in an instant, and then mercilessly tear your throat out. Soren took a deep breath as he sprinted. His muscles tensed, and he jumped 10 meters or so. He swung his curved sword and slashed at the cheetah's head. The beast had no protection, and its height alone couldn't stop his attack. It was a light leap. The large black panther nimbly dodged his attack. At the same time, its face revealed an anthropomorphic mocking smile. This beast's intelligence was higher than expected. Its creature level might have reached grade 3 or above. But it was still too careless. Soren raised his finger and shot out 2 arcane missiles from his fingertips within a second. No matter how fast the panther was, there was no way it could dodge the attack at such a close distance. The next moment, a small hole was opened in its neck. The 2 arcane missiles had pierced through its skin, leaving a wound about 3 centimeters deep. Blood immediately splashed out. With Soren's spell power, the 2 arcane missiles at such close range dealt at least 20 damage. 1 point of spell power could increase the damage of the arcane missiles by 1 point. A high-grade wizard could easily pierce through armor with arcane missiles. Soren's spell power was also around 10 points. Even if he didn't use vitality, he could still inflict light damage to the target. The wounded cheetah was obviously a bit slow. Soren quickly followed up with a swing of his curved sword, and blood splashed out as he slashed at the cheetah's back. The slash left a wound about 5 centimeters deep. But after breaking through the muscles, he couldn't continue. He could only withdraw his sword and retreat. His vitality reduced the damage taken. 2 points of vitality increased damage reduction by 1 point. Some creatures with strong vitality could even use their muscles to clamp down on weapons. Dragons were the best of the best. Without extraordinary weapons, it would be very difficult to kill a dragon subspecies. Even if one could break its dragon skin, they would not be able to break through its tough muscles, and they would not be able to damage its vital organs. Therefore, it would be very difficult to kill a dragon subspecies with just bleeding damage. Sharp claws slashed through the air. The thick and tough cheetah's tail whipped at Soren, and the wind whistled like a whip. Soren twisted his body to avoid the attack. 3 shallow scratches were left on his arm, and his waist was hit by the tail. But with his vitality, he could still withstand it. The other monsters nearby were getting closer and closer. Soren didn't have time to waste. He instantly took out his wooden cane and pointed it at the cheetah in front of him. A flash of light appeared. The weeds on the ground suddenly grew wildly, and they wrapped around the cheetah like tenacious vines. Even if the cheetah had the strength of a large cat, it couldn't break free in a short time. This short 1 or 2 seconds was more than enough for Soren. He jumped onto the cheetah's back and used his strength to push it down. Then, he held his curved sword tightly with both hands and slashed down. The power of sword form, heavy hack exploded in an instant, and the curved sword cut off the cheetah's head. Blood spurted out 3 to 5 meters away. The headless body of the cheetah stiffened for a moment, and then fell to the ground with a thud. A row of data appeared. Activated sword form, heavy hack. Activated decapitation. Dealt 125 decapitation damage to the target. Target killed. Extracting soul energy. You've received 2450 slaughter EXP. It was indeed a grade 3 cheetah. The creature's level was estimated to be around level 12. If it wasn't for the surprise attack, it would be more difficult to deal with it than dealing with the earth elementals. Big brother, be careful. Suddenly, Vivian's scream came from behind Soren. Gloria also quickly cast a spell in an instant. First, she buffed them with a spell, then raised her hand and shot a blood-red light in front of him. Finger of Death. The sound of the bowstring vibrating could be heard. Soren didn't think much and activated the elemental stone on his body. A yellowish mark on the ground spread to his body. Almost at the same time as the stoneskin spell was cast on his body, a sharp arrow flew over and hit him directly in the chest. The force of the arrow caused him to take a step back. Next to the bushes in front of him, a tall and burly orc with a strong bow in his hand locked onto Soren with a ferocious gaze. But in the next moment, its gaze turned into shock. Soren did not fall. The arrow hit his chest, but it was only stuck between his ribs. The arrow should have pierced him directly, but it was offset by stone skin, which reduced the damage by 20 points. In addition, Soren had 20 points of constitution, so although the arrow hit his chest, it did not cause as much damage as expected. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the arrow. The leather armor in front of his chest was pierced. The opponent used a strong bow. The dark red light hit the tall and burly orc in the next moment. Its body stiffened, and then it fell straight to the ground. Level 7 spell, Finger of Death, the Finger of Death cast by a high-grade northern, which was not a joke. It was not easy for any profession below grade 4 to pass the test of death. If they couldn't pass the test of death, they would die in an instant. After pulling out the arrow, Soren didn't care about the wound. He swung his sword to block the attack of another mixed blood orc next to him. The heavy battle axe with ferocious force made his whole body sink. A null mixed blood creature on the left threw out a short axe and hit Soren's back in the next moment. Clang, the short axe seemed to have hit solid marble. Soren's leather armor was only dented a little, and he almost didn't suffer any damage. The opponent's strength wasn't high, and they probably didn't have special training in throwing weapons. The attack of the short axe didn't exceed 20 points, and it couldn't break through Soren's stone skin. The presence of the northern witch attracted most of the hunters' attention. At least more than half of the hunters bypassed Soren and rushed to Gloria and Vivian behind him. Wizards were the most terrifying existences. They must not be given the chance to cast spells. A monster with a ferocious face that even Soren couldn't recognize roared, and its body suddenly began to grow. It then took a deep breath and sprinted on the ground with all 4 limbs. Its speed was almost unbelievable. It was a berserk orc. In the face of such a dangerous situation, Gloria was still as calm as ever. She even had the time to pull Vivian behind her. Then, she abruptly pulled out her magic staff and pointed it forward. A fireball the size of a washbasin flew out. Its target wasn't the enemy in front of her, but the empty space in front of her. 1 second ago, the sprinting monster didn't have time to stop. It was completely inertia. When it rushed over, it just happened to enter the core area of the fireball's explosion. The next second, its whole body was covered in blood and flesh. Its chest was blown to the bone, and its hair was burning. Vivian, look carefully. Gloria had an awe-inspiring aura. She was completely different from the one Soren knew. She said in a cold voice, "Do you still remember the movement calculation I taught you? Movement positioning and spell prediction are very important skills. Many enemies are very fast, and spells don't have to be aimed at the enemy to be effective." The whistling sound of the wind was heard. 2 flying axes and a long sword were thrown towards the 2 of them. Gloria didn't care at all. She slammed her wand into the ground, and then her hands quickly cast a spell. At the same time, she said, "Spell protection field is the foundation of a spellcaster. When fighting, you have to make sure that you are covered by the energy protection field at all times." Bang, bang, bang. The thrown weapons seemed to hit the invisible air, and when they hit the energy protection field, they made a muffled sound. Gloria's expression didn't change at all. It seemed that she didn't see the enemies rushing over at all. Focus was the most important basic skill for a spellcaster in a battle. A spellcaster couldn't be distracted and let the enemy interrupt their spellcasting. The skill of focus also made them more sensitive to the changes around them. Shadow tentacles. 6 energy tentacles broke out of the ground and shot out in an instant. Half of the enemies nearby were instantly stunned, and then they were rolled up and hung upside down by the energy tentacles. The shadow tentacles cast by the high-grade witches were completely different from Soren's. The energy tentacles wrapped up and directly strangled 2 enemies, and then all the nearby enemies were dragged back and hung in the air. Only then did Gloria slowly pull out her staff and say in a serious voice, "Vivian. You have to always remember that for a wizard, control is more important than damage." The battlefield was strangely silent for a moment. Everyone, including Soren, also saw the real strength of a high-grade northern witch at this moment. This was the style of a high-grade wizard. Soren didn't hesitate at all. When the dark tentacles entangled the enemies near Gloria, he quickly pulled out his scimitar and retreated. The scimitar drew a cold light and beheaded the enemies that were entangled by the dark tentacles. wizards would never be the main damage output. They could only remember a small number of large-scale destructive spells. Even the real damage spells were only single-target fatal spells like Finger of Death. In a battle, the melee professions were always responsible for the last hit. It was better to control the enemy and let the warrior slash them with his scimitar instead of dealing damage. More and more enemies appeared in the vicinity. The number of enemies was completely beyond Soren's estimation. Even Gloria's expression became dignified. She said in a deep voice, "My spell slots can't deal with so many enemies." The number of enemies was more than 100. All of them were creatures above grade 2. They were believers of the god of hunting and were much stronger than the guards of Whiterun. The believers of the gods must have stronger fighting abilities. If the god of hunting hadn't fallen into a deep sleep, perhaps there would have been existences among these monsters that could use divine spells. The power of the weak gods was not enough. They were weakened a lot before the time of troubles. They would only grant divine spells to their core believers and priests. Other believers who were not valued would lose the ability to use divine spells. These monsters held hunting rituals to awaken the god's attention. As long as they proved their value, the god of hunting might regard them as more useful believers and grant them divine spells. Those worthless believers would be deprived of their divine spells because the power of the god of hunting was also declining, the time of troubles. All the gods' divinity level was declining. When their divinity level was exhausted, they would fall to the mortal world. The weaker the gods, the faster they would fall. Only when the energy storm of the time of troubles was over would they regain their divinity level and return to the kingdom of the gods. The gods who walked in the mortal world were saints. They didn't have divinity levels. They only retained their initial profession level, so some of them were very weak. Some of them relied on luck to ascend to godhood. Their own strength was not very strong. They were only around the high-grade legendary level. They relied on their divinity level to break through to a total level of more than 40. This was why there had been cases of weaker deities killing stronger deities. The reason for this was that after losing their divine cores, the difference in strength between the two parties would not be too great. However, when the gods descended to the mortal world as saints, their average attributes were basically above 25 points. Even without the power brought by the level of divinity, the difference in their attributes could completely crush any mortal. A small number of powerful deities could reach up to 50 points in their attributes. When faced with the goddess of magic who had 50 points of intelligence, even legendary wizards would feel that their spells were like sideshows. Among the abyssal demon gods, they were known for their strength. It was no joke for them to be able to move mountains and fill seas with their bare hands. There were more and more believers of the god of hunting. Soren realized the severity of the situation. Gloria's spell slots could not handle so many enemies. Just as he was about to cover Gloria's escape, a loud howl came from behind. Then, the elven ranger rushed out. He looked very embarrassed. There were 7 or 8 bloodstains on his body. His handsome face was torn by sharp claws. He was almost completely disfigured. He was holding a long sword in his hand, and the way he held the sword was very strange. Upon closer inspection, one of his fingers was broken. It seemed that his little finger was bitten off by some beast. When the elven ranger saw Soren and the others, his eyes immediately showed a look of surprise. Then, his expression became vicious. He suddenly leaped and left the hunters behind him, who were obviously much stronger. At the same time, he quickly approached them. It turned out that he was the target of the believers of the god of hunting. Behind him, there were obviously more powerful hunters and trackers. A group of monsters gave up on Soren and the others and rushed toward the elven ranger in front of them. This was the most important goal. They must not let the elven ranger in front of them escape. Otherwise, this hunting ritual would be considered a failure. Death Sphere. The elven ranger did not make any casting movements, not even a spell. He raised his hand and a light appeared. Then, a wave of fear aura exploded among the enemies blocking the way. This was not a divine spell that could be used by high-grade rangers, nor was it an arcane spell cast by wizards. It was a special spell-like ability. It might be a talent that the elven ranger had. A large number of creatures froze in place. Then, many of them showed fear on their faces, as if something terrible was happening. They fled in panic in all directions. There were even a small number of enemies who turned blue and died on the spot. They were scared to death. The Elven Ranger scattered the enemies in front of him with fear. Then, he suddenly sped up and rushed over, getting closer and closer to Soren. Damn it! Soren's expression was very ugly for a moment. Gloria next to him also looked dignified. Because just a spell-like attack, they were sure of the identity of the Elven Ranger in front of them. Son of Fear. Other than the son of the Dread Lord, they really could not think of anyone else who could cast fear at will and achieve the effect of scaring the enemy to death. A gnoll whose whole body was dark like a shadow appeared. It stretched out its scarlet tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. Its metal claws flashed a cold light. It grinned and said, "The flesh of the Son of Fear is really extraordinary." I felt an exuberant life force. Maybe after the ritual is completed and we kill him, we can have a good meal ourselves. The majestic hybrid orc strode out of the forest, carrying a giant battle axe that weighed nearly 200 pounds in its hand. It roared, "He is the prey for my lord. After the ritual is completed, we can decide what to do with his body." Soren clenched his curved sword and stared fiercely at the Elven Ranger who was getting closer and closer. The Elven Ranger's purpose was very vicious. He actually intended to lead these hunters to them. Soren's murderous intent was very strong. He said, "When he gets close, you find a way to control him. I'll be responsible for killing him." Gloria nodded gently. Her eyes were also full of murderous intent. Killing this guy might make the hunters stop attacking. Even if the possibility was not high, it was worth a try. Besides, this guy was definitely not running towards them with good intentions. The Elven Ranger was getting closer and closer, but stopped before entering the range of Gloria's spell. He jumped to a high place and then shouted to the believers in all directions, "I'm not the only son of fear. The little girl over there is also a son of fear. I don't believe it. Look over there." He seemed to have activated some special ability. He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Soren. A wave of fear aura burst out. Many terrible scenes appeared in Soren's mind. There were mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and piles of bones. There were also all kinds of cruel and horrible scenes. However, how could his will be so easily shaken? It only took a moment for him to suppress this feeling of fear. At the same time, a series of data flashed in front of his eyes. You are affected by fear aura. Test of will triggered. Successfully passed, death fright. Successfully resisted the effect of fear. Gloria's will was obviously very high. She was only a little startled and quickly recovered. But what everyone did not expect was, Vivian, who was standing behind Gloria, suddenly trembled all over. Then her eyes suddenly widened, and her cute little face was pale. Her face seemed to be slightly blue because of fear, as if she was trying to suppress something. When her emotions accumulated to a certain limit, she suddenly let out a very sharp scream, "Ah!" An invisible sound wave spread, and the first to bear the brunt was Soren. His ears were buzzing, and traces of blood were oozing out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Then there was Gloria, who was standing next to him. Her face was very pale, as if some kind of spell had been activated. Suddenly, a flash of light protected her in it. Her figure swayed and almost fell to the ground. The terrible sound wave spread out. The nearby Mailer believers fell in batches like wheat being cut down. At least half of them died directly under the sound wave. All the others were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their figures were obviously shaking. The only ones who were not affected much were the powerful hunters. They were grade 4 professions. This level of attack could only hurt them, but it was not fatal. The Elven Ranger showed a vicious smile on his face and said, "Did you see that? She is also a child of fear. It seems that the 2 people around her are a little weak. The children of fear that have just awakened are very weak. Why don't you kill them first? It should be easier to kill them than to kill me, right?" The dark gnoll showed a sneer. After glancing at the prey in front of him, he said with a ferocious expression, "I like your vicious heart. But if we offer 2 children of fear as sacrifices, we will definitely be rewarded by our Lord." An invisible sound wave spread rapidly, and all the beasts within a 5-kilometer radius seemed to be greatly frightened, and all of them frantically fled in all directions. In an ancient cave, a droll who was meditating with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly stood up. As an elf, he was unusually tall and strong, like a solid rock. He walked out of the cave with heavy steps, looked at the chaotic forest in the distance, and murmured, "Who scared them?" An eagle fell from the sky. After it landed, it turned into the figure of a droll. It humbly lowered its head and said, "Your Excellency Earthwalker." Farther away, somewhere in a dark underground secret room, the black-robed priest on the altar suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining, and he said fanatically, "The first child of fear has awakened. Let the hand of despair go. Find him at all costs." Time froze at this moment. Soren's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. That was because the burst of power in his body made his blood surge. His heart accelerated to the limit in an instant. His kidney secreted crazily, and the excessive congestion turned his pupils into a blood-red color. His face was a little distorted, and his expression was very ferocious. His originally injured body began to gradually recover. As a large amount of slaughter EXP was consumed, his injuries became lighter and lighter. His figure also became more and more blurred, as if he was about to disappear in the shadows. Behind him, Soren's shadow was distorted, the next moment. He rushed toward the elven ranger in front of him, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. The entire material plane also completely lost track of him in this second, shadow plane travel. P.S. This chapter was written very slowly. It took me a long time to edit it, so the update is half an hour late. 2 updates today, more updates tomorrow. Everything happened in 1 second. When Soren's figure disappeared into thin air, everything in front of him turned gray. The sky was an eternal gray, even the sunlight and the moonlight were the same color. This 1 second was very short, and Soren's surroundings were rapidly moving backward. His body was assimilated by the shadows in a short period of time and temporarily transformed into the form of a shadow creature. The physical body became illusory. The surrounding scenery was also distorted. Plane travel opened a dimensional passage to the shadow plane, which was a spell-like teleportation ability. It could only be used for a few seconds, and it didn't really enter the shadow plane. The next moment, he appeared behind the elven ranger. The elven ranger's shadow twisted strangely. The ferocious shadow turned into a distorted outline, and finally turned into Soren's shadow. Then, a vague figure covered by shadow suddenly appeared. The elven ranger still had a vicious smile on his face. Anyway, he had achieved his goal. The hunters had obviously assigned some of their manpower to deal with Soren and Gloria. This way, he would be in less danger. As long as the hunters were restrained by the 3 people next to him, he would have a great chance to escape with his ability. After all, he was also a son of fear. He even began to plan his escape route. He didn't even have time to change the expression on his face. Just like that, his body suddenly stiffened. The sharp tip of the blade pierced through his chest and pierced his heart in an instant. Then, with a loud shout, the blade twisted violently. Die. Soren's expression was ferocious. He held the blade with both hands and twisted it. The blade broke through the elven ranger's armor and pierced through his heart. At the same time, it twisted a bloody hole in his chest. A crack appeared on the exquisite military-grade curved sword. This weapon couldn't withstand Soren's sudden burst of strength and showed signs of cracking. The shadow behind him was still twisting. The elven ranger's shadow overlapped with his own. His whole person looked gray, like a black shadow. When he pulled out the curved sword, the shadow returned to its original appearance, and the blurry face gradually became clear. The elven ranger's body fell straight to the ground. In a situation that no one expected, he was directly killed by Soren. The gnoll's ferocious smile remained stiffly on his face. The other hunters were in disbelief. A bunch of data crazily appeared. Activate dark vision. Activate shadow hide. Activate shadow jump. Activate shadow strike. Shadow hide successful. Ability, evade sight, activated. Shadow jump successful. Activate cross-plane shadow jump ability. Shadow strike successful. You received 9 points of shadow damage. Activated backstab. You have dealt 121 points of fatal damage. Target killed. Extracted soul energy of the soul. You have gained 3600 slaughter EXP. Target is a divine creature. Divine power extracted. Divine power. Received 3 divinity. Of the target. Failed. Divinity storage. Clergy storage of the divinity. You don't have any divine spark or divine domain to store the divine power of fear. Target of the target. Behind the dense jumping data were the data that appeared in the second when Soren exploded. Thief profession has leveled up to level 7. Received 25, DEX 20 plus, INT 20 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 11, profession HP 6 plus, con 20 to 10, *0. 5. The 11 HP brought about by leveling up temporarily alleviated his injuries. Although his ears were still temporarily deaf, Soren had regained his perception of the outside world. The anger and killing intent in his heart were extremely strong. He did not hesitate to put the slaughter EXP into it. The elven ranger in front of him must die. Such a strong killing intent even made his pupils become blood red because of the expansion of the tiny blood vessels. All the skill points were allocated to evade. Soren reached the requirements to advance into a shadow dancer in an instant, and then chose to advance without hesitation. Advance into a shadow dancer. Advancement requirements: reflex evasion, achieved; flexible movement, achieved; 100 points of sneak, achieved; 50 points of evade, achieved. You have successfully advanced into a shadow dancer. Shadow dancer's ability bonus activated. You have spent an additional 5000 slaughter EXP. You have learned the profession talent, evade sight. Sneak plus 15, evade plus 20. HP increased by 13, profession HP 8 plus, con 20 to 10, *0. 5. You have gained a free attribute point. You have successfully advanced into a grade 3 profession. You have gained the opportunity to purify your bloodline. You have gained an additional ability point. Advancing into a shadow dancer cost him more than 13,000 slaughter EXP. In addition to the extra 5,000 slaughter EXP, he also needed to pay the soul energy to level up. However, the strength of the advanced profession was also undeniable. Soren lost a skill point allocation from the rogue level, but he gained an additional 10 points of sneak and 20 points of evade. At the same time, he also mastered the most useful ability of the shadow dancer, evade sight. Evade sight, profession talent. The shadow dancer has extraordinary shadow skills. This skill is not comparable to other professions that use shadow abilities. As long as the body is in the shadows, the shadow dancer can use shadow energy to confuse the enemy's sight. Under any circumstances, the shadow dancer can activate the stealth skill, also in battle. Even if the shadow dancer is exposed to the enemy's eyes, the shadow dancer can let himself successfully escape into the shadows and disappear from the enemy's sight out of thin air. Level 1 is once a day. There was also a limit to the rogue's stealth ability. It was impossible to directly disappear from the enemy's sight. Stealth was a process of merging oneself into the shadows. This process involved the ubiquitous shadow energy. There were only 2 kinds of advanced rogues that could disappear in front of your eyes in broad daylight. One was the lurker who mastered evade sight, and the other was the shadow dancer who mastered evade sight. The former directly disappeared into the shadow plane, and the latter used shadow energy to confuse your sight. The lurker was no longer in the material plane in this second of escaping into the shadows. He would temporarily enter the shadow plane and then come back. When he came back, he would have been completely integrated into the shadow energy. The shadow dancer used shadow energy to confuse your sight in this second. Although you couldn't see his existence, the shadow dancer was still in front of you, and you could still attack him. The shadow dancer profession has been upgraded to level 2. Received 25, DEX 20 plus, INT 20 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 13, profession HP 8 plus, con 20 to 10, *0. 5. Advanced profession talent comprehension. You have comprehended the profession talent, dark vision. The half-elf night vision ability has been superimposed. The total rogue profession level is 9, level 7 thief, level 2 shadow dancer. You have received an additional ability point. 1 rogue level increased his HP by 11 points, and 2 shadow dancer levels increased his HP by 26 points. As an advanced combat-type profession, the Shadow Dancer had a strong evasion ability, which could improve the efficiency of mastering evasion abilities. At the same time, the profession level was also 2 points higher than the Rogue. The basic HP of the Rogue was 6, and the basic HP of the Shadow Dancer was 8. It was the same as the basic HP of most agility-based warriors. Abilities had to be trained or obtained by relying on ability points, but profession talents were abilities that could be mastered directly. Talents, as the name implied, were innate abilities. Many talents were special abilities that did not require ability points to master. Talents were basically brought about by advanced professions and innate bloodlines. A total of 37 HP increased. Soren directly recovered a lot from his seriously injured state. His vision had been restored. Although his ears were still bleeding, he could gradually hear. His internal organs that were affected by some kind of supernatural sound wave power quickly recovered. His body that was seriously injured by Vivian's attack had completely recovered. His eyes locked on the Elven Ranger in front of him, and he did not hesitate to upgrade the Shadow Dancer to level 2. In the case of a secondary profession, the secondary profession only counted half of the profession level. Level 7 Thief, Level 2 Advanced Shadow Dancer. Soren's Rogue level was 9 in total. His secondary profession level 5 Wizard only counted half of the level bonus, so his total profession level was about 12. 3 profession levels could bring 1 ability point. When the total profession level was above 10 and entered grade 3, each advancement would also give an additional ability point. Soren directly gave up on upgrading other abilities, including Danger Sense, Reflex Evasion Proficiency, Summoned Shadow, and other powerful abilities. He put all his ability points into the Grasp of Shadows ability. Spend 1 ability point. Profession ability, Grasp of Shadows, upgraded to Shadow Manipulation. Spend 1 ability point. Profession ability, Shadow Manipulation, upgraded to Shadow Weaving. Prerequisite met. Sneak 150, achieved. Shadow Weaving, achieved. Advanced Shadow Dancer, achieved. You have mastered the advanced ability of the Shadow Dancer, Shadow Jump. Soren leveled up 3 times in a row. He gave up the combat skills of the Shadow Dancer, and also gave up the precious opportunity to directly master Danger Sense, and also gave up the additional spell-like ability of Summoned Shadow. He almost gave up most of his core abilities in order to master Shadow Jump in advance. 1 slash. Soren used Shadow Jump to kill the Elven Ranger in front of him with 1 slash. Danger Sense, supernatural ability, your perception will predict all attacks, whether it is a magic attack or a physical attack. Any attack against you will inevitably trigger a perception test. If you pass the perceptive sense test, you will be able to predict all attacks aimed at you in advance, including directional spells. You will gain additional perceptive sense ability to dodge all attacks. Note, this supernatural ability can be stacked with the supernatural talent of the super strong Sixth Sense. Shadow Jump, supernatural ability, you completely assimilate yourself into the shadows and transform into a shadow life form when activating Shadow Jump. In the state of Shadow Jump, any shadow within 100 meters can be used as a landing point for you to jump across planes. This supernatural ability is equivalent to a 100-meter blink teleportation spell. It can only be used when you are in stealth mode and in the shadows. This ability cannot be used to jump across planes to places without shadows. Note, this is the prerequisite ability of the legendary skill, Shadow Step. It can only be used once per day. He died just like that? Everyone present was a little sluggish, especially the hunters who had just chased the Elven Ranger for half a day. As one of the Sons of Fear, even without counting the ability brought by the divine power of fear, the Elven Ranger was still a grade 4 profession. A ranger with a profession level of 15 or above was not so easy to kill. In their view, Soren was at most a grade 3 rogue, and his profession level was not necessarily level 10. But the moment when he broke out was beyond everyone's imagination, especially the ability to suddenly appear in the opponent's shadow. It was definitely possible for a high-grade rogue to do that. This was the power of advanced professions, to give up part of the ability to pursue the limit of a certain ability. Soren's comprehensive strength was certainly not comparable to a high-grade rogue, but after advancing into a Shadow Dancer, his lethality could directly kill a high-grade enemy that was 5 levels higher. Assassins used poison, lurkers used shadow escape, and shadow dancers relied on shadow jump that they had mastered in advance. Soren was most proficient in lurker. 1 second of shadow escape could allow him to avoid many fatal spells. He advanced into a lurker largely because he encountered many enemies with powerful spells. As long as it was a spell that could not attack across planes, lurkers could use shadow escape to avoid it. Among all advanced rogues, only shadow dancers had the lowest requirement to master, shadow jump. Even if lurkers wanted to use shadow jump, they would need more than 200 points of sneak, but lurkers could master the legendary ability, Shadow Realm, in advance. The level requirement for them to open the passage to the shadow plane was about 2 levels lower than other rogue professions. The time advanced to the 3rd second. Soren pulled out his curved sword and kicked the elven ranger's body down. Gloria had just recovered from her injuries, and her face was still very pale. The hunter's expressions changed from shock to anger because with the death of the elven ranger under Soren's sword, their ritual to the god of hunting had completely failed. The gnoll stared at him fiercely, and then his eyes fell on Vivian next to him. Since a son of fear had died, another could only replace it. Time continued to advance by 1 second. Vivian's small body was strangely suspended in the air. Her expression was very blank, and her cute little face was pale. Suddenly, her brows furrowed tightly, and her expression became somewhat pained. The elf ranger was dead. Soren had absorbed all of his divinity, which gave him 3 divinity points in advance. However, Soren had no way of absorbing the divine power of fear that the Dread Lord had bestowed upon the Son of God. The power of the gods had great limitations. This was a power that was beyond the control of mortals. If one didn't have a divinity or a corresponding domain of divinity, then no one would be able to obtain this divine power. This was because it would reject one's body, and in the end it could directly kill one. Soren was not the son of fear. He couldn't absorb the power that the Dread Lord left in his son's body, but this power wouldn't disappear into thin air. At the moment of the Elven Ranger's death, this power of fear began to shift, and its target was naturally Vivian, who had just awakened. The little girl showed a pained expression. She held her head with her small hands, and her whole body trembled slightly. As an 8-year-old girl with a profession level less than grade 2, she couldn't instantly integrate the power of 2 sons of fear. Moreover, judging from the Elven Ranger who just cast fear, he must have a lot of divine power of fear. He must be one of the more powerful sons of fear to be able to trigger the test of death effect and scare so many grade 2 and above enemies to death. If he was given a little more time, he could even grow into an existence that could compete for the throne of the Dread Lord in the future. A powerful divine power broke out, Vivian's body actually glowed, and the Elven Ranger's body quickly lost its vitality. It was an indescribable feeling. He had just died, but it seemed that he had been dead for a long time, even if his body hadn't begun to rot. The little girl's expression became more and more painful, and then she suddenly fainted with a scream, and her figure fell directly from the sky. Gloria opened her hands to catch her, but because she was very weak after being injured, she also fell to the ground. The physique of a witch was definitely not as good as that of a melee profession. Just now, even her protective spell had been activated. Perhaps her injury had reached the level of serious injury or even higher. Soren rushed over in an instant, holding his curved sword in front of the two. "Take her away." His expression was a little determined, and his face was unusually gloomy. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Use the teleportation spell. Go now, and I'll cover you." The explosion of shadow jump couldn't be used casually. If one hadn't entered the legendary realm, using this ability would be like the barbarian's berserk talent. The body would consume a lot of energy when traveling through the shadow plane, and the whole person would also enter a state of fatigue directly after using it. Basically, all supernatural abilities were like this. After berserk, the barbarian would also be very weak. Soren was not a legendary rogue yet. His body still couldn't adapt to the backlash caused by the plane travel. After all, this was a supernatural spell-like ability, not a real teleportation spell of a wizard. In the case of a powerful explosion, he also had to pay a higher price, unless he mastered the legendary skill, Shadow Realm. Gloria's expression was very complicated. She looked at the many enemies in front of her. Although the followers of Mailer had suffered heavy casualties, there were at least a dozen hunters who were close to grade 4. These were all enemies with a profession level of 10 and above, and a few of them seemed to be dangerous characters with a profession level of 15. Soren couldn't be a match for these people at all. Not to mention that he had just used an explosive ability. Even if he was at his peak, it would be impossible for him to deal with so many enemies. Go! Soren's expression was ferocious. He roared at her and roared, retreat to the back of the valley, you use the teleportation spell to take Vivian away. I have a way to stop them. The light of a spell appeared. The legendary elemental stone was activated by Soren. As the rocks and soil on the ground rolled, the ground in front of him directly connected to the elemental plane, and then he summoned and constructed a grade 4 earth elemental. The summoned earth elemental was not an advanced one. Soren directly controlled it through his will, and at the same time, he made it block in front of the three of them. A grade 4 earth elemental. Its HP was close to 300 points. Soren would need to slash at it dozens of times to kill it, but it was enough to hold on for a while. You. Gloria's expression was complicated. There was a hint of struggle in her eyes, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and began to cast spells quickly. Northern witches were not shy girls. Women who could grow up to become high-grade spellcasters were not simple. She naturally knew the price Soren had to pay for staying behind to block them, but if she wasted this precious time, the three of them would all die here. A high-grade wizard would always leave a way out for herself. She had already left a teleportation mark in a safe place before she set off. Soren didn't have time to talk nonsense. He clenched his curved sword and rushed forward, leaving Gloria with only a resolute back view. The earth elemental could stop the ordinary enemies, but it couldn't stop the high-grade professions. He had to fight for 30 seconds. A long-distance teleportation spell needed at least 30 seconds to cast. During this time, she couldn't be attacked, or else she might be planning to cast the spell. The enemies in front of him reacted quickly. The first one to rush over was the black knoll. It roared, and its muscles swelled. Its veins twisted like earthworms. This was the monster's wild and violent ability. It didn't have any profession requirements. The battle couldn't be fought near Gloria, or else the enemy would directly throw a weapon at her and interrupt her casting. Soren controlled the earth elemental to block in front of him like a wall. He then jumped up and directly faced the Null Hunter in front of him. Clang, a harsh collision sound was heard. Soren's figure fell back, and a trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. 5 seconds had passed. The high-grade hunters sprinted for hundreds of meters and were already in front of him. Clang! 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 Soren's arm was scratched by the sharp claws, and a piece of flesh was torn off. The protective energy of Stoneskin was still there, but it couldn't stop the enemy's attack. It was a hunter with a profession level of 15 or above. The earth elemental blocked in front of the enemies, waving its thick stone arms to force them away. However, there were still some who went around from the side. These high-grade professions could easily jump on roofs and run on walls. The heavy and slow earth elemental couldn't stop so many people. Swoosh, Soren directly threw his curved sword, and it hit the back of an enemy in an instant. The enemy staggered and fell to the ground. The moment he rolled to avoid the attack, 2 daggers appeared in his hands. Clang! 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 15 seconds later, a tall and majestic hybrid orc warrior rushed up. It only took one swing of its axe to make a dent in the earth elemental's arm. A 4th-grade creature couldn't win against a 4th-grade profession. The difference in combat skills between the two was too big. Soren opened up the distance between them, and then pointed his finger forward. 2 arcane missiles were shot out. The hybrid orc blocked the attack with its weapon, but it suddenly screamed. An energy beam hit its eye socket. The energy ring. Soren waited until now to use this precious item. 25 seconds had passed. A mixed-blood orc rushed over from the side along the mountain wall and threw his weapon out. There was a muffled sound in the air. Gloria's energy protective force field was still there, but it was already showing signs of breaking. The energy barrier couldn't withstand the attacks of these tier 3 and above enemies, and they could break it within 3 moves if they tried to close the distance between them. 30 seconds had passed. Gloria completed the teleportation spell. The low-grade anywhere door could only teleport a short distance. If she wanted to leave safely, she had to teleport more than 100 miles away. Otherwise, she would be found by the enemy before she could recover her combat power. The hunter's tracking ability was stronger than the ranger's. She didn't even have time to memorize the spell again. A teleportation door opened. Gloria gritted her teeth and carried Vivian into the teleportation door. The enemies nearby were already 50 meters away. Before entering, she looked back at Soren and saw his back covered in blood. There were 5 claw marks on his back, but he was still standing like a rock. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt very sad. A trace of moisture appeared in the corner of her eyes, and finally, it turned into a drop of something called a tear that she didn't know. As a high and mighty northern witch, this was the first time she had felt such a strong sense of powerlessness. If one was not a legendary being, it would be impossible to fight against so many enemies. Even a wizard couldn't do it. As Gloria stepped into the teleportation door with Vivian in her arms, the surrounding hunters suddenly roared in anger. The gnoll's eyes were bloodshot. They howled and rushed toward them like crazy. Soren's face was a little twisted. Because of fatigue and pain, his injuries were not light. Facing the enemies surrounding him from all directions, he smiled ferociously and murmured as if he was a little crazy, "I've been through so many storms and waves, and I've killed 3 times in the abyss. I don't believe I'll die in the hands of these trash who aren't even legendary. Goddess of luck. Take care of me this time. I'll definitely repay you in the future. I'll definitely be on your side in the battle of the Titans." He suddenly took a deep breath. Then, he used all his strength to jump out and forcibly broke out of the enemy's encirclement. He ran toward the other side of the cliff that was hundreds of meters high. After using his last burst of strength to open up the distance, he suddenly disappeared from the enemy's sight. Of the 2 shadow dancers, the last one was evade sight. Soren entered stealth. The piercing cold wind was howling. On a wizard tower erected by the lakeside, a faint light suddenly appeared. The cold wind rolled up the snowflakes, but when they reached the surroundings of the wizard tower, they strangely disappeared. The snowflakes seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and fell lightly on the ground. On the 12th floor of the wizard tower, a portal made of a large number of gems and secret materials appeared with a light, and then Gloria appeared with Vivian in her arms. Wizards would set the location of long-distance teleportation to the safest place, and the most likely place was the wizard tower they controlled. The heavy steel golem stepped in and lowered its head to Gloria in front of it. "Dear Master, I'm sorry to disturb you. Is there anything you need?" Its voice was like the friction of metal. It used soul fragments as imprints, which gave it a certain degree of intelligence. This was a higher-level golem, and it could carry out some simple orders. Gloria glanced at it expressionlessly. A wizard who was prepared was unmatched. Even if she faced hundreds of hunters with her real strength, she was not powerless. However, too much of her power was in the wizard tower. In this wizard tower, there were 12 level 15 steel golems, and 36 level 10 clay golems and stone golems. Some of the powerful magic devices could not be shrunk to be carried around. In addition to the usual staff and scrolls, high-grade wizards would at most carry some protective equipment. Without the protection of the golem army, even high-grade adepts would not have the time to cast spells. Energy shields alone would not be enough to stop a large group of enemies. Gloria gently put Vivian on the bed. She raised her hand and stroked the little girl's pale face. She seemed to be a little uneasy. Vivian seemed to be unable to bear such a powerful divine power. The power of the Son of God was awakened step by step. Vivian had just become a wizard, and she had absorbed such a huge amount of divine power. The result was unpredictable. The Elven Ranger's divine power had obviously been transferred to her. The combined power of 2 children of God was at least at the legendary level. An 8-year-old girl might not be able to fuse them. No matter how powerful the bloodline was, it would still take time to fuse with it. The bloodline of the dragons was considered to be the best in the various planes, but young dragons were considered to be very fragile creatures. Vivian was like a baby dragon. When she was still in her infancy, her body had been injected with the power of an adult dragon or even an ancient dragon. If she couldn't control this power, she would either go mad or die. Gloria's fingertips glowed with a magical aura. After confirming that Vivian was only temporarily unconscious and not in any life-threatening danger, she walked towards the top of the wizard tower. She was going to perform a divination ritual. In the biting cold wind, Gloria walked to the top of the wizard tower, where there was an ancient astrology platform. This tower had been passed down for many years among the northern witches, and she was the new master. The northern witches had the talent for divination spells. Many of them were not wizards who specialized in divination spells, but they had an ancient inheritance in divination. Gloria took off the veil on her face, revealing a face that could topple countries. The wizard robe on her body was fluttering in the cold wind. The northern lands were always cold like knives. She knelt in front of the astrology platform and took out a set of delicate cards from her sleeve. There were mysterious runes on them. There was a price to pay for divination. Witches who often used divination spells or prophecy spells would have a shorter lifespan than other witches. This was because even witches rarely took the initiative to perform divination for others. She knew that the hope was slim. However, Gloria still wanted to know if Soren had survived. She hoped that he could survive. Whether it was divination or prophecy, the accuracy rate was not as high as one would expect. In order to obtain a sufficiently accurate divination, one had to pay a corresponding price. The most common price was one's lifespan. Gloria slowly closed her eyes. Her fingers shuffled the cards at an amazing speed, and the runes emitted a faint light. In the end, when she opened her palm, all the cards were suspended in the air on the astrology platform, emitting a sparkling magical aura. She still did not open her eyes. She just stretched out her hand and pulled out one card, then the second, and finally the third. The other cards fell to the ground, and she covered 3 cards in the center of the astrology platform. Gloria gently opened her eyes. Her expression seemed to be hesitating, but in the end, she slowly opened the cards. She was a little worried that she had foreseen something bad. The first card was opened, and it was a ferocious little devil. This was a demon from hell. Gloria's face was slightly pale because this could mean that Soren had died. His soul had been sent to hell and then turned into a demon. Of course, it could also mean something else. Because the northern witch's divination could only know the final answer after looking at all the cards, the second card was opened, and it was a big tree that almost covered the sky. This was the legendary tree of life, and it was also the divine tree that the elves believed in and lived in. Gloria's face regained a trace of color, and her expression seemed to be a little surprised. She couldn't wait to flip open the third card, but this card made her silent, because it was a big ghost card. This was the card that appeared the least in the northern witch's divination. The small ghost was engraved with the lowest class of demons, while the big ghost was engraved with a handsome face. He had dark skin and hair, and his pupils were flashing with the color of hell. He also had a pair of dark red horns on his head. This devil's clothes were rather extravagant. The colors were mainly red and black, and there were extremely complicated patterns on it. He held a ruby scepter in his hand and stood in front of the throne, looking down at everything with a high and mighty gaze, as if he was looking at the so-called living beings in the plain. This was the big devil. The legendary lord of the 9 hells, Asmodeus, the most powerful ancient demon in history, had existed for countless years, and it was possible that he would continue to exist for countless more years. This was a card that represented many meanings, but it was definitely not a simple card when it appeared. Anyone who had a big devil in their divination would definitely not have an ordinary life. The little devil was one of the more common cards, but the big devil had only appeared a few times in the northern witch's divination. The last card was actually the big devil that represented the Lord of Hell. This was even more surprising to her than the big devil in the first card. For a moment, even Gloria couldn't determine whether Soren was alive or dead. For a high-grade northern witch to draw big and small devils at the same time in a divination ceremony, his fate was difficult to be determined by divination spells. This meant that even a legendary divination spell couldn't determine whether Soren was alive or dead. Gloria stood up with a complicated expression. Suddenly, she staggered and almost fell on the astrology platform. A deep sense of powerlessness enveloped her body. In a trance, the scene around her completely disappeared. She seemed to see endless illusions, and endless blood and fire burning. When she looked up, she saw the shadow of a goat's skull, and its pupils were burning with faint flames. The illusion only lasted for a short time. When she recovered from the backlash of the divination spell, she was already standing at the edge of the wizard tower. If she took one more step, she would fall from the wizard tower that was hundreds of meters high. The biting cold wind was still whistling. Her wizard robe was soaked, and there seemed to be a bone-chilling cold all over her body. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. When she turned to look at the astrology platform, the card that represented the big devil had already burned and turned into ashes in the faint flames. The other two cards were still intact, but that one dissipated in the cold wind. The will of hell? Gloria suddenly trembled all over and murmured, "Could it be that the big ghost doesn't mean anything else? Does it really mean the Lord of Hell?" She seemed to have felt something. Gloria suddenly reached out and stroked her long hair. She didn't know when, but there were a few more silver strands in her hair. Soren's figure disappeared into thin air in front of the hunter's eyes. It didn't even blink in the middle of the day, and Soren just disappeared like that. The natives of this world rarely encountered advanced professions because they were as rare as spellcasters. Out of 100 advanced professions, at least 90% of them were warriors, and only 1% of them were spellcasters or special advanced professions. Warriors were always the mainstream professions because any race or creature could advance into a warrior. Warriors were the only professions that could be chosen by any race. The Dark Knoll couldn't tell what ability Soren had used, but it was sure that he had entered stealth. It was no doubt that it was afraid of him. If Soren fought back with all his might, his life would be in danger. The Knoll wasn't sure if it could dodge the supernatural ability that came out of nowhere from the shadow behind it. So it hesitated for a moment, and only moved forward when the others nearby were close enough. It stopped at the place where Soren had disappeared for a moment, and sniffed the blood on the ground. Soren was heavily injured, and the Knoll could track him based on the smell of blood. Soren's tracks were faint, but there were drops of blood from time to time, which was the most obvious trace. 150 points of stealth. Soren had completely blended into the shadows, and no one could see him with the naked eye. He had chosen a backlit position, and the moment he rushed out, he entered stealth and disappeared from everyone's sight. Although stealth couldn't be seen with the naked eye, there were still traces left behind. Soren didn't dare to stop for even a moment, and quickly moved in the shadows. The Knoll couldn't see him with the naked eye, and if they only relied on smell and blood to track him, they wouldn't be able to find him so quickly. The regeneration effect of his 20 points of constitution had begun to take effect, and the wounds on Soren's body gradually stopped bleeding. The hunter's shouts came from behind, and under the Knoll's command, the other hunters immediately spread out. Soren didn't dare to move in a way that was too obvious, because it would completely expose his position. He moved along the hard ground at a decent speed, which would make the footprints he left behind very inconspicuous. Sprinting away at high speed was impossible. His physical strength was not as good as these hunters because he was still injured. If he exposed his position, the enemy would soon catch up with him. At that time, there would be no way out. Hunters with a profession level of 15 and above basically had one of their main attributes that was close to the realm of extraordinary. As high-grade professions below the legendary realm, they were completely different from the enemies Soren had faced before. While moving forward, Soren was also trying to figure out the best escape route. Hiding in the forest was definitely out of the question. High-tier jack-o'-lanterns were too good at tracking. As long as the smell of blood was still there, it was only a matter of time before it found him. If he wanted to escape, he would have to take some risks. He had made a crazy decision. In fact, when he activated Evade Sight, he had already made a crazy decision. In front of Soren was a cliff that was hundreds of meters high. This was a natural fault near the forest. There were lush trees below, and a small river could be vaguely seen in the distance. If he jumped from such a high place, he would definitely die. Even if he had 25 points of constitution, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The damage from falling from such a high place was too great, and the probability of a legendary profession surviving was not very high. Of course, Soren wouldn't be so stupid as to jump down and pray that he would be fine. Perhaps even the goddess of luck couldn't do anything about it. He had never been a person who liked to gamble on his luck. Even if he wanted to gamble on his luck, he had to make sure that he had a certain degree of confidence. Soren quickly found his target. His expression was a little ferocious. Perhaps it was because it was too risky, and his calmness couldn't control his gradually accelerating heartbeat. Soren gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Then he took out a hook from his multidimensional bag. It was the tool he used to climb over the wall of Whiterun. He took a deep look at the bottom of the cliff. About 100 meters above the ground, there was a small fault. There were protruding rocks nearby, and there was also a tree that wasn't very thick-rooted nearby. He silently calculated the position and tied the cloak on his back. It looked like the simplest parachute that could be opened. After jumping down to reduce the speed of falling, he held the hook in his hand, the hook in his right hand, and the rope in his left hand that was about 20 to 30 meters long. After Soren took a deep breath, he suddenly jumped down from the cliff that was hundreds of meters high. The biting cold wind blew as he fell through the air. The scenery in front of Soren's eyes was falling at a crazy speed. He pushed his extraordinary agility and balance to the limit. The cloak slightly reduced his speed, but he was still falling rapidly. He tried his best to keep his eyes open and locked onto his target. After falling about 300 meters, Soren threw the hook in his hand. Life and death were decided in this instant. The next moment, the hook lock hit the tree trunk and wrapped around it 3 times. The hook was fixed between the branches of the tree trunk. The rope that Soren threw out straightened and tightened rapidly. Under the strong force of the fall, the rope was also pulled out of his palm quickly. His palm had become a bloody mess. The hook that was fixed to the tree was pulled taut. The moment the hook was hit by the force of the fall, Soren's hand that was holding onto the rope loosened a little. If he didn't reduce his strength at all, the rope might break directly. This process only took 2 seconds and lasted for 20 meters. Soren's hand that was holding onto the rope slowly moved down, allowing the rope to break free from his hand. At the same time, he used a perfect amount of force to counteract the force of the fall. The friction caused by the rapid fall made his palm bleed. His skin and flesh were stuck to the rope, and his bones could be vaguely seen. 20 meters was enough to counteract most of the force of the fall. When the rope in his hand was rapidly reduced to less than 2 or 3 meters in length, Soren suddenly wrapped his arm around the rope, and then the remaining strength burst out at this moment. The rope instantly sank, and the tree branch above it shook a little. The recoil caused Soren's falling speed to suddenly stop, and he even flew up a little. The tree branch was able to withstand the force of the fall. The rope was also able to reduce the force of the fall due to the friction, and it didn't break immediately. Soren's body rebounded for 3 to 5 meters due to the deformation of the tree branch, and he fell down a little more. However, the force of the fall was already very weak. He successfully counteracted the force of the fall and stabilized himself in midair. He was about 100 meters away from the ground, and if he jumped from this height, he would still die. Soren panted a little to recover his strength. He allowed his injured arm to recover from the force of the fall, and drank a healing potion at the same time. Then, he began to shake the rope lightly, and the swaying gradually became stronger. Finally, he hit a rock on the cliff. Clang, a dagger with a cold gleam pierced into the rock. Soren's swaying body immediately stabilized in front of the cliff. He looked at the steep cliff and stepped on a protruding rock. Then, he clenched his teeth and used his other bloody hand to pull out a second dagger, and stabbed it into a spot next to him. Phew! Soren let out a long breath, and then slowly took a deep breath. He untied the rope on his body and stepped on a protruding rock that was less than 3 centimeters wide. Then, he used the force of the dagger to slowly climb down the cliff. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The dagger in Soren's hand was very close to breaking. However, he had already climbed tens of meters, and the protruding rocks were increasing. His speed was also increasing. There were some places where he could directly climb down, but when there was no place to borrow force, he would use the dagger to open a path. He relied on his explosive strength and the support of his 20 points of physique. He used the sword form, heavy hack, to stab the dagger into the cliff to absorb the force of the fall. He was getting closer and closer to the ground. When he was about 30 meters away from the cliff, Soren directly slid down the cliff. The friction from the fall made his injuries worse, but when he was about 10 meters away, he directly jumped down from a height of about 3 stories. Bang! Soren knelt down on one knee to reduce the force of the fall. His bones felt like they were about to fall apart, and his injuries were all over his body. He only had a quarter of his HP left. The accumulated bruises were actually close to 30 points. If it wasn't for his physique, he would have already lost all his strength. On the cliff. The figures of the hunters appeared at the edge of the cliff. The moment Soren jumped down the cliff, they had already discovered his tracks, and in the next moment, they would forever remember this crazy enemy. After Soren landed, he raised his head and looked at them. His face was a little ferocious. Suddenly, he laughed crazily, and in the end, it turned into a crazy laugh. His body was covered with wounds. His palms were already showing some white bones, and his back was a mess of flesh and blood. His injuries made him look like a demon, but he was definitely crazier than them. I knew I wouldn't die here. Soren looked at the cliff that was hundreds of meters high with a murderous gaze, and then ran away without looking back. One day, he would take back what he had lost today. Beside a clear river. Traces of blood spread along the river. Soren's expression was grim as he cleaned the wounds on his body. Then he gritted his teeth and used a needle and thread to sew up the cut flesh. Once he put some distance between them, it would be impossible for them to catch up with him. The stealth ability of a rogue was no joke. If they wanted to track a rogue like him in the wilderness, they would need a legendary-level tracking profession. By the time they found a way to get down the cliff, Soren had already put more than 10 kilometers of distance between them and disappeared from their tracking range. After making sure that it was safe, Soren stopped to treat his wounds. The smell of blood on his body was too strong. Even if he got rid of the hunters, he might attract other beasts. The wilderness was full of creatures that were very sensitive to the smell of blood. Tisk. Soren bit off the needle and thread with his teeth and then looked at the wound on his arm. His face was very ugly. It was the first time in a long time that he was forced into such a miserable situation. He almost died there. The wounds on other parts of his body were better, but the wound on his back was more difficult. He couldn't sew the wound there. He could only apply some ointment and let the regeneration effect of his 20 points of constitution recover. Although the river was unusually cold in late autumn, he still went in to wash himself because there was too much blood on his body. Soren's face was a little pale when he got out of the river. Perhaps it was because he had lost a lot of blood. He took out some jerky and chewed it while using a level 0 spell to dry himself. The elemental stone in his arms had become a little dim because its power had been exhausted. It had to wait for 7 days to fully recover. This legendary-level equipment could be said to have saved his life. It summoned the earth elemental to restrain a lot of enemies, and the stone skin spell had blocked at least 6 attacks for him. The curved sword had been thrown out to attack the enemies, and Soren only had 2 daggers in his hands that were close to being scrapped. He didn't recklessly look for the hunters for revenge. Instead, he moved further away. First, he had to rest for a night to recover. On the one hand, he had to heal his wounds, and on the other hand, he had to restore his energy. Spell-like abilities were bloodline abilities. As long as he had a good night's sleep, he could use Shadow Jump and evade sight again tomorrow. Equipment was very important. Soren needed to find a weapon and recharge the equipment he had used. For example, if he had enough alchemy skills, he could recharge the ring by himself. As for the safety of Gloria and Vivian, Soren wasn't too worried. With the wisdom of the high-grade northern witches, they definitely wouldn't use short-distance teleportation. Low-level blink spells were useless. They could only temporarily avoid attacks. The teleportation portal was too short. Even if they escaped, they would be tracked by the enemy. Gloria had opened a long-distance teleportation portal. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be her wizard tower. Vivian was safe there for the time being, and Soren could look for her after he recovered from his injuries. The North and the Frost Kingdom were separated by hundreds of miles of glacial mountains. It was difficult for ordinary people to cross, but it was much easier for him to cross alone. Because he could also learn spells. Fly was a level 3 spell. Soren could now learn it. Although the duration was only 1 point for 1 minute, it was enough for him to fly a long distance. In this world, the pursuit of fly was not very high. Generally, teleportation was used for long distances. Except for some advanced alchemy devices during the Arcane Empire, the fastest creature to fly should be the dragon. Only when there was a need would there be a pursuit. The birth of teleportation made too many spellcasters focus on the study of the space dimension. Some supernatural environments were dangerous to fly in. After a short rest, Soren began to walk along the river. It was easy to gather near a water source. He'd better find an elven village first. The injury on his back couldn't be delayed. If possible, he needed to find a priest to treat it. Otherwise, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to recover. Maybe it was because he had been injured too often. Soren's heal skill had risen quickly. It had reached 27 points in heal. If it rose further, he would be at the level of a professional doctor in town who was responsible for treating sword wounds. Along the way, he didn't stop at all. When he saw the road ahead, he knew he was close to the gathering place of the elves. Sure enough, soon there was a field of farmland. Farming required fertile land and sufficient water. Most intelligent creatures would choose to cultivate the better land. Before arriving at the village, Soren met an elven patrol. All of them were archers, wearing exquisite leather armor, and were equipped with long swords, short swords, and other weapons. The elves rarely used heavy weapons. The captain stopped Soren and asked him. He carefully looked at Soren, then warned him not to cause trouble and let him go. It was easy for humans to move around. If there were orcs or gnolls, they would probably just catch them. After entering the village, Soren immediately went to the elven temple. It was a temple of the goddess of life. The current goddess of life was the second wife of the elven guardian. She was in charge of the priesthood of spring, fertility, birth, planting, and so on. The oldest goddess of life had disappeared for a long time. No one knew if she had fallen or not. The priesthood of life was now divided among many gods. Currently, most of the priesthoods with the symbol of the goddess of life were in a certain field. For example, the goddess of life of the elves, the goddess of life of the halflings, and so on. Unless someone took away most of the priesthood of life, then they could become the real goddess of life. There was nothing much to say about this goddess of life. It was worth mentioning that the former elven goddess of life was the legendary Queen of Spiders, the first wife of the elven patron god, and now the Lord God served by the drows in the Underdark. She was also the most powerful, evil, and cunning abyss demon god. No one expected that the first Queen of Spiders would fall so low and become one of the most powerful demons of the Chaos Evil faction. Perhaps it was because of her existence that others had a deeper understanding of the depravity of the gods. In fact, Soren admired the Queen of Spiders because she was really, really powerful. During the time of troubles, many gods had fallen or lost a lot of power. Only the Queen of Spiders had become the demon closest to the Dominator level in the abyss. In just 5 years, she had risen from a mid-level divine power to a great divine power. She was even close to becoming a greater divine power. If she had not had so many enemies, she might have been able to become a greater divine power god. In other words, she could create a world out of thin air. The standard to measure a greater divine power was vague. The easiest way to understand was to say, God said let there be light, so there was light. This was the standard of a greater divine power. So far, there had not been any greater divine power gods. Some of the ancient gods with greater divine power had already fallen. At most, the current gods had opened up a divine kingdom in a certain plane. The standard of the temple was one level lower than the temple. There were very few priests with a profession level of 10 and above. The one in charge of receiving Soren was a middle-aged male elf. He looked more elegant and was probably a priest around level 8. The main way priests made money was to treat injuries and then sell various healing potions. The temple needed money to maintain, expand faith, and improve power. The priests of the goddess of wealth even became professional merchants. Most temples sold healing magic to the outside world, and it was the kind that clearly marked the price and refused to be haggled. Soren bought a healing medium injury potion at a shocking price of 200 Kindler coins. The cost and expense of healing magic were destined to be difficult to popularize. Ordinary people mainly relied on medicine and doctors for treatment. The effect of the magic was amazing. Soren recovered quickly after the priest cast the magic. The wound on his back gradually healed, and only a shallow red mark could be seen. After buying 2 bottles of healing potions, he walked out of the elven temple. Then, he saw a team of well-equipped elven guards escorting a handsome elven noble on a white horse. The elves were naturally not equal. Ordinary elves were similar to ordinary human civilians. It was a male elf with long green hair. Needless to say, his bloodline was undoubtedly quite noble because the nearby elves slightly bowed their heads when they saw him. Soren also noticed the elven noble. After seeing some characteristics, the corner of his mouth could not help but show a strange smile. It seemed that the elven noble in front of him was the descendant of the goddess of life. Of course, he was not the first generation of the Son of God. It should be a divine bloodline that had been passed down for many years. His talent was only much stronger than ordinary people, but not at the level of the Son of Fear. The elven guards escorted him to the Temple of Life. Soren quickly stepped aside to let them pass. The elven guard looked at him with surprise because there were not many human adventurers in the forest, and there were even fewer rogues who were alone. Speaking of which, the elven lord was really difficult to evaluate. As the patron of the elves, his first wife fell into the abyss and became the goddess of spiders. Basically, he could do whatever he wanted. Many people knew the character of the Queen of Spiders. Just look at how licentious the drows were. There were also some secret rumors about his second wife. It was said that she once had a child with a mortal, and it was some time after she became the goddess of life. Of course, the official statement was that the mortal was originally the incarnation of the elven lord. In fact, it was just a couple playing around. But no one knew the real situation. However, according to legend, the elven lord was a hermaphrodite. In the past, his incarnation would sometimes be female, and he would have some stories with some outstanding mortal males. So maybe he really did not care much about these things. The elven noble in front of him should be the descendant of the goddess of life. Although it was not clear who the Queen of Elves had a child with, Soren felt that it was definitely not the child of the elven lord. Because the bloodline of two gods could not still be in the mortal world. The probability of that kind of child being born as a god was too low. It was not easy to evaluate the descendants of the divine blood. Because strictly speaking, Gloria was also a descendant of the divine blood, because the predecessor of the Northern Witches was split from a powerful organization. This organization had existed for a long time, and their leader was even a chosen of the goddess of magic. During that time, many powerful witches were born in the north, some of which were even comparable to the gods. That era was too long ago. Only the oldest ruins and documents had records of the chosen one of the north. Gloria, as the purest northern witch, would more or less have a trace of the bloodline inheritance. This bloodline was similar to the elven noble in front of him. Some could strengthen their own talents, and some had basically exhausted their power. It was like the god of slaughter had fallen for a long time, but many of his descendants, the former sons of slaughter, had survived the catastrophe of slaughter. These descendants reproduced generation after generation, and in the end, they were basically no different from ordinary people. Occasionally, there would be some people with more amazing talents, but their bloodline was thin to the point of 1 in 10 million. In fact, there were many such people. Therefore, most of the bloodline of the sons of God referred to within 3 generations. Beyond this range, they were not considered descendants of the divine blood. The elven noble in front of him did not even have a trace of divinity in his body, let alone divine power. At best, his bloodline talent was better than ordinary people, and his basic attributes were higher than ordinary people. This bloodline talent was roughly equivalent to the direct descendants of legendary professions, and it might even be inferior to the descendants of legendary professions. Once, there was a saying that the hero template had inherited the blood of massacre, so it could extract soul energy. Among the natives of this world, only a small number of very special existences could increase their strength through killing. These special existences were basically related to the domain of the massacre priesthood. However, this saying had never been verified. Soren did not pay much attention to the elven noble. He went straight to the inn, ready to rest for a day. This village was not small, and the population was large. According to this progress, it was only a matter of time before it developed into a town. Soren's half-elven bloodline was thin, and he looked like a human from the outside, so he did not receive any preferential treatment. These elves just regarded him as an adventurer, and their attitude was basically cold. Elves were not a race that was easy to get along with. It was the outside world that was curious about them, and then the bards beautified them. Soren even thought that the stubborn dwarves were easier to deal with than the elves. There was a weapon shop in the village. The blacksmith was a burly elf, and he didn't look elegant. He also held a hammer and hammered loudly, and he was wearing an apron. In this world, there was no such thing as a naturally elegant race. To eat, drink, and defecate, one had to farm. To live, one had to work. Similarly, the elves would use their excrement to fertilize the land. Some of the droll who believed in the way of the earth would even personally do some of the seemingly dirty labor, viewing it as a form of cultivation. Yes. The last one was influenced by the warrior monks, especially the ascetic monks among the warrior monks. Over the long years, a large number of passive professionals had been produced. Things that remained unchanged would only gradually be eliminated. The droll order was now considered a relatively powerful spellcasters' organization. The enlightened faction among them had even accepted the elemental thought of shamanism. The elven village Soren was in was within the scope of the way of the earth. In the middle of the village, there was an ancient stone pillar. From this point of view, this world was still full of endless vitality. The burly elf blacksmith glanced at Soren. It was best not to underestimate the blacksmiths. They were firmly in the middle class, and it was also an area where professionals often advanced. Those who dared to cause trouble in a weapon shop would always regret it in the end. Of course, Soren wouldn't underestimate the blacksmith in front of him. He had been forging for more than 10 years, and he was basically a warrior. He nodded slightly and said, "I want to buy a high-quality curved sword. The price is not a problem." "A curved sword?" The burly elf blacksmith glanced at him, pulled out a curved sword from behind, and handed it to him. He said, "What do you think of this one?" "Whiteboard." Soren didn't even need to look at it. He touched it and knew that it was a whiteboard equipment, and it was a little light. He shook his head in disappointment and said, "It's too light. I'm afraid that it won't be able to withstand the explosive power of battle. It might even damage the weapons used against gnolls." The elf blacksmith glanced at him again and said, "Then I don't have any better ones. I mainly make sickles and kitchen knives here. If not, I make long swords used by the patrol guards. If you want long swords, I have a few good ones here." Long swords used by the patrol guards? Soren thought for a while and realized that they were using fine craftsmanship. The blacksmith in front of him could make fine craftsmanship weapons. Basically, those who could make fine craftsmanship weapons could use some special materials to make rare grade 1 weapons. The craftsmanship of the elves was not bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make 2 legendary curved swords in the Underdark. The blacksmith in front of him was obviously not a master, but he should be able to make a +1 curved sword, right? High-level blacksmiths were rare. It wasn't that their craftsmanship wasn't good enough, but the blacksmith masters were all high-level professionals. Among them, there were also wizards who studied alchemy. The one who had forged the legendary curved sword for Sauron was a level 15 ranger, level 3 Michaeli wanderer, and level 8 warlock. Not only that, he was also a quarter of the dragonborn bloodline. His family had once captured a shadow dragon. The shadow dragon wasn't the key. The key was that this shadow dragon was male, so the evil drows imprisoned it. They also used some kind of special transformation technique to turn it into a human. What happened next was needless to say. The drows couldn't do anything good. A group of female drows imprisoned it for a long time. Every day, they did some activities that were not suitable for children. In the end, they successfully gave birth to a large number of mixed-blood half-draconians. After the male shadow dragon escaped, he was about to go crazy. He risked his life to massacre the group of drows, but there were still some half-dragons who survived. The blacksmith who made the legendary curved sword for Soren was one of them. In order to make the curved sword, Soren was busy with a lot of things for him. He even killed one of the candidates for the matriarch of a family. The blacksmith in front of him naturally didn't have such high requirements. Soren looked at him and asked tentatively, "If I give you the materials, can you make a rare weapon?" "Huh?" The elven blacksmith looked at him, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "It's definitely possible with the materials, but I don't know alchemy. There's no way to add elemental damage." That was enough. Soren didn't dare to ask for elemental damage. That kind of thing needed 100 or 200 points of alchemy to add. For him, he was satisfied to be able to make an ordinary +1 rare curved sword. There were a lot of third-rate blacksmiths. There were very few who could make military products, and even fewer who could use alchemy to enchant weapons. The dwarves boasted about their blacksmiths. When Soren went to the dwarves, he only saw a group of high-grade blacksmiths with 150 to 250 points of forging skill. Damn it, there was no one in the whole Forge Castle who could make a grade 3 legendary curved sword. Sure enough, the dwarves' words couldn't be trusted too much. These guys only knew how to brag when they drank, and their bragging wasn't reliable at all. The elven blacksmith in front of him looked like he was approaching middle age. At this age, he must have been blacksmithing for a long time. His forging skill should be above 200 points, and he should be able to make a grade 1 rare curved sword. Soren immediately said, "Tell me what materials you need. I'll get them for you as soon as possible." Grade 1 rare materials weren't that rare. He probably had some fine iron here, but he probably lacked some other things. 300 kindler. The elven blacksmith wasn't in a hurry. He first looked at Soren, then took out a rough piece of paper and wrote a row of things. "You just need to find a few things on this list. You can buy them from Priest Hierro." Soren reached out and took a look. The things on the list weren't that rare. They were worth around 200 kindler. Among them, fluorite was the easiest to find. A custom-made weapon was twice as expensive as a second-hand weapon. 500 kindler was still within Soren's acceptable range. So he didn't hesitate to agree. For a moment, he actually felt a little emotional. After coming to this world for so long, he could finally get his hands on a rare weapon. Although it was only a grade 1 weapon, he was already satisfied. At the very least, the customized curved sword could be made according to his standards, and it would definitely be more convenient than the military products he bought before. For a skillful rogue like him, the weapon must be the most suitable for him to use. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult to buy a +1 longsword, and it would be enough to spend a little more money. But the problem was that a 1.2-meter longsword was a longsword, and a 1.3-meter longsword was also a longsword. These guys were all called longswords, but the feeling of holding them in his hand was completely different. Rogues weren't as picky as warriors when it came to weapons. The skills of warriors determined that the requirements for weapons were greatly reduced. The deal was finalized. After the elven blacksmith got the deposit, he began to work. He needed to temper the fine iron first. Rare weapons were all made with the technique of 100-fold steel forging. The specialty of the elves' forging was that they could create small fish scale patterns when hammering. The dwarves' forging technique was high hardness, while the elves' forging technique was good toughness. The weapons they made weren't easy to break. Soren directly went to buy all the materials, basically without bargaining, and then sent them here. The elven blacksmith seemed to be very interested in forging rare weapons. He even started the furnace overnight, saying that the forging could be completed within 3 days. This was undoubtedly very good news. At that time, Soren's injuries were almost completely healed. P.S. Later, I will post the new curved sword model in the related works. After it passes the review, you should be able to see it. You guys are awesome. Fotu will release more chapters tomorrow. End of chapter 120. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.